Originally, Ling Xiaoyu intended to accompany the female protagonist on a journey of defeating monsters and leveling up to collect golden fingers, ultimately fulfilling a great mission of salvation. However, unforeseen circumstances thwarted her plans, and while the female lead failed to acquire any golden fingers, Ling Xiaoyu found herself compelled to cultivate her powers. Increasingly, you claim to be from a family of alchemists? Can you truly concoct elixirs? Do you dare to compare yourself to me? You assert that you are a divination family? Can you unveil my origins? You dare to stand against me? You profess to be the leader of the demon clan? Do you know Feng Yu? If you do not even recognize him, how dare you act so arrogantly? As she brazenly traversed her path, she was unexpectedly informed that she was but a living fertilizer, now grown and ready for use. If she resisted, her elderly companion would perish. If she complied, her own life would be forfeit. What was she to do? Chapter 1. Daughter, I am sorry. Ling Xiaoyu strained to open her eyes, feeling a brilliant blue sky above her. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and as she attempted to shield her face, she winced in pain. Ah, she's awake. Dr. Liu is truly remarkable. She must be the daughter of a prestigious family, given her attire. Oh dear, what a tragedy. The girl has regained consciousness, but our young master was found in such a state only his head remained intact. Dr. Liu has declared that no medicine can save him. Dazed by the sudden crowd that surrounded her, the cacophony of voices sent a jolt of pain through her head, and after a dizzying spell, Ling Xiaoyu lost consciousness once more. As the initial dizziness subsided, she mustered the strength to sit up and survey her surroundings. The dwelling, though modest, was remarkably tidy, and the air was imbued with a faint medicinal aroma. The last thing she remembered before fainting was the name Dr. Liu, which led her to conclude that she was in the residence of the female protagonist, Liu Yanqing. Reflecting on the narrative, Ling Xiaoyu rubbed her temples, feeling a twinge of melancholy. A chance encounter turned into a calamity. That brat Yuzifeng was the youngest son of the sect master of the Yulan sect. What was she to do? Task duration: 7 days. Completion reward: 1 supreme revitalizing elixir. Failure penalty: the collapse of this world and the author's destruction. Then came a prompt: run. Ling Xiaoyu remained petrified. Run? From what? In her current state, she lacked the strength to flee. Exhausted and disheartened, she listened to the approaching din, suddenly sensing a shift. Turning her head, she gasped in horror. What was that? A group of young men clad in white, wielding swords, charged toward her under the command of an elderly man with a white beard, shouting, Demonis, surrender your life. Demonis, return my brother. Demonis, you shall pay for my son's life. The scene was chaotic. Ling Xiaoyu, like a startled rabbit, fled desperately into the mountains, bewildered yet inexplicably agile, outpacing the burly men in pursuit. She eventually reached the forest, the shouts behind her fading into the distance until silence enveloped her. Breathing heavily, she paused, reflecting, I've never feared a long run before. As she caught her breath, her stomach rumbled, signaling her need for sustenance. Having arrived in this realm without consuming a single grain, she felt the pain in her body and the gnawing hunger sap her strength. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Near Yajia village lay a hidden treasure meant for the female protagonist Liu Yanqing, a tome known as the Celestial Medical Codex, left behind by the ancient healer Qinwanji. Recalling this, she sought the direction of the hidden treasure with a fervent prayer. Dear daughter, do not blame your mother. I am not here to steal your codex. Circumstances force my hand. I promise to craft you a new golden finger and provide you with 10 handsome suitors for a harem, a grand harem. With renewed determination, she ventured deeper into the woods, her will to survive bolstering her strength. After a series of twists and turns, she finally located the entrance just before dusk. Thankful for her memory of the initial setup, she approached an unassuming crooked tree, unaware that the small hole concealed profound secrets. Ling Xiaoyu, oblivious to the time, estimated from the full moon above that it was likely mid-month. According to her understanding, the barrier within the cave was weakest during a full moon, allowing her to pass through the crooked tree's branches. However, she was aware that a formidable guardian beast awaited her inside. After some contemplation, she resolved to take the first step. Her body grew weaker by the moment, and if she did not act, she would perish long before any calamity could strike. Quietly, she approached the crooked tree, snapped off a branch, and cautiously moved toward the cave entrance. Indeed, as she neared the cave, the small opening transformed, revealing a door equipped with a combination lock. Ling Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. She had once whimsically concocted this scenario, often criticized by readers. Has the author lost their mind? Indeed, what nonsense is this password lock? Unfazed by others' opinions, she confidently entered the code, 857,857. With a satisfying click, the door swung open and a small, entirely white fox leaped out, rushing into Ling Xiaoyu's embrace, its 7 tails wagging excitedly. Woo-woo, you're here. I've suffered so much. What happened to the promised 9-tailed celestial fox? Ling Xiaoyu grasped the fox by its neck, holding it before her, unwilling to acknowledge that she had devised this powerful beast. Shaking her head, she approached the lone table in the cave, where a box awaited. She knew the coveted item lay within, but before she could open it, a sharp pain shot through her right hand, causing her to drop the small fox. The little fox, feeling rejected, bit her finger in indignation. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated with a brilliant silver light, and the adorable fox expanded dramatically, nearly filling the entire cavern. Quick to react, Ling Xiaoyu tucked the box into her bosom and leaped out of the cave. The moment she landed, the cave collapsed behind her. Rising to her feet, she glanced back at the silver light shooting skyward, a wave of helplessness washing over her. This was disastrous. It seemed the protagonist's golden finger was not something just anyone could claim. In the blink of an eye, several streaks of light rushed toward her from a distance. Ling Xiaoyu quickly devised a plan, scrambling back into the woods, fervently hoping that this troublesome 9-tailed fox would impede the pursuers. Though she possessed a vague mental map, running in the woods left her lost, and she was unaware of how long she had been fleeing. By chance, she stumbled into a concealed earthen cave, remaining silent on the ground for a long while before sitting up. This was the point of no return, and as she pressed on, she discovered there truly was no path ahead. Ling Xiaoyu hesitantly withdrew the box from her robe and opened it, revealing a plain black storage bracelet. Now, attempting to conquer it could lead to her demise, yet doing nothing might prove even more fatal. Resolutely, she bit down on her finger. Gao. Those shows were deceiving. Biting your finger doesn't just hurt, it's excruciating. Observing the trickle of blood upon her fingertip, she wasted no time and pressed her finger against the bracelet. To her surprise, the bracelet seemed to have a mouth, firmly attaching itself to her finger, drawing out her blood and gradually staining the entire bracelet crimson. As the bracelet began to emit a crimson glow, the light intensified, gradually spilling over the surface and painting half the sky in hues of red. Nearby, various powerful figures searching for the fleeing divine beast began to take notice of the radiant crimson light and hurried towards it. Ling Xiaoyu observed the bracelet's phenomenon and suddenly recalled her earlier writings, which described the awe-inspiring scene of recognizing a master. Her composure began to waver, and she feared she might be undone by her own creation. When the red light fully enveloped the area, an upheaval occurred, and Ling Xiaoyu, along with the bracelet, vanished from their location. By the time the prominent figures arrived, only an empty box remained in the cave. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu found herself transported to a miniature realm, clutching a jade calf, which was indeed the heavenly medicine cannon. With no time for contemplation, the jade calf transformed into a radiant beam of jade light that enveloped her completely. Ling Xiaoyu felt a brief pang in her mind before losing consciousness. When she awoke, she was surrounded by a riot of flowers, with several charming young men nearby. Stretching languidly, she inadvertently touched something cold, and upon closer inspection, she gasped, "A sword!" Faced with the youthful yet furious faces around her, Ling Xiaoyu immediately knelt, pleading, "Great ones, spare me. Yu Zifeng can be saved." Chapter 2. The Manifestation of Xianyang. Within the Yulan sect, chaos erupted in the apothecary pavilion as nearly all the pharmacists gathered. The third elder of Yaoshan Valley, Elder Chen Baizhu, was also summoned to the scene, all encircling the gravely injured Yu Zifeng's bedside. Yu Lai paced anxiously before the hall, occasionally glancing at his son, who was swathed in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible. Each time he met Elder Chen's gaze, the elder's resigned shake of the head deepened Yu Lai's despair. The relentless strain of recent days had aged the usually robust sect leader considerably, with bloodshot eyes betraying his weariness. Elder Chen felt deep sorrow for the young man before him, but was at a loss for what to do. Sighing, he exited the apothecary pavilion after dismissing everyone else. Once alone, Yu Lai approached, gently taking Yu Zifeng's hand, his voice trembling. "My son, why has it come to this? That accursed demoness. Rest assured, I will avenge you." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and Yu Lai could no longer contain his pent-up fury. With a swift motion, he shattered the door of the apothecary pavilion. "Who dares disturb the peace? Do you seek death?" Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu, who had just arrived at the Yulan sect, had endured countless gusts of wind and punches along the way. Had it not been for the protection of the charming young men around her, she would have perished numerous times. Just then, a door came hurtling towards her, sending her soul fleeing in terror as she instinctively ducked behind a fair-skinned youth. Fortunately, the young man skillfully kicked the door aside, causing it to splinter into pieces. Hearing the noise, Ling Xiaoyu cautiously peered out, locking eyes with the furious Yu Lai. Her every hair stood on end, and grasping the youth's clothing, she weakly greeted, "Hello, sect leader Yu." Upon seeing his enemy, Yu Lai's rage flared. In an instant, he was before her, gripping her neck with one hand, growling, "Demoness! Dare you remain insolent? I shall send you to your demise." A vacuum formed around Ling Xiaoyu as he tightened his hold, her face reddening from lack of air as she struggled to signal for help. Yu Lai, however, paid her no heed, only increasing his grip. "Master, show mercy." A voice, like a melodious chime, broke through the chaos. "Disciple has urgent news." "Chinger, whatever it is can wait. I must first deal with this demoness to avenge my son." Yu Lai showed no sign of relenting as he felt the life slipping from his grip. "Master, the demoness claims she can save the younger disciple." Yu Zicheng, unable to conceal his urgency, shouted out.
"What?"
Yu Lai, upon hearing that there was hope for his son, despite his instinct to doubt, could not bring himself to disregard this sole opportunity. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip, and Ling Xiaoyu fell to the ground, coughing violently. "Demoness, do you truly believe you can save my son?" Yu Lai no longer looked at Yu Zicheng but turned sharply to Ling Xiaoyu, demanding, "Quickly present the means to save him. This sect may consider sparing your life." After a moment's pause, Ling Xiaoyu had mentally condemned Yu Lai's ancestors 100 times, but dared not show her displeasure. Sect leader Yu, I do indeed possess a method to save him, but it requires my direct involvement. I beseech you to grant me some time to prepare." Yu Lai, observing Ling Xiaoyu's nonchalance, fought to suppress his urge to strike her down. "You have 1 day. If you cannot revive my son, I shall personally send you to hell, and the suffering you will endure is beyond your imagination." Chinger, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape." "Yes, master." Yu Zicheng nodded in agreement, then seized Ling Xiaoyu, escorting her into the inner chamber of the apothecary pavilion where Yu Zifeng lay. Silence enveloped them as Yu Zicheng regarded the dazed Ling Xiaoyu with puzzlement, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Demoness, why do you hesitate? Do you intend to flee?" Medicine. 9 Immortals Pill. Effect. Revives the dead, restoring flesh and bone as long as there is a trace of life. Complete healing is possible. Usage. Must be combined with Xianyang manifestation, or it will be ineffective. Upon reading this, Ling Xiaoyu felt helpless. She had not designed her character to suffer such grievous wounds. Where could she find the 9 Immortals Pill, let alone the Xianyang manifestation, which she had never even heard of? This nefarious system was truly too cruel. "Demoness, if you dare play any tricks, my sword will show no mercy." Yu Zicheng, on the verge of losing his composure, gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to take her life at a moment's notice. "Do not utter such nonsense. I do not understand your words. Hurry and save him. Otherwise, I shall behead you." Yu Zicheng, having grown up as a gentleman, maintained a distance from the female disciples of the sect, and now, coming so brazenly close to this chaotic demoness, he found himself flustered and retreated several steps away from her nonsensical ramblings. All right. Do not rush me. I am searching for the medicine." Ling Xiaoyu, feeling the lingering sensation, rubbed her hands together and, glancing at the youth's alternating complexion, hesitantly inquired, "Have you ever heard of Xianyang manifestation?" "What did you say?" Yu Zicheng's face paled at the mention of the name. "How do you know of this substance? Are you scheming for it? I must inform the master." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, summoning a translucent barrier that encased Ling Xiaoyu. Then he sprang into the air, accompanied by a voice behind him. "Hey, why are you so spineless? You have no self-control at all. Why do you always rely on the master? You are such a disgrace." Once Yu Zicheng departed, Ling Xiaoyu began to ponder. Why did his expression shift so dramatically at the mention of that item? Had she overlooked something? After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to abandon the thought. The plot of her story had already been altered by the system, and she could not proceed solely according to her original intentions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She remembered the storage bracelet she had picked up, a treasure left by Chen Wanji. Perhaps it contained the elusive 9 Immortals pill. With that thought, she began to examine the bracelet's contents. Fortuitously, she discovered a vial labeled 9 Immortals pill, but the accompanying note warned that there had been minor issues during its refinement, marking it as a defective product, to be used with caution. Ling Xiaoyu felt torn. This so-called divine physician seemed to enjoy tormenting others. Why not simply refine the pills properly and leave the flawed ones behind as keepsakes? Without allowing her a moment to ponder, Yu Zicheng hastily arrived alongside Yu Lai. As Yu Lai reached out again, intent on seizing, Ling Xiaoyu, disregarding her hesitation, promptly discarded the explanation and raised the medicine bottle to shield herself from that approaching hand, exclaiming, "Do not move. This is the 9 Immortal pill, just this one. If you do not wish to save your son, feel free to act." Ling Xiaoyu wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her lips quivering as she spoke. "This is to save Yu Zifeng. Who would covet such a triviality? To save your son, this is the sole method. Consume the 9 Immortal pill with Xianyang illusion dew." Yu Lai reached for the medicine bottle, but Ling Xiaoyu nimbly evaded, raising her small hand in a threatening gesture. "Do not snatch it. If you attempt to take it again, I shall shatter it, and we shall all perish together." Yu Lai glared at her ominously, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. She forced a laugh and explained, You need not be so angry. I am merely trying to preserve my own life. What if you take it and then betray me?" You understand, right? He, humph." Yu Lai flicked his sleeve and averted his gaze, fearing he might lose control and strike her. After taking a deep breath, he slowly inquired, "You assert that Xianyang illusion dew is imperative for saving my son. This is indeed true? Very well. I shall procure it for you." Yu Lai remained silent for a long while before finally speaking in a subdued tone. "Master." Yu Zicheng stepped forward anxiously, as if to say something, but was halted by Yu Lai's raised hand. "No need for further words. Feng's life is worth it." With that, he departed in a flurry. "Hey, what is wrong with you, Shibayanan? It seems your master possesses the Xianyang illusion dew, capable of saving your junior brother. Are you not pleased?" Ling Xiaoyu observed Yu Zicheng's troubled expression, curiously inquiring, "What do you know?" "I cannot be bothered to explain." Yu Zicheng shot her a disdainful glance before turning away, refusing to engage further. Though perplexed, Ling Xiaoyu refrained from asking any questions for the sake of her own survival. She directly administered the medicine bottle, hastily pouring the flawed 9 Immortal pill into Yu Zifeng's mouth, her heart racing as she observed. Soon, a gentle white glow enveloped Yu Zifeng's body, dissipating within moments. When she looked again, his complexion had turned rosy, and after fluttering his eyelashes, he slowly opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Ling Xiaoyu, weakly murmuring, "Mother, did I have missed you?" That moment, the commotion outside the medicine chamber erupted anew. "You lie. You old scoundrel. Come out. Where have you taken my Xianyang illusion dew? Indeed, that treasure has been passed down through generations, immensely valuable, a single drop appearing only once every 60 years. Second brother is on the verge of a breakthrough, and you lie, even as the sect master, cannot act so unreasonably. Greetings, second elder, third elder. Please wait a moment, allow me to report." "Humph, be gone." It was evident that a scuffle had ensued outside, accompanied by the sounds of combat and various objects being toppled and shattered. Disregarding Yu Zifeng's tender call of mother, Yu Lai exchanged a glance with Yu Ziqing. The two then swiftly hoisted Yu Zifeng and Ling Xiaoyu and fled towards the back door of the medicine chamber. Ling Xiaoyu initially intended to accompany the female protagonist on a journey of monster slaying and leveling up, aspiring to achieve the grand mission of salvation. However, to her dismay, every encounter was fraught with unexpected twists. While the female protagonist failed to acquire any advantageous artifacts, Ling Xiaoyu found herself reluctantly growing in power. Do you claim to be from a family of alchemists? Can you produce elixirs? Do you dare compare yourself to me? You assert that you are from a family of diviners? Can you discern my origins? Step aside. You profess to be the leader of the demon clan? Pray, do you know Feng Yu? If you are unfamiliar with him, how dare you be arrogant before me? Amidst a cacophony of arrogance, she was inadvertently propelled towards greatness, only to later learn that she was merely a living fertilizer, now fully grown and ready for use. If she chose not to cooperate, her elder partner would perish, yet, should she comply, her own life would be forfeit. What was she to do? Chapter 1. My daughter, I am sorry. Ling Xiaoyu struggled to open her eyes. In her hazy vision, the sky appeared a brilliant blue, and the sunlight was painfully bright. She attempted to shield her eyes, but was met with a sharp pain. Ah, she's awake. Dr. Liu is truly remarkable. She's the daughter of your third aunt. You've seen many people, but this girl looks unfamiliar. Her attire suggests she hails from a noble family. Oh dear. What a tragedy. Though she has awakened, the poor young master was found with only his head intact. Dr. Liu declared that no remedy could save him. As she stared blankly at the sudden influx of people, the din of their discussions caused her head to throb painfully. After a wave of dizziness, Ling Xiaoyu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. As the initial disorientation faded, Ling Xiaoyu exerted herself to sit up and survey her surroundings. The modest abode, though simple, was notably tidy, and the air was infused with a faint herbal fragrance. Recalling the name Dr. Liu from before her fainting spell, she surmised she was in the residence of the protagonist, Liu Yanqing. Reflecting on the narrative, she rubbed her temples, feeling a sense of melancholy. What was meant to be an unexpected romantic encounter had devolved into a calamity. Yu Zifeng, the son of the sect master of the Yulan sect, was now entangled in this predicament. Task duration: 7 days, completion reward: 1 premium rejuvenation pill. Failure penalty: the world of this story will collapse, and the author shall face dire retribution. Just then another prompt echoed, run. Ling Xiaoyu remained frozen. Run? With this injured body, where would she find the strength? Overwhelmed by fatigue, she listened as the uproar grew closer, when suddenly, a realization struck her. She turned to see a group of sword-wielding youths in white, led by an elderly man with a white beard, charging toward her, shouting, Demonis, surrender your life. Demonis, return my brother. Demonis, you shall pay for my son's death. The scene descended into chaos, and Ling Xiaoyu, like a startled rabbit, fled desperately into the mountains. To her astonishment, she felt as light as a feather, her speed unmatched by the burly men pursuing her. Thus, she ran into the forest, the shouts behind her diminishing until silence enveloped her. Breathing heavily, she paused, thinking, I've never feared long-distance running. Gurgle. After catching her breath, her stomach growled, signaling hunger. Since her arrival, she had not consumed a single grain of rice, and now, with her body aching and energy waning, she felt increasingly weak. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Near Yaojia village, there was a hidden artifact intended for the protagonist, Liu Yanqing, a tome left by the ancient divine physician, Qinwanji. Though uncertain of her direction, she ventured forth, hands clasped in prayer. Oh, dear daughter, please do not blame your mother. I did not intend to seize your artifact. Circumstances compel me, and I promise to craft you a new one in the future, along with 10 handsome suitors for your harem. With resolve, she pressed deeper into the forest, driven by her will to survive. After a circuitous journey, she finally located the entrance, just as dusk began to fall. Grateful that she remembered her own backstory, she approached the unassuming crooked tree, unaware that within its small hollow lay hidden secrets. Ling Xiaoyu had no sense of time, but judging by the full moon above, she guessed it was around the middle of the lunar month. According to her narrative, the protective barrier within the cave would be weakest during a full moon, allowing her to enter safely through the crooked tree's branches. However, a formidable guardian beast awaited inside. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to take the first step, for her condition was deteriorating rapidly. If she did not act soon, she would perish from exhaustion before the heavens could enact their judgment. Ling Xiaoyu tiptoed to the crooked tree, breaking off a branch and cautiously approaching the cave entrance. Indeed, as she neared within 3 feet, the small opening transformed before her eyes into a door, complete with a combination lock. Elated, she remembered how she had whimsically written about this place, often facing criticism from readers. Has this author lost their mind? Indeed, who would place such a ridiculous lock here? Despite rarely considering others' opinions, she confidently entered the code, 857,857. With a satisfying click, the lock opened, and a small, pure white fox sprang forth, darting into her arms, its 7 tails wagging joyfully. Aurora, you've come. I've suffered greatly. What happened to the promised 9-tailed celestial fox? Ling Xiaoyu pinched the little fox by its neck, holding it before her, refusing to acknowledge that she had created this powerful beast herself. Shaking her head, she approached the only table in the cave, where a box lay. She knew the item she sought was within. Before she could open it, a sharp pain shot through her right hand as the little fox bit her finger in indignation. In an instant, the cave was illuminated by a brilliant silver light as the adorable fox grew exponentially, threatening to fill the entire space. With quick reflexes, Ling Xiaoyu tucked the box into her bosom and leapt out of the cave. Just as she landed, the cave collapsed behind her. She quickly rose, gazing back at the silver light shooting into the sky, a wave of despair washing over her. This creature was a trickster. It seemed the protagonist's artifact was not something just anyone could claim. In the blink of an eye, several streaks of light approached from afar. Ling Xiaoyu's mind raced as she frantically crawled deeper into the forest, hoping these formidable figures would be delayed by the troublesome 9-tailed fox. Although she possessed a vague mental map, once she began to run, she lost all sense of direction. By chance, she stumbled into a concealed earth cave, lying silently for a long time before sitting up. Here, at the end of the road, she discovered that there was indeed no way forward. Ling Xiaoyu hesitated, extracting the box from her pocket and opening it to reveal an unassuming black storage bracelet. Conquering it could lead to dire consequences, yet doing nothing would surely result in a worse fate. Finally, she resolved to bite her finger decisively.
Ouch!
The television lied. Biting one's finger doesn't just hurt a little. Seeing the trickle of blood on her fingertip, she wasted no time and pressed her finger against the bracelet. The bracelet seemed to come alive, firmly adhering to her finger as it began to draw her blood, suffusing the entire bracelet with a crimson hue. The bracelet began to emit a crimson glow, which gradually intensified, spilling over the surface and painting the sky a deep red. Nearby, the various powerful figures searching for the escaped divine beast took notice of the radiant light and hurried over. Ling Xiaoyu, observing the unusual phenomenon of the bracelet, suddenly recalled the spectacular scene she had envisioned when she wrote about the bond of recognition. Her composure began to waver, realizing that she might be undone by her own creation. As the red light fully spread, a tumultuous upheaval occurred, and Ling Xiaoyu, along with the bracelet, vanished from her location, leaving only an empty box behind when the powerful figures arrived. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu found herself transported to a small realm, clutching a jade calf, which was none other than the heavenly medical codex. Without granting her any time for contemplation, the jade calf eagerly transformed into a beam of jade light, enveloping her entirely. Ling Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her head, and then her consciousness faded away. When she awoke once more, she was surrounded by a riot of flowers, encircled by numerous handsome youths. Stretching languidly, she inadvertently brushed against something icy and, upon closer inspection, gasped in surprise. A sword. Confronted by youthful yet furious faces, Ling Xiaoyu immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Esteemed swordsman, spare me. The jade calf can save you." Chapter 2. The Illusion of Xianyang. At this moment within the Yulan sect, the apothecary hall was in disarray. Nearly all the pharmacists had gathered. Elder Chen Baizhu, the third elder of the Medicine God Valley, had also been summoned, and they all crowded around the bed of the gravely injured Yu Zifeng. Yu Lai paced anxiously before the hall, occasionally glancing at his son, whose eyes were the only visible part of his bandaged form, exchanging solemn looks with Elder Chen. After days of relentless stress and hardship, this once robust sect leader appeared significantly aged, his eyes bloodshot. Elder Chen, filled with sorrow for the young man before him, could only shake his head helplessly and sighed as he exited the apothecary hall. Once alone, Yu Lai approached, gently grasping Yu Zifeng's hand, his voice choked with emotion. "My son, why has it come to this? That accursed demoness. Rest assured, I will avenge you." Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, and Yu Lai could no longer contain his pent-up fury. With a swift motion, he struck the door of the apothecary hall, sending it flying. Who dares to create such a ruckus? Are you seeking death? Meanwhile, the newly arrived Ling Xiaoyu, on her way to the apothecary hall, had endured numerous gusts of wind and punches. Had it not been for the protection of the handsome youths around her, she might have perished several times over. As a door flew directly at her, she was so startled that her soul nearly left her body. She ducked behind a fair-skinned youth, who skillfully kicked the door aside, shattering it into pieces. Hearing the commotion, Ling Xiaoyu cautiously peeked out and locked eyes with the furious Yu Lai, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Grasping the young man's garment, she weakly greeted, "Hello. Hello. Esteemed sect leader Yu, how do you fare?" Upon encountering an enemy, Yu Lai's rage flared, and he swiftly advanced towards her, gripping her neck with one hand, declaring fiercely, "Demoness, do you dare to be so brazen? I shall send you to the netherworld." A vacuum formed around Ling Xiaoyu as she was lifted off the ground, her face turning crimson, unable to utter a sound, only able to gesture with her hands. Yu Lai, however, paid her no mind, tightening his grip instead. "Master, spare her." Ling Xiaoyu, her vision blurring, heard a celestial voice. "Disciple, I have something to report." "Cheng'er, wait. I must first deal with this demoness to avenge my son." Yu Lai had no intention of relenting, and as he saw the life fading from Ling Xiaoyu, he tightened his grip further. "Master, the demoness claims she can save the young disciple." Yu Zicheng, unable to contain himself, shouted urgently. "What?" Yu Lai, upon hearing that his son could still be saved, hesitated, his desire to doubt battling with the hope of seizing this solitary opportunity. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip, and Ling Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, coughing violently. "Demoness, do you truly say my son can be saved?" Yu Lai, no longer regarding Yu Zicheng, turned sharply to Ling Xiaoyu, demanding, "Quickly, present the means to save him. The sect may consider sparing your life." After a moment of recuperation, Ling Xiaoyu had cursed Yu Lai's ancestors 100 times in her heart, yet her expression remained placid. "Hee. Esteemed sect leader Yu, I do have a method to save him, but it requires my direct involvement. I kindly ask for a little time to prepare." Yu Lai, glaring at the cheeky Ling Xiaoyu, struggled to suppress the urge to strike her down, gravely stating, "You have 1 day. If you cannot revive my son, I shall personally send you to hell, and the suffering will be unimaginable." "Humph. Cheng'er, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape." "Understood, Master." Yu Zicheng nodded in agreement, then pulled Ling Xiaoyu along as they entered the inner chamber of the apothecary hall, where Yu Zifeng lay. Silence enveloped them as Yu Zicheng observed the dazed Ling Xiaoyu, confusion etched across his face. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Demoness, why do you stand there in a daze? Hurry and begin your healing. Are you contemplating an escape?" Medicine, 9 Immortals Pill. Effects: revives the deceased, restoring flesh and bone as long as there is a breath of life. Complete healing is possible. Usage: must be combined with Xianyang Illusion Dew, or it will be ineffective. Upon reading this, Ling Xiaoyu felt exasperated. She had not designed for her character to be so gravely wounded. Where could she possibly find this 9 Immortals Pill, let alone the Xianyang Illusion Dew, of which she had never even heard? This faulty system was exceedingly unfair. "Demoness, if you dare to play tricks, my sword will show no mercy." Yu Zicheng, nearly at his breaking point, grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to take her life at any moment. "Do not speak so rashly. I do not comprehend your words. Hurry and save him. If you utter another word, I shall sever your head." Yu Zicheng, raised in a manner befitting a gentleman, had maintained a distance from the female disciples of the sect, and he had never been so brazenly grasped by someone, prompting him to take a few steps back in irritation, distancing himself from this nonsensical demoness. All right. Do not be so impatient. I am searching for the medicine. Ling Xiaoyu, feeling the lingering sensation, rubbed her hands together, then glanced at the young man's changing complexion, sheepishly asking, "Might I inquire if you have heard of the Xianyang illusion due?" "What did you say?" Yu Zicheng's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. "How do you know of this substance? Have you schemed to acquire it? I must inform the master." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, causing a translucent barrier to envelop Ling Xiaoyu before he swiftly took flight, accompanied by a voice from behind. "Hey, why are you such a coward? Lacking any composure? Why must you always seek the master? You spineless brat. You infuriate me." Once Yu Zicheng departed, Ling Xiaoyu began to ponder. Why did he panic upon hearing that name? Had she overlooked something? After much contemplation, she decided to abandon the thought her narrative had been altered by the system, and she could no longer follow her original storyline. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She had yet to examine the storage bracelet she had picked up, a treasure left by Chen Wanji. Perhaps it contained the elusive 9 Immortals pill. With that thought, she began to explore the bracelet's contents. By sheer chance, she indeed found a vial labeled 9 Immortals pill, though it bore a disclaimer stating that during its refinement, a slight error had occurred, marking it as a defective product use with caution. Ling Xiaoyu found herself in a dilemma. This so-called divine physician was truly deceptive. Why concoct pills only to leave behind flawed ones as mementos? Without allowing her any time for contemplation, Yu Zicheng had already rushed over with Yulai. As Yulai reached out again to grasp her, Ling Xiaoyu, disregarding her hesitation, quickly discarded the explanation, raised the potion bottle to shield against that approaching hand, and shouted, "Hold your hand, this is the 9 Immortals elixir, just this one. If you do not wish to save your son, then proceed with your actions." Ling Xiaoyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and, with trembling lips, declared, "This is to save Yu Zifeng. Who would covet such trifles? If you want to save your son, this is the only method: consume the 9 Immortals elixir with Xianyang illusion dew." As Yulai reached for the potion bottle, Ling Xiaoyu deftly evaded, lifting her small hand in a threatening manner. "Do not snatch it. If you try again, I shall shatter it. In this scenario, we all perish together." Yulai glared at her, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. She forced a chuckle and explained, "You need not be so agitated. I am merely trying to save my own life. What if you take it and then turn against me? You understand, right? Ha ha ha." Humph. With a flick of his sleeve, Yulai averted his gaze, fearful that he might lose control and harm her. After a deep breath, he slowly inquired, "You assert that only Xianyang illusion do can save my son. This is absolutely certain? Very well. I shall procure it for you." Yulai remained silent for a long while before finally uttering these words, with a hint of melancholy. "Master." Yu Zicheng stepped forward anxiously, seemingly about to speak, but was halted by Yulai's raised hand. "No need for further words. Feng's life is invaluable." With that, he departed in a flurry. "Hey, that Master Baonan, what troubles you? It appears your master possesses the Xianyang illusion. Do you capable of saving your junior brother? Are you not elated?" Ling Xiaoyu observed Yu Zicheng's troubled expression and curiously inquired, "What do you know? I have no desire to converse with you." Yu Zicheng shot her a glance of disdain before turning away, ignoring her entirely. Though perplexed, Ling Xiaoyu refrained from questioning for the sake of her own survival. She promptly administered the potion, carelessly pouring the flawed 9 Immortals elixir into Yu Zifeng's mouth, anxiously observing the outcome. A gentle white radiance enveloped Yu Zifeng's body, and within mere moments, it dissipated. When she looked again, his complexion had taken on a rosy hue. After a few fluttering eyelashes, his eyes slowly opened, scanning the surroundings before locking onto Ling Xiaoyu, weakly murmuring, "Mother, I missed you." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the apothecary. "Yulai, you old wretch! Come out! Where have you taken my Xianyang illusion dew? Indeed, that treasure is a priceless heirloom, only appearing once in a century." With the second brother on the verge of a breakthrough, Yulai, even as the sect leader, cannot act so unreasonably. "Greetings, Elder Second, Elder Third. Please wait a moment while I report." Humph. Get lost. It was evident that a scuffle had broken out outside, accompanied by the sounds of conflict and the crashing of various objects. Disregarding Yu Zifeng's plea for mother, Yu Lai exchanged a glance with Yu Zicheng. Together, they hoisted Yu Zifeng and Ling Xiaoyu and swiftly made their escape through the back door of the apothecary. Chapter 3. Encounter with the little fox. Ling Xiaoyu was still lost in the euphoria of her newfound existence, oblivious to the reality around her. As Yu Zifeng awakened, the system chimed. Ding. Task completed. Reward. 1 premium rejuvenation pill. The reward item automatically entered the system space. Task duration. 7 days. Task reward. None. Task failure. The author meets their demise. In her despair, Ling Xiaoyu was carried away without her notice. It wasn't until the chilling mountain breeze brushed against her face that she jolted awake, exclaiming, "What? Master Bao Nan, what is happening? Oh my, I'm flying." At that moment, Yu Lai's voice rang out. "Chenger, do not act recklessly. We are still uncertain about Feng Yu's condition. Let us escape first." "Yes, master." Yu Zicheng, hearing the chaotic sounds of pursuit behind them, understood the urgency of the moment. He continued to run, but deftly sealed the mouth of the person he was carrying. Ling Xiaoyu attempted to protest, but her voice was stifled, and no one could comprehend her muffled cries. It wasn't until the sounds of pursuit faded away that the two fugitives slowed down, weaving their way to a secluded waterfall. Yu Lai skillfully evaded the cascading water and entered a cave, while Yu Zicheng hoisted Ling Xiaoyu above his head and plunged into the cave, drenched. Unaccustomed to such force, Ling Xiaoyu was knocked unconscious. Before losing consciousness, she heard Yu Zicheng's scornful taunt. "Humph. What a fool, unable to withstand a mere splash of water." When she awoke again, Ling Xiaoyu found herself lying on a pile of hay, while Yu Zifeng was comfortably resting on a mat that resembled a plush mattress. The disparity was stark. It was clear that in their eyes, her combat prowess was negligible. They likely never anticipated her to awaken so swiftly, or perhaps thought she would be unable to escape even if she did, leaving no one to guard her. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she climbed up and ventured outside. The cave's interior was labyrinthine, and after wandering a few circles, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that this cave was the Lingxi cave where the protagonist had inadvertently rescued the male lead. Following her instincts, she navigated through the twists and turns until she discovered another concealed exit. Where should I search for Lu Yanqing? This is exhausting. Ling Xiaoyu hastily emerged from the cave, sweeping away any traces she left behind. After all, she couldn't let her subordinate's character be easily captured. She dusted herself off and headed towards the nearby Golden Finger location, muttering to herself, "No matter. First, I'll help you retrieve the Golden Finger, and then I'll assist in fetching your husband." This endeavor, she thought, might just compensate for the loss of her daughter's first Golden Finger. Suddenly, she recalled the system's reward. Taking it out, she toyed with it in her hands when she felt the treetops above shake. Ling Xiaoyu called out tentatively, "I do not wish to intrude, esteemed friend. So I shall take my leave." After performing a semblance of a bow, she turned to flee. However, wherever she ran, the trees shook, and no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't escape it. It didn't seem threatening, yet Ling Xiaoyu, exhausted, had no choice but to stop. "Big brother, what do you want? I have no money, and my life isn't worth much either. Why do you keep following me?" Aside from the rustling of the trees, there was no response. Realizing there was no danger, she decided to sit down. "Phew, I'm so tired. I haven't had a proper meal in days. This is exhausting. I'm so hungry." As she grumbled, her stomach audibly growled, prompting the treetops to shake once more. Suddenly, a bright red fruit fell directly into her hands. Ling Xiaoyu stared in astonishment at the fruit that had descended from above. Looking up, she saw nothing, and despite her hunger, she hesitated to eat something so unfamiliar. Just then, the trees shook again, accompanied by the sound of someone munching on the fruit.
Moment latte.
A seed flew out. Now she understood. The person in the tree was indicating that the fruit was safe to eat. She rubbed the fruit's skin with her hand and took a bite. "I wonder who is helping me. It's quite strange," she pondered. With little to lose, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes, biting into the fruit. This is delicious." The sweetness of the fruit invigorated her, and she quickly devoured it, licking her lips in satisfaction. Just as she contemplated shamelessly asking for another fruit, the treetops rustled again, and another handful of fruit fell into her embrace. Ling Xiaoyu clutched the fruit and bowed 3 times towards the trees, saying, "Thank you, esteemed friend. I must be on my way now. May we meet again by fate." In her haste to complete her task, Ling Xiaoyu failed to notice the slight tremor in the trees, as if something had shifted. She pulled out another fruit, munching on it as she hurried towards the location of the ancient ruins. Within half an hour, she reached the hidden site of the ancient ruins. Just as she intended to enter quietly, she heard voices from the forest behind her. "Master, that little one is quite cunning. The spirit bees can barely discern her location. Hurry, pursue her." The sounds of rushing footsteps grew louder, forcing Ling Xiaoyu to find a place to hide. She crouched in a hollow on a hillside, surrounded by greenery that looked like a flat carpet of grass. The weary disciples of the Yang family did not thoroughly search the area. As she listened to the footsteps recede, Ling Xiaoyu began to relax, but the heavens seemed to enjoy playing tricks on her. After munching on several fiery, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Before her brain could process what was happening, she heard a rumble, and 2 words echoed in her mind: "Game over." Ling Xiaoyu remained perfectly still, pretending to be dead, but it was futile as her hiding spot was discovered. She lifted her head to see a circle of gray-clad men surrounding her. Oh no! Surrounded again. I was at least dealing with fresh meat before. Now I'm stuck with a bunch of old jerks. Her inner thoughts did not hinder her from displaying a submissive demeanor. She waved her right paw and greeted, "Hey.
Hey.
Brothers, are you here to relieve yourselves too?" In the next moment, she was hoisted up by a powerful grip and brought before a man in black. Unceremoniously tossed at his feet. "Master, she's as good as a fool." Ling Xiaoyu, hearing this, protested, "Hey, who are you calling a fool? I was just foraging for herbs and had an urgent need. Who's the real fool here?" Silence. The man in black glared, turning his back as if merely glancing at Ling Xiaoyu was a grave insult. "Yang Xiyuan, take care of her." The older man ignored her and stood 3 meters away, while the gray-clad man, Yang Xiyuan, rushed over to silence Ling Xiaoyu with a resounding slap. "Will you confess or not?" Ling Xiaoyu was stunned, her mind blank. She couldn't utter a single word. "Still not confessing? Let me help you." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Beat her." The surrounding men surged forward, and Ling Xiaoyu, taken aback, finally managed to shout, "Stop." Yang Xiyuan waved his hand once more, causing the burly man to retreat to the side. With a smug expression, he stroked his 2 little mustaches and chuckled. "Women are just women, utterly devoid of any backbone. Have you thought of a clever way to plead? Speak up." Ling Xiaoyu, her voice tinged with a sob, replied pitifully, "Big brother, what do you want me to confess? Why don't you just ask? What kind of hero strikes a woman?" Observing the woman before him in tears, and recalling the earlier display of utter powerlessness, he pondered if she was truly just a villager from a nearby settlement gathering herbs. His demeanor softened slightly as he inquired, "Pray tell, have you seen a white little fox?" This question immediately reminded Ling Xiaoyu of the 9-tailed celestial fox, and she shook her head vigorously like a bobblehead, exclaiming, "No, no, I haven't seen anything." Yang Xiyuan, however, was not easily deceived. He discerned the underlying issue at once. "Humph, I see you are merely refusing to drink the good wine and are instead inviting punishment." He produced a porcelain bottle from his pocket, declaring, "Do you see this? It contains my family's secret poison, shattered bones. A mere mortal struck by this venom will find their bones disintegrating into powder within the span of a single incense stick. They will remain alive, reduced to a puddle of flesh on the ground, suffering until death. If you do not speak the truth, this will be your reward." Ling Xiaoyu, already timid by nature, felt her hair stand on end at this dreadful description. Faced with imminent peril, her survival instincts kicked in, and she swiftly retreated several meters. Trembling as she stammered, Big brother, I truly haven't seen any white little fox." At that moment, Yang Xiyuan's keen eyes caught sight of a red fruit dangling from her sleeve. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock, "Fire scale fruit." The man in black, upon hearing the mention of the fire scale fruit, leaped forward, urgently asking, "Where's the fire scale fruit?" He unleashed a gust of wind toward Ling Xiaoyu, who found herself rooted to the spot, unable to evade the impending strike aimed at her chest. Just as the palm was about to connect, the bushes rustled violently, and a brilliant silver light flashed as a colossal divine fox shielded her. It was the nine-tailed celestial fox. Without allowing them a moment to react, the nine-tailed fox's 7 long tails swept through the air, swiftly dispatching the henchmen of the man in black. During the fray, the man in black himself was struck by a fox tail, his eyes filled with resentment as he fled. Once the man in black vanished, the nine-tailed celestial fox before Ling Xiaoyu appeared to have exhausted its strength, gradually diminishing in size until it plopped into the palm of her hand, alongside half a fire-scale fruit. Chapter 4. The Heavenly Physician's Order. Alas. With her left hand cradling the little fox and her right hand clutching half of a fire, Ling Xiaoyu found herself at a loss. Reason urged her to protect herself and distance from this small creature. However, there was an elusive pull emanating from the little fox, as if they were intrinsically connected. Sighing in resignation, she stuffed the fox into her pocket and made her way toward the entrance of the ruins. After taking a couple of steps, her stomach growled painfully, compelling Ling Xiaoyu to seek refuge in a dense thicket to address her physiological needs. Once resolved, she suddenly remembered the absence of tissue. Her guilty hands reached into her pocket for the little creature. Desperate times call for desperate measures. "I suppose you must endure a bit longer." After a brief interlude, she finally focused on the main objective, treasure hunting within the temple. Standing before the grand entrance marked by the words Heavenly Physician's Mansion, Ling Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire her own ingenuity. The design of each golden opportunity had its flaws. Behold, had she not entered silently once more? With her hands tucked into her pockets, she approached confidently, dismissing the minor traps in her path. With a swift motion, she aimed a kick at the door. Goodness! Was this door truly so resilient? Ling Xiaoyu praised her own design prowess, even as she marveled at the strength of her kick. After contemplating the footprint left behind for some time, she suddenly gasped, "Ah! Has my foot truly become this sturdy?" The little one in her pocket wept internally. "Dear mother, you have consumed the cherished fire I had safeguarded for years. How could it not be hard? Oh dear, and you wish to use it for such purposes. My heart is heavy." Unaware of the little fox's lamentations, Ling Xiaoyu curiously raised her foot, examining it from toe to heel, yet gleaning no insights. Next, she made a fateful decision she would regret for a lifetime. She lifted her right foot high and brought it down forcefully. This seemingly simple act inadvertently activated the temple's mechanism, causing the entire Heavenly Physician's Mansion to tremble violently, the ground undulating beneath her feet. In mere moments, she was thrown to the ground, rolling as if in a stir-fry, helplessly watching as the mansion slowly descended into the earth. Had it not been for the fire fortifying her constitution, she might have been utterly obliterated. When the chaos finally subsided, only a white jade tablet remained on the ground. Ling Xiaoyu, disheveled, crawled over to retrieve it, noticing the inscription Heavenly Physician's Order. Gazing at the jade tablet in her hands, its purpose eluded her, and recalling the golden opportunity she had squandered, she lamented, "What a cruel twist. This was not part of the outline I crafted. Oh, treacherous system, you have exceeded your boundaries." Meanwhile, the man in black who had been frightened away by the little fox was none other than Yang Chengwu, the third son of the Yang family. Known for his vindictive nature and propensity for violence, he was no stranger to bloodshed and would leave no witnesses. Realizing the absence of his quarry, he understood there was a hidden truth at play. Just as he began to search for any clues, the ground trembled once more. Even with his formidable prowess, he was forced to conjure a protective barrier to prevent damage to his internal organs. Yang Chengwu's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and he lunged toward the shadow of the figure ahead. "You thief! Release my treasure!" Immersed in his world of stolen goods, Yang Chengwu paid no heed to her protests. He swiftly seized Ling Xiaoyu's collar, glaring menacingly as he commanded, "Surrender the treasure, or face dire consequences." Pleading for mercy, Ling Xiaoyu clutched his arm tightly, fearful he might inadvertently strangle her. In a moment of panic, she recalled the jade Zifeng, which she had nearly crushed, and quickly explained, I did indeed see a grand hall, but before I could enter, a man in green suddenly appeared and stomped, causing the hall to sink. With a firm grip, Yang Chongwu hoisted her once more and demanded, "Is this true? Do you understand the fate of those who lie? I shall ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension." Yang Chongwu's brow furrowed deeper, contemplating whether to trust this seemingly powerless woman before him. Gradually, he eased his grip and set her down, inquiring, was the man clad in green? Did he possess any other distinctive features? Seeing her chance to escape, Ling Xiaoyu attempted to placate him. "Oh, esteemed one, as a mere mortal, I barely glimpsed the figure. He merely stomped, and the ground shook, nearly claiming my life. Moreover, he turned his back to me, so I did not discern his appearance." Yang Chongwu's mind raced with possibilities regarding the identity of the man in green. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Did he carry a wooden sword, with a blade and hilt as one, entwined with numerous withered vines?" Feigning deep thought, Ling Xiaoyu silently apologized to Zifeng while callously betraying him. It seems there was indeed a sword. Yes, it was wooden. The crown atop his head bore a similar shape. Upon hearing this description, Yang Chongwu muttered to himself, "Could it be the young master of the Yulan sect? Is this a training ground for their disciples? Wait, no." Observing his erratic nods and shakes, Ling Xiaoyu slowly inched backward, and upon creating sufficient distance, she suddenly turned and fled into the forest. Chapter 5. Run, girl. It was only after losing sight of her that he accepted reality. He never anticipated that a woman devoid of any spiritual energy would dare to deceive him and escape right under his nose. Who could she possibly be? Could she be a descendant of some hidden aristocracy out on an adventure? That seemed implausible. She clearly emitted no trace of spiritual energy, appearing weak enough to be easily subdued. Yet, how could she run so swiftly? After much inner turmoil, Yang Chongwu ultimately settled on a conclusion he could accept. She must be a disciple of a prominent family, spirited away by a powerful entity. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu, holding her breath, ran for what felt like an eternity until sheer exhaustion compelled her to halt. She felt utterly drained. Ever since arriving in this cursed place, she had been fleeing for her life, longing for the comfort of her little nest. She reminisced about her cozy, albeit small, home, the carefully chosen soft mattress, and the half-eaten roast duck lingering in the refrigerator. Before she knew it, she had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, in the depths of her dream, Ling Xiaoyu felt something furry brushing against her cheek. Groggily, she swatted at it, mumbling, "Just let me sleep a little longer." In the blink of an eye, she sprang upright, realizing she had transmigrated into a book. What could that furry thing be? Just as her hands were about to connect with the small rabbit, a startling transformation occurred. The cute little creature that had been adorably squatting before her suddenly lunged forward, its tiny mouth expanding grotesquely to reveal sharp fangs. Emitting a roar reminiscent of a cow, accompanied by a foul gust that splattered her face with a viscous liquid. In a flash, Ling Xiaoyu barely managed to muster a mental exclamation of disbelief before rolling backward twice and scrambling to her feet, bolting in a random direction. It was then that she realized she had stumbled into a dense forest, surrounded by unfamiliar towering trees and tangled vines. Ignoring everything else, she ran desperately to escape the gaping maw that pursued her, unaware that her speed was becoming increasingly astonishing. After a frantic chase, Ling Xiaoyu finally managed to shake off the cow-like rabbit. Lacking any sense of direction, and now in a state of panic, she had lost herself in the unknown woods. Leaning against a tree, gasping for breath, she lamented, "Goodness,
I'm utterly exhausted."
what on earth was that creature? It looked so adorable, yet it turned vicious in an instant. Panic surged through her as she saw the monstrous rabbit's face again. She dared not linger any longer. Gathering her strength, she sprinted towards a nearby thicket. Despair washed over her. Oh heavens! Is there no escape? Why are there so many monstrous beasts suddenly appearing? Despite her thoughts, action overtook contemplation, and she executed a swift 90-degree turn to continue her frantic flight. At that moment, the ghastly tree that had chased her collided with a swarm of ants, and in an instant, its massive trunk was engulfed, leaving only a tide of darkness churning behind. Ling Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to push forward. running without a clear sense of time. Eventually, the rustling behind her grew faint until only a few robust ants remained, stubbornly pursuing her. As she pressed on, the landscape ahead suddenly opened up, and she thought, "This is it. I have nowhere to hide. This system is utterly cruel. It has no intention of allowing me to survive." To her surprise, the relentless ants merely cast a brief glance in her direction before retreating into the underbrush. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Ling Xiaoyu failed to perceive the greater danger that loomed ahead. Thirsty from her long flight, she rushed to a nearby pond, disregarding any concerns about cleanliness, and drank deeply. Revitalized after quenching her thirst, she rose to examine the expansive clearing, noting that aside from a few low trees bearing yellow fruit alongside the pond, there were only scattered stones that appeared haphazardly arranged. She found a stone that resembled a bench and sat down, squinting to admire the scenery, marveling at the wonders of nature. As she gazed around, an unsettling feeling crept over her, though she could not quite pinpoint what was amiss. Tilting her head, she continued her observations. Having evaded the beasts, Ling Xiaoyu swung her legs idly, reveling in her triumph as she muttered to herself, "There weren't so many monsters in the previous forest. Where did they all come from? I could certainly win a running competition. No one could catch up to me." At that moment, the little fox nestled in her pocket felt a swell of pride, oblivious to her self-congratulatory musings. It thought to itself, "My master is truly remarkable. Daring to drink from the soul-locking pond and sit on that special stone bench. How impressive." Unbeknownst to both of them, the water in the pond began to darken, as if something was stirring beneath the surface, and a mist began to rise, slowly enveloping the area. The anxious little fox attempted to awaken Ling Xiaoyu telepathically, but soon realized it too had fallen under the spell, unable to resist the pull of the enchantment, only to find itself within the confines of a long-held barrier, convinced it had merely been dreaming. Thus, at the edge of the pond, both girl and beast were ensnared in a shared illusion. Chapter 6. The undaunted king of bargains on the shore. Ling Xiaoyu had entirely succumbed to unconsciousness, while the mist above the water grew increasingly dense. Suddenly, a bubble burst on the surface with a soft pop, causing the water to begin to boil. The sky darkened ominously, shrouded in thick clouds, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. In the next moment, the water trembled, and a bulge began to form at the heart of the pool, with a massive shadow slowly rising to the surface. Just as the shadow's sharp horn was about to breach the water, the air distorted abruptly. Following a ripple in the void, a slender, unknown branch appeared above the soul-locking pool. Though delicate, its bark was wrinkled, resembling an elderly man who had lived many years. On this branch were 7 uniquely shaped green leaves that fluttered without wind. After a brief tremor, the circular leaf closest to the base drifted towards the water's surface. At the appearance of the branch, the shadow beneath the water seemed to grow agitated, causing the surface to surge violently as a massive, dark green beast's horn erupted upward. Moments later, the creature turned its gaze towards Ling Xiaoyu, still trapped in the illusion, its frenzy akin to that of a starved beast, thrashing beneath the surface in search of an escape from this dark confinement. Its colossal form resembled that of a serpent, covered in dark green scales, each adorned with sharp barbs. It possessed 6 claws and 3 tails, each trailing long fin-like appendages. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a tiger, save for the absence of a royal emblem on its forehead, replaced instead by a formidable single horn. Had the little fox been conscious, it would have recognized this behemoth as the ancient fiend, Ran Hong, subdued by the creator god 7 centuries prior. As the water settled into an eerie calm, revealing no signs of the earlier turmoil, the unknown branch quivered slightly before wilting, its remaining leaves drooping listlessly. It then changed direction, drifting towards Ling Xiaoyu, pausing momentarily before plunging into her consciousness, leaving behind a faint sigh in the air. Fool. The high-stakes confrontation above the soul-locking pool was nothing short of monumental, startling the nearby forest creatures into a frantic retreat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu and her little fox companion remained oblivious, completely unaware that they had narrowly escaped death. Ling Xiaoyu, still ensnared in the illusion, continued her routine, eating, sleeping, and writing melodramatic tales, finding amusement in the scathing reviews left in the comments section. Bad publicity is still publicity. It's not a problem. Time passed swiftly within the illusion, and before she knew it, 5 days had flown by. While munching on watermelon, she muttered to herself, "Am I ill? Why do I feel increasingly fatigued despite ample sleep?" Before she could swallow the morsel in her mouth, a flash of green light momentarily blinded her, causing the Ling Xiaoyu of the illusion to faint. Meanwhile, her real body, lying beside the pool, gradually awakened, groaning, "Ugh, my head hurts. What happened?" After a dizzying moment, Ling Xiaoyu finally regained her senses and pondered for quite some time before piecing together the events. She had been affected by something that pulled her into the illusion, all without realizing it. Had it not been for that fleeting green light, the outcome would have certainly been fatal. Although she was generally oblivious, she now sensed that everything had shifted. The narrative no longer adhered strictly to her original outline, introducing numerous unfamiliar elements and dangers. Feeling frustrated, she struck the stone table twice in anger, then approached the pool once more, scooping up 2 handfuls of water to drink. The branch in her consciousness nearly lost its temper, trembling slightly. Oblivious to danger. Still drinking. How has this fool survived so long? Despite its dissatisfaction, it silently assisted Ling Xiaoyu by absorbing the illusory toxins from the soul-locking pool before falling silent once more. Unbeknownst to her, a branch now resided in her consciousness. After finishing her drink, she boldly selected a path opposite to her rival and ventured into the woods. While Ling Xiaoyu managed to escape, the little fox was not as fortunate. Trapped within the confines of the illusion, it counted the days awaiting its master, but its strength waned with each passing moment, leading it to realize something was amiss. Though most of its power was sealed, the restrictions of this cave did not affect its abilities. Realizing this, the barrier within its consciousness shattered. The little fox, quicker on the uptake than Ling Xiaoyu, understood that it had fallen into an illusion due to the soul-locking pool's influence. Little did it know, the system had completely disregarded its actions, allowing it to wreak havoc without consequence. Once the task was in hand, escape was futile. Just as Ling Xiaoyu stepped beyond the bounds of the soul-locking pool, a disturbance rippled above, and a fiery red figure materialized at the pool's edge. Sensing something amiss, it furrowed its brow. Why is there the aura of Emperor Xian? After examining the pool's depths for any suspicious elements and finding none, it was left in deep confusion. Gradually, it approached the stone chair and sat down, only to suddenly receive a telepathic message. "Feng Yu, keep a close watch on that beast. Should I capture it, I shall not show mercy." This startled Feng Yu into standing, causing the stone table, already weakened by Ling Xiaoyu's earlier actions, to shatter into pieces under the force of Feng Yu's unrestrained energy. Chapter 7. Dodgy gazing at the shattered stone table before her, Feng Yu's immediate reaction was a reminder of the warning from the old Emperor Xian. In a flurry, she rushed to the edge of the pond, swiftly casting 7 protective seals, then taking a deep breath as she exclaimed, how long will it take for you to awaken? Ahong." Ling Xiaoyu, since consuming the fire lin fruit, had undergone a daily transformation in her physique. After trekking for half a day on foot, she felt no fatigue at all. Finally arriving at the location in Bai Xian Valley, where Lu Yanqing had discovered the Jade Cup. Contemplating the misfortunes of her expedition, she lamented the treasures of the heavenly physician's sacred land that she had failed to acquire, not even gaining entry. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, realizing she had inadvertently ensnared herself in a predicament, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ling Xiaoyu felt an urge to stomp her foot in frustration, but, recalling the incident at the Heavenly Physician Mansion, she gently placed her hoof down. The feeling of being relentlessly pursued without the ability to retaliate intensifying. Thankfully, her strong will to survive kept her from succumbing to despair. At this moment, she recalled the system and realized that her day had been spent either fleeing for her life or preparing to do so. With the mission time reduced by a day, she was at a loss for where to begin, as the insufferable system had altered the main storyline she had initially set. Sighing, she decided to focus on filling her stomach first. After a brief spell of worry, she adopted a whatever attitude, patting her backside as she sought a tree to lean against. From her system space, she extracted the remaining 3.5 fire lin fruits, crunching on them. These fruits are quite delicious. Surely, they wouldn't claim my life over just a few pieces. What a bunch of lunatics. As Ling Xiaoyu muttered to herself, she continued to munch. Well, just 3.5 left. Suddenly, she was jolted upright. Wait.
Half.
Oh no. Realizing the little fox was still alive, she grasped its neck, observing its limp little body. Gently, she poked it with her finger, then sighed with relief. Thank goodness. It still has warmth. Ling Xiaoyu settled down once more, laying the little fox on her knees, contemplating. This creature bears no resemblance to a legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. How could such a weak divine beast exist? The wretched system has truly deceived me. As she pondered, she poked the little fox again. No matter how much she fussed, it remained still. A sense of unease crept over her, as if the bond between them was slowly fading. As time passed, the little fox's vital signs grew weaker, and Ling Xiaoyu, unbeknownst to herself, shed tears. This startled her. After all, she had been an orphan even before her traversal. With nary a friend aside from one close companion, she couldn't fathom why, but the thought of losing the little fox was unbearable. Overwhelmed with sadness, she found herself weeping aloud, continuing to poke the fox's belly, her thoughts a chaotic jumble. How could you, a divine beast, be so much weaker than me? A mere human? I managed to escape, yet you. In a moment of clarity, she realized, of course, I cannot compare to this little creature in strength. But how did I manage to escape? That green light. Just as the fox was on the brink of surrender, it suddenly heard a woman's sobbing voice, faintly murmuring, "You are weaker than me." I made it out. Understanding that it was Ling Xiaoyu's voice, the little fox felt an even deeper sorrow. Woo, master? I haven't even had the chance to speak properly with you before facing demise. With a desperate effort, the little fox tried to call out, but only a faint sound escaped, drowned out by the wind stirred by Ling Xiaoyu's frantic movements. In a final attempt, the little fox raised a tiny leg to nudge Ling Xiaoyu's chin, prompting her to stop abruptly. Little one, you're awake. I knew you, a noble divine beast, would not succumb so easily. Ling Xiaoyu cradled the still feeble little fox tightly in her arms, though its size made it difficult to hold. The little fox struggled, but it was futile. After having consumed several firelin fruits, its body had been nearly transformed to a pinnacle of spirit martial prowess, while it had just escaped from the illusion. Unable to help it, the little fox communicated with a sweet voice, "Master, please let me go. If you squeeze any tighter, I truly want to survive." Ling Xiaoyu, unperturbed as the little fox had feared, quickly released her grip, responding naturally, "Ah, right, I forgot my strength has increased recently. My apologies." The little fox lay in her arms, panting heavily. Ling Xiaoyu, feeling awkward about almost losing the little creature, sheepishly asked, "By the way, what is your name?" Hearing this, the little fox lifted its head, its round eyes seeming to ask, "Master, are you daft? Did you not name me?" Ling Xiaoyu grasped its deeper meaning and tentatively called out Daji. The little fox, resembling an excited husky, nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Master, I am here." Ling Xiaoyu was left in disbelief, thinking, "Oh, system. You change what should remain constant, and alter that which ought not to be changed." Chapter 8. A son-in-law found a hem. Ling Xiaoyu felt increasingly uncomfortable under the sweet gaze of the little fox. Daji, are you hungry?" she inquired, while offering the half-eaten fruit she had just nibbled on. "I still have some fruit." The little fox glanced at the fruit being presented, swallowed hard, and decisively shook her head. She had noticed that half-eaten Hualien fruit as well. Haha, my apologies, I grabbed the wrong one." With a swift motion, she produced another half, the one that had fallen alongside her. "Here, this is what you left behind. You surely won't refuse it." The little fox cast a disdainful look at Ling Xiaoyu. "Master, when will you change this stingy habit of yours?" As she spoke, she flicked the half-fruit away with her tiny paws, sending it flying far away. "Besides, didn't you say that fruit should not be eaten after being left out for a day? It will spoil." "What has happened to you, master? Have you lost your mind?" Ling Xiaoyu felt utterly flustered as she watched the little fox scrutinize her intently. When did I ever say that, you dog-like system? She chuckled awkwardly. Well, I did say that. But that's a spiritual fruit. I must honor its spiritual quality. The little fox continued to chatter, eager to prove that these words indeed originated from Ling Xiaoyu. Ahem. Daji, why do you call me master? Ling Xiaoyu hurriedly interrupted, voicing her confusion. The little fox's gaze grew even more peculiar, fixating on her. After a long pause, she raised her paw as if to pat Ling Xiaoyu's head. Complying, Ling Xiaoyu lowered her head. The little fox remarked, could it be that I've mistaken you for someone else? That shouldn't be the case. You must have gone daft. Boo. What have you been through, master? Ling Xiaoyu felt a wave of despair wash over her, her temples throbbing. She had to help her daughter find a suitable partner, and suppressing her temper, she swatted the little fox's paw away. The world is so beautiful, I cannot afford to be irritable. With a huff, she tossed the little fox aside and ran towards Baixian Valley. In the grand scheme of things, her life was of utmost importance. After a brief rest, the little fox regained some strength and, noticing Ling Xiaoyu's anger, quickly jumped up and scampered up a tree. A divine beast remains a divine beast. Effortlessly catching up to the sprinting Ling Xiaoyu, she landed on Ling Xiaoyu's shoulder, her tiny paws gripping the tattered fabric of her clothing. Master, what are you going to do? I can help you. Unbeknownst to them, just a short distance from where they had paused, a timid head peeked out, eyes darting suspiciously around. After confirming that they had truly departed, a small, thin man emerged, a mercenary named Hian from the Blue Rain mercenary group, who had encountered Ling Xiaoyu while resting at Baixian Valley. Ling Xiaoyu, in her tattered garb, bore no semblance of wealth. To avoid further complications, Hian, who often engaged in dubious activities, chose not to act hastily. However, when he saw Ling Xiaoyu casually produce a huolin fruit, he was taken aback. A woman who looked like a beggar was treating huolin fruit as mere fruit. As he contemplated his next move, he sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Although Hian lacked substantial abilities, he possessed a natural talent to conceal his presence for a brief period when faced with someone stronger than himself. This innate skill had led to his position as the vice leader of the Blue Rain mercenary group. Instinctively, he masked his aura. Thus, he witnessed everything that transpired next. Not only did Ling Xiaoyu possess huolin fruit, but she also had a young nine-tailed celestial fox. If even one of these facts were to be revealed, it would send shockwaves throughout Linglong. Though he contemplated monopolizing the discovery, he dared not act recklessly. Once the two had departed, he stealthily retrieved the half-eaten and battered huolin fruit from the ground, stowing it away in his storage space before quickly leaving. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu busied herself searching for the cliff where Yuzishang had fallen. She had circled the vicinity of Baixian Valley several times, even visiting places where he should have been. Yet there was no sign of him. Ling Xiaoyu felt despondent, silently lamenting, alas. It seems so much has changed. What should I do next? This desolate wilderness offers nothing. The system is so unfeeling. Does it derive pleasure from my demise? System, isn't this all a mess of your own making? If it weren't for an obligation, I wouldn't bother with you. Noticing her increasingly gloomy demeanor, the little fox also quieted down. She nuzzled Ling Xiaoyu's cheek and asked, Master, what's wrong? If there's something troubling you, share it with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I'm quite formidable, you know. Ling Xiaoyu turned her head to glance at her. Daji, I cannot ensure my own safety right now. I fear I cannot take you with me. Let me point you in a direction. Go to Yaojia village and seek out a divine healer named Lu Yanqing. She will surely take good care of you. The little fox shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to leave, Master. Don't send me away. Daji loves Master the most. I will definitely listen to you. Why must you speak in such a spoiled manner, O divine beast? How will your kin among the nine-tailed foxes perceive you? Ling Xiaoyu scolded, tossing the little fox to the ground. Just as the little fox was about to protest, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps and quickly leaped back onto Ling Xiaoyu's shoulder, alertly watching the approaching figure. Master, someone is coming. They appear to be injured. We must leave swiftly. Yet Ling Xiaoyu was determined to stay. She had waited long for this moment and yearned to see the approaching figure. hoping it was her unfortunate son-in-law. Boldly, she stepped toward the source of the noise, only to be met with a vivid splash of crimson. The splotches of white indicated that the individual had once been clad in white clothing, now nearly drenched in blood. Upon seeing the iconic headband tied around his head, Ling Xiaoyu's heart raced with excitement. She had finally found him. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding. Side quest accepted. Quest details. Revive Yuzhisheng. Quest duration. 3 days. Quest reward. Unlock system space for planting capabilities. Failure penalty. Perish alongside Yuzhisheng. Ling Xiaoyu's thoughts echoed. You dog-like system, you are truly something. Chapter 9. A quest for a bride. Before Ling Xiaoyu could finish reprimanding the system, the man before her collapsed, leaving her to catch him in a daze. She found herself pinned to the ground, her arms trapped and powerless. She called out urgently, "Little Dodgy, hurry and help me." The little fox was taken aback, having never anticipated that Ling Xiaoyu would rush forward. Watching her get pinned down, he remained frozen. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly drag him away." Ling Xiaoyu felt her arms might snap under the strain, her strength rendered useless as she struggled in vain. Only when she called for him again did the little fox finally scurry over, using his tiny paws to grasp Yuzhisheng's collar and pull him aside carelessly. With teary eyes, he looked up at Ling Xiaoyu and asked, "Master, are you all right?"
I'm fine.
Ling Xiaoyu replied curtly, not even glancing at him as she rubbed her sore arms and rose to her feet. She then looked down at the bloodied Yuzhisheng and inquired, "Hey, little Dodgy, can you help me carry him?" Upon hearing this, the little fox dropped his act of innocence and questioned, "Master, why do you want to carry him? He's about to die." The mention of death stirred Ling Xiaoyu's emotions further. "I'm asking if you can carry him. If you keep babbling, I won't need you anymore." Of course, of course." The little fox, startled, nodded vigorously as he began hoisting the man up. Ling Xiaoyu watched with satisfaction, patting the little fox on the head before turning to Yuzhisheng. "Let's go. I'll help you find a wife." Master, I wanted to ask, do you know the way?" The little fox hesitated, meekly questioning her. Ling Xiaoyu shot him a glare. "Do I not know the way? If I claim second place in navigating, no one would dare to claim the first. Now hurry up and follow me, no dawdling." With an exasperated roll of her eyes, she continued forward, thinking to herself, "Foolish creature, I created the map myself. Is there anyone more familiar than me?" Heian was troubled. He did not wish to provoke misfortune at this moment, yet the matter at hand was too significant to ignore. With a determined resolve, he set off towards Yaij, needing to report this matter to Yu Yuan as soon as possible. Heian trembled in fear. With his strength at the 3rd level of martial arts, he could barely withstand a single blow from Yu Yuan, who was at the 9th level. Nevertheless, he pressed on. "Brother Yuan, I truly have something important to report." Yu Yuan, already irritated at being interrupted, glared at him with bloodshot eyes, ready to unleash his fury. Yet a delicate hand, soft and fragile, reached around his neck, coaxing, "Don't be angry, my lord. Surely there is something important to discuss." Upon hearing her gentle voice, Heian exhaled in relief. He straightened himself and stepped into the room, kneeling before Yu Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I have a matter I wish to discuss privately." As he spoke, he glanced at the clever Qi Miao, who immediately grasped the situation. She whispered something in Yu Yuan's ear before gracefully exiting the room. Yu Yuan sipped his tea, his gaze intensely fixed on Heian's speak. "If it's not as important as you claim, know the consequences." Once Qi Miao had left, Heian reached into his pocket, retrieving half of a fire lin fruit and presenting it to Yu Yuan. "Brother Yuan, look at this." Yu Yuan glanced up casually, but soon could not contain his excitement. "Fire." Heian quickly hushed him. "Sho." Brother Yuan, realizing the sensitivity of the situation, Yu Yuan suppressed his eagerness and asked, "Where did you find this?" Heian leaned closer, whispering, "Brother Yuan, I discovered a peculiar woman who exudes no spiritual energy, dressed like a beggar, yet she casually produced 3.5 fire lin fruits. The half fruit is what her spirit beast discarded after finding it unsatisfactory." Yu Yuan listened in shock, hesitating before asking, "What other features does this woman have? Could she be a young disciple from a hidden family?" Yu Yuan, still retaining some composure, hesitated, wary of provoking hidden families. "Let us not rush. We should find a few people to investigate first. However, Hian was reluctant to involve more people and silently criticized Yu Yuan for his timidity.
Yet.
He had no choice but to present another piece of information. Brother Yuan, that woman referred to her spirit beast as a nine-tailed celestial fox. I suspect it might be a cub of such a creature. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet. Take me to find that woman. I must meet her. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger approaching her. The little fox, having most of its power sealed and exhausted from earlier illusions, was not as alert as before. The branch in its sea of consciousness had also been muted by Ling Xiaoyu's incessant chatter. While Ling Xiaoyu relaxed, Hian was utilizing his stealth abilities, stealthily following Yu Yuan. Chapter 10 Salesman? Stop right there. You are the one we are looking for. Hian arrogantly interjected. I advise you to hand over the fire LN fruit and the nine-tailed fox cub, otherwise, my brother Yuan's Rui Pearl is not to be trifled with. Dear brother, irrespective of what kind of frog your Yuan brother is, you can't just demand I hand it over. Pray tell, what brand of plastic bag are you that you can hold so much? Ling Xiaoyu retorted, her spirit ignited by the constant bullying she had endured.
Today.
She must resist and show them the strength of an independent woman in the new socialist era. He was momentarily taken aback by her words, while Yu Yuan, who prided himself on his worldly experience, was equally bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? Listen here, I am the vice captain of the Silver Tier Blue Rain Mercenary Group. Yu Yuan, hand over your treasures quickly. He scrutinized Ling Xiaoyu from head to toe, leering as he added, then, serve me well, and perhaps I might spare your life.
Buffed.
What did you say your name was? Salesman? Ling Xiaoyu couldn't hold back her laughter upon hearing his self-introduction. You must run a supermarket at home, right? An old salesman, indeed. Ha ha ha. Hian quickly shook his head. Yuan brother. Never heard of it. This woman must be a fool. Yu Yuan's face flushed with indignation. Vile woman. Enough of your nonsense. Will you hand it over or not? Ling Xiaoyu was furious. Why did everyone keep calling her a fool? I asked that fool. Hian, please spell it out in pinyin for everyone to understand. Classmate, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed, speaking so rudely? Finally, after venting her frustration, the air grew eerily quiet. The two men were left speechless, bewildered by her unfamiliar words. One thing was certain, she had not spoken kindly. Yet, after releasing her pent-up emotions, Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety. After all, apart from her robust physique, she was utterly defenseless. Surely, she wouldn't lose her life in this desolate wilderness. Yu Yuan and Hian exchanged glances, finally ceasing their idle chatter and simultaneously drew their weapons. Humph, what a cunning woman, sharp-tongued. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As the two men approached her, Ling Xiaoyu, in a panic, cried out, Young gentlemen, let's not resort to violence. We are all gentlemen here. If you can talk, why not avoid fighting? He unrolled his eyes. I came here to rob, not to play gentleman. Without uttering another word, he swung a fist toward her face. Seeing Ling Xiaoyu in danger, the little fox, who had been watching the spectacle, finally sprang into action. He released the jade child he had been carrying, who tumbled to the ground, momentarily dazed. The little fox raised his tiny paws to confront the two men, but Ling Xiaoyu was still swept away by a surge of energy. Unfortunately, the little fox had been weakened by the illusions, and if he were to revert to his original form, he knew he wouldn't last a second. Struggling amidst the strike of the two men, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Xiaoyu, Master, I will hold them off. You must flee. Ling Xiaoyu, seeing the little fox's valiant effort, felt a wave of sorrow. It dawned on her how wonderful it felt to be cared for. Understanding that the adversaries were focused on her, she cast aside her concern for the jade child and took off without hesitation. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Hian, keep that pesky fox occupied while I catch that woman. Yu Yuan commanded, having realized the little fox's dwindling energy reserves. As Ling Xiaoyu ran, she regretted her impulsiveness, realizing she was devoid of spiritual power. Hian had already caught up to her. Where do you think you're going? He casually picked up a stone and hurled it at her back.
Whoosh. Ah.
With a cry, Ling Xiaoyu lost her balance and fell to the ground, unable to protect her face in time. Before she could recover from the pain, Hien grabbed her by the collar, filling her with despair. Damn it! Why do these people always enjoy grabbing others by the neck? Vile woman! Still daring to resist? Hien slapped her twice, and Ling Xiaoyu, already reeling from the pain, felt stars dancing in her vision. Overwhelmed with indignation, tears streamed down her face. What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike me? As she cried and flailed, Hien was caught off guard by her sudden struggle, allowing her to break free. Ling Xiaoyu, now seated on the ground, could no longer contain her emotions. The grievances she had endured over time culminated in this moment. She had been inexplicably dragged to a strange place and coerced into dangerous tasks. And she had reached her breaking point. Yet Hien was unfazed by her turmoil. Using his spiritual power, he bound her once again, lifting her to his eye level, and growled, "Listen here, you little wench, don't make me repeat myself. Hand over the fire and fruit willingly, and I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, if my brother Yuan gets his hands on you, things will not end well." Ling Xiaoyu continued to weep, ignoring his threats. Hien's patience waned as he worried that Yuan would catch up. After all, one should look out for themselves in this world. And he had no idea how many fire and fruit she possessed, but every single one mattered. In a moment of desperation, he pulled out a jade box, revealing a bone-eating insect, a creature he had stealthily retained during a previous mission, intending to sell it at an auction but had never found the time to do so. "Do you see this bone-eating insect?" Hien waved the jade box before Ling Xiaoyu menacingly. "You have 15 minutes to consider. If you do not hand it over, I shall feed you to this insect." After crying her heart out, Ling Xiaoyu's spirits lifted slightly. Gazing at the insect that resembled a southern cockroach with sharp fangs, she felt a chill run down her spine. Foolish brother, you merely seek that red fruit, right? I will give it to you." Hien's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. "Now you're speaking sense. Hand it over." Ling Xiaoyu's mind whirred with a sudden plan. "But I'm not a cultivator and lack storage space. You must release me first so I can retrieve it." Hien, recalling that she had no spiritual power, decided to unbind her, saying, "You won't escape. Just get it for me." Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, Ling Xiaoyu pushed him away with all her might and fled into the dense forest, uncertain of the little fox's fate. All she knew was that she had the best chance of escaping in the less visible areas. Thus, the two of them began a frantic chase, weaving through the thickets. Chapter 11. Yuzi Feng rescues her mother. Ling Xiaoyu was nearly out of strength. She had been wandering through the forest for quite some time, yet there was no sign of the little fox pursuing her, and she could not shake off Hien behind her. With no path to survival, she realized that escaping to save Yuzi Shang would still lead to death. With a steely resolve, she ran toward the direction where the little fox was entangled in battle. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the desolate wilderness devoid of human presence. Gritting her teeth, she produced a sinister flag that emanated a ghostly aura. Her expression darkening as she declared, "Since you choose not to seek a peaceful demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The flag was entirely white, adorned with 9 crimson tassels and a central black line that traversed its entirety. Any adept in cultivation present would recognize it as the fabled soul-locking banner. Long sealed for over 2 millennia, Hien bit his finger, drawing erratic symbols upon the flag, and soon after, wisps of black mist erupted from it, trailing after Ling Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu exerted every ounce of her energy, yet the black mist drew ever closer, ready to ensnare her. Suddenly, a fierce voice echoed from the woods. "Bold demon, do not harm my mother. Feng, be careful." In an instant, a powerful force whisked Ling Xiaoyu away before she could comprehend what was happening, propelling her to safety. Meanwhile, 2 figures emerged from the forest to confront the black mist, engaging it in combat. Yuzi Feng? Ling Xiaoyu, dazed from the abduction, finally recognized the 2 approaching figures as Yu Lai and Shi Baonan. Esteemed leader Yu. It's been a while." Yu Lai, unimpressed, shot her a glare and replied, "We will settle this later. Take care of Feng." At that moment, Yuzi Feng clung tightly to Ling Xiaoyu, burying her head in her neck and whining, "Mother, Feng misses you so much." Hearing the term mother again pierced Ling Xiaoyu's heart with sorrow. How could she have overlooked this? It seemed that the flawed Jiuxian Dan had revived her, yet rendered her foolish. There was no way that old Yulai would let her off the hook. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Be good.
Fenger.
Let us move further away from here. After engaging the black mist for a while, Yulai and Yuzicheng sensed something amiss. Narrowing his eyes, Yulai remarked, "This is the soul-locking banner?" Unfamiliar with the banner's significance, Yuzicheng cast a puzzled glance at Yulai. "Master, what is the soul-locking banner? It feels exceedingly sinister." Before they could react, a nearby thicket rustled gently. Exchanging glances, Yulai charged toward the black mist, while Yuzicheng leaped toward the thicket. The sharp blade of the Yuchan sword was poised before Hien, who, in a desperate bid for survival, abandoned the banner and retreated. The now uncontrolled black mist suddenly dissipated. However, the scene that unfolded made Yulai's forehead throb with veins. Yuzi Feng was nearly draped over Ling Xiaoyu, and infuriatingly, she kept calling out for her mother. "Demoness, what have you done to my son? Why has he become like this?" Yulai, exasperated, brandished his magical sword, Ling Shan, pointedly at Ling Xiaoyu's chest. "Who dares to harm my mother?" Before Ling Xiaoyu could plead for mercy, the pouting Yuzi Feng interjected, stepping protectively in front of her. "If you dare to harm even a single hair on my mother, I will unearth your ancestors' graves." Yulai was left speechless, struggling to catch his breath. Alas, what a wicked child. Seeing the situation escalate, Ling Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Leader Yu, I wonder if you are still searching for your eldest disciple, Yuzi Shang?" Yulai, finally catching his breath, froze at the mention of Yuzi Shang. "Shanger, it is my fault. Demon," he said, pulling her hand as if to leave. Ling Xiaoyu cast an awkward glance at Yulai, noticing his pallor, and urgently suggested, "Leader Yu, let us discuss this as we walk." Indeed, not long after they departed, a shadow flickered into existence at He-En's unconscious form, and he vanished without a trace. Silence enveloped the group. To break the heavy atmosphere, Ling Xiaoyu felt compelled to speak, recalling Yulai's mention of the soul-locking banner. "Leader Yu, what exactly is this soul-locking banner?" Yulai sighed deeply. "It is permissible to disclose this to you. It is said that there are 9 banners, each crafted with extreme malevolence, growing increasingly perilous." Without waiting for their reactions, he continued, "According to legend, gathering all 9 soul-locking banners grants one the power to slay deities and Buddhas. 2 millennia ago, a figure named Qin Yisheng, the 3rd son of the demon monarch, believed fervently in this tale. Consequently, he forged 6 soul-locking banners, bringing forth countless atrocities. Thus, the combined forces of the 3 palaces, 6 sects, and 9 clans ultimately vanquished him, and the term soul-locking banner became a taboo. What a sinister artifact! Ling Xiaoyu gasped in shock, realizing that this was entirely absent from her outline. It is said that the first banner required the imprisonment of 9 pairs of male and female children born under the ominous lunar calendar, allowing them to devour one another until only 2 remained. Then, a soul-reaping formation would be set, placing the 2 at the formation's focal points, where their arms would be cut to bleed for 7 days and nights, followed by the excruciating death of their souls being ripped apart. The previous 16 vengeful spirits would be placed into the formation, waiting for another 7 days and nights for those spirits to be consumed by the 2 remaining souls. At this point, the woman would have endured immense suffering, accumulating a vast amount of resentment. When she ingested the elixir crafted from her own children, the effect would be maximized, and her soul would be seized. The 2 previously vengeful souls would become her final nourishment, culminating in the woman's soul being refined into the banner over the span of 7 days and nights, thus completing the first soul-locking banner after a total of 49 days.
Gasp.
Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoyu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Yet that was not the end. The second banner required 99 pairs of similarly born children, the Chapter 12. The most beautiful heroine, Xiaohongyi Ah. This osmanthus cake is exquisitely fragrant, soft and glutinous, sweet without being cloying, and melts in the mouth. Truly a delicacy. Oh, this snow fungus soup looks quite appealing. It seems to have added some hibiscus seeds. However, it has gone cold, and the texture is lacking. In such a grand residence, how can there be cold soup? A poor review. Slurping. Is that not braised cat meat? No wonder it belongs to a wealthy family. Ordinary folk seldom have the chance to taste the flesh of such mystical beasts. How delightful. In the dead of night, within the estate of the affluent merchant Wei Ha in Chengtong County, everyone was ensconced in slumber. Even the guards on duty had succumbed to fatigue during their patrols. Occasionally, a sweet yet slightly critical female voice resonated from the kitchen. A young woman, clad in a striking red garment, her hair elegantly tied up, bore an air of a heroine. At that moment, she was joyfully gnawing on a cat's leg, reveling in her feast. After sampling every dish in the kitchen, she rose, satisfied, to cleanse her hands, leaving behind her personal note inscribed, "Pastries are perfect, meat ingredients are exquisite, soup is abysmal, overall evaluation, intermediate. Old Master Wei, your chef is rather lackluster. His culinary skills pale in comparison to those of the Morong family." Gazing at the note she left, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Ever the unconventional Xiao Hongyi, she leapt from the kitchen window, heading straight for her next target, the study. She had long calculated her approach. Old Master Wei was notoriously frugal, a miser at heart. Thus, the keys to the storeroom were hidden within a secret compartment in his study, inaccessible even to his beloved grandson. Who was Xiao Hongyi? The more he tried to conceal, the more she felt compelled to provoke him. After weeks of careful observation, she decided to act on this very night. Though her martial skills were not exceptional, she was adept in the art of poison, incapacitating the entire household before they even realized her presence. With remarkable agility, she swiftly reached the study window. Entering a place of theft required a sense of ceremony. Relying solely on spiritual energy was inadequate. She had to climb through the window herself. Once inside the study, she quickly scanned her surroundings, collecting every valuable item within her sight into her storage ring. Finally, her gaze fell upon the most inconspicuous incense burner. She stealthily approached, decisively plucking the third stick of incense, causing the offering table to sink into the ground, revealing a hidden entrance. Xiao Hongyi slipped inside, and indeed, the room gleamed with opulence. Gold, silver, and jewels filled the shelves, and priceless paintings were stacked high.
Wow.
What a miserly fellow Wei Ha is. Today, I shall strip you bare. As she gathered the treasures from the basement, she also took the key hidden in the secret compartment, feeling quite pleased with herself. I have done my homework. Your best treasures lie in that unvisited storeroom. Exiting the study through the window, she did not head toward the well-known storeroom but instead took the opposite route to a secluded courtyard at the estate's farthest edge, effortlessly scaling the wall to enter. This small courtyard had once belonged to the late matriarch. After her passing, it had been neglected, quietly transformed by Wei Ha into a hidden storeroom. Ostensibly, it served to house dogs, ensuring that even a casual thief would overlook it, as the guard dogs would prevent any escape. Holding the key, Xiao Hongyi chuckled as she observed the slumbering guard dogs sprawled across the yard. These mere beasts think they can obstruct my path? How naive. The millennium-old blood ginseng was a birthday gift from Wei Ha to the county magistrate, and his cherished grandson, Wei Sui Nian, had reached the age to enter an academy. Only by joining a prestigious institution could he hope to ascend to the esteemed 6X. The old man truly dotes on Wei Sui Nian, for such a miser. He has splurged on this priceless ginseng. I shall graciously accept it on behalf of the elderly magistrate. With that, she locked the door as she had found it and climbed back over the wall. As was her custom, she had one last stop to make, a visit to old Master Wei's bedroom. It would be remiss to take without offering a gift in return. Beside Wei Ha's pillow, she left her second note. The most beautiful heroine Xiao Hongyi has paid a visit, with immense gratitude to old Master Wei for the generous gifts. In return, I leave the signature. I hope you will cherish it. Xiao Hongyi. The following day, as dawn broke, the marketplace buzzed with activity. A woman clad in a white dress, her face veiled in light gauze, strolled past Wei's estate, whispering softly to herself. 1, 2, 3, begin. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from within the Wei estate. Ah! Xiao Hongyi, do not let me catch you. This white-clad maiden was none other than Xiao Hongyi, the very one who had feasted and filched from the Wei estate the previous night, leaving behind her signature. This was her unchanging habit, skilled in the art of disguise. She always returned the day after her escapades, donning a new appearance to relish the furious outbursts of the household head. As she strolled out of the city, old Master Wei, disheveled and agitated, rushed towards the inconspicuous dog yard, hoping against hope that Xiao Hongyi had made a mistake. Trembling, he unlocked the door, and upon witnessing the dogs sprawled across the yard, he felt as if struck by lightning. The elderly Wei Ha was so incensed that he fainted. Meanwhile, the Wei estate chef, now at work, discovered the note in the kitchen and was consumed by embarrassment and fury. Had it not been for the housekeeper's intervention, he might have dashed himself against the wall in despair. It was common knowledge that any chef praised by Xiao Hongyi would flourish in their own endeavors, while those criticized by her faced dire consequences, often leaving their positions at the estate. Now, who did not know of Xiao Hongyi's reputation? For every chef she had evaluated, her words rang true. Success or failure rests with Xiao Hongyi. The saved chef was left with nothing but desolation. I am finished. Before long, the entire Qingtong County was abuzz with news. In a single night, the Grand Wei estate had been stripped bare, with not a single trinket left behind, not even the jewels adorning the main gate. Their plight was even more tragic than that of the recently robbed Morong family. People in the streets whispered amongst themselves, "Have you heard? The food from Wei's chef was scorned by the heroine Xiao." Indeed, they say that old miser Wei Ha was so furious he nearly keeled over. Is it true? He died? So fragile under pressure? In this tale of contrasting fortunes, while the Wei estate lamented, the impoverished districts of the western Qingtong County rejoiced, receiving wealth they might never have seen otherwise. Collectively, they gathered their newfound treasures, silently thanking the beautiful and generous Xiao Hongyi. Chapter 13. The bride delivered to the door. Ling Xiaoyu was utterly petrified by the enormous hammer that loomed overhead, standing frozen in place and exclaiming, "Ah!" Suddenly, a clean hand reached out, and with a muffled thud, the colossal hammer was sent flying, accompanied by the declaration, "There are always unruly commoners who wish to harm my mother. Watch as I make him unrecognizable to his own grandmother." Upon hearing this, Yu Lai's previously softened expression darkened once more. Feng Yu. Silence. The little fox was also taken aback and weakly inquired, "Master, how is it that you've acquired such a large son in just a short while?" Ling Xiaoyu glared at him ferociously, mentally deriding him. "Can't you see that my legitimate father is standing right beside me? I, a young maiden, have yet to even have a suitor. So refrain from making a fuss." Her shrill cries once again disturbed the consciousness of Emperor Xian, who, upon breaking the seal, was met with the bewildering exclamation of someone calling this foolish woman mother. Upon closer inspection, he was left speechless. Before he could react, chaos erupted. While this side was in disarray, Yu Zifeng had already unsheathed his sword and charged forward. The distinctive mark on his sword was recognized by Yi Yuan at first glance, who thought to himself, "Oh no, I've struck iron." He was determined to avoid crossing paths with Hien. Little did he know, Hien himself had exposed his own guilt and was frantically contemplating how to escape this predicament. As Yi Yuan struggled to fend off Yu Zifeng's sword strikes, he retreated towards Yu Zishang, finally seizing an opportunity to grab the limp Yu Zishang from the ground, pressing a dagger against his throat. "Don't move, you vile woman." Yi Yuan was no fool. He had seen Ling Xiaoyu allow her spirit pet to carry this man before, and now he was using Yu Zishang to threaten her. "Have them withdraw. Otherwise, I shall slay this man." "What? How dare you use a wild man to insult my mother? I shall make you pay dearly for this." At this moment, Yu Zifeng was entirely fixated on Ling Xiaoyu, finding Yi Yuan utterly detestable for humiliating his mother, completely oblivious to the identity of the person he was holding hostage. Ling Xiaoyu, in a panic, exclaimed, "You! Ah! Feng, don't act rashly, that is your senior brother." Internally, she cursed, "Damn it! I must not let anything happen to Yu Zishang, or I will also face dire consequences." Shang. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's words, Yu Lai, who had been angered by Yu Zifeng, finally took notice of the bloodied figure before him and recognized it as his eldest disciple, who had been forced to flee. Senior brother, Yu Zicheng, witnessing Yu Zishang's pitiful state, was enveloped in murderous intent, his jade toad emitting a low hum. How dare you injure him so grievously? I shall demand your life. Yu Zifeng also recognized his senior brother, his fury intensifying. He had always believed Yu Yuan was humiliating his mother with a wild man, only to discover that he was using his senior brother as leverage, and it was clear that his senior brother was gravely injured. You
Want to die.
Yu Zifeng enunciated each word with palpable intensity, yet upon seeing his senior brother in Yu Yuan's grip, he refrained from attacking immediately. You are sent by the second elder. Yu Lai asserted without question. What a ruthless act by Yu Wushuang against his own junior disciples. Yu Yuan was left bewildered, pondering his original purpose. Wasn't he there to seize the fire-lint fruit from a beggar? Wasn't this woman a beggar? How had she suddenly brought two significant figures from the Yulan sect? He had merely taken a dying man hostage, and now that man turned out to be Yu Zishang? They seemed to have misunderstood something. Was there still time for him to explain? A barrage of questions flooded Yu Yuan's mind. I didn't mean to. Still trying to quibble. Yu Zicheng suppressed his fury. Unwilling to act. Who else but that old fool would go so far as to harm my senior brother in such a manner? Humph. Release him at once, or I shall see you to your doom. You must listen to me, I truly. Yu Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, yet no one would hear his explanation. Release Shang at once, and I shall ensure you remain in one piece.
No.
Yu Yuan felt as if he were losing his mind, caught in a dire situation. Ling Xiaoyu, too, was internally lamenting. In the face of death, who cares about remaining whole or not? This isn't about saving someone. It's akin to pushing them deeper into the pit. Is this disciple of yours a bonus for topping up a phone plan? Don't move. If you do, I will kill him. Yu Yuan was terrified. Yet he held his ground, knowing that the moment he relaxed, his life would be forfeit. You treacherous scoundrel. Yu Zicheng could only unleash a furious curse. Sect Master Yu. Ling Xiaoyu attempted to reveal the truth to Yu Lai, but was mercilessly interrupted. Silence, you witch. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Yu Zicheng initiated a relentless assault, confronting Ling Xiaoyu. You are also one of the second elder's people, aren't you? Why else would you go to such lengths to lead us here? Master, you must see through this witch's true nature. Cheng'er, let us save Shang'er first before discussing anything else. Yu Lai cast a glance at Ling Xiaoyu, whose expression was conflicted. Humph. Yu Zicheng glared venomously at Ling Xiaoyu before shifting his focus back to Yu Yuan. Do not let me catch you. Ling Xiaoyu was truly at a loss. Having been deemed an accomplice for merely speaking a single sentence, how muddled were their minds. All she wished to convey was that they had mistaken the identity of the person involved. Yu Lai, if you dare harm my mother, I will not hold back. Yu Zifeng, seeing the two men continuously pressuring Ling Xiaoyu, hurried to her side in defense. The little fox scampered onto Ling Xiaoyu's shoulder, nodding earnestly. Faced with Yu Lai's intense fury, Ling Xiaoyu wished to find a crevice to hide in. Sect Master Yu, I am at a loss here. How dare you glare at my mother? Yu Zifeng, a spirited child, brandished his sword as if to strike at his own father. Feng, do not act foolishly. Yu Zicheng rushed to restrain Yu Zifeng, advising, she is not your master. Do you not remember that she nearly caused your demise? Humph. Third senior brother. I respect you as my elder, but you must not be disrespectful to my mother. Yu Zifeng certainly would not let Yu Zicheng, the first to challenge his mother, escape unscathed. Before Yu Zicheng could retort, he was halted by Yu Lai. Enough. Yu Lai restrained his anger. Shang'er's life is already hanging by a thread. Do you all still have time to squabble here? Ling Xiaoyu gazed at the chaotic scene before her, utterly speechless. I truly am not. Yu Yuan could no longer contain himself and attempted to interject once more. Silence. Get lost. How dare you speak? 3 furious rebukes rang out simultaneously, leaving Yu Yuan despondent as he attempted to withdraw with Yu Zishang in tow. Yu Lai and the others pressed in step by step, following him deeper into the fray. In the depths of his consciousness, Emperor Xian contemplated intervening but suddenly withdrew his hand, remaining motionless. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu spotted a flash of red stealthily peeking out from behind a tree trunk behind Yu Yuan. She nearly cried out, only to see the young girl making a shushing gesture before quickly darting to Yu Yuan's side. Elder brother, I've come to deliver a gift. Yu Lai caught Yu Zishang, hastily checking his injuries while expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for your assistance. May I inquire your name so that I may repay your kindness in the future? Just a small matter. This young lady has no need for a name change. Call me Xiao Hongyi. My father always said, bestow kindness without seeking repayment. Consider it a friendship instead. May we meet again by chance. Xiao Hongyi, unfettered by trivialities, simply left her name before making her exit. Upon hearing the name Xiao Hongyi, Ling Xiaoyu couldn't possibly let her escape. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Ah, little Shangshang, your fate is not meant to end here.
Look.
A wife has come knocking at your door. Chapter 14 years have passed since the esteemed master departed this world.
Ah.
Lu, wait.
Miss Xiao.
Ling Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over and grasped the sleeve of Xiao Hongyi. Wait a moment. I have a matter to request. In her memory, the peculiar accented Ling Xiaoyu looked at her with an expression akin to a dog eyeing a meat bone, eager to voice an unreasonable plea. This young lady. What is it that you seek? Xiao Hongyi felt a chill run down her spine, wanting to evade, but realizing that this girl, devoid of any spiritual energy, possessed surprising strength.
She could only ask.
Hee, Miss Xiao. Your visage suggests you are a person of kindness. I implore you to save our eldest young master. Ling Xiaoyu, sensing that she had hooked her, quickly reeled her in. Xiao Hongyi was taken aback. As a chivalrous woman, how had she been pulled into the predicament of healing someone? Miss Xiao? Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand in front of her eyes. Oh, may I ask your name? Out of courtesy, Xiao Hongyi inquired. My surname is Ling, and I am Ling Xiaoyu. No need for formality. You may call me Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu familiarly clung to her arm, fearful that she might slip away. Stop pretending. I know who you are. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu grasped Xiao Hongyi's head and whispered in her ear. Xiao Hongyi froze in place, ceasing her struggles, and looked at Ling Xiaoyu in shock. What did you say?
I
cannot comprehend. Ling Xiaoyu gazed at her with a half-smile, then silently mouthed Lu. Before speaking, if you do not save him, I guarantee that by tomorrow it will spread that Xiao Hongyi is actually. I will save him. Before Ling Xiaoyu could utter the first word, Xiao Hongyi hastily covered her mouth. She had deciphered the lip movement. Clearly Lu. This woman truly knew her identity. Without time to ponder how Ling Xiaoyu possessed such knowledge, she quickly agreed, speaking through gritted teeth, since Miss Ling and I share such a bond. How could I let you down? Please, lead me to save him. Seeing the situation was favorable, Ling Xiaoyu ceased to mention the identity matter and led Xiao Hongyi to Yu Zishang. Master Yu, this young lady claims to have studied medicine under her master since childhood. She must have some knowledge that could aid your eldest disciple's injuries. At that moment, Yu Lai and the others were focused on channeling spiritual energy into Yu Zishang and had not noticed the interaction between Ling Xiaoyu and Xiao Hongyi. Hearing that Xiao Hongyi had learned medicine, they stood up and inquired. Oh, Miss Xiao not only possesses profound skills, but has also acquired knowledge in medicine?
Ah, yes.
I have learned a little since childhood. It is not as exaggerated as Miss Ling describes. Xiao Hongyi reluctantly responded after receiving an elbow jab from Ling Xiaoyu. Master. Eldest senior brother is on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Yu Zicheng shouted anxiously. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Yu Lai sighed deeply. He had decided at noon to let Xiao Hongyi take a look. Better to try than to let his disciple suffer longer. It is nothing. Xiao Hongyi appeared calm as she approached and took Yu Zishang's pulse. Hiss. Xiao Hongyi inhaled sharply, her brows furrowing slightly. Miss Xiao, is Zishang. Yu Lai stared anxiously at Xiao Hongyi's expression. Sure. Xiao Hongyi made a silencing gesture. Ling Xiaoyu quickly pulled Yu Lai aside. She could not allow him to disturb Xiao Hongyi's efforts, for her own life was intertwined with Yu Zishang's. Master Yu, please remain calm. Do not disrupt Miss Xiao's work. Ling Xiaoyu advised sternly.
Alas.
Yu Lai paced back and forth, unable to contain his worry. Yu Zifeng, not knowing when he had wandered back to Ling Xiaoyu's side, clung to her arm, sobbing, Mother. Feng was scared. Eldest senior brother will not die, right? Fenger does not want eldest senior brother to die. Ling Xiaoyu. Under Yu Lai's gaze, Yu Zicheng quickly moved to Yu Zifeng's side. Junior brother Feng, let us not disturb Miss Xiao here. How about I accompany you for a walk over there? No, no. Feng or once mother. Ling Xiaoyu inwardly lamented, Oh heavens, if I have committed any sins, please sentence me directly. Do not let this creature punish me. In the sea of consciousness, Emperor Xian exclaimed, Nonsense. Nonsense. How can one so easily recognize someone as a mother? Then he sighed, Out of sight, out of mind. I have no desire to witness this foolishness. TSK. What a formidable person. Xiao Hongyi's voice broke the awkwardness. Family members over there, please refrain from causing a ruckus and send someone to assist me. Hearing this, Yu Lai quickly approached. Miss Xiao, is there still hope for Zishang? There is still hope. Xiao Hongyi nodded affirmatively. But if you delay any longer, I cannot guarantee his safety. What does Miss Xiao wish for this old man to do? Yu Lai asked in a flurry. It is nothing significant. Just help me sit him up. Xiao Hongyi clapped her hands and stood. Remember, do not touch his left chest. He has 13 broken ribs. And there are signs of internal bleeding. Fortunately, he has protected his heart vein. Had it not been for his strong will to survive, a person of ordinary constitution would have succumbed to such blood loss. As Xiao Hongyi instructed, she retrieved a jade box from her storage ring and opened it, revealing the Millennium Blood ginseng she had stolen from the Wei residence. She took out a slender root and muttered, Consider yourself fortunate to encounter me. Had it not been for this Millennium Blood ginseng, it would have been nearly impossible to save him. Yu Lai did not catch what Xiao Hongyi said, but upon seeing the blood ginseng, he recognized it as an extraordinary item. He said nothing further and carefully supported Yu Zishang. Watching as Xiao Hongyi ground the blood ginseng root and fed it to Yu Zishang, she simultaneously began treating his broken ribs and halting the internal bleeding. Naturally, his internal injuries would require further recuperation, but for now, she had ensured his survival. At last, after attending to all of Yu Zishang's wounds and administering a life transition pill, she motioned for Yu Lai to lay him flat on the ground. It is done. His life is preserved, and now only the internal injuries require treatment. Xiao Hongyi stated with ease. However, do not worry. Once he awakens, he will recover from these internal injuries swiftly. Yu Lai expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for your life-saving grace. May I inquire as to which esteemed master you have studied under? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly choked and nearly lost her composure. This child is digging a grave for herself. If Lu Hezhi finds out, he would surely be moved to tears. It is my rudeness. Yu Lai, having failed to uncover the information he sought, could only apologize. No matter. I shall take my leave. Xiao Hongyi turned to depart, but Ling Xiaoyu was unwilling to let her go. She suddenly drew near again, grasping her arm. Lu?
Ah.
I just remembered. Young master's condition requires my observation for several more days. Why not allow me to accompany you? Xiao Hongyi hastily interrupted Ling Xiaoyu, casting her a fierce glare. That would be splendid. Ling Xiaoyu's broad smile was met with Xiao Hongyi's gritted teeth. Chapter 15. Is this what you call a cat? Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Xiao Hongyi, Ling Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction. After indulging in a moment of pride, she realized the need to soothe the young girl. Better to be cautious than to risk everything. What place was Xiao Hongyi intending to visit, or what task was she planning to undertake? Ling Xiaoyu inquired with a cheerful smile. Oh, there is nothing particularly special I need to attend to. Xiao Hongyi retorted, biting down on her molars and glaring at Ling Xiaoyu. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoyu did not hesitate to turn to Yu Lai. Master Yu, where shall we head next? Brother Zishang's injuries cannot withstand prolonged travel. Perhaps we should seek a nearby town to rest? Humph.
Which?
Yu Zicheng still held a grudge against her and could not muster a pleasant demeanor. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Lai acquiesced to Ling Xiaoyu's suggestion. Having discerned that this young lady, Xiao Hongyi, was indeed left behind by Ling Xiaoyu, though the reasons were yet unclear to him. Master Yu Zicheng protested. But his words were cut off by Yu Lai. Zicheng, how many times must I remind you? Do not act impulsively. You must change this reckless disposition of yours, lest you suffer greatly in the future. Yes, Master, I understand, he replied begrudgingly, casting a lingering glare at Ling Xiaoyu. Perched upon Ling Xiaoyu's shoulder was a small fox, baring its teeth playfully. Let us make haste. Ling Xiaoyu pondered aloud. Let us proceed to Yaojia village, as it is the nearest settlement. However, her suggestion was met with vehement opposition from Xiao Hongyi.
No.
We cannot go there. What's wrong, Miss Xiao? Yulai asked, puzzled. Is there something amiss in that location? At this moment, Ling Xiaoyu perceived her anxiety. Indeed, Xiao Hongyi had been providing free medical consultations in Yaojia village recently. It would be quite conspicuous for her to waltz in unannounced. Thus, she diplomatically interjected. Ah, how careless of me. Yaojia village is off limits. I've heard they've been afflicted by a plague. Given Brother Zishang's condition, it would be prudent to avoid that area. Ah, I see. Then let us head to Qingtong County. Yulai nodded in agreement. Thus, the group set off cheerfully towards Qingtong County, with Yu Zicheng dutifully carrying his brother, trailing at the rear, while engaging in a playful contest of expressions with the small fox.
Moo, moo, moo.
Suddenly, a bellowing sound of cattle echoed, and Ling Xiaoyu instantly recognized it. This is the spirit beast that pursued me. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Chased by a toothy cat. Are you a pig? Xiao Hongyi seized the opportunity to mock Ling Xiaoyu, noticing her trepidation.
What?
A cat? Ling Xiaoyu, unable to retort, incredulously asked, You call that thing a cat? It's a toothy cat. They typically travel in packs, and their meat is quite delectable, perfect for barbecuing. As she spoke of food, Xiao Hongyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it suitable for hot pot? Ling Xiaoyu, noticing her enthusiasm, decided to tease her. Is there tender lamb meat?
Hot pot? What is that?
Xiao Hongyi asked, puzzled. Lamb? What is that? Is it edible? Ling Xiaoyu was momentarily flabbergasted, having forgotten the vast differences in species in this world. Hot pot is when you place a large pot over a fire, add ingredients, and then cook various meats and vegetables in it. Ah, it's simply delightful. As she spoke, she smacked her lips in anticipation. With a slurp, Xiao Hongyi was caught wiping her mouth. Hee Xiaoyu, when will you cook some for me to try? Ling Xiaoyu feigned ignorance, tilting her head haughtily. What did you call me? Sister Yu. Sister Yu. Xiao Hongyi, ever the foodie, completely succumbed to the allure of the untried hot pot. You are my eternal elder sister.
Puffed.
Ling Xiaoyu could no longer contain her laughter. You little glutton. It's a miracle you haven't been deceived away. Once we settle down, I will prepare it for you. All right. Xiao Hongyi nodded vigorously, resembling an eager pup.
But
Ling Xiaoyu teased, if you wish to savor hot pot, you must hunt down more of those cats. I am in a good mood, and once we are settled, I shall cook for you. With a graceful wave of her hand, Xiao Hongyi dashed ahead. Following her was Yu Zifeng, exclaiming, Mother, wait for me. I will definitely hunt more. Ling Xiaoyu silently observed Yu Lai's darkening expression, lamenting the woes of the inferior 9 immortal pills. Miss Ling, you have saved Feng, and I am immensely grateful, Yu Lai began, pausing momentarily. However, is it not inappropriate to continue this way, considering Feng's birth mother has long since I understand? I understand. Ling Xiaoyu hastily nodded. Rest assured, Master Yu, I shall promptly devise a solution to this predicament. That is good to hear. Yu Lai fell silent once more. From ahead, cries of distress intermingled with boastful shouts echoed. This is mine.
Ah.
No, this is mine. You foolish creature. Do not steal from me. Get away from me. You little beast. Ahem, Ling Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Shall we go take a look, Master Yu? Yu Lai, having lost the will to speak, merely nodded and signaled for Yu Zicheng to follow. As they approached, a considerable mass of toothy cats came into view. Ling Xiaoyu mused that if left unchecked, those 3 would likely eradicate all the toothy cats in the vicinity. Enough. You too. Cease your actions immediately. Ling Xiaoyu sighed, considering their cleverness, but lamenting their lack of wisdom. They had managed to conjure a protective barrier, trapping all the toothy cats inside. The remaining toothy cats, clearly frightened, had lost their will to fight, each wishing to flee but thwarted by the barrier, their crimson eyes filled with despair. Heavens! What calamity have we wrought to encounter such two voracious wolves? Chapter 16. Opening the planting space, the duo of gluttons, engrossed in their feasting under the defensive shield, reluctantly paused upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's voice. Quickly, who did this eggshell? Remove it, Ling Xiaoyu remarked, exasperated, as she glanced at the drooping-eyed tooth cats, feeling a fleeting pang of sympathy. Mother, it's Wind's doing. Look at how impressive Wind is, having hunted so many little cats. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's inquiry, Yuzi Feng eagerly claimed the credit. Wind, dear, please dismantle this shield. Look how many we've piled up. It's more than enough to eat. Ling Xiaoyu gently coaxed. However, Xiao Hongyi was less than gentle. Seeing Yuzi Feng's foolishly cute demeanor, she expressed her disdain and promptly smacked the back of his head. Hurry and take down that eggshell. I'm done for the day. Didn't you hear what my sister said?
Ah,
You old witch. Why are you hitting me? Yuzi Feng retorted angrily, clutching his head, yet he held a jade stone in his hand. With a flash of white light, the defensive shield vanished. As a result, the toothed cats, still intimidated by their lingering presence, dared not stir. Ling Xiaoyu softly urged, "Let us hurry and leave." The group of toothed cats seemed to understand, retreating with low growls and tucked tails. Observing the mountain of toothed cat corpses, Ling Xiaoyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Miss Xiao, could you please collect these beast carcasses first? As she instructed, she muttered to herself, I don't even have a proper storage ring. Her thoughts added, I have a storage bracelet but dare not use it. I have a system space, yet I'm still too timid. What a pity. The little fox on her shoulder inquired with confusion, Master, what about your frost mirror? Why don't you use it? Frost mirror? Ling Xiaoyu replied, perplexed. That black bracelet. It's a relic passed down from many years ago, said to be an artifact of the ancient gods. The little fox wore an expression of knowing all. Is it really? Ling Xiaoyu gazed at the little fox with a hint of mystery. If I possess such a powerful artifact without any skill, wouldn't that be inviting trouble? Just shy of holding a sign inviting everyone to come rob me. You silly fox. The little fox whimpered in grievance. Yuzi Feng, meanwhile, had been fiddling with something and, after a moment, excitedly approached Ling Xiaoyu. Mother!
look.
Following his gaze, Ling Xiaoyu beheld a stunning ring, a benevolent vermilion hue adorned with the carving of a cloud swan. Such a precious item. Ah, Feng, keep it safe. Wealth should not be flaunted, understand? Mother! Just now, I heard you don't have any storage equipment. It's too inconvenient to venture out like this. Yuzi Feng persisted, shoving the cloud swan into Ling Xiaoyu's hand. You must take care of it. Embarrassed, Ling Xiaoyu held the benevolent cloud swan and turned to Yulai, suggesting, How about, Master Yu, you keep it for Ah Feng?
Ah, no.
What are you saying? Yulai replied with a chuckle, casting a glance at the resentful Yuzi Chung beside him. In the future, if you require assistance, you need not hesitate to ask me. Yulai, noticing Yuzi Chung's demeanor, reassured her, Miss Ling, rest assured. I, Yulai, am a man of my word. I will not trouble you again, nor will any disciple under my command. That's good. That's good. Ling Xiaoyu placed the ring on her left middle finger, observing as Xiao Hongyi had already collected all the toothed cat corpses, signaling for everyone to continue their journey. By evening, the group arrived at Qingtong County, and Xiao Hongyi, after the toothed cat hunt, changed her attire and donned her veil, claiming it was to maintain an air of mystery. Ling Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to procure her only piece of blue clothing, discarding her beggar's outfit. Ling Xiaoyu merely smiled at her in silence, which made Xiao Hongyi feel uneasy, causing her to shiver and avoid eye contact. Sister Yu, let us stay at the Zixiao Tower. Xiao Hongyi confidently led them to the most prosperous part of the city. The Zixiao Tower is the largest estate of the Xi family in our Galan continent, a chain throughout the continent. I've heard they are expanding into Longzhou and Yishan continent lately. The environment is splendid. Enough. Just take us there. Ling Xiaoyu interrupted, feeling overwhelmed by Xiao Hongyi's incessant chatter. Keep it down. My head is buzzing. Xiao Hongyi immediately fell silent, her face turning red as if on the verge of tears, looking at Ling Xiaoyu with a sense of grievance. All right. I was wrong. Ling Xiaoyu, having never been able to tolerate such pitiful gazes, relented. Continue. Thus, Xiao Hongyi led their group of 6 to book 3 luxury rooms at the Zixiao Tower. Ling Xiaoyu and Xiao Hongyi did not go out for dinner. The former was utterly exhausted and fell asleep upon entering the room, while the latter, unable to wait for hot pot, hesitated to disturb Ling Xiaoyu, wrestling with herself for 2 hours, unable to sleep and unwilling to fill her stomach. Ling Xiaoyu slept soundly until the system notification chimed. Ding. Side quest completed. Rewards. Unlocking the system's space's subspace for planting. The host can plant various types of seeds in this space, where the flow of time is 10 times faster than outside. Furthermore, planting medicinal herbs offers a chance to obtain mutated potions, with a 1% chance of directly acquiring a high-grade pill. Note: all plants already in this space can be used by the host, but deliberate destruction is not permitted. Ling Xiaoyu awoke startled by the lengthy notification. Rather than opening her eyes, she directed her consciousness into the newly opened planting space. Before her lay a spectacular array of both familiar and unfamiliar medicinal herbs and plants. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind. I'm going to be rich. While Ling Xiaoyu reveled in her rewards, Yu Zishang had also awakened. Yu Lai dispatched Yu Zicheng to fetch Xiao Hongyi. Yet, Xiao Hongyi was so engrossed in the hot pot that she couldn't be pulled away. Ling Xiaoyu, irritated by the knocking on the door, emerged from her slumber and bellowed, Xiao Hongyi, are you deaf? Can't you hear that loud knocking? Startled, Xiao Hongyi saw Ling Xiaoyu's grumpy face and rushed to open the door, asking Yu Zicheng peevishly, what's the matter, big brother? Do you know you woke my sister Yu? Yu Zicheng recalled his master's words, internally chanting don't get angry, and with clenched fists, politely said, Miss Xiao, my senior brother has awakened. Master requests your presence. I don't. Xiao Hongyi's refusal was cut short as Ling Xiaoyu burst forth. Xiao Hongyi, if you dare refuse, you won't get hot pot today. Let us go, lead the way. Xiao Hongyi quickly changed her tune, pushing Yu Zicheng as they hurried towards Yu Zishang's room. Ling Xiaoyu followed, feeling it was necessary to keep an eye on her foolish protagonist's husband, lest Xiao Hongyi inadvertently harm him. How is Shang'er? Yu Lai inquired anxiously. Ling Xiaoyu, unable to find a solution, looked at her with a hint of indulgence. Let us go. We need to gather materials. Chapter 17. Robbing the rich to aid the poor? Take me along. As the two set out to procure ingredients, the fervor surrounding the valiant Miss Xiao had yet to dissipate. Have you heard? The treasures of the Wei family have been completely plundered. Miss Xiao is truly remarkable. I heard that Wei Haha is left with nothing but his undergarments.
Ha ha ha.
Let me have a moment to revel in this. Miss Xiao even dealt with his ferocious hound. It is said that the old man, who cherishes his dog like a son, fainted upon witnessing the event. Humph. He has never shown such concern for his own children. Even a miserly chicken would tremble at the sight of him. What Miss Xiao has done is indeed a source of great joy for the people. Indeed. It is said that Miss Xiao distributed the treasures to the common folk that very night. Did you receive anything? I got a precious pearl. Now my dear and I can afford to pursue spiritual studies. Oh, I also heard that old Master Wei has commissioned a new batch of something at a high price. Yes. I have insider information that he sold off a shop to gather the funds. As they continued, the murmurs grew louder. The masked Miss Xiao Hongyi glanced awkwardly at the sly Ling Xiaoyu. Hee. Sister Yu, this must be a misunderstanding.
Oh?
Ling Xiaoyu nodded slightly, retorting sharply. A misunderstanding indeed. Yes, I don't know which Miss Xiao you are referring to. This girl, who never lies, stutters when she does. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. It's a mix-up.
All right.
Ling Xiaoyu observed her struggle to suppress laughter, maintaining a serious facade. No matter. Let us ignore that little rascal and continue shopping. Ah, she's not bad. Xiao Hongyi instinctively countered, then remembered to conceal her thoughts, pouting slightly. No. We should hurry. I long to eat hot pot. The two meandered through the market, and Ling Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Here, the vegetables were categorized as ordinary and spiritual. Xiao Hongyi, a true connoisseur, led Ling Xiaoyu on a culinary conquest, returning laden with goods. Finally possessing a usable storage ring, Ling Xiaoyu eagerly stowed away a plethora of spiritual vegetables and meats. Half an hour later, Xiao Hongyi gazed at the vibrant broth bubbling in the pot. the fragrant aroma filling the air, her mouth watering as she licked her lips. Clutching a silver bowl in one hand and a pair of silver chopsticks in the other, she squatted pitifully before the pot, frequently stealing glances at Ling Xiaoyu, silently inquiring when they could eat. Such impatience! Ling Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving look, suddenly noticing that her shoulder was damp. Turning to see who was responsible, her ire flared. Ling Daji, are you trying to meet your demise? Ling Xiaoyu glared at the three figures encircling the hot pot, exclaiming, "You lot! Go stand aside. Otherwise, you shall not eat." Jade's sister. Mother.
Ah.
The three whimpered in unison, nearly causing Ling Xiaoyu to relent, her frown yielding only two words: silence. Master Yu, come and taste. With the three dismissed, Ling Xiaoyu revealed her true self, joyfully indulging in her meal, beckoning to Yulai. Yulai had never tasted anything so aromatic yet slightly overwhelming, hesitating for a few moments before joining Ling Xiaoyu.
Uffed.
Ling Xiaoyu could no longer contain her laughter at his proud demeanor. He had waited for her invitation, and she was determined not to oblige him, much to his exasperation. Xiao Hongyi attempted to call out to her, her intentions clear. She simply longed for hot pot. The little fox nodded earnestly. Yulai, relieved of his long-held tension, chuckled. Enjoy your meal. I shall check on Shang'er. The trio pounced like ravenous tigers. Don't snatch. Who ambushed me? Wretched fox. No honor in combat. I relish this. Later that night, Xiao Hongyi was fast asleep, while Ling Xiaoyu stood by the window, letting the breeze wash over her. I truly am not suited for melancholy. Meanwhile, the young lady in bed inwardly lamented, wondering how this Ling could seem like a diviner.
Pray tell,
which establishment shall we patronize tonight? The most beautiful heroine, Xiao Hongyi? Oh, dear. How vexing. Xiao Hongyi sat up, tugging at her hair. I shan't play with you any longer. Why can't you keep anything from you? Are you unaware of my exceptional skills? Ling Xiaoyu teased. I am the heir of a lineage that knows the heavens and the earth, capable of divination. Humph. I've never heard of a diviner family by the name of Ling. You think to deceive me? Not a chance. Disbelieve me if you wish. Ling Xiaoyu leaned in mysteriously, whispering, Miss Xiao, are you planning a second visit to the Wei Manor? You! Xiao Hongyi was taken aback. Could it be that she truly possessed some otherworldly insight? Do not fret. Ling Xiaoyu patted her shoulder, pulling her closer, little Qingqing. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Hongyi jolted awake. Call me Hongyi. Very well. Ling Xiaoyu acquiesced. Hongyi, you must believe that I harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, I wish to accompany you in battling foes, collecting treasures, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Just you? Xiao Hongyi's skepticism was palpable. You possess no spiritual power. Only brute strength. I doubt you can even utilize a storage ring. You might as well lead me to my doom. Tonight is a perfect opportunity to test it. Ling Xiaoyu was eager for the adventure. Did you not wish to rob the rich to aid the poor? Take me along. As she spoke, she finished preparing herself, donned in a vibrant red garment, waving her hand dismissively. Do not hinder me. I have important matters to attend to. Hurry and sleep. Are you certain? Ling Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, the culinary delights of Huaxia are countless. Hot pot is merely one of many. It seems Hongyi is reluctant to try. Please, Sister Yu. With that, she embraced Ling Xiaoyu's waist and leapt out of the window. Chapter 18. A Return to the Wei Mansion. The two arrived before the Wei Mansion. Xiao Hongyi gestured to Ling Xiaoyu, cautiously peering in, and disdainfully remarked, No progress. Still only 2 guards at the entrance. Ling Xiaoyu, with an expression that indeed conveyed such thoughts, replied, I must suspect that the Wei family looks down on you. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Hongyi, suppressing her irritation, reminded herself of the culinary delights that awaited her, and said, Wait here for a moment. I need to prepare. Okay. Ling Xiaoyu cheerfully nodded, but don't make a sound. Before Ling Xiaoyu could utter another word, Xiao Hongyi swiftly covered her mouth. If we get discovered, I want to come to your rescue. Unfazed, Ling Xiaoyu silently mouthed, braised, tooth cat paw. Xiao Hongyi lamented for the first time that her penchant for fine cuisine was a curse. Yet the allure of hot pot was truly unforgettable. Cursing under her breath, she expertly located a vantage point and retrieved a small jade vial, holding her breath as she uncorked it. Noticing Xiao Hongyi's tense demeanor, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly heard her whisper 1,
2,
3.
不.
At that moment, 2 thuds echoed as the guards collapsed to the ground. Excitement surged through Ling Xiaoyu. Having always admired the exploits of thieves and heroes, she dashed forward, reveling in her long-awaited experience. Alas, Xiao Hongyi had not anticipated her sudden sprint. Failing to grasp her in time, she could only grip her forehead in despair. What a disaster. My illustrious reputation is about to be tarnished by this woman. While she sighed, Ling Xiaoyu had already burst through the mansion doors. Xiao Hongyi remained calm. And sure enough, within half a minute, Ling Xiaoyu reemerged, exclaiming, Hongyi, the Wei family has quite the setup, I'm lost.
Hee.
Rolling her eyes dramatically, Xiao Hongyi responded, the last time I was here, they had 3 layers of defenses. This time, there are likely at least 5. Why didn't you just find your way? Hee. Ling Xiaoyu chuckled sheepishly. Do you realize you've broken my rules? Xiao Hongyi seized the opportunity to lecture. Have you ever heard of a thief using the front door? You must climb over walls. Climb over walls. Climb over walls. Important things must be repeated thrice. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Ling Xiaoyu capitulated, but you must help me get inside. I can't fly.
Ugh.
I need to study you closely. How can you lack any spiritual energy, yet possess such brute strength? As she spoke, she lifted Ling Xiaoyu and leaped to the wall.
Wow.
The Wei family truly spared no expense. 8 layers of defenses. They think such petty tricks can deter me?
Pa.
With that, she deftly produced a golden cicada from her sleeve. Employing a hand gesture, she activated the cicada, which sprang to life, multiplying rapidly until dozens filled the air.
Go.
She commanded, and the golden cicadas dispersed into the night, vanishing from sight. Is that it? Ling Xiaoyu asked, astonished. Aren't you highly skilled? Why go through all this trouble, instead of just using a spell? How naive. If one could simply cast a spell to take what belongs to others, the world would be in chaos. Xiao Hongyi explained, such techniques do not exist. Oh, I see. Ling Xiaoyu twisted her body, glancing around restlessly. Why, isn't it done yet? Patience. They need time. Xiao Hongyi pressed her down. Stay still. Be careful not to fall.
Sure.
We are here to steal. Can we not have a bit of professional ethics? Xiao Hongyi felt her heart break a little. What a burden she had taken on. She repeated her mantra in her mind. The culinary delights must not go unappreciated. Don't move. I'll take you down. Safely reaching the courtyard, Xiao Hongyi's primary destination was, of course, the kitchen. What are we here for? Ling Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Aren't we here to steal treasure? What do you know? In this world, only food must not be neglected, Xiao Hongyi proudly declared. Their lotus cakes are quite delectable. Then just eat the cake. Why go through the window when there's a door? Ling Xiaoyu scoffed as she opened the kitchen door and stepped inside. Is that so? Ling Xiaoyu appeared to be learning, quietly rising with half a cake in her mouth, only to suddenly reappear at the window after much effort. Looking at her antics, Xiao Hongyi sighed. Perhaps you should reconsider. You are ill-suited for this line of work. Too clumsy. Nonsense. Ling Xiaoyu retorted. Just you wait. It's merely cultivation. I'll start tomorrow.
Buffed.
As if you can just decide to cultivate. Xiao Hongyi scoffed. You should focus on culinary delights. Let that be your motivation. Humph. Believe it or not. Ling Xiaoyu swallowed the last bite of cake, brushing off the crumbs. This cake truly is delightful. Can we proceed to the next step? Let us go. Xiao Hongyi sprang to her feet. I know precisely where that old coot hides his treasures. Just as they attempted to exit, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Quickly. Don't let them escape. How absurd. What nonsense. Xiao Hongyi retorted earnestly. They're still alive. I merely incapacitated them. We have likely walked into a trap. Chapter 19. I stand before you now. How much do I resemble my former self? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Xiao Hongyi speculated that the rumors circulating in the streets might have been deliberately spread by Wei Ha. What shall we do now? Ling Xiaoyu felt immensely unfortunate. Just as she was about to unleash her skills, she found herself ensnared in a trap. Do not panic. I shall first ascertain the situation, Xiao Hongyi declared, leaping into action. That old scoundrel Wei Ha. Her crimson attire was already torn in several places, rendering her exceedingly disheveled. He has actually allied with the Morong family to invite both a formation master and a poison master. Are you alright? Ling Xiaoyu inquired anxiously. Do you require my assistance? I'm fine. If he thinks this will capture me, he is gravely mistaken. With that, she wiped her face and produced an enormous pill. How long can you hold your breath? Ling Xiaoyu gazed at the large black pill, her expression distinctly peculiar. Is this the endless sea of suffering? Xiao Hongyi looked at her, puzzled. How do you know about the endless sea of suffering? I just concocted this. Ahem. Didn't I mention that my family has been renowned diviners for generations? Ling Xiaoyu casually replied, touching her nose. You go ahead. I have this. With a flick of her wrist, she revealed a jade vial and casually poured a white pill into her mouth, swallowing it whole. This is the Ningxi pill? Xiao Hongyi stared at her in astonishment. Where did you acquire it? I had no idea you were so affluent, casually consuming pills worth hundreds of thousands of cloud coins. Ling Xiaoyu felt as if struck by lightning. When did this become so expensive? Are you certain you are referring to the Ningxi pill? Indeed, indeed. Xiao Hongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Ling Xiaoyu, her expression conveying, You're right. Oh, affluent one. Don't forget me.
All right.
Xiao Hongyi held her breath, swung her arm, and hurled the pill away while shouting, Everyone, step aside. I am coming through. One must admit, her cunning was remarkable. As soon as she uttered those words, the guards outside would not yield, instead closing in. Before they could react, a massive black orb exploded with a resounding bang. Chaos erupted outside the kitchen, and the scene quickly spiraled out of control.
Ah.
I cannot see.
Ah.
My nose hurts. I cannot breathe.
Ah.
It hurts. Where are my hands?
Ah.
I cannot move. Where is my body? Everyone, do not panic. Maintain the formation.
Ah.
Inside the kitchen, the two exchanged glances and smiled. Xiao Hongyi then wrapped her arm around Ling Xiaoyu's waist. Hold on tight. I shall lead you out. Okay. Ling Xiaoyu formed a familiar gesture. Yet, she noticed that Xiao Hongyi remained still, gazing at her. Oh, all right. No problem. Ling Xiaoyu displayed her small hand and tightly grasped her arm, signaling her readiness. Xiao Hongyi leaped through the window, revealing a battlefield strewn with defeated soldiers. Chaos reigned as they either charged wildly or rolled on the ground, any semblance of formation utterly shattered. Wei Ha, Morong Bai. I shall remember this debt. As Xiao Hongyi soared away with Ling Xiaoyu, she did not forget to leave a harsh warning, vanishing into the skies above the Wei residence. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Wei residence, Wei Ha and Morong Bai sat in their chairs, pale-faced. They had not anticipated that even with the assistance of the Intermediate Formation Master Che Li and the Intermediate Poison Master Qin Deng, they would fail to capture a single flying thief. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual despair, their hearts resonating with four stark words. The Wei family is doomed. The Morong family is finished. Che Li, who had suffered a setback at their hands, was unwilling to relent. He led his companions, Qin Deng, out of the endless sea of suffering, consuming an antidote. Although it did not completely neutralize the poison, it alleviated much of the discomfort. He had never before been so humiliated and was furious to the point of contorting his features. Humph, just a woman. I shall see who you truly are. Resolutely. He gathered another group and set off in pursuit. After a fruitless night of searching, he dispatched someone to contact the governor of Chengtong County, Chang Lianqing, to deploy the city guards for a thorough search of the area. After a quarter of an hour spent on her transformation, with a satisfied glint in her eyes, Ling Xiaoyu approached the mirror only to find a man reflected back.
You.
Ling Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth as she stared at Xiao Hongyi's disguise. Who are you really? You aren't pretending to be Xiao Hongyi, are you? Xiao Hongyi shot her an exasperated glance. Who has the time to toy with you? This time, I concede. They shall wait for me. I will not let this matter rest. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hongyi completed her transformation, producing 2 pills and swiftly tossing them into their mouths. The pills dissolved instantly, and Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, "What did you just give me?" In her shock, she became even more distraught.
Ah.
My voice. Xiao Hongyi. Dear lady, do not scream. Xiao Hongyi interrupted. The outside is swarming with pursuers. Are you hoping they will find us? Ling Xiaoyu, her mouth covered, nodded vigorously, desperate to convey her understanding, tugging at her hand. What did you say? Xiao Hongyi released her. Still adapting to the masculine tone, Ling Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Are you trying to suffocate me? My apologies. Xiao Hongyi scratched her head. I forgot you cannot hold your breath for long. Are you a fish? Ling Xiaoyu glared at her, indignant. How long will this pill last? It feels so awkward. Rest assured, we shall endure this search. With that, she pulled Ling Xiaoyu downstairs for breakfast. Coincidentally, Che Li and his team arrived, scouring the building, yet yielding no results. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiaoyu and Xiao Hongyi sat right before him, eating and chatting. His malevolent gaze swept across the hall, and ultimately, he abandoned the search for the next establishment. Oft. Ling Xiaoyu could barely contain herself, having almost burst from suppressing her laughter. They had passed right before the formation master several times without him even glancing their way. Xiao Hongyi managed to stifle her giggles, covering her mouth, trembling with mirth. Indeed. It echoed that saying, I stand before you now. How much do I resemble my former self? Chapter 20. Is this Millennium Blood ginseng rare? As the two were nearing the end of their meal, Yu Zifeng and Yu Zicheng descended the stairs. Ah Feng. Ling Xiaoyu called out to Yu Zifeng without a hint of self-awareness. Who are you? Yu Zifeng, caught off guard by the call, hesitantly inquired, Who is this brother? Yu Zicheng, equally puzzled, glanced at the two unfamiliar men seated across from each other and, quite fortuitously, caught a glimpse of the affectionate gaze Ling Xiaoyu cast upon Yu Zifeng. Without uttering another word, he rushed forward to shield Yu Zifeng, exclaiming, Thief. Although my junior brother Feng is handsome, he is a perfectly normal man. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Such notions are beyond your reach. Yu Zifeng turned his head, regarding his third senior brother with a bemused expression. This person possessed many admirable qualities, yet his intellect was lacking. He wondered whether the master of Yaoshan Valley could remedy this foolishness. Third senior brother, could you step aside, please? Ling Xiaoyu and Xiao Hongyi stood awkwardly in place, their anxiety palpable. They silently wished for a celestial being to whisk away this foolish individual. Ling Xiaoyu had forgotten that he was currently disguised as a man when he called out to Yu Zifeng, having referred to his mother just days prior. He unconsciously slipped into the maternal role, not realizing that it could be misconstrued by a dim-witted individual. Xiao Hongyi, too, suffered from this unforeseen calamity. Breakfast seemed no longer an option. Without even glancing at Yu Zicheng, she grasped Ling Xiaoyu's hand and hurried upstairs, exclaiming apologies. My brother has suffered a head injury. Please forgive us. Yu Zifeng's sudden utterance was akin to a bolt from the blue. Ling Xiaoyu was already flustered, and as he was about to take another step, he heard mother. Wait for me, Feng. I am not joking. She is indeed my mother. Yu Zifeng pointed to Ling Xiaoyu's hand, insisting, That Yunhu is a gift I presented to my mother. I would never mistake it. Ha ha ha. How embarrassing for us. We merely sought to amuse everyone, albeit with a slight mishap. Please continue your meal. Ling Xiaoyu wore a face that seemed to court death as he hastily uttered these words, pulling Yu Zifeng and Xiao Hongyi to flee to the second floor. Once back in their room, Ling Xiaoyu collapsed onto the bed, while Yu Zifeng skipped over, playfully whining. Mother, no matter how you change, I will always recognize you. You little rascal. Ling Xiaoyu pinched his cheek, scolding him in exasperation. Did you think I was deaf? You just said you recognized me because of that broken ring. Yu Zifeng, are you out of your mind? Xiao Hongyi was on the verge of exploding with anger. Can't you see we are in disguise as men? I hinted at it so clearly, yet you insist on pursuing this. You. Xiao Hongyi raised her hand, ready to strike his head. However, Yu Zifeng was not about to let her have the opportunity. He swiftly raised his hand to block her, leveraging his strength to send Xiao Hongyi tumbling backward. Old hag, you think you can sneak attack me? Dream on. Ling Xiaoyu, seeing that she could not best Yu Zifeng. Xiao Hongyi, filled with grievances, turned her ire towards Ling Xiaoyu. This is all your fault. If you hadn't called out to him, we wouldn't be in this humiliating predicament. Ling Xiaoyu stared blankly at the two as they suddenly turned their attention to him, Xiao Hongyi's expression one of greater embarrassment than his own. Xiao Hongyi grew even angrier, scrambling to pounce on Ling Xiaoyu, shouting, "I shall take you down with me."
But I said kat pao.
At that critical moment, Ling Xiaoyu's quick wit came to the fore, delivering a fatal blow. Indeed, upon hearing this phrase, Xiao Hongyi instantly wilted, collapsing into a chair, sobbing, "When are you going to make it for me? Youngsters should learn to let go. Take a cue from me." Ling Xiaoyu chuckled at her pitiful demeanor, standing up to pat her shoulder reassuringly. "We must firmly believe that as long as we do not feel awkward, awkwardness will not catch up to us. You know, oil brain?" Before Xiao Hongyi could react, Yu Zifeng had already leaned in, asking, "What is that? Is it something to eat?" "Mother, this is merely a term from a rarely spoken dialect," Ling Xiaoyu hastily explained. "It means, do you understand?" The two nodded obediently, then simultaneously asked, "When will you make the braised cat paw?" Ling Xiaoyu sighed, "Xiao Hongyi, a foe may not know, but you should. We have already weathered this storm, right? Besides, after suffering such a significant loss, do you not wish to seek revenge?" "Of course I want revenge." Xiao Hongyi recalled how she had been forced to flee in disgrace, her face a mask of indignation. "So, do you have any ideas?" "Wait a moment. Mother, what exactly happened?" Yu Zifeng interjected with curiosity. "Ah, Feng, be good. I will take you to have some fun." Ling Xiaoyu casually reassured him, continuing to focus on Xiao Hongyi. "There is." Xiao Hongyi nodded, producing a jade box containing the Millennium Blood Ginseng. "I took this from Wei Haha's private treasury." This Millennium Blood Ginseng was prepared for the county magistrate, Chang Lianqing, as he sought to secure a favorable spiritual study for his beloved grandson, Wei Xian. He likely intended to bypass the 9 sects directly into the 6 factions.
Oh.
"Is this item very valuable?" Ling Xiaoyu examined the ginseng, its vibrant crimson hue captivating. Although he had seen it before, he had never observed it so closely. The other two regarded her with puzzled expressions.
Oh.
"I meant to say, is this Millennium Blood Ginseng worth a lot?" Ling Xiaoyu reiterated, assuming they were unaware of the value of her inquiry. "It is not merely a question of worth." Xiao Hongyi, bewildered, remarked, "Sister Yu, do you seldom go out?"
How can you know nothing?
"I have no idea," Ling Xiaoyu retorted. "I never wrote about this. The dog system does nothing but cause trouble."
Ah, yes.
"I have indeed spent years at home studying arithmetic. I really have not ventured far," Ling Xiaoyu replied, deflecting the conversation. "This Millennium Blood Ginseng is something that anyone can encounter but rarely obtain. All can consume it, and it will yield effects," Xiao Hongyi explained earnestly, noting Ling Xiaoyu's apparent ignorance. "Are you implying that this item is quite valuable? How much is one worth in cloud currency?" Ling Xiaoyu inquired. "Big shot. Such items are rarely measured in cloud currency. They usually appear at auctions. They have seldom been seen, and most are traded through bartering." Xiao Hongyi was nearing the end of her patience.
Oh.
"What if I possess one larger than this? What could it be exchanged for?" Ling Xiaoyu flipped her hand and revealed a larger, darker ginseng root. "You." Xiao Hongyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you come to possess one this large? Is this large? There are more." As she spoke, Ling Xiaoyu slammed 3 even larger ginseng roots onto the table before Xiao Hongyi, their earthy appearance suggesting they had just been unearthed. Xiao Hongyi was left speechless. Chapter 21. The Elixir of Longevity. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Hongyi suddenly knelt before Ling Xiaoyu, clutching her leg and exclaiming, "Wealthy one.
Sister Yu, take me with you."
Please get up." Ling Xiaoyu replied with a sigh, pondering how to explain her situation. Her protagonist seemed rather lacking in ambition. "If you don't agree to my request, I want to stand up," Xiao Hongyi stubbornly insisted. "Did I not mention that I sought you out to help you level up and conquer the challenges of life?" Ling Xiaoyu coaxed her. "I merely wish to exchange this for something beneficial to aid your cultivation." "Really? Is this for me?" Xiao Hongyi's face lit up with delight, transforming into a beaming expression. "First, tell me how you plan to exact your revenge." Ling Xiaoyu quickly redirected the conversation.
Oh.
"I was thinking of auctioning this blood ginseng." Xiao Hongyi analyzed. It seems that Wei Haha went to great lengths to procure this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng for the governor, likely due to the governor's inability to break through to the true spirit realm as his life is nearing its end. Thus, he needs the elixir of longevity to extend his lifespan. I plan to take this blood ginseng to the auction. She paused for a moment before grinning. I'm pricing it at a treasure book, the record of spiritual treasures. I heard that Wei's trading company just acquired it from an unknown source and is preparing to auction it. Upon hearing about the elixir of longevity, Ling Xiaoyu was eager to interject, but she restrained herself until Xiao Hongyi finished speaking. The elixir of longevity. Is that the potion that can extend one's life by 10 years? Both of them gazed at her, bewildered. What? You possess this inferior elixir? Ling Xiaoyu, unfazed by their astonishment, slowly produced a jade vial labeled premium elixir of longevity. She casually poured out one capsule and presented it to them.
See?
This is a premium elixir of longevity, capable of extending life by 15 years. There are 5 capsules in this vial.
Oh.
By the way, my premium elixir has no resistance. That means 5 capsules equate to an additional 75 years of life. Ling Xiaoyu declared proudly. Heavens! This is outrageous. Xiao Hongyi shrieked. Why do all the treasures end up in your hands? Aren't you from a family of fortune tellers? How do you have so many premium potions? Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, What's wrong? What's the matter? Yu Zifeng and Xiao Hongyi immediately became alert. Xiao Hongyi thought that someone had discovered them and scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Ling Xiaoyu murmured to herself, How foolish am I? I have potions and medical skills. Why did I endure a long journey with that scoundrel Yu Zisheng to seek help from others? I'm truly foolish. I almost jeopardized my own life. What are you mumbling about? Speak plainly. I received these from family elders. I have no idea where they came from. Ling Xiaoyu stammered. Perhaps it's a reward for predicting something significant for a great figure. That makes sense. The two accepted her explanation. Moreover, the elixir of longevity is not the best option. I have more, she exclaimed, revealing 3 additional small vials on the table. This is the Yin supplement pill, which can extend life by 30 years, the 3 yuan pill, which can extend life by 50 years, and the turtle marrow pill, which can add a century to one's life. Crazy girl. Pinch me. Xiao Hongyi tugged at Yu Zifeng. I must be dreaming. Yu Zifeng complied, pinching her arm hard.
Ah!
Xiao Hongyi screamed in pain, then excitedly exclaimed, I'm not dreaming. I have truly encountered legendary potions. Are alchemists so inept in this continent? Ling Xiaoyu muttered softly.
Wow.
It's really the 3 yuan pill and the turtle marrow pill. Even if there's a formula, the most crucial ingredient, the blood of the 1,000-year-old black turtle, is nearly impossible to find. Xiao Hongyi's eyes brimmed with tears. It's been years since anyone has seen a 1,000-year-old black turtle. Is it really that exaggerated? Ling Xiaoyu observed her weeping and felt skeptical. Indeed. My father has never seen it, do you understand? Xiao Hongyi gazed at the turtle marrow pill as if it were her own child. This is for you. Ling Xiaoyu said, unable to watch any longer. Get up and think of how to scheme. Xiao Hongyi, momentarily forgetting her tears, looked at Ling Xiaoyu incredulously. What did you say? I said to quickly devise a plan to outsmart those 2 old men. Ling Xiaoyu replied angrily. Humph. They have ruined my first experience. If I don't show them a lesson, it would betray my childhood dreams. Not that. I meant the other thing. Xiao Hongyi was oblivious to the latter part of her sentence, persistently inquiring.
Oh.
I meant all these on the table. Ling Xiaoyu pointed at the large blood ginseng and the jade vial. They are all yours.
Hey.
Be careful. Xiao Hongyi watched anxiously as the blood ginseng rubbed against one another, hearing the jade vial clink together, her heart aching. Don't break them, you wasteful girl. Mother. Yu Zifeng suddenly spoke up, and Ling Xiaoyu turned to see him with tear-filled eyes, looking as though she had wronged him. Here. This is for you. Don't cry. Ling Xiaoyu, her heart melting, handed the largest blood ginseng to him.
No.
Yu Zifeng still looked pitifully at her. Mother only brings this old witch to play, not me. You two have secrets. Xiao Hongyi, noticing that one blood ginseng had vanished from the table, felt a pang of regret, and hurriedly put the remaining ones away. You promised they were for me. You can't just take others' things to appease a child.
Good.
I'll take you to play with even more exciting things. Ling Xiaoyu pinched his cheek, unable to resist. His skin was so soft that it became addictive after just one pinch. Yu Zifeng nodded, eyes brimming with tears, like a loyal puppy. Xiao Hongyi, can we focus on the task at hand? Ling Xiaoyu slammed the table, startling her. Yes, yes, yes. Since we have these better items, let us cleverly outsmart those two old geezers. Xiao Hongyi clenched her fists, exuding confidence. Thus, the two conspired together. Meanwhile, Yu Zifeng looked at the blood ginseng in his hand, wondering, this is useless, I don't want it. However, his instincts brought him greater joy than thoughts, and he instinctively stored it in his spatial ring. It was a gift from Mother, so it must be preserved with care. Chapter 22. The Zixiao auction house today. The three of them had donned disguises. Ling Xiaoyu presented herself as a refined young lady, while Xiao Hongyi appeared as a maid. And Yu Zifeng embodied the image of a suave gentleman, albeit with altered features. The Zixiao auction house had recently been established and was rumored to be seeking rare treasures to showcase for its inaugural auction. Xiao Hongyi relayed this information to Ling Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu gazed at the resplendent building, her expression contemplative. I pondered this, but shouldn't it belong to the villainous side? Has the Zixiao family been designated as antagonists? It was said that a clandestine section existed beneath the auction house. Xiao Hongyi leaned closer and whispered to Ling Xiaoyu. They specifically auction items that have surfaced from the black market. The Zixiao family has formidable backing. Let us enter and take a look, Ling Xiaoyu urged, pulling Yu Zifeng towards the auction house. However, before they could step inside, the guards at the entrance halted them. Please present your invitation. Ling Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Does this auction house really discriminate among the various social classes? Is entry to the auction contingent upon having an invitation? Yu Zifeng, displeased at the interruption, scowled. Step aside if you wish to avoid trouble. Before Xiao Hongyi could respond, the trio found themselves surrounded. How dare you cause a disturbance at the Zixiao auction house? Such audacity.
Oh?
Ling Xiaoyu was unfazed, responding calmly. I did not expect the Zixiao auction house to treat its esteemed guests in such a manner. You do not even inquire as to our purpose, yet you hastily look down upon us. It seems this so-called largest trading house is not as grand as claimed. Your arrogance blinds you.
You.
The portly man was incensed by her words. If you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for my ruthlessness.
Seize them.
Sighing dramatically, Ling Xiaoyu lamented, had I not heard that the Zixiao auction house is the largest and most reputable, I would not have brought my precious item here for trade. As she spoke, she retrieved a jade box from Xiao Hongyi, caressing it gently, showing no sign of fear. The man's demeanor shifted, clearly intimidated. Stop. May I inquire the name of this esteemed young lady? Such flattery. You may call me Miss Ling, Ling Xiaoyu retorted. You are the real lady. Your whole family comprises ladies. Miss Ling? The man tilted his head, pondering for a long time, failing to recall any prominent family named Ling in the vicinity. He inquired, May I ask where Miss Ling hails from? I come from Xinghe City. Where is your manager? I wish to sell something, Ling Xiaoyu declared, her demeanor indicating her disinterest in further conversation with anyone other than the person in charge. Though still perplexed, the man refrained from making another rash move, cautiously probing. I am Mu Liangxin, the deputy manager of this auction house. What does Miss Ling wish to sell?
Puffed. Mu Liangxin.
Xiao Hongyi chuckled, amused by the peculiar name. You are in charge? Ling Xiaoyu suppressed her laughter, feigning skepticism as she eyed him with distrust. Could you allow me to glimpse the item? If I cannot make a decision, I will escort you to our manager, Mu Liangxin suggested, visibly anxious. He had yet to recall any family named Ling and was perplexed by Ling Xiaoyu's demeanor, which suggested she was of noble birth. After a moment of feigned hesitation, Ling Xiaoyu nodded resolutely. Very well. Please assist me in appraising it. She then opened the jade box, and as a visible gap appeared, Mu Liangxin lost his composure, hastily closing the lid with reverence. I failed to recognize the significance of this item. Please, Miss Ling, follow me. I cannot make any decisions regarding this.
Ah.
So, you cannot handle this? Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed in mock surprise. I also have a pill that can extend one's lifespan.
Miss. Mu Liangxin interrupted.
Having anticipated her next words. It is my fault. Please do not disclose that further. Am I permitted to enter now? Ling Xiaoyu pressed. No more invitation required? No need to risk my life here? Absolutely. Mu Liangxin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing his misfortune in attempting to intimidate a noble. Miss Ling is our esteemed guest. Please allow me to guide you to our manager. Very well, lead the way. Ling Xiaoyu replied, satisfied with his response.
Make way.
Can't you see our esteemed Miss Ling wishes to enter? Mu Liangxin scolded the guards still blocking their path. Ling Xiaoyu smirked inwardly, amused by his duality. Once they successfully entered the Zixiao auction house, Mu Liangxin settled them in a private room. Miss Ling, please enjoy some tea while I fetch our manager. Thank you. I appreciate it, she replied politely.
Yeah.
Shall we sell a supreme Yanhe pill? Xiao Hongyi inquired, glancing at the jade vial with reluctance. One cannot obtain without sacrifice. How can I trust you to handle the main matter? Ling Xiaoyu chastised. What do you mean by that? Ask how many in our previous generation have even seen such a thing. Xiao Hongyi protested, feeling unjustly accused. Moreover, what does main matter even mean? Stop speaking in riddles. Enough. I've told you not to dwell on trivialities. Ling Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, exasperated. There are many more valuable items. Your sole task now is to cultivate diligently and ascend to the pinnacle of life. As Xiao Hongyi prepared to retort, they heard footsteps approaching, transforming her myriad thoughts into a singular sound. Humph. 3 knocks echoed at the door, followed by a feminine voice. Miss Ling, I am the manager here, Zicha. May I come in? Please enter. The gentle and courteous tone disarmed any lingering irritation. Miss Ling, a woman clad in a delicate lavender garment, her face veiled in white, and possessing an elegant figure, entered gracefully, offering a respectful bow. I am honored to meet you. Chapter 23. A request to meet the alchemist. Observing Miss Ling's demeanor, it appeared she was a forthright individual, prompting me to be direct. Zicha, a young woman who managed such a large branch, undoubtedly possessed considerable abilities. I heard from Vice Supervisor Mu that Miss Ling possesses elixirs that extend life. Xiao Hongyi wished to feign ignorance, yet she dared not. So she placed the jade vial on the table. Inside was a premium Yanhe pill, capable of prolonging life by 15 years. I implore you, Miss C, to authenticate it. Ling Xiaoyu sat upright in her chair. Zicha, without pretense, reached for the jade vial, while Mu Liangxin, who trailed behind her, perceptively presented a black wooden box. Gently pouring the elixir from the vial into the box, Zicha's expression shifted. Miss Ling, may I be so bold as to inquire about the origin of this elixir? Rest assured, Miss C, there is nothing amiss with the elixir. Zicha smiled and explained. However, there is a rather inconvenient request I would like to propose, if Miss Ling would be so kind to listen. Please, do not hesitate. Ling Xiaoyu was growing weary of the overly formal discourse, yet she could not afford to relax. Vice Supervisor Mu, the head of the Wei family, and the head of the Morong family are soon to arrive. Could you kindly attend to them first? Zicha casually instructed Mu Liangxin. Certainly. Mu Liangxin bowed his head to mask his reluctance but acquiesced. I shall take my leave now. Miss Ling, please continue your conversation. Very well. Go forth, Vice Supervisor Mu. Your righteous demeanor is commendable, and I hold great expectations for you. Ling Xiaoyu intentionally provoked him, catching a glimpse of the discontent in his eyes. Miss Ling, you jest. He laughed awkwardly as he departed. Once Mu Liangxin had distanced himself, Zicha's gaze turned to Xiao Hongyi and Yu Zifeng, hesitating to speak. Z Supervisor, please speak openly. We are all allies here. There is no need for concern, Ling Xiaoyu reassured. Suddenly, Zicha knelt. Miss Ling, I am aware this request is unreasonable, but I truly have no other recourse. What is this? Ling Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Please rise and speak. We are all peers and cannot bear such formalities. Let me speak plainly. Zicha gazed at her with sorrowful eyes. I am a collateral descendant of the Z family. My father is the current head, Z Linglong's elder brother, who has devoted himself tirelessly to our family. As she spoke, it seemed she recalled a person who incited her fury. It was that Yu Qiangwei. She schemed against my father, and now the head has been injured while trying to rescue him. Yet, evil deeds do not go unpunished. Yu Qiangwei is now missing. Zi's supervisor. Ling Xiaoyu listened for a while before finally interjecting. Your family matters are not for me to meddle in. Please, state your purpose directly. Miss Ling. Zicha suddenly bowed thrice before Ling Xiaoyu. I wish to meet the alchemist. I beseech you to grant my request. The alchemist? Now Ling Xiaoyu comprehended. This young woman sought to test her, furthering her belief that this woman was no ordinary individual. Indeed, the one capable of concocting such exquisite elixirs must be an alchemist of the highest caliber. Zicha sought a remedy for her family's head. Tears streamed down Zicha's face. Her expression did not suggest deceit, yet there were numerous inconsistencies in her narrative. If she was not deliberately lying, then she was simply naive. Regardless of which it was, Ling Xiaoyu was reluctant to involve herself. After all, only 3 days remained until her mission's deadline, leaving her no time for benevolence. Miss Ling. Zicha observed Ling Xiaoyu's silence and pleaded once more. Zi's supervisor. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but my master has been traveling for years, and it has been nearly 5 since I last saw her. Ling Xiaoyu fabricated an excuse. Xiao Hongyi was on the verge of losing her composure, while Yu Zifeng maintained an expression that suggested he saw no one but his mother. Miss Ling, I know this request is unreasonable. Please, I implore you to help me. Zicha again bowed thrice. Ling Xiaoyu, a paragon of the new era, could not endure such a display, quickly signaling Xiao Hongyi to intervene. Zi supervisor, I truly wish to assist, but I am utterly powerless. With Xiao Hongyi's assistance, Zicha finally stood, yet she refused to sit, remaining before Ling Xiaoyu. Miss Ling, to be honest, my presence here as a supervisor was arranged by my father. He feared for my safety at home, and before I left, he tasked me with finding a remedy for our family's head. I have finally encountered you. I beseech you. Ling Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. She now believed the girl was truthful, for she appeared to lack any cunning. Surely, arranging for her to be so far from home for her safety was foolish. It was likely that the true mastermind behind her father's plight was indeed her father himself. Miss Ling. Zicha grew anxious. She was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away, eager to assist her family and her aunt. How about this? Finding my master may be challenging, Ling Xiaoyu proposed. However, I can visit and assess your family head's condition once I have completed my urgent matters. Is that true? Zicha's cheeks were still stained with tears, yet now her face radiated joy, and her delicate beauty made it hard for Ling Xiaoyu, as a woman, not to feel sympathy, silently reflecting on how beauty could lead to misfortune. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Ling Xiaoyu steadied her as she attempted to kneel again. I am currently occupied with significant matters. Once I am finished, I shall come to see you. What do you think? Excellent. Thank you immensely, Miss Ling. Zicha attempted to kneel but failed, instead bowing respectfully. Then, shall I take charge of this elixir? I wonder if Miss Ling has any specific requests? Would you prefer a trade or exchange for cloud coins? Please, Zi supervisor, let us discuss this further. Ling Xiaoyu whispered to Zicha, and upon receiving her consent, she nodded in satisfaction. Then took the ancient blood ginseng from Xiao Hongyi and handed it to Zicha. Thus, I shall entrust this to you, Zi supervisor. Rest assured, Miss Ling. Zicha solemnly promised that she would handle the matter with utmost diligence. Then, let us take our leave. Once we have resolved our private affairs, we shall return to discuss your matters, Zi supervisor. With that, Ling Xiaoyu beckoned Xiao Hongyi and Yu Zifeng to depart. Miss Ling. Zicha called out to her. Here is RZ Xiao Trading Company's Diamond VIP card. It can be used for any of our enterprises. Please keep it safe. I will escort you out. Thank you. Ling Xiaoyu accepted the card and placed it in her storage ring. Before long, the group exited the auction house. Should you require anything, Miss Ling, do not hesitate to seek me at the auction house. I will do my utmost to assist you. Chapter 24. Has Master Yu not returned? TSK. Such filial piety. Ling Xiaoyu stepped into the room with a biting remark. Yu Zicheng shot her a disdainful glance, his tone exceedingly unkind. What are you doing here? It's not like I came to find you. Following closely behind Ling Xiaoyu was Xiao Hongyi, who had no intention of indulging Yu Zicheng. Has the third senior brother taken leave of his senses? Why is he always so irritable? Yu Zifeng sauntered in, casually interjecting. You all. Yu Zicheng glared at Ling Xiaoyu with resentment, blaming her for turning his beloved Feng Shidi into someone he found detestable. I can't be bothered with you. Miss Ling, do you have something to discuss? Yu Lai set down his medicine bowl and inquired. It's nothing significant. I merely wish to ask Master Yu if you intend to abandon the Yulan sect? Ling Xiaoyu poured herself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. Master. During a moment of silence, Yu Zishang spoke weakly. I possess evidence of the second elder colluding with the demon clan. The foundation of the Yulan sect built over the years. Cough cough. Cannot simply be allowed to be destroyed before our eyes.
Shangya.
Don't get agitated. Yu Lai hurried over to assist Yu Zishang in calming his breath. Your internal injuries are still severe. There is no need to worry about sect matters. I am here for you, Master. Yu Zishang wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Yu Lai. Focus on your recovery. He then turned and commanded. Jing'er, take good care of your senior brother. I will attend to the sect matters and come to fetch you both. Nonsense. How can your senior brother be left alone in this condition?
Yu Lai reprimanded. Cheng'er.
You must mature. You cannot continue to be so impulsive. Be obedient. Miss Ling, let us speak privately for a moment. Yu Lai gestured invitingly, clearly wishing to exclude Yu Zicheng and Yu Zishang from the conversation. The group entered Ling Xiaoyu's room and took their seats. What does Master Yu plan to do? Ling Xiaoyu broke the silence. Master Yu, a kindness is a commendable trait. However, excessive compassion may lead to cruelty towards one's own kin. If you do not take action against them, they may not hesitate to turn against you. Pausing briefly, Ling Xiaoyu continued. Master Yu has been away from the sect for 4 days. I wonder how your disciples are faring? I wonder what they are enduring. Yet you remain here lamenting for your enemies. Should your disciples learn of this, it would surely dishearten them. Yu Lai was taken aback. Indeed. When he departed, he only took Xing'er and Feng'er. The other disciples and his daughter remain within the sect. If Yu Wuxuang truly acts, that is right. Ling Xiaoyu felt a sense of triumph at her successful persuasion.
Hey.
Little lunatic. ISNT here, father? Aren't you going to follow? Xiao Hongyi asked, biting into a bunch of grapes, glancing at Yu Zifeng. He possesses spiritual power to protect himself. My mother needs me, so I want to seek him out. I knew there would be a follow-up. Xiao Hongyi cast a proud glance at Yu Zifeng. My sister Yu's intellect is not something you, little lunatic, can compare with. Yu Zifeng rolled his eyes and then gave her a dismissive gesture, tugging at Ling Xiaoyu's sleeve. Mother, we shouldn't go. The old man can handle it himself. It's fine. My plan still requires Feng Yu's assistance. I assure you, I will not take unnecessary risks. Ling Xiaoyu vowed, raising her hand. Stop dawdling. A grown man should not be so fussy. Xiao Hongyi impatiently tossed aside her grapes. Let us act swiftly. All right, I'll make arrangements. With a flick of her hand, Ling Xiaoyu instructed. Hongyi, take this card and stay here. Tomorrow afternoon, seek out Zika and deliver this letter to her. Remember, do not do it in advance. Tonight, you must visit the Wei residence. I suspect that the troubles in the Yulan sect are part of a grand conspiracy. After we leave, find a few beggars in the marketplace to spread word of your visit to the Murong residence tonight, then head directly to the Wei residence, creating a significant commotion to delay that formation master and the poison master. If anything unexpected occurs, contact me immediately. With that, she produced a large handful of communication talismans and stuffed them into Xiao Hongyi's embrace. Keep these safe. Do not worry about running out of talismans.
Ah. Oh.
Xiao Hongyi was momentarily stunned by the pile of talismans. All right. Feng'er, you will accompany me to the Yulan sect. But we must arrive before Master Yu. My pace is slow, so I'll need you to guide me. No problem. I can lead Mother through a shortcut. I know the route well. Yu Zifeng exclaimed with excitement at the prospect of acting alone with Ling Xiaoyu. By the way,
Hongyi,
you also need to assist in disguising me as Master Yu. A trivial task. Xiao Hongyi readily agreed. After a brief preparation, the trio arrived at the entrance of Zixiao Tower.
all right.
Let us commence our operation. Hongi, do not overexert yourself. If anything happens, contact me promptly, and if communication fails, seek out Zika directly. I understand, Sister Yu. Be careful. With that, the three parted ways, each embarking on their respective missions. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hall, a man clad in black, his face concealed by a mask, tore open a communication talisman, followed by a cacophony of unsettling laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
You shall all perish. Chapter 25. Assisting Yulai in clearing the path in the depths of the beast forest, Yu Zifeng held tightly onto Ling Xiaoyu as they hurried along, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain. They deftly navigated what appeared to be impassable shortcuts, arriving at the gates of the Yulan sect in merely 3 hours. Ling Xiaoyu had long since made up her mind. She fully comprehended Yulai's turmoil. Murdering fellow disciples was indeed a formidable decision for him. Yet, with war comes sacrifice. And since Yulai was hesitant, Ling Xiaoyu resolved to assist him. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously produced a porcelain vial containing the bitter sea of no return, which they had seized from Xiao Hongi. Yulai suddenly appeared outside the sect's gates, calling out Yu Wushuang. You, who are unworthy of your age, harm your own kin and pursue the sect leader. Today, I shall ensure you are brought to justice. From the shadows, Yu Zifeng observed her provocative entrance, raising an eyebrow and giving her a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of my mother.
How cool.
Ling Xiaoyu, seeing through everything, chose not to reveal her awareness. She was waiting for the second elder to arrive with a host of followers to confront her. Having only a few doses of the bitter sea of no return, she certainly could not afford to waste them.
Get up. Oh?
Ling Xiaoyu was speechless. Were the inhabitants of this world truly so foolish? Why must they invoke the second elder rather than address matters more sensibly? Sect leader, please this way. Have some tea, and wait a moment. I shall notify the second elder immediately. With that, the disciple retreated. Fortunately, it was Ling Xiaoyu in disguise. Had it been the real Yulai, he would have charged in without hesitation, unable to abide by the authority of an elder over him. Brother, do you think Yulai will find that wild child, Yu Zisheng, before us? The third elder asked anxiously. Do not fret. Yu Wushuang glared at his brother, exasperated. At your age, you still lack ambition. Even if he finds him, what difference does it make? Is there still a place for Yulai in our sect? At that moment, news had been effectively suppressed, and those of Yulai's lineage were largely under control. Why don't we directly take a group to eliminate Yulai and eradicate his bloodline? Spare no mercy for the rest, proposed a middle-aged man. Indeed, the second elder acquiesced, suddenly declaring, then you shall lead the charge against Yulai.
Ah.
Second elder. I fear I may not be his match. The man panicked at the assignment. Humph. If you lack the courage, then choose someone from among these. The second elder waved his sleeve and struck the table in frustration. A bunch of useless individuals. Lacking strength and wit, you only know how to indulge in pleasure. Where is your voice when I require your assistance? Brother, the third elder attempted to interject, but the fire of anger flared. Silence. You are the most useless of all. Yu Wushuang pointed an accusing finger at Yu Wushang. I have endured for you my entire life. Were it not for you, would I have tolerated that old scoundrel Yulai for so long? Silence fell in the hall since you all relish in claiming credit. Go forth. Take several elite disciples, and ensure a decisive strike at the base of the mountain. Be discreet. With a wave of his hand, Yu Wushuang dismissed them, suddenly adding, Fu Qian. Use that if necessary. Yes, second elder. Fu Qian hurriedly complied before exiting with several others. The remaining Yu Wushang, paralyzed with fear under the second elder's cold demeanor, dared not move, terrified of incurring his wrath again.
Wushang.
Yu Wushuang suddenly called, startling him. You are such a disappointment. This outburst incited Yu Wushuang's fury, but he soon calmed down. It is not my intention to scold you. It is simply infuriating. You achieve nothing. And had you not been followed by that rascal Yu Zisheng, would we be forced to hastily implement our plan? Alas, my brother has done all he can. The rest is in fate's hands. Yu Wushuang sighed, producing a top-tier teleportation talisman and handing it to Yu Wushang. If this mission fails, there shall be no escape for us. I obtained this talisman from Che Li. It can transport you to Yishan continent. Live well there. brother Wowood. Yu Wushang began to cry again. I don't know why I was followed. Enough with the tears. I have cared for you for hundreds of years. When will you mature? In exasperation, Yu Wushang flung his sleeve and departed the conference chamber, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu savored her tea leisurely, the night deepening. Suddenly, she sensed an aura of killing intent and tightened her grip on the porcelain vial, ready to strike. She maintained her composure, assuming the demeanor of a sect leader, saying,
Well,
Thank you for your efforts. Let us proceed. The disciple rose, bowing his head, concealing a triumphant smirk as he followed Yu Lai, watching as he stepped into their encirclement. As Ling Xiaoyu walked, she counted down 3, 2, 1. Without hesitation, she hurled the bitter sea of no return, aiming for a decisive blow against Yu Lai. They had gathered all disciples in this location, poised to launch a fatal attack, unaware that Ling Xiaoyu had preemptively unleashed her offensive. Almost all disciples fell victim, rendered senseless, left only with a sensation of pain, filling the air with their wails. Ami Chapter 26. The death of Yu Wushang. Does the sect leader you feel pity for these people? Ling Xiaoyu did not engage in idle chatter with him and directly inquired, Who are you? Yu Lai gazed at her in confusion. Are you Miss Ling? Ling Xiaoyu turned away, removing her disguise, and looked at Yu Lai with disdain. As the sect leader, you have managed the sect for many years yet still fail to grasp the principle that excessive indulgence is tantamount to murder. Yu Lai attempted to explain but was interrupted by Ling Xiaoyu. Over the years, Yu Wushang and Yu Wushang have frequently engaged in unscrupulous actions. You were aware, yet chose to remain silent. If you had learned this principle sooner, your wife would not have lost her life in vain. Your eldest disciple would not have been hunted, and your son Yu Zifeng would not be in peril. All of this stems from your so-called kindness. What, after all, is kindness? Do you still not understand? As Ling Xiaoyu observed the growing anguish on Yu Lai's face, she pressed on. Knowing that if she did not convince him this time, there would surely be a second, a third Yu Wushang in the future.
Ha.
I understand now. Yu Lai seemed to lose all his strength, suddenly laughing softly to himself. Sect leader, Miss Ling. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to my Yulan sect. I understand now. He bowed deeply to Ling Xiaoyu. I will take care of everything remaining. Casting a glance at the wailing disciples on the ground, he turned away and said, Feng Yu, take care of them. Ling Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. She did not wish to act this way, but these disciples had knowingly committed crimes. Betraying the sect leader was tantamount to treachery. Not to mention, conspiring with outsiders to assassinate their own leader. Feng, I will wait for you ahead. You handle this. Hearing the cries behind her, she suddenly felt nauseated, bent over, and began to retch. Looking up at the beautifully blue sky, she muttered, Dog system, I will fight you to the end. When Yu Lai arrived at the sect leader's residence, Yulan Courtyard, he saw Yu Wushang sitting at the gate, resembling a benevolent elder.
Laia, come.
Second uncle. Yu Lai stood a few steps away, refusing to move. Why did you do this? Hundreds of ordinary disciples perished at the hands of their own. What benefit did you gain from this? Yu Wushang picked up a gourd of wine and took a small sip. If you truly sought the position of sect leader, I could have willingly handed it to you. Yu Lai remained unconvinced, feeling that Yu Wushang was concealing something significant. Second uncle, I hinted to you multiple times that I had no desire for this position, yet you chose to ignore it. How can I trust you now? The older you get, the wiser you become. Yu Wushang chuckled softly, as if the man he had just tried to kill was not standing before him. Unfortunately, you cannot extract any information from me. Second uncle. Yu Lai felt a deep sorrow, recalling how his second uncle had once cared for him. When did he become so estranged? Must you truly resort to violence against me? I do not wish for the millennium legacy of Yulan sect to be ruined in my generation.
Child.
You are still too naive. Yu Wushang raised his head and drained the wine from the gourd, smiling as he said, If you want the Yu clan to thrive for generations, take them to find a secluded paradise. The world is about to descend into chaos. By the way, I have already made arrangements for your third uncle. Do not seek him out again. Second uncle. As the wind picked up, Yu Wushang gazed at the mountains and forests beyond the sect, sighing softly. closing his eyes and remaining motionless for a long time. Yu Lai sensed something was amiss and rushed over to check for his breath, only to find that Yu Wushuang had already passed away. Second uncle. Yu Lai cried out to the heavens. In the courtyard of the second elder, the third elder, who had been weeping, heard his anguished wail and cried even louder, clutching a transmission talisman without moving. At this moment, Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng had also reached Yulan sect. Before they could reach Yulan courtyard, they heard a painful cry. The two quickly followed the sound to the gate, where they found Yu Lai weeping over the lifeless Yu Wushuang like a child. A Feng. Ling Xiaoyu unconsciously called out to Yu Zifeng, "Am I being too harsh?" "Miss, who are you?" A distant voice interrupted. Yu Zifeng observed Yu Lai with a playful expression.
Oh.
The second elder has passed away.
Huh.
Old Yu Lai is still as hypocritical as ever. A Feng. Ling Xiaoyu's call was met with Yu Zifeng's questioning gaze. Young master Yu, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." Yu Zifeng regarded the unfamiliar girl before him with curiosity. "Which sect do you belong to? What brings you to Yulan sect?" Ling Xiaoyu was not afraid and responded earnestly. This humble girl, Ling, was invited by the sect leader to treat the young master. "To treat me?" Yu Zifeng was even more puzzled. "I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing to treat. Old man is just making a fuss." Ling Xiaoyu silently rolled her eyes. "As if I enjoy this broken sect. If it weren't for my life, I would have left long ago."
Oh.
"Suit yourself." Yu Zifeng disregarded Ling Xiaoyu and casually approached Yu Lai. "Old man, one traitor is dead. Why cry so much? When my mother was murdered, I didn't see you grieving. Feng'er, he is your second grandfather." Yu Lai attempted to reason further, but Yu Zifeng was not interested. "When he harmed my mother, did he think of being my second grandfather? When he tried to kill me, did he think of being my second grandfather?" Yu Zifeng looked disdainfully at Yu Wushuang's corpse. "Yu Lai, I despise being your son for life. It is your self-righteous affection that has led to this outcome."
Feng Yu.
Yu Lai suddenly appeared aged, collapsing to the ground. "No, it is not as you think." Yu Zifeng, still seething with anger, stormed off, leaving the words unspoken. Chapter 27. The Battle of Xiao Hongyi and Che Li. Ling Xiaoyu, having witnessed Yu Zifeng's departure, could not spare a moment to console Yu Lai and hurried after him. In her modern perspective, she found Yu Lai utterly lacking in strength, unfit to assume the position of a sect leader. With that thought, she leaped away, vanishing without a trace, leaving Ling Xiaoyu in the wind, cursing towards his disappearing figure. "You ungrateful wretch. Just a moment ago, I was willing to be your mother. I wouldn't even take you, for free. You disloyal son." Upon noticing his grim expression, Ling Xiaoyu realized that the term mother might be a sensitive subject for this young man.
"I didn't mean you,"
she swore, raising her hand. "I swear, someone just transmitted to me that a child who insisted on recognizing me as their mother suddenly chose another. I couldn't help it." "Is that so?" Yu Zifeng, not in a state of madness, was hardly inclined to believe her words. As Ling Xiaoyu pondered her next move in helplessness, Yu Lai approached. "Miss Ling."
Feng Yu.
"What are you two doing?" "None of your business." The arrival of the more vengeful Yu Lai rescued Ling Xiaoyu, though Yu Zifeng cast a fierce glare at him before fleeing. "Miss Ling, did you see Feng'er?" Yu Lai asked, incredulously. "It seems he has recovered, though I cannot ascertain the specifics. Let's observe for now," Ling Xiaoyu explained. "Sect Master Yu should first resolve the turmoil within the sect. I will manage it. Miss Ling, please choose a room to stay in at my sect's guest house. With Feng'er in this state, I am concerned." Yu Lai hesitated, his words trailing off. "Rest assured, once I, Ling Xiaoyu, have made a promise, it is as binding as water poured out. Until young Master Ling fully recovers, I shall not depart." Although she spoke with assurance, her thoughts were quite the contrary. "Hurry and settle the sex matters. There's a fierce battle awaiting tonight. Once my task is complete, will I not flee? Am I foolish or foolish?" With those words, I am at ease. "Please, Miss Ling." After guiding Ling Xiaoyu to the painting courtyard and instructing others to attend to her, Yu Lai took his leave. As she paced the room, Ling Xiaoyu mused. Yu Wushuang has taken her own life. Yu Lai may find little trace of her now. We must rely on Hongyi. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she thought, Why do I feel as if something is missing from my shoulder?
Ah, dodgy.
Ling Xiaoyu had completely forgotten about the little fox in her moment of relaxation. It then dawned on her that she had sent the little fox out to gather medicinal herbs. After all, such a vast planting space needed to be utilized. With so many tasks at hand, she had completely overlooked it. Only now, in this idle moment, did she notice the absence and hastily reached out with her spiritual sense, only to find no response. The little fox waved its paws, attempting to inquire where Ling Xiaoyu had gone. Meanwhile, Yu Zicheng wore an expression of confusion. After several failed attempts at communication, the little fox grew despondent, wondering why it could not speak.
Cough, cough.
Zicheng, stop teasing him. Yu Zishang coughed a few times and remarked, "We have been left here by our master for a day now. Although we haven't participated. I suspect your master has gone to Yulan sect." The little fox glared fiercely at Yu Zicheng, but with its adorable face, it only appeared endearingly fierce, lacking any real intimidation. On the other side, Xiao Hongyi encountered some difficulties. Che Li, the array master, possessed a premium spirit-imbued talisman. Following Ling Xiaoyu's plan, she visited the Wei Manor that evening, and after some commotion, Wei Haha fell ill from anger yet again. However, just as she intended to retreat, Che Li suddenly appeared. This time, before she could unleash her poison techniques, he brandished a jade talisman. A surge of white light emanated from it, enveloping Che Li. He glowered at Xiao Hongyi. "The most beautiful heroine, Xiao Hongyi? I shall see who has given you the audacity to provoke me time and again. Humph, you think a mere spirit-imbued talisman can hold me back?" Recognizing the talisman, Xiao Hongyi remained unafraid.
Navi.
"When I roamed the martial world, you were still muddling about in some corner. Sharp-tongued. Let us see how bold you are in a moment." Infuriated, Che Li unleashed his array against Xiao Hongyi. Thousand-handed to Thagata.
Go.
The paper talisman activated upon release, summoning a massive dual-faced Buddha statue, adorned with thousands of hands, each forming unique mudras. The Buddha's face suddenly opened its eyes, and the hands collectively attacked Xiao Hongyi. Though renowned as a heroine, Xiao Hongyi had never faced an array master before, and for a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. As countless hands flew towards her, she could only roll aside, attempting to evade them. To her surprise, the Buddha's hands seemed to possess a will of their own, following her movements. Che Li, laughing boisterously at her predicament, taunted, "Ha ha. Where's that earlier bravado of yours? Show it now." Xiao Hongyi gritted her teeth in frustration, yet refused to back down. "Humph, I can endure, just toying with this thing. Why are you in such a rush?"
Oh.
"Since Miss Xiao is so leisurely, I shall present you with another grand gift." With that, he produced another talisman and hurled it forcefully, Heavenly Net.
Curse it.
"This scoundrel." Xiao Hongyi bit her teeth in anger. "He aims to exhaust me here." The name of the Heavenly Net alone revealed its purpose. If ensnared, escape would be impossible. As she dodged, she contemplated her escape. Feeling overwhelmed by the array master's relentless pursuit, her indignation threatening to overflow, "You must not fall into my hands, otherwise, you will learn what it means to wish for death rather than life."
Ha ha ha.
This is the legendary Xiao Hongyi? Reduced to searching for her teeth after being struck by me. Che Li laughed heartily once more. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Xiao Hongyi made a decisive choice. No longer would she flee. Instead, she activated her protective barrier and charged forward. Golden Shield spell. Block for me. With determination, she surged toward Che Li. Unleashing her might, Xianbing Slash.
Take this.
Although Che Li was adept in talisman crafting, his personal strength was insufficient. He retrieved a defensive talisman, activating only one in time. Xiao Hongyi, fueled by anger, broke through the defense with a single strike, landing a blow directly on his left chest.
Ah, Kelly screamed.
Collapsing to the ground. The talismans, stripped of their spiritual energy, spontaneously ignited, causing the Buddha's hands and the expansive net to shatter into countless particles of light, vanishing into the air. At that moment, Xiao Hongyi, nearly exhausted, was taken by surprise as a poison master suddenly emerged from behind her. It was Qin Deng. Chapter 28. Xiao Hongyi severely injured after receiving guidance from Yu Zishang. The little fox bared its teeth and growled, likely cursing Ling Xiaoyu, before swiftly darting out of the window, intent on finding her at the Yulan sect. As it passed through a narrow alley, it spotted a familiar figure. Whoa! Xiao Hongyi. Xiao Hongyi's consciousness had already begun to drift. After defeating Che Li, she had inadvertently fallen victim to Qin Deng's toxic strike, the unique poison of his life's essence, Bai Ying. Despite her medicinal powers, she could only manage to contain it slightly. Thus, she found herself embroiled in a chase with the assassins until they seemed to receive a command to retreat, allowing her to pause in the alley. Due to the continuous expenditure of her spiritual energy, Bai Ying had already spread throughout her body, and the medicinal effects were fighting desperately against it. Any misstep would allow the poison to invade her heart meridians, at which point it would be beyond remedy. Little fox. Xiao Hongyi weakly beckoned, "Come here. I have something crucial to discuss." Seeing her condition, the little fox refrained from further mischief and quickly flew over, its tiny paws supporting Xiao Hongyi's shoulder. "Take this card and go to the Zixiao auction house to find Supervisor Zichai," Xiao Hongyi instructed, handing over the card Ling Xiaoyu had given her. Chengtong County has been ensnared by a massive formation laid by a senior formation master. Communication talismans are now useless. Hurry to find Zichai. I fear your master may be in danger. But what? You should worry about yourself first, the little fox retorted, exasperated. I'm fine. Hurry. Xiao Hongyi pushed him away and, in the same motion, collapsed to the ground. The little fox felt utterly defeated. It seemed destined for labor, either battling foes or racing to confront them. With determination, it grasped Xiao Hongyi and, evading the crowd, soared to the entrance of the Zixiao auction house. At that moment, Mu Liangxin, the receptionist, noticed the little fox carrying a girl in red and frowned. Get lost. This is an auction house. If you're ill, go to the infirmary.
What?
You cur. The little fox had picked up Ling Xiaoyu's catchphrase after following her for days, though Mu Liangxin did not comprehend.
Hey.
You beast have quite the temper. Mu Liangxin squinted for a long moment before suddenly waving his hand. Come. I'll take you in for some meat. The little fox rolled its eyes, about to retort. When Xiao Hongyi regained consciousness and softly urged, follow him inside, and look for an opportunity to slip away and find Zichai. Disheartened, the little fox thought, if I ever catch that old man again, I'll turn you into lamp oil. Yet, with no choice, it feigned ignorance and followed Mu Liangxin into the auction house. Mu Liangxin intended to lure them in and capture the little fox unawares, believing such a spirited creature must be valuable, even if still in its juvenile stage. He was eager to boast before that woman. Little did he know, the fox was no ordinary creature. Despite its small size, it had existed for millennia, merely with its spiritual powers sealed. The more Mu Liangxin observed, the more incensed he became, leading to a reckless charge through the hall with Xiao Hongyi in tow. The commotion finally caught Zichai's attention. She furrowed her brow and stepped out. Mu Vice Supervisor. What on earth is happening to cause such chaos?
What?
Deceitful scoundrel. Upon seeing Zichai emerge, the little fox dashed forward as instructed by Xiao Hongyi, not forgetting to insult Mu Liangxin. Supervisor Zichai, be careful. Mu Liangxin, seeing the prize slip from his grasp, feigned an intent to rescue her, saying, I'll catch this beast. However, the little fox was not so easily captured. With a nimble twist, it landed gracefully before Zichai, extending a paw forward. Zichai's gaze fell upon the card. This is from Ling.
Mu Liangxin.
Begrudgingly acknowledging the hierarchy, complied with the order. Yes. Zichai swiftly ushered the little fox into a room, laying Xiao Hongyi on a bed to examine her injuries. Yet Xiao Hongyi refused, pulling out a letter to present to Zichai. This is a message for my young lady for you. I should check your wounds first. You're gravely injured and appear to have been poisoned, Zichai insisted, only to be rejected once more. Please read my young lady's letter first. She was supposed to arrive by noon, but something delayed her. I fear for her safety, Xiao Hongyi urged anxiously. Upon hearing that Ling Xiaoyu might be in danger, Zichai hastily tore open the letter. To Zichai, Ling Xiaoyu knows she should not seek favors, yet she finds no one else to assist her. I suspect that the Wei and Murong families are involved in a grand conspiracy, though I cannot ascertain its truth. The arrival of this letter indicates that Hongyi has completed her task, and barring unforeseen events, the internal strife at Yulan sect should also be resolved.
Now.
The time for the fox to reveal its tail has come. Xiaoyu requests that you take action tonight, luring the formation master outside the city, where I will rendezvous with the elite disciples of Yulan sect. I implore you, Ling Xiaoyu Hongi, rest here for now. I shall return shortly. Zichai, having read the letter, wasted no time in gathering her team. Supervisor Zichai, Qingtan County is already encircled by the formation. Exercise caution. Yu Zifeng had regained consciousness and would likely not assist her in executing the plan, while Yu Lai was preoccupied with internal rebellion, leaving her in a quandary. Ling Xiaoyu was in a state of panic when suddenly a disciple from Yulan's sect rushed into her courtyard, exclaiming, "Miss Ling, quickly, follow me. Our young master seems to be in trouble. He has fainted." What? Ling Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly followed the disciple to Yu Zifeng's quarters, thinking, "Please don't let anything happen now." She was already stretched thin. Upon arrival, she found Yu Lai seated in the room's 8 immortals chair, while Yu Zifeng had awakened and, seeing Ling Xiaoyu approach, joyfully rushed over. "Mother, where have you been? I've been looking for you." Ling Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. "Young Master Yu? Are you all right?" "Mother, please don't joke with me." Yu Zifeng clung to Ling Xiaoyu's arm, his face radiating happiness. "Master Yu, this." Ling Xiaoyu awkwardly glanced at Yu Lai. Sighing, Yu Lai remarked, "I must trouble Miss Ling to keep an eye on this child." Chapter 29, Encountering the Soul-Locking Banner again. What a significant matter, Mother. Yu Zifeng still held on tightly, as if fearing she might flee. "There is a villain outside the clan who constantly bullies me. Could a Feng help me deal with him?" Ling Xiaoyu coaxed gently. "Of course. A Feng will assist Mother in punishing the villain." After a discussion, they decided to scheme against Yu Lai to obtain his clan leader token. Father. It had been a long time since Yu Zifeng called for his father. Yu Lai turned around in disbelief. "Feng heir?" Yes. Father. "I wish to go to the Yu Pavilion to study the techniques," Yu Zifeng said with a smile. "Why this sudden interest in the Yu Pavilion?" Yu Lai hesitated. "Have you already mastered the Yu Hung heavenly scriptures I gave you? That simple thing? I learned it long ago. I wish to choose a set of techniques I like at the Yu Pavilion." Yu Zifeng reiterated his request. "However, I am quite busy at the moment. Let us go later." Yu Lai reluctantly agreed.
No.
"Father, please lend me the clan leader token. I can choose by myself," Yu Zifeng said with a grin. Although Yu Lai had done many irrational things out of familial affection, he was not a fool after so many years. At that moment, he realized that the previous words were merely a pretext to obtain the clan leader token. Feng heir would never be concerned about this. Could it be related to Miss Ling? That shouldn't be the case. She had just helped the Yulan clan immensely. Moreover, a person as selfless as Xianyang Huanlu would not covet anything. Yu Lai's mind was in turmoil, caught in a battle between reason and emotion. "Father?" Seeing him silent, Yu Zifeng urged him. "Oh, very well." Yu Lai ultimately decided to give them the clan leader token, eager to see what she intended to do. He handed the token to Yu Zifeng, saying, "Take good care of it and do not lose it."
Right.
"Then we shall head off first. You continue with your tasks, Father." After securing the token, the two hurried towards the training hall. Inside the hall, the ordinary disciples were ardently practicing. Upon seeing Yu Zifeng enter, they promptly halted to pay their respects. "Young clan leader, no need for formality. Continue your training and pay no mind to me." Yu Zifeng adeptly assumed the demeanor of the young clan leader. He then pulled Ling Xiaoyu deeper into the hall, where there was a Xianyang spring, a place where inner disciples cultivated techniques exclusive to the inner sect, such as the moon-gazing technique. Though the technique was called the moon-gazing technique, it required absorbing the more abundant yang energy from the spirit energy, making the Xianyang spring the best place to cultivate. Therefore, to find elite disciples, one had to look deeper inside. This time, Ling Xiaoyu did not intend to bring too many people, as she was already prepared to deal with the array of spirit talismans set by the Formation Master, needing only 7 individuals at the initial stage of true spirit. Following Yu Zifeng into the Xianyang spring area, she felt increasingly warm and found herself continuously drinking water. She thought to herself, "I cannot neglect my own cultivation. Once this matter is settled, I must find a way to practice, lest I be caught off guard someday. Mother, please wait here for a moment. I will find a few people." Observing Ling Xiaoyu's breath becoming more hurried, Yu Zifeng proposed. That is acceptable, just find 7 at the true spirit initial stage. Nothing too strenuous, Ling Xiaoyu instructed. Yu Zifeng agreed and ventured deeper alone, soon returning with 7 young men. Mother, do you think they will do? Yu Zifeng asked calmly. The 7 disciples who followed him out were dumbfounded. Young clan leader referred to this woman as what? When did the clan leader remarry? This is terrifying. We have met the clan leader's wife. Though internally mocking, they still maintained their decorum. In unison, they bowed, nearly causing Ling Xiaoyu to stumble. But Yu Zifeng gently supported her, saying, Mother, be careful. He. Unable to explain anything at that moment, Ling Xiaoyu pretended she did not hear the title of clan leader's wife and led the group outside. As they walked, she issued instructions and handed each person a spirit talisman, and their group set off towards Chengtong County. Not long after they departed, Yu Lai followed discreetly, his presence unnoticed due to the disparity in their strengths. Meanwhile, Zicha was gathering her forces, and a group of black-clad assassins had emerged from Weifu. They roamed the corners of Chengtong County, seeking the red-clad woman who nearly harmed their master. Simultaneously, others were dispatched openly to commence a search. As Weifu had been robbed again, and Xiao Hong Yi had injured someone, prompting the county magistrate to send out a pursuit. Seeing the situation, Zicha intensified her arrangements, finding several women who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Hong Yi and dressing them in her style. To enhance the illusion, they even intentionally tore their clothes. By evening, upon Zicha's command, several women darted in different directions while deliberately creating noise to attract the assassins' attention. After several rounds of baiting, the assassins had become scattered and no longer formed a cohesive unit. Zicha then arranged for a group disguised as beggars to cause a commotion at the city gate, rolling about and demanding to exit the city. This act was of utmost importance. While this chaos unfolded, Zicha prepared to take matters into her own hands. She donned the tattered clothing of Xiao Hong Yi and sprinted towards another city gate, accompanied by a contingent of dark guards from the Z family. The disturbance at the city gate proved highly successful, even attracting the attention of the county magistrate. The flustered old man hurried to the gate. Children, this city is unsafe tonight. Please disperse quickly, and you shall be allowed to leave tomorrow.
No.
We demand to leave the city now. Yes. Why should our personal freedom be restricted? Our Qing grandfather is waiting for us outside. Amid this uproar, a soldier approached. Magistrate. Another Xiao Hong Yi has appeared at the West City Gate.
What?
Chang Liansheng quickly called out. Fine, let those few children go. You all follow me to the West City Gate. Saying this, he hurried towards Zicha's location. The carriage could no longer be utilized, so he handed the control talisman of the Great Formation to Qin Deng, along with a storage ring. Inside, do not take anything out unless absolutely necessary. Qin Deng took the items and rushed towards the West City Gate, seeing that the assassins and guards arranged by the carriage had been largely dealt with. He immediately activated the second layer of the defensive barrier, intending to trap Xiao Hong Yi within the city and resolve the matter slowly. In truth, he was reluctant to acknowledge that the woman before him was Xiao Hong Yi, for if it truly was her, it would signify his poison technique had completely failed. And she was here, boldly attempting to breach the city gate. Feng Yu, arrange for them to take positions at these locations. Await my signal to activate the spirit talismans simultaneously. Understood. Activate. With a shattering of a transmission talisman, red beams of light erupted from 7 directions surrounding Chengtong County's main city, striking the barrier. The barrier shattered instantly, and within the city, Qin Deng, who had activated the formation, let out a muffled groan, injured by the backlash of the formation. Qin Deng had already noticed Ling Xiaoyu's arrival before he could escape. Individuals were blocking him from 3 directions. Realizing he could not flee, he decisively produced a ring and retrieved 3 flags, scattering them in 3 different directions. They are the soul-locking banners. Chapter 30. The fierce battle in the Soul Lock array. As soon as the Soul Lock banner appeared, Ling Xiaoyu instantly recognized it. At that moment, Yu Lai, who had been trailing behind them, stepped forward and cast a deep glance her way. That is a counterfeit Soul Lock banner, and it has formed a small Soul Lock array with 3 sides. Master Yu. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her formalities. What brings you here? Oh, it seems that Miss Ling is quite the hidden talent. Yu Lai remarked coolly, glancing at her. The 7-star array earlier was crafted by you, was it not?
Ah.
Ha ha ha. Master Yu, you must be mistaken. Ling Xiaoyu laughed nervously. I am merely an ordinary person without any cultivation abilities. That was a gift from my elders, perhaps. Something procured from the market? Oh. May I inquire which family Miss Ling hails from? I had no idea such advanced arrays could be so easily found in the market. Could you kindly provide me with the specific location? I would like to procure some as well.
Ah.
Master Yu, they are in danger. Ling Xiaoyu, realizing her cover was about to be blown, caught sight of Yu Zifeng ensnared by the black mist of the Soul Lock banner. Even worse, Zichai had fallen to the ground, motionless. She urgently called for Yu Lai to provide assistance. I shall confront this Soul Lock array. Seeing his son in peril, Yu Lai set aside his previous concerns. Quickly go. Ling Xiaoyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, thinking, when did this fellow catch up? He must have seen everything. Who knows where this array symbol came from? It has been hidden in my bracelet all along. Oh no! He must have figured out that I tricked his son into falling for his master's order. While Ling Xiaoyu frantically contemplated how to explain herself, Yu Zifeng and Zichai were locked in a fierce struggle against the black mist. The array's architect, Qin Deng, had already spat out a mouthful of black blood upon tossing the Soul Lock banner, having been caught off guard by the backlash of the array twice. He collapsed to the ground, knowing he could not escape today. Yet, glancing at the trapped red figure within the array, he managed a faint smile. I alone shall trade places with you all. It is worth it. Just then, a scream pierced the air. Ah! It turned out Zichai had been pierced through the abdomen by a tendril of black mist, which instantly vanished into her body. Only Zichai herself understood that the black mist was ruthlessly eroding her, robbing her of all fighting capability, causing her to collapse. Yu Zifeng, entangled by the black mist as well, lacked the strength to rescue her and could only watch as she gradually lost consciousness. Feng Yu Lai had entered the array, helping them fend off several attacks. He soon discerned the array's secret. It was easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Once inside, one could no longer see the outside world, only a vast expanse of white and countless black mist tendrils, all eager to collect human souls. Feng, are you injured?
I'm fine.
Yu Zifeng wiped the blood from his mouth. Old Yu, hold on for a moment. I will check on Zichai's injuries.
Go.
Yu Lai, amidst the battle, could not overlook the fact that his son had reverted to calling him by his old name, stirring a wave of sorrow within him.
Miss.
Wake up. Zichai's companions surrounded her, shielding her from harm, each sustaining injuries themselves. Let me take a look. Yu Zifeng hurried over, channeling his spiritual energy to inspect her meridians. He discovered that her body was nearly overwhelmed by the black mist, on the verge of attacking her heart. Zichai had entirely lost consciousness, showing no signs of resistance. Yu Zifeng swiftly infused her with spiritual energy, guiding it through her meridians to drive out the black mist, finally managing to confine it within her left leg. Help her to the side to rest. We will handle things here, Yu Zifeng instructed. Thank you, young master. Zichai's companions expressed their gratitude respectfully. Yu Lai, meanwhile, had also sustained injuries, but found a flaw in the array. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit. No matter how similar, it lacks true power. Feng, we must break free. Otherwise, we will be drained by this array. You must hold off these vengeful spirits with the 7 of them while I target the array's core. Understood. Yu Zifeng nodded. You, be careful. Of course. Yu Lai felt a surge of warmth at his son's concern. You all take care as well. With that, Yu Zifeng and the others charged forward, while Yu Lai vanished into the blinding white light. Ling Xiaoyu watched helplessly from outside, suddenly noticing Qin Deng lying on the ground, unable to move. Filled with rage, she approached him, drawing a dagger from her spatial pouch and pressing it against his carotid artery.
Speak.
Who sent you here? What are your intentions?
Ha!
Aren't you curious? I won't tell you. Qin Deng laughed defiantly. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Wanna die? Ling Xiaoyu, infuriated, pulled out a pill and forced it into Qin Deng's mouth. Not a chance. You will enjoy this. What? What have you given me? As a poison master. He had never encountered such a pill. He clutched his throat, trying to prevent the liquid from sliding down to his stomach. Don't waste your effort. The medicine has already entered your mouth. You cannot escape unless you have an antidote. Ling Xiaoyu smirked. Weren't you quite spirited?
You.
The effects of the drug began to manifest, and Qin Deng felt a searing pain coursing through his body, from his skin to his organs.
Just kill me. Kill you?
Ling Xiaoyu crouched down, gripping his collar. That could be arranged. Tell me how to break this array, and I will grant you a quick end.
I
truly do not know. Qin Deng writhed in agony, his clothes soaked with blood and sweat.
It was
Che Li who gave it to me. Nothing. Please spare me. By the end, Qin Deng could barely form coherent sentences, pleading with Ling Xiaoyu to end his life. Ling Xiaoyu, however, paid him no mind. She stood up and gazed at the 3 soul lock banners floating in the air, resolute in her decision to touch one. Before she could reach out, she was suddenly knocked aside. Master, you cannot risk your life. It was the little fox, who had arrived just in time to see Ling Xiaoyu attempt to touch the soul lock band. Chapter 31. A kiss. Even with a bald head, I must continue, my lord. Yu Wushuang is dead. In the dimly lit hall, a figure clad in black knelt at the feet of a masked man. Yu Wushuang has also been sent away. I am incompetent. Humph. Useless fool. The masked man kicked the black-clad figure to the ground. Such a trivial sect as the Yulan sect has squandered so many painstakingly crafted soul banners. I bear the guilt. The black-clad man quickly rose after being knocked down, continuing to kneel. Please, punish me. Punishment?
What use is that to me?
Do you think I need you merely for punishment? You cannot even handle a small matter. A bunch of imbeciles. What of Che Li?
What?
Are you saying that the city of Tongjun has not been captured either? The masked man struck the black-clad man with force, sending him flying. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of anything.
Cough.
Also, the black-clad man coughed up blood, struggling to rise. Qin Deng is dead.
Get out.
All of you get out.
Did
you not call for a doctor? I summoned the resident doctor from the auction house. He said. What did he say? The poison that the red-clad maiden has suffered is the life poison of a long-time poison practitioner. There is nothing he can do. Impossible. Trouble the lady to summon the doctor. I wish to inquire personally.
Yes.
I shall go at once. The servant girl hurried away to fetch the doctor, while Ling Xiaoyu caressed Xiao Hongyi's cheek. Hongyi, you will be fine. You are the heroine, master. At this moment, a feeble voice sounded. Did you not bring frost mirror? Ling Xiaoyu suddenly realized that she had long believed it belonged to the heroine and had never thought to use it. She quickly asked the little fox, is there medicine inside that can save her? There is, master. The little fox mustered its spirit. Look for something called wandudan inside, and give it to her.
Wandudan?
Is this it? Ling Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved it.
Yes,
master. The Heavenly Medicine Codex has already fused with you. Study it more often. The prescriptions within are comprehensive. All right, I understand. As Ling Xiaoyu administered the wandudan to Xiao Hongyi, she also reviewed the Heavenly Medicine Codex. You should also tend to your injuries. Master, be cautious. And as for Miss C, you should check on her. The doctor here may not be able to save her. With that, the little fox closed its eyes and ceased to speak. At that moment, the door opened, and the servant girl returned with the doctor. Miss Ling, this is Dr. Yang. Please, feel free to ask him any questions. I shall go to my lady now.
Wait.
Ling Xiaoyu called out as the servant girl prepared to leave for Zicha. No, I will accompany you to see Missy. She then addressed the doctor. I have already administered the detoxifying pill. The rest is up to you, Dr. Yang. Understood. Although Dr. Yang felt puzzled, he knew when to inquire and when not to, so he readily agreed. Lead me to your lady. She must be in grave danger. Just as they exited, they encountered Yu Zifeng, who had come looking for her. Mother, why did you not take Feng Yu with you? It would be easier to find you. Feng, I need to check on Miss C. Do you want to come along? Ling Xiaoyu asked directly, without time for coaxing.
All right.
Yu Zifeng, sensing Ling Xiaoyu's urgency, stopped his antics and followed them to Zicha's room. Upon entering, they found a doctor examining Zicha. Ling Xiaoyu inquired, how is Miss C? Have you found a good solution? This is the first time I have encountered such symptoms. I have not yet devised a suitable treatment plan, the doctor replied, rising in embarrassment. Let me take a look. Please, miss. The doctor, not prideful, willingly made way upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's request. Miss Ling, I am fine. Zicha smiled weakly, her pallid face betraying her condition. I must thank young Master Zifeng for saving me. If he had not helped me seal the vengeful spirit, I fear I would have already crossed over to the underworld. Miss C, this incident arose because of me. Do not worry. I will ensure your recovery. Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt, knowing that Zicha had become embroiled in this ordeal because of her. Once you are healed, we shall set off for the Z family. Thank you, Miss Ling, for your great kindness. Zicha was somewhat emotional. She was finally able to do something for her aunt. Ling Xiaoyu extended her hand to touch the leg enveloped in black mist, feeling the icy chill. While examining it, she consulted the Heavenly Medicine Codex and finally found a recipe for the soul transformation pill. The book described how this pill was devised by Chun Wan for his daughter, Chun Rong, who had a vengeful spirit implanted within her by a powerful ghost cultivator. Chun Wan, in his grief, had gone to great lengths to create the soul transformation pill, yet his daughter had already exhausted her life force. From then on, he vowed to fight against the demonic ghost cultivators to the bitter end. Though uncertain of the pill's efficacy against the black mist of the soul banner, there was no alternative. One could only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Miss C, I possess a pill called the soul transformation pill. It may save your leg, but no one has ever tried it. Would you care to give it a chance? I trust you, Miss Ling. After a moment of contemplation, Zicha nodded in agreement, accepting the pill from Ling Xiaoyu and swallowing it. Ling Xiaoyu anxiously observed her reaction, prepared to rush to her aid at a moment's notice. When she noticed the black mist on her leg gradually dissipating,
Miss.
Zicha's servant girl exclaimed in delight. It's working! How wonderful! Miss Z is truly blessed. Her life is precious. Seeing this change, Ling Xiaoyu felt relieved and began to jest. However, at that moment, Zicha suddenly cried out, "Ah!" The black mist, which had been fading, suddenly coalesced into a skeletal shape, lunging towards Zicha's chest. Seeing the situation unfold, Ling Xiaoyu acted without a moment's hesitation, leaping forward to shield Zicha from the impending strike.
Ugh.
Chapter 32. Triggering a hidden quest, the room fell into an eerie silence. So much so that Zicha forgot to scream, while even the elderly doctor stared in astonishment at the two of them. Mother, are you alright? Yu Zifeng anxiously inspected Ling Xiaoyu from head to toe. Mother. The others exclaimed in unison. It's not what it seems. Ling Xiaoyu wished to vanish into thin air. Let me explain. Ha ha ha. Miss Ling, you look so youthful, yet your son has grown so much. My apologies. Should I call you Lady Yu instead? No, that is not it. Ling Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, waving her hands frantically. The supervisor, having suffered no lasting harm, had already tended to his injuries and decided to take his leave. The doctor hastily departed, carrying his medical kit.
Ah.
I just remembered. There's medicine simmering for the lady in the kitchen. I must check on it. The maid Suya, with a graceful bow, swiftly disappeared from the room.
Hey. Suya.
Wait for me. Zicha's words trailed off as Suya's footsteps faded away.
No.
You must listen to me. Ling Xiaoyu felt as though she could not clear her name, glaring furiously at Yu Zifeng. Fortunately, knowing that her mother was safe eased Yu Zifeng's worries. After examining Ling Xiaoyu and finding no injuries, he revealed a relaxed smile. Yu Zifeng. Ling Xiaoyu cast an awkward glance at Zicha, who was now the only one remaining and unable to move. Shut up.
Lady Yugoslavia.
Zicha attempted to offer comfort, but the words Lady Yu struck a nerve within Ling Xiaoyu once more. Everyone be quiet. Can't you just listen to me? Mother, please don't be angry. If you're upset, Feng or will feel heartache. This made Zicha hesitate to speak further. Her expression filled with confusion as she regarded Ling Xiaoyu.
I'm sorry.
But things truly aren't as you imagine. Ling Xiaoyu sighed in exasperation. The reality is, just as she was about to explain, She noticed Yu Zifeng's bewildered expression nearby and feared that any further provocation might create more trouble.
Yu Zifen.
Please keep an eye on Hong Yi for me while I speak with Miss C. I'll join you shortly. Mother, go now. There's no room for discussion. Ling. You. Zicha hesitated. What should I even call you? Just call me Miss Ling for now. Ling Xiaoyu replied, her tone matter-of-fact. I'm still quite young, after all. I've never even been in love, so how could I possibly have a son? What? What is going on then? Well, the situation is as follows. It took Ling Xiaoyu a full quarter of an hour to relay the entire story to Zicha. So that's how it is. No wonder I thought you didn't look like someone who had given birth. Zicha chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Please don't mock me. Ling Xiaoyu replied, looking dejected. I didn't want this either, but I've never practiced cultivation. So I couldn't fight back or escape. It's just so difficult. Oh, it's not that bad. If you think about it differently, this means you have another person to protect you, Zicha reassured her. She had scoured the Heavenly Medicine Codex, but found no record of such a case. And the system had already declared the quest completed.
Wait.
A quest. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, rising abruptly.
Cough.
What is happening? Zicha sputtered, startled, and nearly choking. Nothing. Nothing. Miss C, please rest. I need to attend to a personal matter. With that, she dashed out like the wind. In the auction house's guest room, Yu Lai sat alone, sulking as he tended to his wounds. His son had gone to find that woman, and all the auction house had done was arrange a room for him, leaving him without any inquiries. Yu Lai had mistakenly judged the Xian auction house. It wasn't that no one came to ask about him, but rather that Zicha was injured, and no one dared to disturb her. Contemplating that woman, Yu Lai fell into deep thought. Who was she exactly? So inscrutable. She exhibited no signs of spiritual energy or cultivation, yet she could effortlessly use a storage ring and produce such a complex array of formations at will. If she had intentionally approached Feng, what could her purpose be? If Ling Xiaoyu were to learn of his thoughts, she would likely confront him directly. If you hadn't failed to manage the internal strife of your sect, which endangered my life, would I have to run around like this? And your son, he's impossible to shake off, yet you accuse me of trying to get close. Just as Yu Lai was lost in thoughts of Ling Xiaoyu, she burst in unannounced. Master Yu, have you resolved the issues within your sect?
What?
Is there still something left to wrap up? Yu Lai regarded her with suspicion, feeling that she cared more about the turmoil within his sect than he did. You, how dare you? Yu Lai pushed her away. You, a young lady, should know better than to be so rude.
What are you saying?
Who lost their life? Yu Lai questioned loudly. There's no time. You must hurry. If this isn't resolved today, you will certainly regret it tomorrow. Ling Xiaoyu tugged at him, leading him straight to the auction house entrance. All right. I understand. Rest assured, I guarantee that Yu Zifeng won't lose a single hair. Yu Lai waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, urging her to let him go. You nearly scared me to death. Ling Xiaoyu patted her chest in relief. That old man is truly difficult.
Thankfully, I am clever.
I refuse to believe you wouldn't be anxious about a life being lost.
Ding.
Hidden quest activated. Quest objective: destroy the Heavenly Demon Sect's branch in the Jialan continent. Quest duration: none. Quest rewards: random failure penalty. The author dies. Ling Xiaoyu stared in shock. What on earth? This is outrageous. Chapter 33. Avenge the young master. Miss Ling, please refrain from always calling me Miss C. Just call me Cha-Cha, Zicha said with a smile as she watched Ling Xiaoyu storm in, visibly irate. All right, I'll call you Cha-Cha, and you can call me Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu replied cheerfully. There's no rush to go to my house. Everyone is injured at the moment. Let us recuperate for a few days before we proceed, Zicha suggested, and in the meantime, you can take your revenge. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not. Ling Xiaoyu clenched her fists tightly. That old scoundrel Wei Haha colluded with Murong Bai and the county magistrate to bully my family, Hong Yi. How could I possibly forget?
Haha, that's good to hear.
I will arrange an auction in the next few days. I'll make sure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Zicha comforted Ling Xiaoyu with a smile. I trust you with your endeavors. From now on, Any valuable items will surely be reserved for our cha-cha at the auction. What do you say? Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, throwing her arms around Zicha's shoulders. Absolutely. But you must promise not to go back on your word. Zicha beamed with joy. Miss, your medicine is ready. Drink it while it's warm. At that moment, Zicha's maid, Suya, entered with a bowl of medicine. Upon seeing Ling Xiaoyu still present, she hesitated for a moment, glancing around nervously before relaxing upon realizing Yu Zifeng was absent. This scene left Ling Xiaoyu feeling like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice her frustrations.
Ja.
Please finish your medicine and rest. I'm going to check on Hong Yi. Remember to clarify things for me. With that, Ling Xiaoyu dashed away like a gust of wind. She ran breathlessly to the garden in the back of the auction house and sank into a bamboo chair, lamenting. What a calamity. I've never even experienced love, and my first kiss was taken by a lunatic. As if that wasn't enough, he acts as though nothing ever happened. If he suddenly wakes up, he might not even remember.
Ugh.
Ling Xiaoyu, feeling dejected, propped her chin on her hand. That accursed system even issued some hidden quest. 2 consecutive tasks without rewards. It's utterly unfair, making a frail woman toil without compensation. Thus, she sat alone, grumbling for a while, until she felt her emotions had been vented. Finally, she rose only to realize she was lost. How unfortunate. Even drinking cold water feels like a burden. Wandering aimlessly, she suddenly overheard voices nearby. Driven by curiosity, she stealthily approached. How is the young master? It sounded like the voice of Deputy Mu. Yes. I take my leave. The young man spoke before vanishing from sight. After lingering for a moment, Deputy Mu also made his way towards the front courtyard. Ling Xiaoyu, frightened, held her breath, terrified that Deputy Mu would hear her. She huddled in her corner, not daring to move until the footsteps faded away, at which point she cautiously emerged to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her back and screamed in fright, ready to flee.
Ah?
Mother, it's me. Don't be afraid. Yu Zifeng quickly embraced her. Hearing Yu Zifeng's voice, Ling Xiaoyu gradually calmed down, only to realize he was hugging her. She abruptly pushed him away. What are you doing? Sneaking up on me like that is terrifying.
Hee.
What is mother doing here? Yu Zifeng asked with a grin.
I
am, of course, here to admire the flowers. Ling Xiaoyu could never admit she was lost, defiantly arguing. What about you? I'm looking for mother. Yu Zifeng clung tightly to Ling Xiaoyu's arm. The old witch has awakened, so I came out to find you.
Hey.
Mother, this way. Why are you running over there? Yu Zifeng asked, puzzled as he pulled Ling Xiaoyu back.
Ah.
It's nothing. Mother just got a bit confused. You lead the way. Ling Xiaoyu awkwardly deflected. The journey was silent as Ling Xiaoyu pondered Deputy Mu's earlier words. The thief was likely referring to Hong Yi, but who could their young master be? The Wei and Morong families certainly did not possess the status to be addressed as such. Could it be someone from the magistrate's office? No, that seemed unlikely. The most probable candidates were the 2 outsiders. One was indeed Che Li, and the other the poison master Qin Deng. Qin Deng had already been dealt with by her own hand, and that young man had mentioned the young master was gravely injured. Exactly. It must be Che Li. As Ling Xiaoyu opened the door, Xiao Hongyi rushed in, crying, Thank goodness you're all right. Otherwise, I would have gone with you.
Stop it.
What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Xiaoyu shot her an irritated glance.
Me fine.
It's you who is disobedient. Didn't I tell you not to be reckless? Why did you insist on challenging them alone? I'm fine. If it weren't for that damned poison master ambushing me from behind, I would have defeated him with one hand. Xiao Hongyi exclaimed, raising her hand to grasp Ling Xiaoyu's. Woo, how could someone fight like that? I was wrong. Xiao Hongyi pouted, feeling wronged. I didn't know he would be so despicable, using poison against me, and then ambushing. Humph, useless. A mere poison master. And you got knocked down. Yu Zifeng interjected with a sarcastic remark.
You little lunatic.
Adults are speaking. You have no place to interrupt. Xiao Hongyi retorted, baring her teeth. Mother, did you see? This is her true nature. Yu Zifeng pointed at Xiao Hongyi's fierce expression. You mustn't be fooled by her. We should drive her away. You big idiot. Xiao Hongyi was infuriated but could do nothing, only shout, "Get out of here. I don't want to see you in my room." Enough. Ling Xiaoyu interjected as she saw them on the verge of an argument. Hong Yi,
Tell me.
did you seriously injure Li? Yes. That Li actually unleashed 2 talismans against me. Thankfully, I was so formidable that I made him pick up his teeth. Xiao Hongyi replied, pride evident in her tone. Do you know he is now heading to Yaoshan Valley for treatment? Ling Xiaoyu continued. Deputy Mu from the auction house is actually from the Che family. I inadvertently overheard him referring to Li as the young master. I fear this matter is far from over.
Xiao Hongyi stared blankly, utterly bewildered.
Chapter 34. TT encounters trouble a few days later. Ling Xiaoyu escorted Xiao Hongyi outside the city. Be cautious on your journey. I have packed everything you need. Use it without fear of waste. There is plenty to spare. Ling Xiaoyu resembled a mother sending her daughter off on a trip. Go now. Remember to send a message at the first sign of trouble. I will make every effort to come to you. Ling Xiaoyu felt a twinge of discomfort at being so maternal. After watching Xiao Hongyi depart, Ling Xiaoyu recalled the task she had received in the early hours a few days prior, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her.
Ding.
Task accepted. Task duration, 1 month. Task reward, access to a breeding space. Note, only non-human animals can be bred and various captured creatures can be stored. Penalty for failure, death of the author. Initially, she had merely agreed to assist the head of the Z family in examining his injuries. Yet this insistent system left her no respite. The bustling marketplace buzzed with the latest gossip. The Zixiao auction house is holding its first auction. Indeed, I have heard they discovered a top-tier elixir. Could it be the Yenha pill? I haven't heard of that. Is it true? As expected of Zika, within mere days, her news had set the entire Tong County abuzz, and even the powerful figures from surrounding regions were stirred. Wei Ha and Morong Bai were surely in for a rough time. Mother, I want to go play over there. Yuzi Feng pointed to a lively area. Ling Xiaoyu followed his gaze and found it led to a brothel named Yaij, bustling with activity, likely hosting some event. A Feng, we mustn't go there. It's full of bad people. But they all seem to be laughing and having fun. Yuzi Feng asked, puzzled. Even if they are all bad, I'm not afraid. I can chase them all away, he declared, brimming with confidence. Ling Xiaoyu thought to herself, if you chase them away, what will the girls in the building eat? It's utter chaos. A Feng, look over there. Is that candied hawthorn? Shall we buy some? Ling Xiaoyu awkwardly shifted the topic. Yes, yes. Yuzi Feng exclaimed excitedly. I haven't had candied hawthorn in ages. Old man, you never buys me treats. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of sadness for Yuzi Feng. Having lost his mother at a young age and harboring resentment towards his father for so long, he must have endured much hardship. Unable to suppress her feelings, she called out a Feng. From now on, I will be by your side. After saying this, she felt a slight unease. What I mean is, until you grow up, I will always be with you. I will accompany you to do the things your father never did, all right? Yes. I knew mother was the best. Yuzi Feng's smile was pure and bright, etching itself deeply in Ling Xiaoyu's heart. Upon entering, she spotted Deputy Supervisor Mu pacing in the hall. Seeing Ling Xiaoyu, he hurried over, exclaiming, Miss Ling, you must come quickly. Our supervisor Z has been unconscious for quite some time.
What? How long?
Why was I not informed sooner? Now aware of his identity, Ling Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger upon seeing Deputy Supervisor Mu. I sent someone to find you, but they were unable to locate you. Mu Liangxin was not lying this time. With the auction approaching, many treasures were stored by Zika, and he would not want to jeopardize his valuable position. If something happens to TT, you won't escape responsibility. Having undergone much in the past few days, Ling Xiaoyu's aura had grown increasingly formidable. All right, mother, Yuzi Feng replied, casually grabbing Mu Liangxin by the collar and placing him in the nearest seat. Don't say I'm bullying the elderly. You can sit. Mu Liangxin was left speechless, his chest heaving with indignation. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence. Ling Xiaoyu tossed this remark over her shoulder as she vanished around the corner. Miss Ling, you have finally arrived. This deputy supervisor is truly incompetent. My lady has been unconscious for half a day.
Souda exclame, bisbliayetati upon seeing Ling Xiaoyu.
As Ling Xiaoyu stepped into Zika's chamber, she immediately sensed something was amiss. A faint scent permeated the air, mingled with incense. Even an average cultivator would find it difficult to detect. This was the unique fragrance of Ylang Ylang, a plant from the medicine god valley, whose aroma could induce deep slumber and separate the soul from the body, leading to an unnoticed demise over time. Could the medicine god valley be involved in this conspiracy? Was it Hong Yi? No, that couldn't be right. After spending so much time together, Hong Yi did not seem capable of such treachery. Moreover, she was destined to be the heroine. How could she possibly turn into a villain? Furthermore, Ylang Ylang was not an exceptionally rare plant. Perhaps someone had casually picked a few while visiting the medicine god valley. But who could it be? Was it an enemy of the Z family? Regardless of who it was, this person must possess an extensive understanding of pharmacology. Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind. Qin Deng. The Qin family was renowned for their expertise in poisons and must be intimately familiar with pharmacology. Could it be that the Qin family was seeking revenge? But that didn't seem right. As she transformed into a detective, Zika stirred awake, coughing, water.
Tea.
How are you? Ling Xiaoyu rushed to her side, while Suya poured a cup of warm water to offer Zika. Xiaoyu.
I'm fine.
Zika's eyes were filled with unmistakable sorrow. TT, you know who did this, don't you? Ling Xiaoyu immediately understood from her demeanor.
Xiaoyu.
Please, let me handle this myself, all right? Zika hesitated, her words hanging in the air.
Fine.
I promise you, as long as your life is not in danger, I will not interfere. Though Ling Xiaoyu agreed, she laid down a condition. She did not wish for anyone around her to come to harm. Good.
Tea.
Please rest well. I will step out for now. With that, she exited the room, making her way to the hall, realizing that it was not yet time to confront Mu Liangxin. Chapter 35. The auction begins on the afternoon of the second day. The highly anticipated auction commenced as scheduled. Thanks to the connection with Zich, Ling Xiaoyu was afforded an exquisite position. At this moment, she lounged with one leg crossed over the other, munching on sunflower seeds, while Yuzifeng sat beside her, dutifully refilling her water. Observing the plight of her young master in such a state, his expression was stoic, yet his heart was engulfed in sorrow. Ah, our young sect master has lost her senses. Mother, allow me to massage your back. Yuzifeng inquired sweetly.
Ah.
No need. No need. Just sit still and wait. We are here to watch the show. Ling Xiaoyu mused, thinking that if Yulia found out, she might end up with a fractured bone. The 7 individuals behind them murmured in indignation, feeling utterly wronged. How dare she ignore our young sect master's request?
Good boy.
Often. Ling Xiaoyu affectionately ruffled his hair. It will be entertaining soon. After we lend others a hand, we can go play, and even buy candied hawthorn, all right?
Yes.
That would be wonderful. We can eat candied hawthorn again. Yuzifeng instantly rejuvenated, brimming with excitement. Mother, what kind of help are we going to offer? Often. Do you see those 2 rooms across from us? Ling Xiaoyu pointed at the 2 upscale lounges. Indeed. Are the people we are to assist there? Exactly. Our primary purpose is to aid those 2 elderly individuals. Ling Xiaoyu affirmed. Often, you will behave, won't you? The few young men exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion of the others, before turning their gazes to Yuzifeng. My mother has summoned you. You should hurry and comply. Yuzifeng urged.
Wait.
Ling Xiaoyu raised her head and questioned them. What are your names? I am. One of them began to introduce himself, but was abruptly interrupted. That is of no consequence. Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. From now on you will be named in order. Little 1, little 2, little 3, all the way to little 7. Do you understand? The group's faces flushed with frustration, yet they dared not protest, glancing at Yuzifeng with suppressed annoyance. Did you all hear that? My mother has bestowed names upon you. Express your gratitude. Yuzifeng remained oblivious to their resentful gazes. Indeed. Thank you, Miss Ling, for the names. They reluctantly replied before hastily retreating. Honestly, why are you running? I don't bite. Ling Xiaoyu remarked, puzzled as she watched them flee in panic. It's just a temporary arrangement. Unbeknownst to her, this naming would forever alter their identities, and thus, a legendary ensemble known as the Calabash Brothers was born, a feat undoubtedly achievable by Ling Xiaoyu. Never mind them. Mother, allow me to pour you some water. Feng presented himself with a demeanor of utmost obedience, though his flickering eyes betrayed him, as he likely feared Ling Xiaoyu might whimsically assign him a peculiar name. Often. Ling Xiaoyu looked at him with a sly expression.
Ah?
What is it? Feng stammered, visibly anxious. Come here. Ling Xiaoyu's expression grew increasingly mischievous. And mother, what are you planning? Feng inquired, slowly inching his way forward, trembling. Why are you so anxious? Ling Xiaoyu playfully tugged at Feng, giving him a light slap while saying sternly, I merely wish to inquire if you possess our sect's unique means of communication?
I
do. Feng nervously produced a small, mirror-like object that appeared quite ordinary. How does it work? Ling Xiaoyu gestured for him to demonstrate. Feng inserted a spirit stone into a small aperture on the back of the mirror, and suddenly, the surface illuminated. After a few deft maneuvers, an image of a person materialized. Mother, I have updated the information for all 7 individuals. Simply call out the name of the one you wish to contact, and the spirit plate will automatically reach out to them, Feng explained comprehensively. Little one. Ling Xiaoyu took the spirit plate and called. Is it Miss Ling? Came an uncertain voice from the other end. It is I. Wait a moment. Do as I instruct. Do not speak. Simply follow my lead, understood? Ling Xiaoyu directed. Understood. The disciple will comply. She then proceeded to contact each of the remaining 6 individuals in the same manner before reclining comfortably in her chair, continuing her seed snacking. Dua G, Dua G, Dua G. With 3 resounding gongs, the auction officially commenced. Being the inaugural event, Zich personally took the stage, adorned in a flowing purple robe, her face veiled in fine gauze. The enchanting beauty of her eyes was accentuated by a strategically placed beauty mark, rendering her even more alluring. Welcome to the Zixiao auction house. Today marks the first auction event, meticulously prepared by the Xi family. We trust it will not disappoint, she announced. Without further ado, let us cut to the chase. I hereby declare the commencement of this heavenly grade auction. As Zich proclaimed the commencement of the heavenly grade auction, the audience erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Is it truly heavenly grade? It seems the rumors hold merit. Perhaps there really are exquisite elixirs this time. This exorbitant ticket was not purchased in vain. Humph. I am eager to see if anyone has truly concocted such high-grade elixirs. In a modest box on the 2nd floor sat an elderly man clad in gray, his demeanor haughty and disdainful. Master, the young apothecary beside him said, looking troubled. Mistress has instructed you not to cause any trouble. If you do, you shall be made to kneel on the nail board. And she specifically commanded it be without the use of spiritual energy. You ungrateful wretch. Who do you think you are, my disciple? Always colluding with that old hag. Do you wish for my demise? The elderly man's beard bristled with indignation as he berated the young apothecary. Well, if you can protect me, I shall not yield. The young apothecary replied pitifully, each time trouble arises, you abandon me and flee. If we are to speak of treachery, master, you are second only to none.
Hey.
You dare to retort. The elderly man, feeling humiliated, exclaimed, watch as I do not thrash you today. Humph, master, you are shameless. The young apothecary scoffed, tears welling in his eyes. You only know how to bully children.
All right.
Enough. The elderly man, seeing the boy on the verge of tears, relented. Who would dare to strike you?
I was merely jesting.
Oh, please stop crying, unless you vow to refrain from causing trouble today. The young apothecary threatened with teary eyes. You little rascal. One would think you were my master. The elderly man glared at him in exasperation and resumed sipping his tea. As the din below continued, Zich swiftly brandished the auction hammer, striking it several times. Ladies and gentlemen, our auction is about to begin. Please maintain silence. Noticing her efforts bore no fruit, Zich resorted to using her spiritual power to declare, if anyone wishes to withdraw, I do not mind escorting them out. The hall fell into an immediate hush. Chapter 36. A helping hand for the elder, we now commence the auction of our first item, the precious dragon pearl. As the earlier ordinary items were gradually concluded, Zika proclaimed, "I am aware that many of you are here for specific reasons. The next items to be presented are the final 3 lots of this auction, including the most treasured item that will elevate this auction to an exceptional level. I sincerely wish that everyone may acquire what they desire. Outside the auction house, I, Zixiao, have no control, but within these walls, I kindly ask everyone to behave and refrain from causing disturbances." After this, Zika introduced the first of the highlight items, an ancient map. What is this? A deceitful trick? A tattered map, merely worn with age, is being showcased as a highlight? How disappointing for Zixiao auction house. Silence. Zika struck the auction gavel. Please, allow me to explain. This map was discovered by my elder brother during his travels in the Yishan continent, unearthed from an ancient ruin. According to our family's appraisers, this map has existed for over 10,000 years, and its material remains undetermined. However, the fact that it was deemed worthy enough to be interred in a tomb and has remained completely intact for millennia speaks volumes, does it not? The audience fell into contemplative silence, pondering Zika's words. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu, in the private box, struggled to contain her laughter, nearly bursting with mirth. In truth, this map was merely a piece of paper she had whimsically sketched without any real understanding of what she had drawn. She was thoroughly impressed by Zika's unwavering composure as he spun his tale. "You seem rather unwell, mother," Yuzi Feng remarked, noticing her uncontrollable laughter.
Please calm down.
"The show is about to begin." Ling Xiaoyu shot him a playful glare. "Just wait, and I'll let you call out the bids later."
Outside.
Zika concluded his introduction and announced, "As the auction house has yet to ascertain the map's purpose, it will be offered as a welfare item, with a starting bid of 10,000 Zian coins. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000 Zian coins." 11,000 Zian coins. Came a voice from the crowd, belonging to Xiao Yi, who had received instructions from Ling Xiaoyu. The room erupted with competing bids. 12,000 Zian coins. 13,000 Zian coins. 15,000 Zian coins. Gradually, enthusiasm waned as more participants joined the fray until the bidding reached 50,000 Zian coins. With the allure of superior medicinal pills and a mysterious item still looming, many began to reconsider their bids. At this juncture, Ling Xiaoyu prepared for her next move. Turning to Yizifeng, Ofeng raised the bid to 50,000 Zian coins. "Very well." Yizifeng nodded and shouted, 100,000 Zian coins. The hall fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard falling. In the midst of this bewilderment, Xiao Yi quietly conveyed, "The plan has changed. It seems others are aware of the situation." He quickly raised his hand, 111,000 Zian coins. Though spoken softly, the surrounding patrons caught the drift, and 6 individuals began to spread the news. The more enigmatic the item, the greater the intrigue, and soon the bidding resumed with fervor. 111,100 Zian coins. 13,000 Ziyun coins. 100,000 Blue Star coins. Ling Xiaoyu boldly interjected, brandishing Blue Star coins, exuding an air of certainty that she would claim the item. The room fell silent in awe. The exchange rate of Blue Star coins to Ziyun coins was 1 to 100, meaning 1,000 Blue Star coins equated to 1 million Ziyun coins, compelling most to withdraw from the competition. Across the room, Wei Ha and Morong Bai were engaged in a tense discussion. The box from which that person bids is the most prestigious in this auction house. They are certainly not a mere nobody. Their keen interest suggests the item is of significant value. But what about the Yenhe pill? Morong Bai lamented. If that thief hadn't stolen the blood ginseng, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Then what do you propose we do? Morong Bai ceased mentioning the ginseng matter. Wei Ha asserted, this map undoubtedly harbors great secrets. Should we procure it for our master, any prior missteps could be forgiven, perhaps even rewarded. The question remains, do you dare to gamble, Morong? Morong Bai was torn. Their previous losses weighed heavily upon him. Wei, how confident are you? He finally asked. 50-50, but it's better than waiting for doom, Wei Ha encouraged. I shall take the plunge. 111,000 Blue Star coins. Aha! The big fish has finally taken the bait. Ling Xiaoyu gleefully remarked to Yizifeng, Ofeng, your chance to shine is upon you. Have you heard that old gentleman's hesitant voice? He's reluctant to spend his meager coins. Assist him by driving the price up, do you understand? Understood. Yu Zifeng clenched his fists and charged forward. 112,000 blue star coins. 115,000 blue star coins. Morong Bai gritted his teeth. 116,000 blue star coins. Yu Zifeng pressed on relentlessly. 200,000 blue star coins. Morong Bai observed Wei Ha's impassive demeanor and continued to raise the stakes. At this rate, if we keep bidding, we may lose our chance at the Yenha pill. Foolishness. If this treasure map conceals a vast trove of riches, our master would not be concerned with a mere city Tongjun. 211,000 blue star coins. Yu Zifeng reiterated. Entirely unfazed, as a young master of a sect would hardly find such an amount daunting. Brother Wei, Morong Bai implored, seeing the resolve in Wei Ha's eyes. He reluctantly declared 500,000 blue star coins. Offing. Go straight to 1 million. Ling Xiaoyu sipped her tea casually, instructing Yu Zifeng. 1 million blue star coins. Yu Zifeng nodded, raising his voice. Brother Wei. Morong Bai was hesitant to continue, but Wei Ha remained unyielding. Zika seized the moment, calling out 1 million blue star coins once. Add another 500,000 for one last try. Rest assured, Morong, when it comes to the Yenha pill, I will give my utmost effort. 1 million blue star coins twice. 1 million blue star coins thrice.
Sold.
Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the mysterious treasure map. Zika's gavel struck decisively, finalizing the outcome. Chapter 37. Whose supreme Yenha pill is it? Next comes the much-anticipated supreme Yenha pill. Deputy Supervisor Mu personally emerged, carrying a tray, and placed the transparent box containing the Yenha pill on the display stand. This pill, known as the Supreme Yenha pill, is well known among alchemists, for it is said to extend life by a decade, is it not? Zicha announced loudly. Without pausing to observe the crowd's reactions, Zicha continued. But behold this particular pill. Its deep crimson hue is more intense than that of an ordinary Yenha pill. Upon closer inspection, one can discern strands of golden patterns, which only appear on high-grade pills, while only supreme pills exhibit golden patterns. This Yenha pill is adorned with bright golden patterns, arranged in a perfect sequence of 7. According to Elder Yan's appraisal, consuming this pill could potentially extend one's life by 17 years. Upon hearing Elder Yan's name, those who were initially skeptical fell silent in astonishment. Elder Yan is indeed a quasi-Dan god-level alchemist. Yes, his words must be accurate. One elderly man in gray, upon hearing Elder Yan deem the pill supreme, was filled with indignation. He suspected that someone within the alchemist guild had secretly brought it out for auction, seeking personal gain. Master, you just swore not to cause trouble. The young apprentice gazed at the gray-clad elder, worriedly reiterating his caution. Oh, you are such a nag. I remember. The elder dismissed him impatiently. Please, everyone be quiet. We shall commence the bidding. The Supreme Yenha pill. Starting bid is 10,000 blue star coins. Given the item's uniqueness, there is no reserve price. Feel free to bid. 11,000 blue star coins. 15,000 blue star coins. 30,000 blue star coins. 80,000 blue star coins. 200,000 blue star coins. Suddenly, an elder from the middle box raised the bid to 200,000, causing more than half the participants to withdraw. 200,000 blue star coins is an unimaginable sum for an ordinary family, yet this individual produced it without a flicker of an eye. Most attendees understood. As compared to the prospect of 17 additional years of life, such monetary concerns seemed trivial. Anyone with a modest fortune would not forsake this opportunity, for 17 years could usher in countless possibilities. Suddenly, a dark horse emerged, leaving Ling Xiaoyu in shock. What was happening? It seemed she wouldn't need to intervene. Could it be that this person had a grudge against Wei Ha and his companions? 201,000 blue star coins. As anticipated, Wei Ha was undeterred and promptly raised the bid. Morong Bai observed Wei Ha's bidding silently, his complexion pale. He had spent 90% of the Morong family's wealth on an unknown mysterious map and had yet to recover. After Wei Ha's bid, Ling Xiaoyu remained still, patiently waiting. 250,000 blue star coins. Once again, the elder's voice rang out, this time raising the bid to 250,000. Humph. Who is causing this ruckus? If I find out, I shall ensure they suffer. Wei Ha seethed, his face trembling. 300,000 blue star coins.
A phone. Come and sit down.
Let us take a breather. Someone is already assisting that old gentleman. Ling Xiaoyu instructed. When no one is helping him, we will lend our support. All right, mother. Yuzi Feng obediently replied, this old gentleman is quite peculiar. Why does he enjoy spending money so much? Why not engage in some charity? You don't know.
Do you?
Ling Xiaoyu smirked, continuing her playful fabrication. This old gentleman wishes to do good deeds anonymously. The Z family has promised that 30% of the proceeds from this auction will be distributed to the impoverished as relief funds. So, just think about what a fantastic opportunity this is. He certainly wants to spend more. So that's how it is. Then I shall strive to assist him. Yuzi Feng nodded innocently, fully believing Ling Xiaoyu's words. A Feng is truly remarkable. Ling Xiaoyu praised him with a chuckle. The competition in the hall heated up, and as time passed, only the elders and Wei Ha's voices remained in contention. 750,000 blue star coins. Wei Ha articulated each word with effort. This time, the elder refrained from responding. Just as Wei Ha sighed in relief, the box competing for the map spoke again. 750,001 blue star coin. This time, it was Ling Xiaoyu who took the initiative. This Yanhe pill was indeed intended for her. And it was impossible for the old man to seize it so easily under her watch. Wei Ha's fury nearly sent him over the edge. 76,000 blue star coins. Murongbai watched in trepidation. The Wei family was undoubtedly the wealthiest merchant in the area, and the price they were bidding could easily purchase 4 Murong families. Brother Wei. Wei Ha waved his hand to silence him. I am aware. 76,001 blue star coins. Ling Xiaoyu's clear voice rang out, betraying no hesitation. Everyone recognized that the individuals in this box were either affluent or noble, and they watched with curiosity. 800,000 blue star coins. Wei Ha escalated his bid to 800,000, yet Ling Xiaoyu showed no signs of stopping. 800,001 blue star coin. Wei Ha could no longer contain himself. Miss, I am Wei Ha from the Wei family. Please convey to your master that our encounter is rare. And we might as well become friends. Humph. My master has stated that the pill should be obtained based on merit, without any familial ties. Ling Xiaoyu refused to show him any courtesy. You.
Fine.
I shall see who ultimately prevails. Wei Ha retorted defiantly. At any time, Ling Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. She had plenty of items that people were clamoring for. Miss C, will you not announce it? Ling Xiaoyu feigned arrogance, addressing Zicha. Zicha complied, smiling. My apologies. We shall begin shortly. 800,001 blue star coin once. 805,000 blue star coins. Wei Ha, upon hearing Zicha's announcement, finally raised his bid again. 805,000 and another blue star coin. 900,000 blue star coins. 900,000 and another blue star coin. 1 million blue star coins. Wei Ha nearly shouted the amount, his eyes bloodshot. 1,000,001 blue star coin. Alas! Ling Xiaoyu had no intention of letting him off the hook.
Puffed.
Wei Ha coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet persisted. 100. 101 million blue star coins. My master has stated that the Wei family is prosperous, and we shall not take this pill. Upon hearing Wei Ha's weakened voice, Ling Xiaoyu knew it was nearly over, and while ceasing her bids, she couldn't resist further provoking him. You. Wei Ha nearly collapsed in fury. Brother Wei. Murongbai hurriedly supported him, channeling spiritual energy into him. I am fine. Wei Ha steadied himself and urged Zicha. Miss C, it is time to announce. Zicha readily acquiesced. Yes. Master Wei. I shall announce it now. 101 million blue star coins once. 101 million blue star coins twice. 101 million blue star coins thrice. Once again. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the sole supreme pill of this auction. Chapter 38. Dan and Yen, I believe everyone is curious about what our third mysterious auction item is. Why is it placed at the end? After the auction of the exquisite Yanhe Dan, Zichai began to introduce the third item, which, of course, was also brought by Ling Xiaoyu, a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, one that had already been partially used by Yuzisheng. This was something Ling Xiaoyu had painstakingly pried from Xiao Hongyi's hands before she left. For this, Ling Xiaoyu had even complained about how her protagonist was so lacking in ambition. There is certainly a reason for this. Although the exceptional Yanhe Dan is precious, there are alchemists in the world who can occasionally concoct a standard Yanhe Dan. Zichai paused for a moment before continuing. And this third item is the essential and rare herb, the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, necessary for the refinement of the Yanhe Dan. Wei Hai, who was still calming himself, suddenly stood up when he heard about the blood ginseng, anxiously gazing at the auction stage. At that moment, the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng was brought forth. Zichai continued to elaborate. This blood ginseng has been appraised as top quality, but it does have a slight flaw. Several roots have been cut off, likely indicating prior use.
We will now showcase it.
As she spoke, she delicately held up the blood ginseng, rotating it a full 360 degrees for the audience to examine closely. Due to this minor imperfection, our auction house has decided that regardless of the final bid, we will additionally offer 1,000-year-old jiaozhu. The auction begins now, with a starting price of 10,000 blue star coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000 blue star coins. Upon seeing the ginseng, Wei Hai was overwhelmed with rage and spewed blood, eventually collapsing in defeat. Xiao Hongyi, I swear, I shall capture you and feed you to my hounds. Wei brother. Morongbai hurried over to check on him. It's nothing, Morong brother, let us go. Wei Hai could not bear to stay for another minute, urging Morongbai to leave the auction house.
Puffed.
Ha. Ling Xiaoyu could hardly contain her laughter at the scene before her. Wei Hai's reaction has me in stitches. And this is merely the appetizer. He is in for an even greater surprise tomorrow. Mother, take it easy. Don't choke. Yuzifeng, seated beside Ling Xiaoyu, patted her back.
Ie me fine.
Just wait a moment, and we shall go to a splendid place. Ling Xiaoyu grasped Yuzifeng's hand, preparing to leave. She had successfully executed the plan she devised with Zichai, yielding an exquisite outcome. Consequently, it no longer mattered who would acquire the blood ginseng, or for how much. She was entirely unconcerned about this herb, which she had in abundance within her planting space. They were eager to take flight at this moment. Just as she was about to turn away, Ling Xiaoyu called out to them, producing 7 jade bottles to present before them. Here. This is your reward for the work you just completed. If you perform well in the future, strive to reach the pinnacle of life. The 7 individuals exchanged peculiar glances as they accepted the jade bottles from the seemingly unremarkable woman. Upon inspection, they discovered that each contained 3 drops of Xianyang illusion dew, beneficial for their cultivation. They were astonished and hurriedly bowed. Miss Ling, this is far too precious.
We cannot accept it.
Not at all. Cultivate diligently, and who knows, I may need your assistance in the future. So, put in the effort. Ling Xiaoyu encouraged them, noticing their naive expressions. This Xianyang illusion dew was also found within her planting space, alongside a moonlit spring, although the yield was not particularly high, and she feared startling them, hence only distributing 3 drops each. Miss Ling, the 7 wanted to say more, but Yuzifeng interjected. The reward given to you by my mother should be graciously accepted. If you feel unworthy, then cultivate diligently to be of service to her in the future. Afterward, Ling Xiaoyu and Yuzifeng arrived at the governor's mansion, where the guards promptly obstructed their entry. Who goes there? This is the governor's mansion, not a place for idlers. Depart at once. Good sir, we seek an audience with the governor on urgent matters. Please relay our request. Ling Xiaoyu stepped forward, attempting to be amiable. Stop. Take one more step closer, and we shall not be polite. The guard remained stern and unyielding. Good sir, I possess something that your governor desires. If there is any delay, I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences. Ling Xiaoyu feigned an air of mystery. Perhaps you could kindly inform him that I am Dan and Yen. The governor will understand immediately. With a quick thought, Ling Xiaoyu devised a clever plan. Wait here. The guard instructed his companion. Keep an eye on them. I'll be back shortly.
Puffed.
Ling Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly, thinking how stubborn this one was. Behave yourself. The guard, still serious, admonished the giggling Ling Xiaoyu. All right, I shall not laugh. Ling Xiaoyu stifled her mirth, lowering her head. The guard soon reached Governor Chang Lianqing's chamber. Governor, a person outside requests to meet, claiming her name is Dan and Yen. Governor, that person asserts she possesses what you seek. Upon hearing Chang Lianqing cough, the guard conveyed the message once more.
Wait.
What did you say her name was? Chang Lianqing suddenly realized something significant. Dan and Yen? Yen Dan. Chang Lianqing paused, hastily commanding, Go. Invite her in, directly to the reception hall. He was aware that there was an auction at the Zixiao auction house today, yet he also knew he could not afford to bid. Weihai would certainly not allow him to obtain it directly, and he was unwilling to submit to that. Chang Lianqing hurriedly dressed and tidied himself before making his way to the reception hall. Chapter 39. We come bearing gifts upon entering. Ling Xiaoyu noticed that Chang Lianqing was already seated in the reception room, awaiting her arrival. They exchanged polite greetings. This must be Mr. Dan Heyuan, she thought. Chang Lianqing glanced at Yu Zifeng, then turned his attention back to Ling Xiaoyu, inquiring, And who might this young lady be? You are mistaken, my lord. There is no Dan Heyuan here. Ling Xiaoyu replied with a smile. However, we do possess Yen Dan. I wonder if you might be interested? What is your purpose? Chang Lianqing's brow furrowed at this, realizing that the two were determined, and this seemingly harmless woman was the one calling the shots. We harbor no ill intentions. We have merely heard many rumors of late. Ling Xiaoyu observed Chang Lianqing's expression as she spoke calmly. Previously, two individuals visited Qingtong County, one named She Li and the other Qin Deng. Are you familiar with them, my lord? Who are you exactly? Chang Lianqing could no longer remain composed. He regretted inviting them in, fearing he had stepped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Please do not panic, my lord. We are not allied with them. Ling Xiaoyu reassured him. We have come today primarily to present a gift to you. With that, she produced a San Yuan Dan and handed it directly to Chang Lianqing. Please take a look, my lord. This is a San Yuan Dan, which can extend one's life by 50 years. Moreover, I perceive you may have sustained injuries, and this elixir can facilitate your complete recovery. Chang Lianqing trembled as he accepted the San Yuan Dan, his face filled with disbelief. Is this truly real? Indeed. My master possesses remarkable alchemical skills. Though it is not the time to speak of his name, I hope you will understand, Ling Xiaoyu interjected, preemptively quelling any inquiry regarding her master. Then, what do you desire in exchange for such a precious elixir? Chang Lianqing was not naive. He understood that nothing of value comes without a price. Actually, it is not a great demand. I simply hope you can safeguard Qingtong County. Ling Xiaoyu clasped her hands together. I have received word that the Wei family and the Morong family have both pledged allegiance to the Tianma sect. Have you noticed anything amiss, my lord? Indeed, I have observed some peculiarities with those two families, but I have yet to detect any signs of the Tianma sect, Chang Lianqing admitted candidly. Ling Xiaoyu mentioned the Tianma sect merely as conjecture, hoping to extract information from Chang Lianqing. To her surprise, he seemed rather uninformed, indicating that he had retained his integrity and had not succumbed to petty favors. Oh, that is of no consequence. Ling Xiaoyu continued. As long as you are willing to cooperate with our endeavors, please do not show favoritism towards either family. I would never show favoritism. However, it is somewhat difficult for me to abandon two prominent families based solely on your word. Chang Lianqing humbly lowered himself, addressing her with utmost respect. Rest assured, it is not merely a single account. Ling Xiaoyu replied confidently. Since I have dared to come here to discuss matters with you, it is because I possess accurate information. Are you aware of today's auction? I have heard of it, but I am unwell and lack the energy to attend. It is indeed regrettable. Chang Lianqing expressed a hint of regret over the Yen Dan. We have just come from the auction. The Wei family secured the Yen Dan, but it seems Wei Ha has sustained some injuries. If all goes well, he will come to see you tomorrow with the elixir, Ling Xiaoyu elaborated. What do you imply? My implication is this. Tomorrow, if you remain steadfast and do not accept the Yen Dan, the Wei family will inevitably reveal their true colors, Ling Xiaoyu stated directly. That is only natural. Now that I possess the San Yuan Dan you have gifted me, I shall not be swayed by a mere Yen Dan, Chang Lianqing affirmed. Furthermore, I have never considered sacrificing the lives of the entire county for my own sake. Your sense of justice is commendable, my lord. I am humbled. Ling Xiaoyu took a deep breath, realizing that Chang Lianxing was indeed a man of principle. She had misjudged him earlier. You need not worry. I have other longevity elixirs at my disposal, unhindered by medicinal effects. Once all is settled, I shall present them to you. Too kind, too kind. Chang Lianxing waved his hands in modesty. The gift you have already bestowed is a tremendous favor. I cannot dare to hope for more. Please rest assured. I shall do my utmost to assist your grand design. Then I thank you, my lord. We shall take our leave for now. With that, Ling Xiaoyu took Yu Zifeng by the hand and began to exit. I shall escort you, young lady. Chang Lianxing quickly followed. There is no need for such courtesy, my lord. Given your condition, you should not exert yourself, Ling Xiaoyu politely declined, suddenly remembering to add, please endure a few more days. If you take it today, I fear that Wei Ha might catch on. I shall remember. Everything is as you instruct. Chang Lianxing bowed slightly to Ling Xiaoyu. Safe travels. As they stepped out of the county magistrate's residence, Ling Xiaoyu gazed up at the azure sky and white clouds, releasing a soft sigh. Who would have thought I would one day have to resort to cunning schemes? Mother. Yu Zifeng looked at Ling Xiaoyu, his expression filled with concern. What troubles you? I will always protect you. I am fine. Ling Xiaoyu reassured him, contemplating when this boy would finally mature. What if one day he turned against her? Mother, did you not say you would take me to buy delicious treats? Yu Zifeng awkwardly shifted the topic.
Yes.
Let us play for a while before we go find Cha-Cha. The two spent an exuberant afternoon together, their dynamic resembling that of two young lovers rather than a mother and son. Xiaoyu, Zika greeted cheerfully. You are quite carefree. Leaving without a care. This could be a substantial fortune. Do you not fear I might keep it for myself? I'm not worried. Do I strike you as someone who cares for material possessions? Ling Xiaoyu teased. I could gift it all to you. Such generosity. Zika laughed. But enough of that. I am here to settle the accounts for today as 3 auction items. Please take a look. What is there to look at? It matters not. Ling Xiaoyu took the card and casually placed it into her storage ring.
Ha ha ha.
Did you notice Wei Ha's expression? He looked as if he were about to spit blood, ready to devour someone. Of course, I noticed. Zika chimed in. But how did your dealings go today? Did you meet with Chang Lianxing? Guess. Ling Xiaoyu sipped her tea, smiling enigmatically at Zika. You certainly did. With your cleverness, you must have accomplished your goal, right? Zika shot her a knowing glance, eager for praise. Naturally. Do you not recognize who I am? Everything is in place. We merely await the fish to take the bait. Chapter 40. Mu Liangxin's poisonous and the following day dawned clear and bright, reflecting the buoyant mood of Ling Xiaoyu. Upon rising, her first action was to contact Xiao Hongyi. Lacking a dedicated spirit communication plate, they resorted to tearing communication talismans. Although the delay in the talismans led to a jumbled conversation, their exchange was filled with mirth, particularly as they relished their victory over Wei Haha, alleviating the burdens weighing on their hearts. Xiao Hongyi remarked that although she could not participate directly, her blood ginseng had taken part on her behalf, and she was entitled to a share of the blue star coins from the auction. Ling Xiaoyu expressed her disdain once more, deeming the female protagonist pathetically lacking in ambition, especially given her own fortune. Afterwards, Ling Xiaoyu plunged into the chamber of Zich, leaving the forlorn Yu Zifeng outside, exchanging glances with Vice Supervisor Mu Liangxin. Following the previous incident, Mu Liangxin was genuinely terrified of Yu Zifeng, trembling as if on the verge of fleeing. Is something the matter with you? Yu Zifeng teased, stepping closer to him. Mu Liangxin jumped slightly, stammering, Why, young master? What would you like to discuss? Yu Zifeng casually inquired, I simply wish to know, who is your young master? Mu Liangxin felt a chill at the question, fearing that Xiao Lian's visit had been observed. I wouldn't know, Yu Zifeng responded nonchalantly. I heard that Che Li was gravely injured and went to Yao Shenggu for treatment. The old hag has been absent for quite some time. Perhaps you know her whereabouts? Old hag? Mu Liangxin was perplexed. Xiao Hongyi. Yu Zifeng had forgotten that others might not recognize his moniker for her. It said that she followed Che Li to Yao Shenggu, ostensibly to seek revenge. Yu Zifeng deliberately divulged this information. Why the panic? My mother's talisman array is no less formidable than Che Li's. How else could we have defeated them? Mu Liangxin asserted defiantly. Yuzifeng, without waiting for response, opened the door and entered. Mu Liangxin contemplated various possibilities, dismissing them all, hoping that Yuzifeng had merely brought up the topic without ulterior motives. Once back in his room, he retrieved a specialized communication talisman, akin to setting a password for an ordinary talisman. If someone unaware of the password forcefully tore it, the talisman would self-destruct.
Call Xiao Lian.
Mu Liangxin activated the talisman. I've received news that Xiao Hongyi has also gone to Yao Shengdo for revenge. Immediately dispatch more personnel to protect the young master. You deceitful wretch. Mu Liangxin tore away the facade. How dare you trick me? Who could be more despicable than you? Ling Xiaoyu retorted coldly. When Che Li and Qin Deng ambushed Hongyi, did you not consider that despicable? When you conspired with Xiao Lian to continue undermining Hongyi, did you not think that despicable? When you secretly poisoned Zich, did you not reflect on your own actions? I did not poison Zich. Mu Liangxin retorted firmly. From start to finish, I never laid a hand on her. I admit I wanted to secretly kill Xiao Hongyi, but alas, you all protected her too well. I had no opportunities. Humph. If not you, then who? Ling Xiaoyu's piercing gaze bore into him. Xiaoyu, you truly misjudge him. It was not his doing. Zich interjected gently. Let us address my matters later. We must prioritize interrogating their plans. Very well. Ling Xiaoyu regarded Zich thoughtfully before turning to Mu Liangxin.
Speak.
Who are you? What is your purpose here? What do you seek? Humph. Do you think you can extract anything from me? I assure you, it is impossible. Mu Liangxin erupted into laughter. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu was struck by a thought. A Feng. Stop him. He intends to take his own life. But by the time Yuzifeng rushed over, it was too late. Mu Liangxin had already bitten down on the hidden poison within his teeth, sealing his fate before he could finish laughing, blood streaming from every orifice.
Zich.
He is ostensibly one of your people. You should handle his body. Ling Xiaoyu ordered Yuzifeng to retrieve Mu Liangxin's storage ring, hoping to uncover any clues. Understood, Zich agreed, having long suspected Mu Liangxin was not what he seemed, initially believing him to be an agent from another faction. Miss. Suya rushed in. The Wei and Morong family heads have gone to the county governor's office. Xiaoyu. Zich called urgently.
Stay calm.
There is nothing to fear. Ling Xiaoyu reassured, remaining composed. We should not make an appearance. We already coordinated with Governor Chang yesterday. I trust he will manage things well. Very well, I shall take care of Mu Liangxin's body, Zich declared, summoning others to carry the corpse away. Mother, what shall we do next? Yuzifeng inquired, clutching the ring. A Feng, see if this ring has any restrictions. Take it slow, and be cautious. Ling Xiaoyu placed her hopes on Yuzifeng, acknowledging her own limitations. Reflecting on her inadequacies, Ling Xiaoyu felt a wave of melancholy, wishing for the system to bestow upon her a generous reward of spiritual power. Unbeknownst to her, the rewards that awaited would be the very last she desired. Chapter 41. The return of Yuzifeng. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu, lost in her thoughts, heard a muffled groan from Yuzifeng and hurried over. Ah Feng? Why is it you again? Yuzifeng, somewhat irritable, swatted her away.
Ugh.
Why does my chest hurt so much? What have you done to me, you wretched woman? Humph. Yuzifeng attempted to express his anger, but another groan escaped him, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ah. Young master you. The address of Ah Feng almost slipped from her lips, but she swallowed it back, fearing his wrath. Please don't get worked up. Yuzifeng shot her a fierce glare, remaining silent. Do you remember what you were just doing? Ling Xiaoyu cautiously inquired. Of course I remember. I was sleeping in my room. As Yuzifeng spoke, he trailed off, his expression blank. Young master you? Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand in front of his eyes. Well, this situation is rather complicated. How should I explain it to you? Ling Xiaoyu pondered, biting her finger as she contemplated how to clarify that he had forced himself onto her. Who exactly are you? Yuzifeng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ling Xiaoyu. What is your purpose in approaching me? No matter your intentions.
Right now.
Immediately. Get out of my sight. Yu Zifeng disregarded her explanation entirely, pointing emphatically towards the door.
Fine.
I can't believe I'm saying this. Ling Xiaoyu hung her head in disappointment. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to Yu Zifeng's company, not viewing him as a son but rather as a dear and reliable friend who provided her warmth in this unfamiliar world. All right, young Master Yu, please rest well. Do not move around, Ling Xiaoyu said as she turned to leave. At that moment, she heard Yu Zifeng's voice. What did you just do to me? You must take responsibility and heal me. Oh. Ling Xiaoyu felt a wave of sadness. He was still the same difficult Yu Zifeng. Ling Xiaoyu? That's your name, isn't it? Yu Zifeng asked, frowning. Yes. Is there something you wish to command? Young Master Yu? Ling Xiaoyu asked weakly. You've put me in this state, and you think you can just leave me here? Yu Zifeng complained. Shouldn't you be getting me to bed? You man. Yu Zifeng scowled, accusingly. Do you even realize I'm a man? Whether I'm a woman or not. Young Master Yu, why not give it a try? Ling Xiaoyu suddenly leaned in playfully, startling Yu Zifeng. You wretched woman. Don't come near me. Yu Zifeng shouted in exasperation. Oh. If you don't want me to, then I won't. Just speak properly. Why raise your voice? It's fine if you disturb me, but what about the little flowers? Insects and birds outside? They don't deserve it. Ling Xiaoyu pouted, grumbling. Shut your mouth. Heaven has no eyes. What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter you, this troublesome being? Yu Zifeng interrupted, his head pounding from her incessant chatter. Aren't you going to find a doctor to treat me? Are you a donkey? Pulling but not moving forward? Yu Zifeng nearly fainted from anger. His left hand pounding against his chest, his eyes wide in fury, yet unable to articulate a single word. Seeing his state, Ling Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and made a face before dashing out. Xiaoyu, have you found any clues? TT asked seriously as Ling Xiaoyu approached her. No. TT, I'm feeling a bit down, Ling Xiaoyu said, wrapping her arms around Zicha, resting her forehead against her neck. What happened? What's wrong? Zicha gently stroked her hair, inquiring softly. Feng is gone. Ling Xiaoyu murmured 5 words before falling silent. Did young Master Yu leave? Zicha asked in surprise. Wasn't he just with you? When did he leave? It's not Yu Zifeng, it's Feng. Ling Xiaoyu's incoherent words left Zicha bewildered. She took Ling Xiaoyu's hand and led her back to the previous room. Ling Xiaoyu stopped after 2 steps. There. Could you ask Xia to fetch Dr. Yang for me? Are you feeling unwell? Zicha asked anxiously. Did Mu Liangxin do something to you? It wasn't me. It was Yu Zifeng. Ling Xiaoyu reluctantly explained to Zicha. Please just help me ask. I don't want to talk right now. Understood, miss. Xia acknowledged and was about to leave. Wait, Zicha added. Take them directly to young Master Yu's room. Hurry. Yes, I understand. Xia rushed off to the medical courtyard. Shall we go check on young Master Yu first? Is that all right? Zicha gently asked Ling Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu nodded, lacking energy, and turned to walk slowly, like a wandering spirit. Zicha watched her with concern, uncertain of what had transpired, and followed her silently. At that moment, a group of people emerged from the Wei residence, carrying a box towards the governor's office. Chapter 42. Wei Ha's confrontation, apology for delay and update. Wei Ha and Murong Bai arrived at the governor's residence, laden with numerous boxes of nutritional supplements, their faces adorned with smiles as they presented their intentions to the guards. However, they were thwarted at this initial barrier. Good sir. I am here to deliver these nutritional supplements to the esteemed governor, along with a significant gift I wish to present. I kindly ask you to communicate this. Wei Ha understood the necessity of maintaining composure, thus he patiently elaborated. What notable gift does the Wei family head possess? Please enlighten me. So I may relay it to the governor, the guard, evidently instructed to be difficult, yet not dismissive, inquired. This. Wei Ha and Murong Bai exchanged glances before Wei Ha declared, It is the Yenhedan. Can you now assist us in notifying him? Please wait here for a moment. The guard replied, adopting a demeanor of impartiality, yet hinting at the intent to create a nuisance for Wei Ha. He then turned to the portly, bumbling guard beside him, instructing him to inform the governor. Of course, you need not worry. We shall remain composed. Wei Ha forced a smile, though a chill ran through him at the thought of a mere gatekeeper daring to challenge him. Once I seize control of Qingtong County, you shall be dealt with accordingly. The bumbling guard, oblivious to his own shortcomings, dashed inside, taking an unnecessarily convoluted route before finally arriving at Chang Lianqing's door. Governor, the Wei family head has arrived. The guard's heart raced with anxiety. Had he not taken long enough? Why was there no response from the governor? He cursed himself for not circling around a few more times. After what felt like an eternity, Chang Lianqing finally spoke from within. Please invite them in. Take them to the reception room. The portly guard sighed in relief, scampering back to the entrance, reflecting, I shall not undertake such tasks again. Let the thin one handle them next time. Thank you. Wei Ha, despite the mounting frustration within him, maintained an outwardly gracious facade, appearing magnanimous and unfazed. Once in the reception room, the slender guard instructed, Please wait here. The governor will be with you shortly. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. Wei Ha feigned gratitude once more. Inside, Wei Ha seethed with indignation, having faced hostility since arriving at the governor's residence, and still without sight of the main figure. His agitation grew increasingly evident. Murongbai, observing quietly, urged, Wei brother, the grand plan takes precedence. Humph. This old fool seeks to intimidate us. Wei Ha could no longer contain his ire, turning to Murongbai. Remain calm, Wei brother. Everything serves the greater purpose. Once our objectives are achieved, we shall not fear dealing with him, Murongbai reassured. After another half-hour of waiting, Chang Lianqing finally made his entrance, albeit tardily. Wei family head, Murong family head, I sincerely apologize. My health has been poor of late, and I am overwhelmed with paperwork. It seems you have caught me at a most inopportune moment. Is it true that you harbor resentment towards me, Wei family head and Murong family head? Chang Lianqing seized the moment to challenge, lowering his brow. Upon hearing this, Wei Ha and Murongbai exchanged glances, realizing this was not the moment for confrontation. They hastily donned smiles. Not at all. I understand the governor's health struggles. It is my fault for intruding, and the wait has caused me no grievance. Chang Lianqing regarded Wei Ha with a cryptic expression before suddenly erupting in laughter. Your magnanimity is commendable, Wei family head. I am in admiration. Pray tell, what brings you both to my residence today?
Governor, you jest.
In terms of grace, none in Qingtong County can compare to your esteemed self.
Wei abodes lightly.
We have come to present a significant gift to you. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade vial from the tray held by a young servant, containing the exquisite Yenhe Dan he had acquired for a staggering 1,010,000 blue star coins. He beamed as he offered it to Chang Lianqing. Governor, do take a look at this. Chang Lianqing, already aware of the contents, feigned surprise as he examined the vial. Is this the Yenhe Dan from the Zixiao auction house? Indeed. Wei Ha responded with pride. This premium Yenhe Dan is a gift for you, Governor. Wei Ha was momentarily taken aback. Has Chang Lianqing lost his senses? Was he not eager for a Yenhe Dan before? Why the sudden calmness? What does the governor imply?
Wei inquired, puzzled.
Do you look down upon the Wei and Murong families? Precisely. What is the meaning of this, Governor? Murongbai chimed in. Governor. Wei Ha's tone turned ominous. We are here with genuine intentions to present this gift. Please do not refuse our goodwill. The Wei family head exudes such authority. Chang Lianqing retorted angrily. What makes you think you can dictate my actions within the governor's residence? You, Chang Lianqing, do not be ungrateful.
Wei,
realizing the futility of trying to win him over, pressed on. Those who know their place will join us. Future favors will abound. Should you choose to oppose us, do not blame me for any ensuing rudeness. Chang Lianqing, enraged, chuckled derisively. Wei family head, do be aware that you are in the governor's residence. What do you think you can do to me? The governor may be unaware, but you are already poisoned. Wei Ha grinned slyly. What? Chang Lianqing's face contorted in shock. I have been poisoned? When did you poison me? Humph. Governor, your health has been deteriorating day by day. Have you not considered this?
Wei gloated.
It is you wretched scoundrels. Chang Lianqing accused, filled with fury. Now, consider this. Why not collaborate with us at the Heavenly Demon Sect? It will only bring you benefits. Wei Ha, caught up in his triumph, inadvertently revealed too much, and Murongbai's attempt to intervene came too late. Heavenly Demon Sect. Chang Lianxing bellowed in astonishment. Chapter 43, Dealing with Weha, Apology and Supplementary Update 2, Murongbai also joined the persuasion effort. Lord County Guard. One must prioritize oneself, otherwise, one faces dire consequences. Do you truly wish to wither away in this desolate land? With the assistance of the Heavenly Demon Sect, given your innate talent, you can surely achieve another breakthrough, reaching greater heights, and thus extending your lifespan. Please consider it. Are you certain? Chang Lianxing inquired uncertainly. If I join you, will I truly receive the resources necessary for my advancement? Absolutely. Weha said decisively, noticing his hesitation. As long as Lord County Guard cooperates with our grand scheme, not only will this Yenha pill be yours, but in the future, our master will surely bestow upon you numerous rare treasures. Will you then worry about insufficient resources for your cultivation? However, Chang Lianxing continued to feign difficulty, putting on a troubled expression. Very well. I shall present this Yenha pill to you, Lord County Guard. Weha urgently handed the pill to Chang Lianxing. I will allow you a few more days to ponder. Even if you choose not to join us, rest assured I will not demand repayment. However, when we meet again, I shall show no mercy. I hope you will consider the long-term implications. After all, this pill merely extends your life by 17 years. You have said it, Master Weha. Then I shall graciously accept it. Chang Lianxing laughed heartily. As for joining you, do not mention it again. I shall never conspire with wolves and tigers. You, Chang Lianxing, you are deceiving me. Weha panicked internally. You never intended to refuse this pill. You are merely setting a trap for me. Ha ha ha. Would I truly resort to a mere trivial pill to ensnare you? Suddenly, a melodious laugh echoed from outside, the arrival of Ling Xiaoyu. Miss Ling, the pill has been obtained with utmost transparency. Chang Lianxing presented the vial with both hands. It is, as our master Weha himself stated, there is no need for return.
Ah.
Master Weha is indeed generous. 1 million blue star coins, just like that. Ling Xiaoyu teased Weha with a mocking tone. Unblinking. Truly the wealthiest in our city Tong County. This voice. Is that you? Weha recognized Ling Xiaoyu's voice, the very girl who had bid against him for the Yenha pill.
Who on earth are you?
Why are you opposing me? You wretched person. Weha, infuriated, could barely form a coherent response, ultimately hurling a trivial insult that only made her laugh more heartily. This Yenha pill? Weha observed as Chang Lianxing handed the pill to Ling Xiaoyu, piecing together the situation. This pill was yours all along. Alas, the esteemed Master Weha is quite uninformed. Ling Xiaoyu smacked her lips, feigning regret. Do you know who broke the soul lock formation at the city gate? You mean? Weha was taken aback. Are you implying that Yulai is not dead? What of the second elder? The second elder? You mean Yu Wushuang? You hit the nail on the head. Your second elder has passed on. Ling Xiaoyu did not shy away from provoking Weha. You are deceiving me. You must be lying. Weha was on the verge of collapse. If the plan failed, my master would have surely informed me.
Fool.
How could you have lived so long and remained so ignorant? Ling Xiaoyu scorned him. You and your so-called master are merely pawns left behind to delay us. Those he truly cares for have long been taken away.
That cannot be. It cannot be. Vaya.
Agitated, stumbled back 3 steps, muttering in despair. To put it plainly, you are merely a shield left to block our blades. If you doubt it, feel free to try contacting your master. Ling Xiaoyu delivered another blow. Weha produced a special communication talisman and tore it open. Master, Weha, seek an audience. Seeing this, Murongbai turned pale, standing silently beside Weha, unable to utter a word. How fortunate that I purchased the treasure map, intending to present it to him.
Ha ha ha.
Since it has come to this, I shall personally seek out this treasure. They shall not have the fortune to claim it. Inspired by thoughts of the mysterious treasure map, Weha suddenly felt a surge of confidence.
Puffed.
Ling Xiaoyu found his words amusing, laughing uproariously.
A map.
What are you laughing at? Weha glared at her fiercely. You know nothing, little yellow-haired girl. Once I find the treasure, you shall witness what invincibility truly means.
Ha ha ha.
Yes, yes, yes. The little yellow-haired girl. I know nothing at all. Ling Xiaoyu laughed uncontrollably. Still laughing? Weha fumed. What is there to find amusing? You may not be laughing when the time comes.
Puffed.
At that moment, Chang Liansheng could no longer contain his laughter, while the masked woman beside Ling Xiaoyu trembled, nearly collapsing. What is the meaning of this? Weha shouted in anger, watching them laugh. Wei brother. Murongbei suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to him. He then turned to Ling Xiaoyu. The map was your doing. The Zixiao auction house is in cahoots with you. You have conspired against me. Weha could hardly believe his eyes as he regarded the woman before him, clad in a modest green dress of seemingly inferior quality, devoid of any spiritual energy. How could she possess such formidable influence, aligning herself with the Zixiao auction house without a hint of suspicion?
Puffed.
Finally overwhelmed by the barrage of revelations, Weha spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Earlier, during the auction, Murongbei had been there to support him, but now he was engulfed in despair, unable to attend to Weha, who lay heavily on the ground. You are so ruthless. Weha gasped, mustering his strength to point at Ling Xiaoyu and the others. You had already begun plotting against me. Humph. You should have anticipated this day when you joined the heavenly demon sect. Before Ling Xiaoyu could speak, Chang Liansheng retorted, those who engage in wrongdoing shall ultimately bring about their own demise. Did you ever consider that while you viewed the lives of others as mere weeds, you too were just a fleeting specter in their eyes?
Ha.
Ha, ha ha ha. Weha gasped for breath, managing a few chuckles. Weha, wise throughout my life, have been foolish for a moment. I concede defeat. Who would have thought I would fall to the hands of a mere child? Tell me, who are you truly? Ling Xiaoyu did not respond directly but slowly approached him, gently mouthing the words, I am your mother.
You. Puffed.
Weha was once again provoked, spitting out a large mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Chapter 44. A Feng returns Murongbei. You conspired with Wei Ha and the demonic sect. You share the same guilt. Chang Liansheng declared with arrogance, come. Take these individuals away and keep them under strict surveillance until I personally interrogate them. Yes. A throng of guards surged in from outside, seizing and escorting several individuals away. Miss Ling, I owe you a great debt this time. Chang Liansheng bowed deeply to Ling Xiaoyu. There is no need for such formality, Lord Chang. Ling Xiaoyu hastily assisted him. This plan could not have been executed without your cooperation. I must thank you for your trust in me. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for the 3 yuan pill you provided. Chang Liansheng was a man of gratitude and loyalty, should you ever require assistance in the future. Please do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall brave fire and water for you. Lord Chang is too polite. Ling Xiaoyu graciously declined. This matter is resolved. The demonic sect should not dare to return soon. You may now take the 3 yuan pill. Remember to find several individuals for protection, as it is a supreme spirit-breaking pill. You may also attempt a breakthrough. Chang Liansheng's pupils dilated in shock. Miss Ling, how could I accept such a gift? Do not fret. A county magistrate devoted to the people is most deserving. Ling Xiaoyu said as she pressed the pill into Chang Liansheng's hands before departing with Zika, who insisted on disguising herself to protect her. Chang Liansheng remained in a state of astonishment for a long while, only to realize Ling Xiaoyu had already left. Regret filled his heart for not seeing off this benefactor in his life. He silently vowed to achieve a breakthrough and assist Ling Xiaoyu in her battle against the demonic sect.
See.
I told you everything would be fine. Wei Ha and Murongbei are not worthy opponents. Ling Xiaoyu chattered animatedly with Zika. Zika. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu halted, gazing at the full moon in the sky. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Indeed, the night of the full moon. Zika looked at her quizzically. Is there a problem? In our hometown, the night of the full moon is a day for family reunions, where everyone gathers to share a meal, converse, and play. Ling Xiaoyu said softly. Though my parents left early and my memories are faint, it pains me to see it so difficult. Ling Xiaoyu recalled the words of the 2 doctors. Young Master Yu's external wounds are not serious. However, The condition you described is unprecedented in my many years of practice. Based on our thorough examination, young Master Yu should be healed and should not experience a split again. Yet, the memories from the split may be hard to recover. I should be looking forward to Yu Zifeng's swift recovery. Tears brimmed in Ling Xiaoyu's eyes. Why has it come to this? Mother, please help Feng Yu find his way. Just as the two were submerged in their sorrow, a loud voice suddenly called out. Ling Xiaoyu's eyes were still glistening with tears. Zika was gently patting Ling Xiaoyu's back. Mother, why are you crying? With their heads locked in confusion, Yu Zifeng approached them.
Ah?
A foam? Ling Xiaoyu called out in disbelief. Yes, Feng Yu is here. Yu Zifeng replied with innocence.
What was Mother saying?
Feng Yu promised to always be with you. Seeing her in distress, Yu Zifeng comforted Ling Xiaoyu with gentle pats on her back. The two walked away hand in hand, joyously, leaving Zika alone, bewildered in the wind. Zika, nearly toppled aside, was dazed, thinking, used and discarded? A mere tool? The next morning, the market was abuzz with excitement, as everyone discussed the simultaneous raids on the Wei and Morong families. Hey, Aunt Li, you're here for the spectacle too. Yes, Aunt Yang. I heard Wei Ha's family was raided. Indeed. And the Morong family as well.
Sure.
Come here. Let me tell you something. Amidst the crowd's confusion, a well-informed man approached. Hurry up and tell us. What else is there to hide now that the families have been raided? Ahem. I heard that both the Wei and Morong families have allied with the demonic sect. The man cleared his throat, his expression slightly embarrassed.
What?
They disappeared many years ago. Is that true? Believe it or not, I've shared what I know. The informant, seeing their skepticism, shrugged and departed. Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng stood atop the highest point of the Zixiao auction house, observing the guards from the magistrate's office escorting the Wei and Morong families toward the prison, all practitioners bound with spirit-binding chains. Chang Lianqing truly is a meticulous individual. Fortunately, he harbors no ill intentions. Ling Xiaoyu mused. That S, because Mother possesses a discerning eye. Yu Zifeng praised without hesitation.
Ugh.
Can you two stop being so mushy? Zika, who had just arrived, rolled her eyes and interjected. Zika, you're here. Ling Xiaoyu quickly ran over, clinging to Zika's arm. Please don't be angry. I truly didn't mean to leave you behind yesterday.
Ugh.
Speak properly. You're giving me goosebumps all over the Zixiao auction house. Zika shivered, rubbing her arms. Such a miser. Ling Xiaoyu made a face at her, alas. Some people probably don't want to take me to the Zika family. Oh, dear. Ling loud. Upon hearing this, Zika softened. How could I possibly be angry with you? When shall we set off? This time it was Ling Xiaoyu who felt a chill. Ugh. Stay away from me. You seem like that spider spirit who has set her sights on my Tang Sing meat. At that moment, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly received a message. Sister Yu, trouble has arisen in the Medicine God Valley. Chapter 45. The extortion of the water-dividing beast. It is Hong Yi. Oh no. Upon hearing the anxious voice of Xiao Hong Yi, Ling Xiaoyu immediately assumed a serious demeanor. Mother, what has happened to that old hag? Even Yu Zifeng, who usually had a contentious relationship with Xiao Hong Yi, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. I don't know. We must hurry to the Medicine God Valley. Ling Xiaoyu glanced apologetically at Zicha. It's all right. I'm not in a rush. Why don't I accompany you to the Medicine God Valley? Zicha proposed sincerely. It's advantageous to have more people for support, and besides, going to the Medicine God Valley is on the way to the Z family. We can detour there afterward.
All right. It's settled then.
Everyone, gather your belongings. Ling Xiaoyu declared. Cha-cha, make sure to handle the auction house matters properly. Let me know what you need. While I can't guarantee everything, I can certainly ensure the grand finale item for the auction. After the trio tidied up, they set off toward the Medicine God Valley in search of Xiao Hongyi. Due to Ling Xiaoyu's lack of spiritual power, they opted for the teleportation array. Although it was quite costly, no one minded the expenditure with the affluent Ling Xiaoyu in their midst. After an hour's journey, they reached the nearest teleportation array. Once the fee was paid, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at the bustling town of Pazar, the vicinity of the Medicine God Valley. Upon exiting the teleportation array, Ling Xiaoyu spotted several seemingly cumbersome giant beasts lined up in the distance, each bearing a small building on its back. Indeed, a small building. What is this? Ling Xiaoyu, unashamedly inquisitive, asked. This is the water-dividing beast, a unique magical creature of the Pasir mountain range. It is quite large, immensely strong, herbivorous, and easily tamed. Hence, merchants have seen an opportunity to profit by using them for transportation. Zicha, a frequent visitor to the Pasir mountain range, volunteered the information. Oh, let us go ride. Ling Xiaoyu shouted as she made her way toward the water-dividing beast vehicle, thinking to herself, this is just a living bus. Actually, it's not far.
But Zika hesitated.
What are you afraid of? Aren't these gentle herbivores? Ling Xiaoyu looked at Zicha in confusion. I'm not afraid of it. It's just that this mode of transport is even more expensive than the teleportation array. Plus, it charges by the seat.
Zika explained.
Feeling troubled as she thought it unwise to keep relying on Ling Xiaoyu. Is that so? I thought it was something serious. Do I look like someone who is short on money? Ling Xiaoyu boasted, pulling Zicha along as she exclaimed, Today, we shall rent the entire beast. Onlookers were taken aback. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Unaware of the exorbitant cost of the water-dividing beast vehicle? Suddenly, a young woman with twin buns, though passably pretty, approached the beast vehicle administrator, producing a large dragon pearl to play with, and inquired, Sir, I wish to rent a water-dividing beast vehicle. The administrator was astonished at the sight of the pearl. It must have taken tens of thousands of years of cultivation to produce something so large. Such a nouveau riche should not be taken lightly. After all, opportunities like this were rare.
Ah, miss.
One dragon pearl is more than sufficient. The administrator's eyes sparkled, nearly salivating at the sight of the pearl. Excuse me? When did I say I would use this to barter? Ling Xiaoyu retorted, displeased. She had merely picked a large pearl out of boredom, and now this man seemed to be out of his mind. Didn't you bring this pearl to inquire? The administrator stammered, bewildered. I took it out, but I never stated I wanted to exchange it for a vehicle, did I? Ling Xiaoyu scanned the crowd. Did anyone hear me say that?
No.
Supervisor Lin, do not bully the young lady. Exactly. She never claimed that. The onlookers, not wishing to see someone else gain a fortune they themselves could not, largely harbored a mindset of if I can't have it, neither can you, which is but a reflection of human nature. Supervisor Lin's face turned a shade of deep anger. What does this have to do with you? If you don't want to ride, then leave.
Please.
I wouldn't want to ride in such a wretched vehicle. Indeed.
Who would desire it?
That vehicle is quite bumpy. I suggest you walk instead. As some began to jeer, attempting to dissuade Ling Xiaoyu from taking the water-dividing beast vehicle, the truth emerged. Each vehicle had a total of 120 seats, with a price of 12,000 blue star coins per seat, summing up to a staggering 144,000 blue star coins for the entire vehicle. Zicha, hailing from a family of merchants, quickly calculated the figures.
So,
what about this pearl in my hand? How much is it worth? Ling Xiaoyu asked loudly, feigning ignorance. That dragon pearl in your hand, judging by its quality, must have required at least 600,000 years of cultivation to produce such a large one. The specific age is uncertain until our family appraiser evaluates it, but it should be worth over 10 million blue star coins. Zicha stated confidently. Hearing this, Supervisor Yang's complexion turned crimson as he realized he had misjudged the situation, assuming her to be just another nouveau riche. Ling Xiaoyu slyly remarked, Tsk. Supervisor Yang, this pearl of mine is more than sufficient to rent a water-dividing beast. Miss, I beg your pardon for my lack of discernment. Please forgive my oversight, Supervisor Yang replied, his expression laden with bitterness. How about this? If you wish to rent an entire water-dividing beast, I can offer you a 10% discount and round it down, totaling 129,000 blue star coins. Would that be acceptable? Tsk. Supervisor Yang, you jest. Ling Xiaoyu is not inclined to let the matter rest. Originally, she merely wished to secure a vehicle, but now someone had dared to take advantage of her. If someone kissed your wife and then said, "Oh, I didn't realize she was your wife. Here, SA candy. Let us call it even." Would you agree, Supervisor Yang?
You.
Supervisor Yang was at a loss for words, feeling guilty, yet unable to retaliate. What does the young lady desire? What do I desire? Ling Xiaoyu pondered, then declared, Here's what we'll do. I will give you this dragon pearl, but you must provide me with 2 water-dividing beast vehicles. As a stakeholder, I demand a share of the profits from these vehicles each month. How does that sound? I truly cannot authorize that.
Supervisor Yang exclaimed.
A cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Moreover, this dragon pearl. Is it not enough? Ling Xiaoyu interjected, producing another jade vial. Inside is a top-grade spirit-breaking pill. I need not elaborate on its value, correct? With these 2 items, 3 water-dividing beast vehicles would not be an unreasonable deal for you. Supervisor Yang hesitated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If you continue to refuse, we shall have to discuss your Yang family's schemes. Ling Xiaoyu announced loudly. Realizing she was not to be trifled with, Supervisor Yang quickly interjected, All right. My dear lady, 3 vehicles it is. Wise decision. Ling Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, handing over the pearl and pill to Supervisor Yang. Agreed. It's settled. Ling Xiaoyu clapped her hands cheerfully and called out, Let us go. Today I treat. Chapter 46. Yuanxin, is it true or false? Indeed. Is it confirmed to be free? The person who had previously advised Ling Xiaoyu against boarding inquired. I assure you, my word is my bond. If I say it's on me, then it is. Ling Xiaoyu declared grandly, waving her hand. Come, everyone gather around. Wonderful. I never expected to have the chance to ride in the water beast carriage. An elderly man, dressed in tattered clothes, shouted excitedly. He carried a small bag on his chest and had a large sack slung over his back, suggesting he had made some purchases, which caught Ling Xiaoyu's attention. Come, sir. Please take the front seat. The view by the window is splendid, allowing you to fully enjoy the scenery along the way. Ling Xiaoyu beckoned. Are you calling me? The old man appeared somewhat flabbergasted, as if he had never received such an invitation before. He glanced at Yang Li and stammered, I
am dirty.
I can stand. There's no need for modesty, sir. This carriage is mine, and I say you should sit. Please take a seat. Ling Xiaoyu insisted, oblivious to the glimmer of cunning that passed through the old man's eyes as she pushed him to the luxurious window seat and firmly sat him down. Casting a sideways glance at Yang Li, let us see who dares to speak out. And no, I wouldn't dare. Yang Li shook his head earnestly. I will follow Mrs. Orders. At this moment, people began boarding the carriage one after another. Just as Ling Xiaoyu was about to instruct the driver to depart, the teleportation array flickered once more, and a melodious voice called out, Pardon me. Please hold on. I am Yuanxin from the Yi family, and I have urgent matters to attend to. Kindly wait a moment. Ling Xiaoyu was not one to shy away from helping others, so she nodded and instructed, Let us wait for her. It won't take long. Before long, another group boarded the beast carriage, with a young lady in luxurious attire at the forefront. She did not acknowledge anyone on the carriage and proceeded directly to the front. Behind her, a servant-like man chattered, Miss. What fortune today, to encounter a benefactor treating us. We just saved 60,000 blue star coins. This young lady. Ling Xiaoyu looked up and realized it was the Miss Yi who stood before her. What business do you have, Miss Yi? Ling Xiaoyu inquired politely, though curious. Excuse me, but I need to sit in this spot. Yuanxin stated rather impolitely. Though it sounded courteous, it was laden with an authoritative tone. Who do you think you are? Why should we give up our seats? Yu Zifeng, noticing someone bullying Ling Xiaoyu, stood up with a glare.
Who are you?
I am discussing matters with this young lady. It has nothing to do with you. Yuanxin exclaimed, startled, looking at Yu Zifeng. Discussing? I wasn't aware that discussions were conducted in such a manner by Miss Yi, Zicha retorted. The onlookers merely observed the unfolding drama, unperturbed. Meanwhile, the servant, noticing his mistress was being cornered, rushed forward. What are you doing? We are from the Yi family. Our lady is the sole daughter of the family head. How dare you bully us?
Oh.
The eldest daughter of the Yi family? Quite the grandiose reputation. Ling Xiaoyu mused, realizing that Yuanxin likely deemed her an easy target due to her casual attire and lack of spiritual power. How absurd. To claim it was a discussion when it was an outright attempt at coercion, she was not so easily swayed. May I ask how to address you? Kindly rise. I need to occupy the seat. Yu and Xin insisted, refusing to relent.
Ha.
What if I refuse? Ling Xiaoyu replied with a disdainful smile. Give this lady 12,000 blue star coins to change seats, Yu and Xin commanded her servant, ignoring Ling Xiaoyu.
Miss.
Just look at her shabby appearance. She's already riding for free. Offering her 100 blue star coins would be generous. The servant protested, presenting 100 blue star coins to Ling Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, utterly taken aback by the audacity of such self-righteousness. What? I'm on a free ride. May I inquire how much Miss Yi and her companion have paid? We're both benefiting from someone else's generosity. What is there to be proud of? If you're capable, buy your own ticket.
Oh.
You shrew. Your lady is the one engaging in extortion, not me. Ling Xiaoyu retorted coolly. This young lady. I did not. Yu and Xin attempted to explain, but at that moment, the beast tamer interjected. Boss, shall we depart? From Yu and Xin's perspective, the beast tamer was looking directly at her, so she earnestly replied, Sir, please hurry and depart. Ling Xiaoyu regarded her with a bemused expression, wondering if Yu and Xin intended to usurp the credit for her generosity. Miss Ling, should we set off? The beast tamer misinterpreted Yu and Xin's intention and respectfully addressed Ling Xiaoyu. Yes, let us go. What a waste of time waiting for a fool. Ling Xiaoyu turned away, no longer sparing Yu and Xin a glance as she resumed her seat. Yu and Xin was taken aback. You're the benefactor treating everyone? Impossible. Why is it impossible? I witnessed Miss Yu pay the fare with my own eyes. An old man seated nearby chimed in. Miss Yi, if you wish to claim credit, you ought to consider the timing. We've all been waiting in the carriage for quite some time. How could you, a mere young lady, have the audacity? His words struck Yu and Xin like a slap, leaving her cheeks burning with humiliation. She had never anticipated that a woman dressed so plainly, without any spiritual might, could afford to charter an entire water beast carriage. Yu and Xin stood frozen, her hands covering her face, at a loss for how to proceed. The intense scrutiny from those around her left her feeling utterly exposed. This was not the outcome she desired. All she wanted was that seat. Why was it necessary for her to be treated this way? Her servant, equally at a loss for words, managed to regain some composure and quickly ushered his mistress to a corner at the back of the carriage. With a fierce glare directed at Ling Xiaoyu's back, Yu and Xin nodded, vowing silently that she had never endured such indignity in her life. Today was a disgrace of monumental proportions. I will ensure this woman pays. Chapter 47. Farewell to Yu Yuan. An hour later, the Funshui beast car came to a halt at the parking lot on the outskirts of Pashi City. The passengers on board were animatedly discussing the picturesque scenery along the way, but the elderly gentleman, before disembarking, bowed deeply to Ling Xiaoyu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for your generous hospitality. He then produced a dark jade pendant and handed it to her, saying, If you ever find yourself in Nanwu City, do visit the Qing family, and I shall extend my warmest welcome. Without waiting for her response, he departed, leaving Ling Xiaoyu clutching the jade pendant, calling out, Uncle Qing, travel safely. TT. Let us find a place to eat something. We must hurry to Yaoshan Valley. I fear for Hongyu's safety. Ling Xiaoyu suddenly spoke with a serious tone to Zicha. Indeed. Let us eat something nearby, and be on our way. Zicha nodded in agreement. Though her spatial realm was filled with spiritual fruits and springs, it lacked any meat, a fact that troubled Ling Xiaoyu. She wished to complete the task assigned by the Zi family promptly, but could not neglect her own responsibilities.
All right.
Mother, what would you like to eat?
Yu Zifen.
Ever obedient, looked at her with eyes that seemed to mirror her own. Anything will do, as long as it is something that can be preserved. Let us not let it spoil. Ling Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Mother, a few days of preservation is certainly manageable. Fonger suggests we purchase some at the restaurant. It's only a 3-day journey to Yaoshan Valley, so we need not prepare too much, Yu Zifeng patiently explained. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback. Yaoshan Valley is this close to the town? Darn that system for causing trouble. Speaking of the system, a notification chimed in. Side quest received. Task, find Lu Yanqing and rescue Yaoshan Valley. Time limit, 7 days. Reward, a mysterious martial arts technique. Penalty for failure. You know what it entails. Ling Xiaoyu seethed in frustration. That wretched system won't even utter an extra word and simply says, "You know what it is." What do I know? The trio casually sought a relatively larger restaurant on the street and entered. How many guests do we have? The enthusiastic host greeted at the entrance. 3, Zicha replied. 3 esteemed guests, please come inside. The host exclaimed loudly upon hearing. Zicha and Yu Zifeng exchanged glances, unsure whether to address her or remain silent. The waiter broke the awkwardness. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Very well. Table 6, 2 servings of spiritual fruit wine. Please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly. You appear unfamiliar, so I dare to recommend our specialties. If they do not suit your taste, feel free to let us know. The waiter said respectfully before cheerfully heading to the kitchen to place the order. This restaurant. Ling Xiaoyu observed the business model with a contemplative expression. This establishment has been around for many years, yet no one has ever seen its owner. It is said he went in search of his lost wife.
Zika explained.
Their dishes are unique and delicious. You'll understand once you taste them. Oh, that's fine. We will first look for Hong Yi, if the opportunity arises. I would like to meet the owner of this place, Ling Xiaoyu resolved silently, noting the striking similarity of this establishment as business model to modern shops. If she could find the owner, it might lead to valuable information. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Spare me, my lord. Humph. You insolent wretch. How dare you block my path? A domineering male voice pierced through, sounding eerily familiar to Ling Xiaoyu. My lord, I truly did not mean to.
I did not see.
A voice pleading for mercy was abruptly cut off by the sound of a whip striking flesh, followed by a piercing scream. Still dare to argue? My master says you blocked the road, and thus you did. This statement seemed to come from a subordinate. Humph. Drag him away and deal with him. The man spoke nonchalantly, as if dispatching a mere chicken. Ling Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, searching her memory. Suddenly, a realization struck. Was that the salesman?
Stop.
Yu Zifeng stood up, anger flashing in her eyes at Ling Xiaoyu's signal. The guards, who were about to drag the young man away, froze, staring at Yi Wuyuan. Drag him away. Yi Wuyuan sneered. I want to see who dares to rescue him from me. You must possess the capability to take him from my grasp. As he strode into the restaurant, his gaze fell upon Yu Zifeng standing tall, momentarily stunned, then inwardly flustered. How is it you again? Unaware that young Master Yu has graced us with his presence, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Yi Wuyuan quickly adapted. Bring that young man in. I wish to treat him to a meal. The already frightened young man trembled even more at these words, shaking like a leaf. I dare not. Please, my lord. Spare my life. You ungrateful fool. When I invite you nicely, you do not come in promptly, forcing me to resort to violence. Yi Wuyuan barked. Bring him to me. Ah, the salesman? It has been quite some time. Ling Xiaoyu remarked, observing his display of authority. She suddenly rose. Yi Wuyuan, such grandeur. I recall you were with the Blue Rain mercenary group in Qingtong County. What brings you to Pashi City? This young lady is. Yi Wuyuan looked at the young woman in green before him, momentarily lost for recognition. Have we met before? Oh, young Master Yi truly has a forgetful nature. Ling Xiaoyu replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. You were once chasing me with intentions of violence, and now you do not remember? As she spoke, she retrieved a fire lin fruit from her spatial realm, tossing it lightly in her hand while raising an eyebrow at the astonished Yi Wuyuan. A provocative glint in her eyes. Yi Wuyuan's pupils constricted. It's you? You are that female beggar. Chapter 48. The little fox is forgotten again in a guest room of the Hu Zixiao auction house. A small, snow-white ball of fluff suddenly stirred awake, yawning. Ah, what a delightful slumber. I owe it all to the earth spirit fruit bestowed by my master. Although I have yet to sprout my 8th tail, I am not far off and can now articulate. Chattering to itself, it swiftly darted out of the room and raced towards Ling Xiaoyu's chamber. Master, I can speak now. However, upon opening the door, it found the room deserted. Where is everyone? Perplexed, it dashed to Zika's room and burst in. Miss Zika, have you seen my master? Yet again, it was met with an empty space. The same scenario repeated in Yu Zifeng's room. And an ominous premonition gripped its heart. Its foolish master had undoubtedly forgotten about it again. As it rushed outside, it fortuitously encountered Suya, and the little fox seized the opportunity for salvation, zipping in front of her. "Miss Suya, do you know where my master has gone?"
Ah. Suya was startled.
And upon realizing it was the little fox, she exclaimed in surprise, "You can talk now. Why are you still here? Hasn't Miss Ling taken you with her?" "If I'm not here, where should I be? I was injured earlier, and used the spirit fruit to break through my limitations, only to wake up and find everyone gone." The little fox's charming visage bore a pitiful expression that tugged at Suya's heartstrings. "That Miss Ling may have inadvertently left you behind," Suya remarked, cradling the little creature in her palm. "I heard that something happened to the heroic Xiao, and Our Lady has accompanied Miss Ling to the Medicine God Valley." "Woo woo woo, I knew it. She has forgotten me again," the little fox lamented, burying its head in sorrow. "Oh, you poor thing. Why not stay here and wait for Miss Ling? I can take care of you." Suya gently stroked its tiny head.
Woo woo woo. No.
"I must find her. I want to confront her," the little fox cried out in indignation. Thus, with a reluctant glance from Suya, the little fox leapt into the night sky, embarking on its quest to find its master, relying solely on its own feet, as it possessed no blue star coins. Ling Xiaoyu's temper flared once more upon hearing Yu Yuan call her a beggar. "Pa, you are the beggar. Your whole family are beggars. Ah Feng. Teach him the lesson." At that moment, Yu Yuan realized that the esteemed young Master Yu was seated at the same table as the so-called beggar he had imagined, while the attendant behind him face-bombed, questioning the intelligence of his new master. "Yu Yuan, you oppress the good and fear the wicked, and now you dare to bully my mother. Behold my sword." Yu Zifeng was already eager for a fight and, upon Ling Xiaoyu's command, drew his sword and flew forward. "Young Master Yu, misunderstanding. I mistook the person." Yu Yuan scrambled to evade, shouting, "I made a mistake." "Humph, a feeble defense." Yu Zifeng would not allow him an escape. Previously, he had spared his life. Encountering him again, he could not let him slip away so easily. "I swear I shall not do it again. Young Master Yu, spare me." Yu Yuan had already received several blows, rolling on the ground in a pitiful state, resembling a beggar. "Thank you for your mercy, young Master Yu." Yu Yuan quickly knelt and prostrated himself before Yu Zifeng. "Thank my mother, for I had no intention of sparing you." Yu Zifeng remained ungrateful. "Humph, no need for that. You may leave. If I see you bullying others again, I shall not be so forgiving." Ling Xiaoyu, utterly disinterested in his words, cast him a disdainful glance and coldly snorted. Yes, yes. Thank you. I shall leave at once." Yu Yuan, disregarding his dignity, hurriedly rose and beckoned his subordinates, scampering back towards the Yi residence. "What a disappointment. Waiter, pack our food." Ling Xiaoyu's homesickness had been disrupted by Yu Yuan, and she lost all desire to continue dining, thus calling for someone to pack their meal for takeout. "Mother, should we?" Yu Zifeng inquired, gazing in the direction Yu Yuan had departed. "No need. I have no time to dally with him. I am concerned about Hongyi." Ling Xiaoyu decisively rejected the suggestion to pursue Yu Yuan, her thoughts lingering on the unreachable Xiao Hongyi. "Do not worry. I have no intention of letting him off easily," Ling Xiaoyu declared fiercely, her mind racing. Keeping that scoundrel around would only spell disaster, had it not been for the trouble concerning Hongyi. She would have dealt with him decisively this time. After tidying up, the three procured 3 spirit horses in the marketplace and made their way to the Medicine God Valley. At this moment, the Medicine God Valley was engulfed in chaos, under siege by the forces of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A conflict ignited merely because the valley's master refused to treat the gravely wounded Che Li, resulting in Che Li descending into a vegetative state. Initially, the Medicine God Valley was not fearful of the Heavenly Demon Sect's encirclement, but unbeknownst to them, numerous insiders had been planted within the valley, leading to a swift collapse in mere hours due to their internal sabotage. Following the battle, the valley suffered the loss of nearly half its disciples, while the remaining individuals took refuge with the valley master in a secured area. The communication talisman was the last desperate signal sent by Xiao Hongyi before entering the restricted zone. "Master, Che Hui is outside calling for a duel," an elder, visibly drained, reported to Lu Heji.
Alas.
It is all my fault. I should not have been so careless. Lu Hezhi lamented, pounding his chest in grief over the heavy casualties inflicted by the traitors. It is not your fault, master. None could have anticipated the heavenly demon sect would infiltrate our valley with such a number of traitors. The elder consoled Lu Hezhi. Father,
Please sit down.
there will surely be a way out. Lu Yanqing urged from the side, having sustained her own injuries. Qing'er, you truly are a remarkable child.
Were it not for you,
Perhaps I would have been unable to protect these disciples. Lu Hezhi wept openly, his heart filled with pride and gratitude, even as he pondered when his daughter had cultivated such formidable prowess. Father, what are you saying? Lu Yanqing retorted. It is all my fault. I should have prioritized my training more diligently. Chapter 49. The Ambush Whoosh. As the trio exited the city, a fierce gust of wind struck from an unknown direction. Assassins. The two companions, aside from Ling Xiaoyu, exchanged silent glances of understanding. In perfect unison, one shielded against the hidden weapons, while the other maneuvered Ling Xiaoyu around to evade the attacks. Like a mere garment, she was tossed back and forth, her vision obscured, feeling as though the little water she had consumed was about to be expelled. Who dares step forward for a one-on-one? Suppressing the urge to vomit, she provocatively challenged the hidden assassins. At that moment, she was oblivious to her own shortcomings. All she comprehended was that if this spinning continued, death was imminent.
Put
Me down, Ling Xiaoyu pleaded, patting Yu Zifeng's waist.
whoosh, whoosh.
Before she could finish her sentence, more hidden weapons flew towards her. It was clear that this assassination was aimed directly at her. Her mind raced. They had only just arrived in Paxi City today, and the only conflict on the way had involved those three individuals. Yang Li should not be involved. As for Miss Yi, she appeared rather petty, thus could not be ruled out as a suspect.
Wait.
That's not right. Yu Yuan had been severely beaten and fled in a disheveled state. There was no time for him to prepare such a meticulous plan. Thus, only Miss Yi remained, truly a woman with a venomous heart. Over a trivial matter, which she herself instigated, she was prepared to take lethal action. Young Master Yu, we cannot remain passive like this. Zika shouted, skillfully deflecting the hidden weapons. This technique resembles that of the Godslayer Hall. We must find a way to break through. I understand. Yu Zifeng silently activated a protective shield, enveloping the three of them. We shall take turns sustaining the barrier while our mother remains in the center. We will each take one side and strive to break free. Finally freed from the dizzying spins, Ling Xiaoyu patted her chest to catch her breath, asserting, it must be that Miss Yi orchestrating this. Judging by the nature of these attacks, they are all aimed at my life. Upon careful analysis, it appears that no one else could execute such a plan. Regardless of who it is, we must escape first. Otherwise, not just you, but all three of us will meet our end here, Zika said anxiously. Why panic? What is this Godslayer Hall you mentioned? Explain it to me, Ling Xiaoyu asked while searching for useful items in the frost mirror. Mother, please do not move around. Zika and I will support you and do our utmost to protect you, Yu Zifeng instructed with a serious expression.
Xiaoyu.
Our energy shield cannot hold for long. If anything unexpected happens, just run forward with all your might. Yu Zifeng and I will do our best to hold them back. Zika urged Ling Xiaoyu.
Oh, dear.
You two are so young. Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. In times of crisis, do not panic. Let us take out our storage rings and see if there's anything useful.
Kazi.
She produced a firelin fruit and took a bite, casually asking, would you like one? I have plenty. No need. Both responded in unison, their lives at stake leaving no room for leisurely fruit consumption. Even if it was a firelin fruit. Don't be so tense, Ling Xiaoyu insisted, handing the fruit to them. She pretended to rummage through her storage and produced several array talismans. Aren't these just defensive shields? See if any of these are usable. Yinhu. These. Zika and Yu Zifeng stared in disbelief. What kind of background did she have, casually producing a pile of array talismans? I don't know which ones are effective. They're all labeled for defense.
Check if any can be used.
There are also offensive ones. But these bastards are hiding and dodging. It's incredibly frustrating. Ling Xiaoyu chomped on the fruit while retrieving a few red array talismans. The assassins lurking in the shadows. Xiaoyu. Zika gazed at Ling Xiaoyu in confusion. You. Could you possibly be the daughter of some hidden family? What kind of resources are these? When practicing, are array talismans categorized by their usage? Ah, haha. Well, how else would you categorize them? I don't really understand. Ling Xiaoyu continued, following Zika's lead. They just tossed them at me without further explanation.
Tossed.
Zika felt once again struck down, covering her face and preparing to charge forward. Tossed? You. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Zika. Mother, we only need one defensive talisman. You should keep the rest. At a crucial moment, Yuzi Feng stepped in to mediate.
Xiaoyu.
Can you act like a proper person? Do I wish for this? Who are we suffering for? Yuzi Feng activated the defensive talisman, while Zika snapped back to reality, angered. Who do you think I'm fighting for? Do you have no conscience to imply that I want to die? Oh, is that so? I see. The naive Zika was easily manipulated by the cunning Ling Xiaoyu. Of course, if it were something that could make Feng exert himself. How could I bear to have you, Zika, take action? Ling Xiaoyu feigned innocence, linking arms with Zika. Well, I suppose Xiaoyu, you care for me this much. Zika, touched, embraced Ling Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Yuzi Feng, who was controlling the defensive talisman, closed his eyes, pondering how his mother had become so crafty. Well, who could blame her for being his mother? It must remain unspoken. It must remain unspoken. It must remain unspoken. Important things must be repeated thrice. Mother, we must hurry. If we traverse this forest, they will have nowhere left to hide. If they do not relent, we can confront them directly, Yuzi Feng urged Ling Xiaoyu.
All right.
Come on, Zika, let us move quickly. Let Feng deal with them. Ling Xiaoyu maintained an expression of innocence, as though they should not blame her, prompting Yuzi Feng to once again facepalm. At that moment, the assassins in the forest. Do we not exist? Discussing openly how to deal with us? You are truly bold. Chapter 50. Ling Xiaoyu's injury. Today, as bald head ends here, several individuals sprinted with all their might. Regardless of the circumstances, Ling Xiaoyu possessed an astonishing athletic ability, further enhanced by the fire scale fruit. Thus, her speed was not significantly diminished. Zichai, astonished, inquired, Xiaoyu, you have no spiritual energy at all. How can you run so fast? I always thought you were endowed with innate strength. This. I don't know, Ling Xiaoyu replied, her face a picture of confusion. Don't ask. I truly have no answers. Stop chatting and run quickly. Their onslaught is intensifying, Yuzi Feng said with a serious expression as he surveyed their surroundings. They must have overheard our conversation and are likely strategizing on how to trap us in this dense forest. The assassins retorted.
No kidding.
We're not foolish. Hurry and send a message to the leader. The situation may have changed. The leader of the assassins instructed one of his subordinates. Yes. The assassin withdrew from the fray to relay the message. What should we do now? Another subordinate asked. There's nothing we can do. Our identities have been exposed. This matter could end badly. The leader of the assassins cast a dark glance at the three fleeing below. We must do our utmost to keep them here. Otherwise, we risk bringing disaster upon the Divine Slayer Hall.
Boss.
We can't break through that defensive talisman. It appears to be an exceptional one. One of the subordinates exclaimed anxiously. Damn that Yuanxin. If this matter can be resolved, I will ensure she pays dearly. The leader of the assassins growled. Let us exert ourselves further to hold them back. I've already sent Abing to inform the leader. Understood. The subordinates replied in unison. Meanwhile, the three below were oblivious to this discussion, focusing solely on evading the hidden attacks. How much longer until we can escape? Ling Xiaoyu, growing impatient from running, thought to herself. As the author, it was rather cowardly to be chased relentlessly by assassins from her own story. At our current pace, we should be able to exit this dense forest in about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Before Yuzi Feng could speak, Zichai interjected. A cup of tea.
All right.
I will give them just that amount of time. Ling Xiaoyu silently resolved, determined that if she did not teach them a lesson today, she would be unworthy of her title as the dog author. Suddenly, it was too late to evade. Yuzifeng and Zichai could not react in time to shield her. Watching helplessly as a black needle pierced deeply into her back, Ling Xiaoyu managed to utter a fierce remark before darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Xiaoyu! Zichai exclaimed in alarm. Young Master Yu, I'll carry her. You hold on. We must run deeper into the forest, and not provide them with such clear visibility.
All right.
You take care of my mother. I will handle everything else behind us. Just focus on escaping with her. Yuzifeng instructed. Okay. Young Master Yu, take care of yourself as well. I believe Xiaoyu would not want you to be in danger, Zichai cautioned as she darted deeper into the woods.
I am aware.
Rest assured. Yuzifeng nodded firmly.
Ugh.
Ling Xiaoyu awoke, her body racked with pain. Zichai hurried over, looking at her anxiously.
Xiaoyu.
Are you alright? Open your eyes. Don't shout. It hurts. Ling Xiaoyu shook her head, murmuring softly. Ugh, it hurts. Stop shaking. I might actually die. In truth, Ling Xiaoyu was not in grave danger. At the critical moment, the system had saved her. The exceptional Huanying pill had automatically integrated into her body. So her pain stemmed not only from her injuries but also from the transformative effects of the pill. The good news was that she had now attained the 3rd level of ethereal cultivation.
Xiaoyu, you're alright,
Zichai exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as tears streamed down her face. This is wonderful. Give me some water. Ling Xiaoyu strained to open her eyes, gazing at the tear-streaked Zichai with a hint of disdain. TSK, I'm not dead yet. No need to mourn so dramatically. Are you planning to pay for my funeral?
Huh?
What do you mean? Zichai replied, bewildered, yet she still handed her the water pouch and helped her sit up to drink. Cough, cough. I'm fine. After taking a couple of sips, Ling Xiaoyu coughed lightly and decided not to clarify her earlier statement. By the way, whoa,
Xiaoyu.
Young Master Yu. Zichai suddenly began to cry again, not pursuing her previous question. Where is Yufeng? Ling Xiaoyu suddenly realized she had not seen Yuzifeng. He went alone to distract the assassins for us. Zichai sobbed.
What?
Ling Xiaoyu jumped to her feet, fueled by urgency. How could he go alone? That's tantamount to sending him to his death. But you were unconscious, gravely poisoned. Zichai cried, her words tumbling over each other.
I
carried you, and couldn't he do anything? Young Master Yu hid us here, and went out alone. Did you see which direction they went? Ling Xiaoyu, disregarding her pain, grasped Zichai, eager to find Yuzifeng. I don't think I paid attention, Zichai stammered. Ling Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon her. Did he leave any message when he departed? He seemed to mention, meeting at the unnamed lake? Zichai replied uncertainly. I was too focused on your condition to pay much attention. Whoa.
I'm truly useless.
It's all right. Ling Xiaoyu comforted her, patting her shoulder. This is my oversight. I thought the defensive talisman was infallible. Since Yufeng mentioned that lake, we should head there first. MHM.
All right.
Zichai nodded, tears still glistening in her eyes.
Meanwhile,
Yuzifeng was still in pursuit of the remaining 3 assassins, one of whom was the leader, as shadows danced among the trees in the dark of night. Chapter 51. The nameless Lake Zika, being somewhat of a local, guided the 2 swiftly to a picturesque lake, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the moonlight, resembling an ethereal realm. In the center of the lake rose a small island, upon which stood a delicate monument inscribed with the words nameless. Xiaoyu, do you think Yuzong will be alright? Zika expressed her concern, feeling a twinge of guilt for allowing Yuzifeng to confront the enemy alone. There's nothing to worry about. I have faith in Ofeng. Although Ling Xiaoyu felt a flutter of anxiety within, her exterior remained resolute. Indeed. Zika nodded and settled down by the water's edge. Legend has it that this lake was formed from the tears of a fairy who descended to find her mortal husband. The monument in the middle was carved by that very fairy. Is that so? Ling Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. What a fascinating tale.
Yes.
It's a sorrowful yet beautiful love story, Zika sighed, resting her head upon her knees. Once there was a fairy who, due to trials, descended to the mortal realm and was reborn as an ordinary woman. In that life, she met her husband, Nameless. Initially, they enjoyed a blissful existence, but their happiness was short-lived. Nameless was, in truth, an assassin, and the family of the household where the fairy was reborn was annihilated by him, leading to a bitter enmity between them. And then what happened? Ling Xiaoyu inquired, eager to learn the rest. Eventually, Zika sighed again. They decided to duel, with life and death at stake. Should the fairy perish, Nameless could let go of the past. Conversely, if Nameless fell, the fairy would forgive him for his previous actions. Thus, they chose a day and dueled atop Nameless Mountain. And who emerged victorious? Ling Xiaoyu asked, her curiosity intensifying. The fairy triumphed, for Nameless had no desire to survive. He wished to apologize to the fairy with his demise. Zika smiled as she recounted, before he breathed his last. Nameless explained that he had accepted the mission that led to the death of her family because her father was involved in the slander against Nameless' own family, resulting in their execution. He pleaded for her forgiveness, hoping that in the next life, they could be a happy couple. And did the fairy forgive him? Ling Xiaoyu interjected, her curiosity unabated. Of course. The moment the fairy witnessed Nameless fall, she regretted her actions. As she saw him close his eyes, she chose to end her own life as well. Ah! What a spirited woman! Ling Xiaoyu marveled, reflecting on her own inability to act in such a manner. Yet, she recognized she had never loved anyone deeply enough to reach such a point. But did they find each other afterwards? Ling Xiaoyu pressed, anxious for closure. What a tragic pair of star-crossed lovers. Zika lamented. But where did Nameless go? Nobody knows, Zika replied. It may merely be a legend. Why dwell on it? Oh. Ling Xiaoyu acquiesced, yet her interest in the Nameless Lake had significantly deepened. Xiaoyu, Yuzong has yet to arrive. Shall we go search for him? Zika shifted the topic abruptly. Ling Xiaoyu pondered. That sounds reasonable. However, there are several paths leading here. Which direction should we take? Typically, there are 3 main routes. The one we came from and 2 others. Zika hesitated, uncertain about which path to choose. Let us split up. 2 paths. 1 for each of us. Ling Xiaoyu confidently declared. But Xiaoyu, you haven't trained. Zika began. But her words were interrupted as she saw the aura radiating from Ling Xiaoyu's hands. You. When did you? It's a bit complicated. But to sum it up, I possess spiritual energy now, and I have talismans. It shouldn't be an issue, Ling Xiaoyu assured, playfully patting Zika's head. We must find Offen quickly. He's been entangled with them for nearly a day, and I fear he may be in real danger. All right then. Zika hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The 2 set off in separate directions to search for Yuzifeng. Meanwhile, Yuzifeng was striving to reach the Nameless Lake, with only the head assassin trailing behind him, relentlessly pursuing. I advise you to cease your struggles. No one has ever escaped from my grasp. Foolish child. The head assassin, upon hearing Yuzifeng's words, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly quickened his pace. You old fool. You think you can match my speed? Yuzifeng retorted, forcing himself to accelerate. Today, you'll learn that age brings limitations. Sharp-tongued. Unfortunately, clever words cannot save you. The head assassin, infuriated, hurled 3 concealed weapons at Yuzifeng. Yuzifeng dodged hastily, but one of the projectiles grazed his shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan. Ha ha ha. Keep running. The head assassin laughed heartily. With my poison. Let us see how long you can endure. Yuzifeng's breathing grew increasingly labored as he felt the toxin coursing through his limbs, each effort merely slowing its advance, not halting it completely. The head assassin, sensing his imminent victory, suddenly slowed his pace, trailing Yuzifeng leisurely, like a serpent awaiting its prey to succumb to the venom. As the poison spread, Yuzifeng's speed dwindled, and just as his vision began to blur, he thought he saw Ling Xiaoyu rushing toward him. A hint of relief gracing her face, before she collapsed. Chapter 52. How dare you hurt him? Ling Xiaoyu indeed arrived in time. Yuzifeng and the assassin were not on the main path, but they were quite close to the route Ling Xiaoyu had taken. Upon overhearing the conversation between Yuzifeng and the assassin, she hurried toward them, only to find Yuzifeng collapsed from the poison. Ling Xiaoyu's heart felt as if it had been struck heavily, and she cried out, "Ah Feng." In the blink of an eye, she reached Yu Zifeng's side, frantically retrieving the finest antidote from her pouch and administering it to him.
Ah Feng.
Wake up. I have the antidote. Yes, the antidote. Hearing him speak, she looked up, her eyes wide with fury. How dare you hurt him? You shall face the consequences.
Ha.
It is you who is blind. Ling Xiaoyu retorted. I intended to leave you a way out, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Humph. Do not think that just because you've gained a modicum of spiritual power, you can act so arrogantly. Upon realizing Ling Xiaoyu's cultivation level, Li Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. What is there to be proud of with merely a third level of ethereal essence? Is that so? Ling Xiaoyu sneered at him. There is nothing to boast about with the third level of ethereal essence, but what of you, who is afflicted by the Huagong San? What grounds do you have for arrogance? As she approached, she had discreetly consumed the antidote and used her spiritual energy to direct the Huagong San towards the direction the two were fleeing. At this moment, Yu Zifeng had also taken the best antidote, rendering him unharmed, allowing Ling Xiaoyu to stand and confront Li Qinghuan.
Impossible. Li Qinghuan exclaimed incredulously.
How could a mere third-level ethereal essence practitioner poison me, without my notice? Do not be so theatrical. Ha! I have no time to engage in theatrics with you. Ling Xiaoyu crossed her arms. If you do not believe me, by all means, test your remaining spiritual power. Hearing this, Li Qinghuan, half convinced, attempted to assess his strength and was horrified to discover that his power was indeed waning. He shouted in rage, You vile woman! How dare you poison me? Hand over the antidote, or I will ensure you meet a terrible fate. Perhaps you should first tend to your own affairs. Your spiritual power must be nearly depleted, yes? Ling Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly.
Oh.
I forgot to mention, in addition to the Huagong San, I also added a special concoction, the bone-eating pill.
What?
Li Qinghuan could scarcely believe Ling Xiaoyu's words. He had never anticipated that he would fall victim to a woman of inferior cultivation, and he felt a deep resentment. Humph! If I cannot live, neither shall you. I will take you both down with me. Furious, he hurled a concealed weapon at Ling Xiaoyu, but at that moment, Zika arrived, deftly knocking the already weakened weapon aside. TSK. Bullying the weak. We wouldn't mind joining forces, would we? You. Shameless.
Li Qinghuan,
now nearly devoid of spiritual power, felt the effects of the bone-eating pill manifesting painfully throughout his body, causing excruciating agony.
Ah!
What have you given me?
Ha!
Is it too much for you to bear? Ling Xiaoyu gave a thumb up to the infuriating Zika and taunted Li Qinghuan for a renowned assassin of the god-slaying temple. Is it truly so unbearable? You!
Ah!
Li Qinghuan lay writhing on the ground, curled up in pain. You venomous woman! Grant me a swift death. Ha! Why should I grant you a swift end? Ling Xiaoyu spat at him fiercely. You injured Ah Feng and expect to die peacefully? What gives you such confidence? Li Qinghuan rolled on the ground. Please. Please.
Kill me.
Li Qinghuan was in such agony that he could scarcely speak. I know from whom you received the mission. Ling Xiaoyu crouched down to whisper in Li Qinghuan's ear. Do you hate her? Or do you hate me more? Li Qinghuan's eyes widened. Please. Please.
Kill.
Silence. Ling Xiaoyu's gaze turned sharp. As an assassin, you should have prepared for a grim fate. When you accepted this mission to kill me, did you not consider the possibility of being killed in return? If you seek to blame someone, blame your own poor eyesight. Mistaking iron for tofu. Wrong. Li Qinghuan's eyes bulged. Please, kill me. Apologies, but I believe you have yet to suffer enough. Ling Xiaoyu wore a dangerous smile. He had once been an innocent child, and during his first mission, he would investigate whether the target was truly wicked. However, after earning his first ill-gotten gains, he spiraled into a path of no return, forgetting his master's admonitions. On the brink of death, he finally recalled his master's warning. Ah Huan, if you continue down this path, you will regret it.
Zika.
Am I not terrifying now? Ling Xiaoyu asked, gazing at her. Zika gently shook her head.
No.
I have always hoped for someone who would go to any lengths for me. Yet I have never encountered such a person. But this time, it seems I have been fortunate. Xiaoyu, knowing you has truly been the greatest blessing of my life.
Ha, ha ha ha.
Ling Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Zika, you will never regret becoming my friend. Time will reveal true hearts. Let us see how this unfolds. Indeed. Zika nodded earnestly. Let us first take young Master Yu to Weiming Lake to rest.
All right.
Ling Xiaoyu agreed, lifting Yu Zifeng onto her back. As the three of them made their way toward Weiming Lake, leaving behind a gruesome corpse in the forest. Chapter 53. Oh, a change of personnel? It was not until the following day that Yu Zifeng finally awakened, utterly exhausted after evading assassins for nearly an entire day. He had also been struck by Li Qinghuan's bamboo dart. Although he had promptly ingested an antidote, it had still rendered him unconscious for 3 hours.
A foam.
Are you feeling unwell? Ling Xiaoyu hurried over upon hearing Yu Zifeng's voice. Mother. Yu Zifeng weakly called out, I am fine. Not in the least bit painful.
Fool.
Ling Xiaoyu gazed at his slightly furrowed brow, unable to restrain the tears welling in her eyes as she scolded him gently. A foam. Wait a moment. I will fetch you a bowl of congee. Hearing Zichai's voice, Ling Xiaoyu stood to approach her.
All right.
Despite his lack of strength, Yu Zifeng made an effort to reply. Xiaoyu, is there anything amiss with young Master Yu's health? Zichai inquired while adding wood to the fire. It seems the poison has subsided, but he still appears quite uncomfortable. Let us give him something to eat first, Ling Xiaoyu said with concern. The trio rested for half a day. Ling Xiaoyu took out a blood ginseng, ground it, and directly fed it to Yu Zifeng. It was not until the afternoon that he managed to rise and begin nurturing his internal injuries. Ling Xiaoyu and Zichai stood by, guarding him. After about half an hour, Yu Zifeng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Mother, I am well now. I apologize for causing you worry. Are you a fool? Why did you go off to confront them alone? Ling Xiaoyu, relieved that he was unharmed, finally let her pent-up anger burst forth. Do you realize you nearly lost your life?
I am sorry.
Mother, I promise I won't do that again. Yu Zifeng said sorrowfully. I warn you, if this happens again, I will not allow you to follow me. Ling Xiaoyu declared fiercely. All right, Yu Zifeng barely completed his sentence when they suddenly heard voices approaching from 3 directions. Mother, let me apologize later. We must hide first. Could it be that the people from the God-slaying hall are pursuing us again? Zichai also grew tense, hastily gathering their belongings and erasing any traces. The 3 found a secluded spot to conceal themselves, and Ling Xiaoyu deftly produced a concealment talisman. Master, we lost their trail. After 3 teams gathered, they searched thoroughly, but found nothing. Humph. Keep searching. I refuse to believe they can escape far in their injured state, said the leader, a man of imposing stature. Yes. The 3 teams received their orders and dispersed once more.
Sure.
Do not move. They cannot see us. Zichai observed a group drawing nearer, secretly gathering her spiritual energy in preparation for battle, but was halted by Ling Xiaoyu. I don't believe this group is from the God-slaying hall. While they may know some details about us, their intelligence is not very accurate. Yu Zifeng speculated from behind. Indeed, they appear to be guards from a prominent family. Zichai quietly analyzed. A prominent family? Ling Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes in contemplation. I know who sent that group of assassins yesterday. It was the young lady Yuanxin. Could this group also be under her command? I did not expect her influence to be so considerable, able to mobilize so many guards.
I doubt that.
Yu Zifeng interjected suddenly. Mother, do not forget that Yi Yuan also bears the Yi surname and is part of the Yi family. It is likely these 2 Yi individuals are of the same lineage.
Oh.
I thought I had overlooked something. So, you mean this group might be sent by Yi Yuan? Ling Xiaoyu understood at last. Indeed, that makes sense. Ling Xiaoyu nodded, stroking her chin, before suddenly exclaiming, Oh no, the little fox. I left it behind again.
Sure.
Yu Zifeng swiftly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Ling Xiaoyu's voice had been too loud, penetrating the concealment talisman, alerting the guards outside, who hesitated and approached. The 3 immediately readied themselves for battle, watching as the guards advanced. When they reached the front, Yu Zifeng took the initiative, thrusting his sword to strike down the foremost guard instantly. The 3 then unleashed their full might in combat. Master, They are here, one of the guards shouted, but alas, his head fell immediately after. TSK. How pathetic to call for help when you cannot win. Ling Xiaoyu scoffed, blowing on her dagger with disdain.
Come on.
Everyone, attack. The leader, having heard the commotion, rushed over. Upon witnessing 3 vigorous individuals effortlessly dispatching his subordinates, his heart crumbled. Hadn't it been stated that they were severely injured? What a farce. Yes. The remaining 2 teams of guards charged towards the trio. Zichai, a Feng. Follow my lead. Seeing the numbers swell, Ling Xiaoyu quickly produced antidotes from the depths of her bag and distributed them to the 2. Swallow this. The 2 caught the pills and consumed them without hesitation. As they ingested the antidotes, Ling Xiaoyu swiftly threw a bitter sea of no-end potion, one of the 2 remaining from her previous encounter with the Yulan sect, towards the guards. In the next moment, the potion exploded, catching the unsuspecting guards off guard. Ah! My eyes! My ears! Master! Save me!
Ah!
Help! I don't want to die yet. The leader trembled in fright. Miss. Spare me. I truly know nothing. I am merely following orders.
Oh.
Following orders? Knowing nothing? Ling Xiaoyu smirked slyly. It appears you are prepared to drink the cup of punishment instead of the cup of celebration. Would you care to sample my poison pill? And no, I dare not. Please. Miss, ask whatever questions you wish. Ye will certainly speak without reservation. The leader stammered, bowing his head in submission.
Oh.
So you bear the Yi surname. Ling Xiaoyu regarded him with interest. Does this mean you were sent by Yuan Xin?
What?
I do not. The leader, though cowardly, seemed to possess a hint of wit. He nearly denied it, but swiftly altered his response. Yes. Yes. It was the young lady who sent me. She informed me that you 2 were gravely injured and instructed me to quietly apprehend you. Chapter 54. Active betrayal. Oh? Is that so? Are you going to capture us? Ling Xiaoyu's smile turned more cunning. How could I forget that she previously sent assassins? This. I'm not sure. The leader feigned sincerity, his face a mask of innocence. A foam. How did the last person who deceived me meet their end? Ling Xiaoyu deliberately inquired of Yu Zifeng. Mother. The last one had his tongue sliced off piece by piece and was dragged out for the cat. Yu Zifeng frighteningly recounted. The screams were truly chilling. I really didn't lie. The leader covered his mouth, panic-stricken as he attempted to explain. Think carefully before you speak. Ling Xiaoyu regarded him with a benevolent expression. TSK. What a spineless wretch. Zika disdainfully tossed him to the ground. It seems the Yi family has reached its limit, raising nothing but useless trash. Oh, don't say that. If he weren't so useless, how could we easily obtain the information we seek? Ling Xiaoyu chuckled. We should be grateful to this gentleman.
No.
No need for such politeness. He trembled on the ground. Then, as a token of our gratitude, why don't we bestow upon him a grand gift? Ling Xiaoyu winked at Zika, and they reached a mutual understanding. Very well. Should we send him to the heavens or the underworld? Zika asked with a teasing tone. The man on the ground trembled even more. Heroine, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to do anything. My father is the steward of the Yi family. I can be your spy.
Oh?
You certainly know how to carve a path for yourself. Ling Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. You say that, but how can I trust you one to deceive me? I wouldn't dare. I am willing to do anything. My master may extract a strand of my essence. Would that be acceptable? In a desperate bid for survival, Yi Sanji had already resolved to offer up a piece of his very soul. It is known that relinquishing such a fragment equates to handing over one's life to the one who claims it. Ling Xiaoyu regarded him intently. Perhaps he wasn't entirely worthless after all. At present, her desire to confront Xiao Hongyi left her unable to attend to the Yi family. Keeping this pawn could prove beneficial. Very well, you may willingly relinquish it. I do not wish to dirty my hands. It is quite tiresome. Ling Xiaoyu proclaimed imperiously to the prostrate figure. Yes. I shall do so, at once. He trembled as he extracted a strand of his essence and placed it into Ling Xiaoyu's hand. Master, rest assured. From now on, Yi Sanji shall wholeheartedly serve you and never waver. Master, I will say that the people who came to rescue me accidentally fell into the moving trap of Weiming Mountain, sacrificing themselves in the process. Of course, I must trouble you to inflict some less severe injuries upon me. Yi Sanji had already devised his escape plan, which caught Ling Xiaoyu by surprise. Not bad. Quite clever, Ling Xiaoyu remarked as she raised her hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power. I shall try to be gentle. Endure it as best you can. Go ahead. Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand in satisfaction, and Yi Sanji quickly vanished into the dense forest. Is he reliable? Zika glanced in the direction Yi Sanji had disappeared, turning to Ling Xiaoyu with a questioning look. I cannot say. Ling Xiaoyu shrugged, hands raised. It doesn't greatly affect us. Let us proceed as we are. Indeed, that makes sense. Zika pondered for a moment. Then let us hasten our journey. All right. I received a message from Hongyi. It has been nearly 3 days, and I feel quite anxious. We must quicken our pace. Ling Xiaoyu placed her hand over her racing heart. At that moment, Yao Shengou was entirely encircled by the heavenly demon sect, its subordinates filling the valley. Che Hui continued to visit the barrier daily, researching how to break it. The people trapped inside Yao Shengou were nearing their limits, and the valley master, Lu Heji, was in a state of frantic despair, unable to conceive a solution. Father, could you please sit for a moment? Xiao Hongyi covered her eyes as she addressed Lu Heji. Your pacing is making me dizzy. Oh, dear. I am anxious. What are we to do with so many disciples? Lu Heji continued his restless pacing. Jie will definitely come to rescue us. Xiao Hongyi suddenly spoke with conviction regarding Ling Xiaoyu. Then why hasn't she arrived yet? Lu Heji exclaimed impatiently. She is coming from Chengtong County. It takes time, doesn't it? We just need to hold on a bit longer. Xiao Hongyi attempted to reassure him. Alas, the barrier over there is growing weaker. We can last at most 1 more day. If. Lu Heji sighed, imparting his concerns to Xiao Hongyi, only to be interrupted by her. Father, that won't happen. Jie will surely arrive soon. Xiao Hongyi insisted. Father knows. I merely wanted to tell you that if the situation does not hold for long and your Jie does not arrive, do not worry about us. You have cultivation. Escape far away. Lu Heji spoke earnestly. Father. Xiao Hongyi wished to say more when a disciple hurried over. Valley Master, the 3rd elder has fallen. The situation over there is dire. You must go and check. The disciple cried out in distress. What has happened to the 3rd? Lu Heji inquired while heading outside, not forgetting to remind Xiao Hongyi, Qinger, remember Father's words. Father, I will go with you. Xiao Hongyi quickly stood, intent on following him out.
Qinger.
Stay here. If anything happens outside, seize the opportunity to escape. Lu Heji gave her a resolute look. Father. Xiao Hongyi's voice quivered with emotion. Watching Lu Heji's vanishing figure, Xiao Hongyi broke down in helpless tears. It was all her fault for provoking Che Li. It was because of her that Yao Shengou faced such calamity. Jie, when will you arrive? We are barely holding on. Chapter 55. The Annihilation of the Medicine God Valley, the Valley Master. Upon seeing Lu Heji approach, the disciples, who were still holding on, suddenly felt a surge of energy, their spiritual power enhancing the formation. You have worked hard. Lu Heji comforted his disciples before hastening to the side of the 3rd elder.
How are you?
Is it serious? It is my fault for dragging you into this. Lu Heji gazed at his younger brother, who had stood by his side since childhood, with deep concern. Brother, do not speak like that. We will always be brothers. Lu Qingji grasped his hand earnestly. You rest here, I will go take a look. Lu Heji cast a glance at the struggling crowd of the Medicine God Valley, reluctant to leave Lu Qingji behind, and moved toward the fray. Outside the barrier, Che Hui was diligently studying the situation. He had discerned the underlying pattern and summoned several disciples from the Array sect, seemingly preparing for a strong assault. Young master. Suddenly, a disciple from the Array sect exclaimed, We have received word that the troublesome young lady is on her way here. How shall we proceed?
Oh.
She is coming? This is getting interesting. Che Hui mused for a moment before instructing, Send a few clever ones to delay her. Make sure she arrives late. I am almost ready here.
Yes.
The disciple acknowledged the command and set off to execute the task. Humph. The renowned medicine god valley, is it? Che Hui's eyes, filled with malice, fixated on the barrier. It is time for it to vanish. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu and the others hurried toward the medicine god valley. Just as they were about to enter its vicinity, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly sensed something amiss.
Jaja?
Do you find this place familiar? No. I feel like we have passed through here several times. Ling Xiaoyu gradually came to a halt, scrutinizing the surroundings. Really? Zicha also paused, examining the scenery. Hiss. It does seem so. Perhaps not. Ling Xiaoyu proposed. We are cultivators. If there were any unclean entities, we would have sensed them by now. Indeed. That makes sense.
Zika concurred.
Then what is this situation? Yuzi Feng inquired, looking at Ling Xiaoyu. I believe it is a formation. We must have inadvertently walked into someone else's trap. Ling Xiaoyu mused, suddenly lifting her head in excitement. This is bad. We must break free. I fear the medicine god valley is in peril. Xiaoyu, what are you sensing? Zicha asked while observing their surroundings. How could there be a formation appearing randomly within the confines of the medicine god valley? Ling Xiaoyu elaborated, clearly. It must have been set up by the enemy, and Che Li, who is adept in formations, came here seeking medical aid. I suspect this matter is closely tied to the Array sect, which has likely allied with the Celestial Demon sect. Let us hope that old hag is unharmed. Yuzi Foam contemplated ways to break the formation while speaking to Ling Xiaoyu. What is the solution to dismantle this formation? Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration as she released several strands of spiritual power into the void. Xiaoyu, do not rush. Did not your master provide you with numerous array talismans? Zicha reassured Ling Xiaoyu. Check if there are any talismans capable of breaking formations.
Right.
I completely forgot in my haste. I have a stockpile. Ling Xiaoyu, realizing her oversight, immediately began searching through her belongings. Found it. An exquisite array-breaking talisman, effective against most entrapments. However, there is a 2% chance it may fail. Ling Xiaoyu displayed a talisman, her brow furrowed in worry. Hurry and activate it, urged Zicha. What sort of thing is this? It even has a chance of failure. How outrageous. Ling Xiaoyu grumbled before clasping the talisman between her hands and pleading, Heavenly Father, I beseech you, lives are at stake. Please do not let it fail. She then activated the talisman and tossed it out. It emitted a white light, winding through the formation and illuminating the correct path. Let us hurry and follow it. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. Che Hui had finally decided to take action. He instructed 10 disciples to set up the formation and personally began dismantling it. After a brief tea break, the disciples of the Medicine God Valley began to collapse to the ground, unable to endure, and within half an hour, the barrier had faded to the point of near invisibility. Children. Lu Heji watched as his disciples fell one by one, sorrowfully calling out, Master, you must flee. We cannot hold on much longer. The remaining disciples continued to stand as a barrier, striving to ensure a path for their valley master. Brother, the formation cannot hold much longer. Once it breaks, you must take Qing and flee immediately. I will hold on as long as I can. Lu Qingji urged, pushing forward. Ha ha ha. The little mice of the Medicine God Valley. Your Che grandpa has arrived. Why do you not come out and kneel? Che Hui laughed uproariously at the moment the barrier shattered, simultaneously humiliating the disciples of the Medicine God Valley. Humph.
Despicable wretch.
My disciples of the Medicine God Valley are valiant. You are unworthy to speak to us. One disciple retorted defiantly. Humph. Only when faced with death do you realize the gravity of the situation. Che Hui scoffed, dismissing the disciple with a wave of his sleeve. The disciple fell lifeless, eyes wide in shock. Lu Heji, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage. Stop. Do not harm them. It is merely Che Li.
Speak.
I will do anything within my power. Lu Heji's heart ached as he watched his fallen disciples, desperately negotiating with Che Hui while hoping for Lu Yanqing to seize an opportunity to escape. This matter is not difficult nor simple. It all depends on how you, Valley Master Lu, perceive it.
Che Hui grinned malevolently, addressing Liu Etzi.
If you are willing to lead the Medicine God Valley and submit to my array sect, perhaps I might spare your lives.
Bah.
You are dreaming. My medicine god Valley shall never serve as a lapdog for the demon sect. Lu Qingji spat defiantly, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Brother. Lu Qingji, momentarily distracted, was struck and sent flying by Che Hui's men. Ah.
Puffed.
Since the medicine god Valley refuses to accept my hospitality, it has no further reason to exist. Che Hui waved his hand, and the disciples of the Array sect surged forward, initiating a one-sided massacre. You beasts! Lu Heji could no longer bear to witness his disciples perish one after another. He rose to confront Che Hui once more. At that moment, Lu Qingji also regained his footing. Brother, it seems our brotherly bond will reach its end today. Let us reunite in the next life. Before long, both were struck down and lay motionless on the ground. Father, third uncle. Xiao Hongyi rushed out. Chapter 56. Finally arrived Qing.
King Air.
Quickly, leave. Lu Heji and Lu Qingji saw Xiao Hongyi rush out and struggled to crawl before Che Hui. Clutching his calf. Humph. Get lost. Che Hui kicked them fiercely, but they clung on tightly, unmoving.
Ah.
Such a deep father-daughter bond. Father. Third uncle. Xiao Hongyi exclaimed in fury. Let them go. You shameless scoundrel. Having long heard of the saintess of Yaoshan Valley, who never revealed her true appearance and was adored by many, upon seeing her today, it was evident she possessed an extraordinary aura. Yet, one could only wonder what it felt like to possess her. What say you, Master Lu? Che Hui leered as he scrutinized Xiao Hongyi from head to toe.
Beast.
Monster. Lu Heji cursed, bloodied and battered. I'll fight you. Xiao Hongyi could no longer contain her anger and struck at Che Hui. Hee hee. How amusing. Che Hui laughed wickedly as he parried her attack. It seems the rumors may not be entirely true. Who would have thought the saintess is a practitioner herself? This only heightens my desire to conquer her. You. The malicious glint in Che Hui's eyes further inflamed Xiao Hongyi. He leaned in close, inhaling deeply near her neck, smirking.
Ah.
You smell delightful. Let go of me. Xiao Hongyi struggled violently, but was unable to break free. Just as she contemplated biting her tongue to end her misery, she heard Ling Xiaoyu's voice from afar. Hongyi. Taking advantage of Che Hui's distraction, Yu Zifeng struck him from behind.
To save himself.
Che Hui had no choice but to release Xiao Hongyi, who was then caught by Zicha and brought to Ling Xiaoyu's side. Yujia, you finally came. Xiao Hongyi sobbed uncontrollably. Please save my father. Save my third uncle. Save those innocent disciples. It's all my fault. All my fault.
Sure.
Don't cry. Ling Xiaoyu comforted her, holding her tightly. Rest assured, I shall not spare anyone who has harmed you. Save Yaoshan Valley.
Save them.
Xiao Hongyi was engulfed in guilt, repeatedly pleading for help as the forces of Tiamazong surrounded them. Miss, take Qing and go. This gratitude for your rescue from afar, I can never repay. Lu Heji, summoning his last strength, threw a storage ring to Ling Xiaoyu. Inside are the most vital belongings of Yaoshan Valley. I hope you can safeguard them for Qing. Master, don't act impulsively. I will find a way to get you out. Ling Xiaoyu, filled with urgency, looked at Lu Heji as he delivered his last words. What was happening? This was not the scenario she had envisioned. The system had betrayed her. Miss, heed my words. Take Qing and leave swiftly. Tiamazong has laid out considerable forces here. They have long coveted Yaoshan Valley, and we cannot escape. Lu Heji spoke lightly, yet with a grave undertone. I fear not death. My only concern is for my daughter. I hope you can take good care of her.
Go.
Disciples of Yaoshan Valley, heed my command. 4 generations, we have practiced medicine and aided the world. Yet today we face this calamity, and none shall yield. I, Lu Heji, am deeply remorseful to all of you. I shall repay it in the next life. Those willing to fight with me, come forth. Lu Heji rallied his disciples.
Charge.
Let us battle the demon sect. Master Lu. Ling Xiaoyu, witnessing Lu Heji's unwavering resolve, ceased her pleas as the forces of Tiamazong drew near, a foam. Cha-cha. We must go. With a decisive strike, Ling Xiaoyu knocked Xiao Hongyi unconscious. And Zicha promptly slung her over her back. The 4, under the protection of the disciples of Yaoshan Valley, finally escaped the encirclement of Tiamazong. Xiao Hongyi stirred, instinctively touching her sore neck. Father, what happened? You're awake, you old hag. Yu Zifeng turned upon hearing her voice.
You.
Little lunatic, what are you doing here? Xiao Hongyi sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings. Where are my father and the others? Calm down. Yu Zifeng attempted to explain but found no suitable words. At that moment, Ling Xiaoyu also regained consciousness. Hongyi, are you alright? Do you feel any discomfort? Hearing Ling Xiaoyu's voice, Xiao Hongyi struggled to stand and rushed to her, but lacking strength, she could only wail helplessly woo-woo. Yujia, my father. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoyu hurriedly embraced her, Hongyi. I'm so sorry. Zicha also awakened, her eyes welling with tears at the sight of Xiao Hongyi's despair. Hongyi, it's all my fault.
It's all my fault.
Yujia, I truly deserve to die. I brought disaster upon the valley. Xiao Hongyi lamented loudly, pleading, please, save my father and the others. Hongyi. Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of sorrow. She too wished for nothing more than to spare the protagonist she had arranged from such hardships.
I have truly done my utmost.
The forces of Tiamazong are too numerous. We could only rescue you. Hongyi, do not despair. Ling Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she gazed at her. I swear, anyone who has harmed Yaoshan Valley, anyone who has harmed you, will meet a dreadful end. Woo-woo, father. Xiao Hongyi fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's words, she suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. Zicha could no longer hold back her tears, and the four understood that Yaoshan Valley had ceased to exist. Once Xiao Hongyi finished her cries, she abruptly calmed down. Yes, they deserve to die. I must live well. I must cultivate diligently. I will seek vengeance. Hongyi. Ling Xiaoyu wished to say something but was interrupted as Xiao Hongyi spoke. Looking at Yu Zifeng and Zicha, she confessed, I'm sorry for deceiving you earlier. My true name is Lu Yanqing, the saintess of Yaoshan Valley, while Xiao Hongyi is merely a name I used while traversing the martial world.
King Ya.
Ling Xiaoyu said gently, if you are feeling sorrowful, let it out. Do not hold back. Yujia, rest assured. I am truly fine. Xiao Hongyi replied with a hint of composure. From this moment on, Lu Yanqing is dead. I am Xiao Hongyi. Xiao Hongyi is me. Chapter 57. A Quest for Treasure. Ling Xiaoyu gazed anxiously at Xiao Hongyi. I understand your current anguish, but you must not act impulsively. It would be a grave disservice to Master Lu's intentions if you were to rush into danger. Rest assured, Sister Yu. I shall not act recklessly. Xiao Hongyi replied with unwavering determination. And I too. Zicha stepped forward, clasping their hands in solidarity.
Don't forget about me.
Although Yu Zifeng did not approach, her voice echoed in support. The four exchanged knowing smiles, as if a barrier had suddenly fallen away, fostering a bond of mutual trust and support that led them down an extraordinary path. To avoid detection, they changed their locations several times before finally settling down to eat and recuperate. Hongyi, once we set out, we will head to the fairy tomb, Ling Xiaoyu stated, munching on a steamed bun. The fairy tomb? Before Xiao Hongyi could respond, Zicha exclaimed in shock. Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Do you realize those who enter face near certain death? Mother, is there a breeze? Yu Zifeng chimed in, attempting to lighten the somber mood. Go, go, go. There's no escaping me. Xiao Hongyi retorted, her urgency palpable. Turning back to Ling Xiaoyu, she inquired, treasure hunting? To the fairy tomb? I recall my father mentioning that place is quite sinister. Are you certain? Ling Xiaoyu detected the fleeting hesitation in Xiao Hongyi's voice. Trust me. When I speak of treasure hunting, I assure you, it is not a call to demise. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Hongyi finally declared, even if danger lurks,
I shall go.
I must avenge my father and the others. Otherwise, I shall never find peace in death. However, she cast a glance at Yu Zifeng and Zicha. I do not wish for you to jeopardize yourselves because of me. What are you saying? We are sisters. Zicha boldly patted her chest.
Ha!
Old hag, do you underestimate me? I am far stronger than you. Yu Zifeng shot a pointed look at Xiao Hongyi. I shall protect you. Now calm down. Ling Xiaoyu affectionately ruffled her hair, offering reassurance, Once we are ready, we will set off directly to the fairy tomb. Yes, Xiao Hongyi affirmed, fiercely biting into her pastry, as though it were Che Hui. What do you plan to do about the Yi family? Zicha inquired, her gaze fixed on Ling Xiaoyu. I nearly forgot. Ling Xiaoyu's expression darkened. If it weren't for the Yi family's repeated interruptions, the Medicine God Valley would not. The Yi family? The one in Parksy City. Xiao Hongyi's eyes widened. They obstructed you? Were they attempting to buy time for Che Hui? I do not know their specific intent. But given the Yi family's petty nature, they must be dealt with, Ling Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. Let us take a slight detour to eliminate the Yi family first. It would serve as a small repayment for Master Lu and the others. Agreed. The other three concurred. Soon, the group was prepared and set forth towards Parksy City, remaining vigilant to evade the searching disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Finally, after 3 days, they arrived at their destination. Disguised, the four entered the city with ease, settling into a clean inn to prepare for the task at hand. Xiaoyu, do you have a plan? Zicha asked quietly. Ling Xiaoyu replied, perplexed, is the Yi family's influence so vast that they can eavesdrop on our conversation?
Cough.
Well, it's just that this is my first time participating in such an operation. I am a bit nervous. Zicha sheepishly rubbed her nose, offering a silly grin. Sister Yu, where shall we begin? Xiao Hongyi inquired. I believe the previous 2 teams were primarily after your mother, so it would be wise to ascertain the reason to prevent any further unwarranted pursuits, Yu Zifeng calmly assessed. Indeed, although the first batch of assassins left no messages, Yi Sanji did mention that Yu Yuan was after Xiaoyu. Zicha began to ponder. Do you think? Ling Xiaoyu listened to their analysis and questioned. Besides the Yi family, could other forces be aware of this? The Yi family belongs to the Shadow Dust sect. It is possible that they have also received news. While they may not intervene for such a trivial matter, it is prudent to remain cautious. Zicha furrowed her brows. Not to worry. The immediate priority is to resolve matters with the Yi family. As for the Shadow Dust sect, we shall face whatever comes our way. Ling Xiaoyu assured her companions. How about we summon Yi Sanji to meet with us? Zicha suggested. Understanding the situation fully will allow us to strategize more effectively. Very well. I will reach out to him. Often, you should scout the marketplace for the Yi family's reputation, Ling Xiaoyu instructed. No need. I'll just grab a bite here. Ling Xiaoyu smiled, appreciating Yu Zifeng's attentiveness. And what about me? Xiao Hongyi queried. You must rest well. We may need you to visit the Yi residence tonight. It is not like a merchant's abode, and you must be in top form, Ling Xiaoyu emphasized, aware of Xiao Hongyi's recent sleepless nights filled with nightmares. All right. Xiao Hongyi understood Ling Xiaoyu's intentions and readily agreed. Cha-cha, stay with Hongyi while I contact Yi Sanji. We will go meet him together, Ling Xiaoyu instructed, concerned that Xiao Hongyi might wander off unannounced. Okay, just be cautious. Remember, strike first when faced with trouble, Zicha warned, casting a worried glance at Ling Xiaoyu. With that, Ling Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at the perceived underestimation of her capabilities and swiftly exited the inn. Chapter 58. The Yi family truly deserves their fate at the Apothecary Valley. The little fox skillfully evaded the wandering disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, finally reaching the valley. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. Upon following the scent of blood to the battlefield, he was met with a sight reminiscent of a hellscape. A multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. Fortunately, among those lifeless bodies, he did not spot Ling Xiaoyu. At that moment, a gaunt man clad in a black robe, his face obscured, was performing some arcane ritual. The little fox gasped in shock, and the practitioner, alert to his presence, called out, "Who goes there?" Terrified, the little fox fled, relying on his diminutive size to swiftly vanish into the dense forest. Enough. Continue to guard me and stay vigilant. If you jeopardize my grand undertaking, no amount of lives will suffice as recompense. The man in black scolded. Yes, I understand. His subordinate, Che Hui, nervously retreated to the side. Ling Xiaoyu was unaware that the little fox had ventured out to find her. The recent series of events had left her with little time to ponder these matters. At that moment, she was inquiring of Yi Sanji regarding the particulars of the Yi family. Master, you have arrived. I have been diligently monitoring the Yi family on your behalf, particularly Yi Wu. Yi Sanji respectfully bowed to Ling Xiaoyu. Oh, your efficiency is commendable. Ling Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at him. The Yi family poses a grave threat to your safety, so I've been proactively gathering the most accurate and comprehensive intelligence for you, Yi Sanji replied with a sycophantic grin. Well done. Once we subdue the Yi family, I shall commend you with first-class merit. Your rewards will be plentiful, Ling Xiaoyu encouraged him. What is the status of Yi Wenxi now? I shall handle this matter with discretion. Please produce a complete layout of the Yi residence, Ling Xiaoyu instructed. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Yi Sanji scampered off, presumably to fetch paper and ink.
Wait.
Ling Xiaoyu suddenly called him back. Tell me, has the Shadow Dust sect been in contact with the Yi family recently? All right. First, produce the layout for me. Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand, watching as Yi Sanji exited. Sighing, Ling Xiaoyu rubbed her aching temples. Although she had made strides in her cultivation, her abilities remained modest, and she had yet to practice a method suited to her. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi Sanji prepared the map, she searched within the frost mirror for a cultivation technique that might be appropriate. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding. Lucky mission accepted. Mission content. Annihilate the Yi family. Eliminate the scourge for the people. Mission duration. 3 days mission reward. Jingshuang formula failure penalty. Author dies. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback. What was this? A fortuitous turn of events? It seemed that the Yi family was doomed. With the system issuing such a mission, their end was nigh. Meanwhile, Yu Zifeng strolled through the marketplace, resembling a gossip monger, inquiring about the happenings around town and gradually steering the conversation toward the Yi family. Alas, I have been away from home for many years and have little knowledge of the current state of affairs in the city. Yu Zifeng feigned a melancholic demeanor. Concerned citizens gathered around him, eager to share their insights. In the past, the three families worked harmoniously, and life was relatively comfortable for us common folk. Indeed, ever since Yuan Shu was favored by the third elder of the Shadow Dust sect and accepted as an inner disciple, everything has changed. Life has only worsened. The Lin and Qin families now must heed the Yi family's whims. That spoiled princess of the Yi family, previously masquerading as polite, has revealed herself to be insufferable, acting as though we commoners do not deserve her notice. Yuan Shu was never a paragon. His talents are impressive, which is why he caught the elder SI. In recent years, the Yi family has harshly exploited us impoverished folk, and we may soon find ourselves unable to endure any longer. Yes, young man, I advise you to leave quickly. This city of Paxi is no longer what it used to be. Ling Xiaoyu observed Yu Zifeng's grim expression, but said nothing further, pulling him upstairs instead. What is the situation? Humph. The Yi family is utterly shameless. Their misdeeds are beyond count. The members of the Yi family deserve death. Yu Zifeng slammed his hand on the table, taking a seat. He relayed all he had learned from the streets to Ling Xiaoyu, whose expression darkened. Truly, the Yi family has taken oppression to the extreme. Like begets like. No wonder they have raised such offspring. Mother, I can barely contain myself. Please tell me what we must do. After downing a cup of water, Yu Zifeng inquired. Patience. I have obtained a detailed layout of the Yi residence. If all goes as planned, we shall act tonight. Ling Xiaoyu produced the map and handed it to Yu Zifeng. I have allowed Hong Yi to rest. Tonight's operation may rely solely on her initial actions. We must not act recklessly. Why not? Yu Zifeng questioned, disgruntled. We need evidence. Proof of the Yi family's collusion with the heavenly demon sect. Ling Xiaoyu gazed resolutely at Yu Zifeng. Chapter 59, Night Exploration of the Yi Residence. As night fell, under the insistence of Ling Xiaoyu, Xiao Hongyi shed her usual demeanor and donned a sleek black outfit suited for nocturnal endeavors. Armed with the map bestowed upon her by Yi Sanji, she set forth. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yi residence, Xiao Hongyi promptly revealed her secret weapon, which she had meticulously upgraded for the occasion. It wasn't long before the guards at the entrance succumbed to its effects. With a nimble leap, Xiao Hongyi ascended to the wall, only to discover that the Yi family had formidable defenses in place. In a moment of carelessness, she triggered a protective array and nearly jeopardized her mission. Fortunately, she had brought along a dispelling talisman gifted to her by Ling Xiaoyu. Having narrowly passed the first hurdle, she perched atop the wall to observe the comings and goings within the estate, arriving at a most gratifying conclusion. Her upgraded secret weapon was performing splendidly. In a fit of pride, Xiao Hongyi produced a dispelling talisman and tossed it with abandon, settling herself comfortably on the wall. Ah, how delightful it is to have wealth! Even rare talismans can be squandered with such ease. Moments later, the defensive arrays set by the Yi family were all but dismantled. With an air of confidence, she leapt down and sauntered through the estate as if meandering in her own garden, glancing at the map and intending to head towards the kitchen. Yet, after taking a few steps, she recalled Ling Xiaoyu's instructions to prioritize finding evidence of the Yi family's collusion with the heavenly demon sect. Reluctantly forsaking her culinary desires, she redirected her path toward the study. Earlier that evening, the four of them had convened in a chamber to deliberate, with the oblivious Xiao Hongyi and Zika expressing their confusion to Ling Xiaoyu. Why gather evidence? Aren't we merely seeking revenge? Before Ling Xiaoyu could respond, Yuzi Feng interjected. Have you forgotten? The Yi family is a subsidiary of the Shadow Dust sect. Without just cause, do you think the Shadow Dust sect would let this go unchallenged? Understanding dawned on Xiao Hongyi and Zika, but they voiced their concerns. Even if we find just cause, would that Yu and Shu truly care? Indeed, Zika mused. Even if that elder is amenable, the others may not be so willing. She then pondered aloud, but while we might evade immediate pursuit, they could still strike from the shadows. We have considered that, yet there is little we can do. At least we are not facing the entire Shadow Dust sect. We shall take it one step at a time, Yuzi Feng explained with a hint of resignation. Indeed, where there's a will, there's a way, Ling Xiaoyu said, feeling the weight of their gazes upon her, and added with a shiver, if there's no way, we shall simply abandon the vehicle and flee. It's not a grave concern. Thus, the meeting concluded with Ling Xiaoyu instructing Xiao Hongyi to seek evidence. Within the Yi residence, Xiao Hongyi navigated the winding paths according to the map until she finally arrived at the designated study. Without a moment's hesitation, she attempted to unlock the door with a hairpin, only to discover that the Yi family employed a sophisticated Sioux, New Jersey lock. Ah, truly, a family of cultivators does not skimp even on door locks. This contraption warrants thorough study, she muttered to herself as she crouched down to examine it. After a fleeting moment that felt like an eternity, Xiao Hongyi still had not discerned how to unlock the door. With a hint of frustration, she approached the window. How rare it is for me to wish to disregard the rules, yet the opportunity eludes me. With swift precision, she forced the window open and climbed inside. Upon entering, she paused, surveying her surroundings to assess the layout of the room's mechanisms. After all, Yi Sanji was merely a lowly steward's son and likely had no access to such classified matters, leaving her to rely solely on her own wits from this point onward. Goodness! Is that the legendary Sioux, New Jersey diagram? The Yi family is quite affluent indeed. Once I procure the evidence, I must pay a visit to their treasury. Xiao Hongyi encouraged herself quietly. Proceeding cautiously, she tested each step, carefully avoiding traps until she stood before the diagram. It is said that without the correct method, one could trigger a mechanism that traps the individual within the diagram. Fortunately, I have had the fortune of overhearing my father speak of its usage. This diagram shall be mine. Although her initial attempts were somewhat clumsy, she managed to extract the diagram safely and nonchalantly stowed it away in her storage ring before carefully entering the now open secret door. Whether it was her confidence in the diagram or sheer luck, the secret passage revealed no further traps, and she traversed the stairs into a dim chamber reminiscent of a dungeon. Suddenly, a clattering of chains echoed from the depths of the chamber, sending a jolt of anxiety through Xiao Hongyi. Who goes there? She whispered, lowering her voice. Cough. Old man Chen. Chenzong. Cough. Came a feeble, elderly voice in response. Chen? Xiao Hongyi's pupils dilated. Are you from the Chen family of Paxi City? Yes. The old man sounded weary, his words barely escaping his lips. But it seems the world has long since forgotten me. Wait. There have been no reports of missing Chen family members recently. Xiao Hongyi's thoughts raced. Ah, that is to be expected. They wish for me to vanish. Forever, Chenzong replied with a bitter chuckle. What has happened? Xiao Hongyi inquired, her curiosity piqued despite her caution. I do not know how long I have lingered in this sunless abyss. The outside world must have presumed me dead. The former Chen 17 has long since faded into the annals of time, the old man murmured. Chen 17. Xiao Hongyi exclaimed, rushing forward to scrutinize the disheveled, ragged figure before her, covered in wounds.
Ah,
It seems my legend has not entirely faded. Chen Zong chuckled lightly. What brings you to this forsaken place? It is hardly a welcoming environment.
I.
Xiao Hongyi hesitated, weighing her options. After all, she had never encountered the fabled Chen 17 and was uncertain of his intentions. It is wise to be cautious in this world, Chen Zong noted, sensing her trepidation. Had I not been so forthright back then, perhaps. Old Chen. Xiao Hongyi thought of her father, a pang of sympathy swelling within her. That is not my intent. It is simply. I understand. Worry not, Chen Zong reassured her with a gentle smile. Let us not dwell on the past. You must exercise caution in this place. That old devil Yi is quite cunning. Thank you, old Chen. Xiao Hongyi remained rooted in place, contemplating her next move. If I successfully obtain what I need, I promise to find a way to rescue you. Chapter 60. Rescuing Chen Zong Hehe. I have grown accustomed to it. But I still thank you, my lady. Chen Zong felt no stirrings within. I wonder what your name is. The young lady, Xiao Hongyi, replied respectfully. You may call me Hongyi, as Elder Chen does. Since that is the case, you need not call me Elder Chen any longer. I am no longer the spirited genius Chen Shichi, but merely an old man of no worth. It is rare that you do not disdain me, so you may as well call me Grandpa. Upon seeing Xiao Hongyi's respectful demeanor, Chen Zong felt a sense of warmth. Grandpa Chen. Xiao Hongyi gazed at him with sincerity. Rest assured, I will certainly strive to bring you out. Hehe. What brings you to the Yi residence so late at night? Surely you seek something? Chen Zong asked earnestly. I have been confined here for many years. Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Well, this. Xiao Hongyi hesitated before continuing. We suspect that the Yi family has colluded with the Heavenly Demon Sect. I have come tonight to seek evidence. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Chen Zong pondered. Not long ago, I believe I heard that the eldest son of the Che family visited someone named Che Hui.
Kehui.
Are you certain? Xiao Hongyi exclaimed with excitement. Do you know how they are connected? Any letters or contracts? Letters. I did not pay attention to them. Chen Zong lowered his head in thought. I seem to recall that on that day, the old ghost Yi signed some sort of agreement with Che Hui. It should be hidden in a secret compartment over there. With a sound of clinking chains, Chen Zong pointed to a wall. Ah. That old ghost Chen is too confident in his defenses. He believes no one can find this place, so he has never hidden many things from me. Do you see that row of torture instruments? Xiao Hongyi followed Chen Zong's finger, and indeed saw a row of blood-stained implements. Grandpa Chen, is there something amiss there? Nothing is amiss. Just retrieve the black iron whip at the end, and the secret compartment will open. Chen Zong said slowly. Thank you for your help, Grandpa Chen. Xiao Hongyi bowed and then approached the iron whip, pulling it out forcefully. With 2 clicks, the once smooth wall revealed 2 hidden compartments. Xiao Hongyi turned to Chen Zong and asked Grandpa Chen, there are 2 compartments. Do you know which one holds the agreement? It should be in the right-hand compartment. You may check both. Perhaps you will discover more. Chen Zong advised.
All right.
Xiao Hongyi nodded and moved towards the 2 compartments. She first approached the right-hand compartment that Chen Zong mentioned, and indeed found some documents, which she collected without missing a single item and stored them in her storage ring. Then she moved to the left-hand compartment, where she found only a black box of indiscernible material. Xiao Hongyi carefully took it out and gently shook it, hearing a muffled sound inside. Grandpa Chen, there is only this black box. Having spent so many years here, he had gone from hoping that the Chen family would discover his disappearance and come to rescue him, to feeling disheartened by their indifference, then to despair at being abandoned by the Chen family, and now he had grown accustomed to this dark existence, harboring no expectations of the outside world, merely wishing for his life to come to an end soon. Grandpa Chen, I will take you out. Xiao Hongyi anxiously approached him, eager to help him break free from his chains. Seeing her desperately attempting to unlock and cut the chains, a strange warmth surged within Chen Zong. Good child. You must go. These chains are not made of ordinary iron. No typical spirit tool can break them. I have no ties left in this world. You must escape. Grandpa Chen. Xiao Hongyi paused to look at him, then resolutely declared, "Rest assured. I am quite skilled at picking locks. This one is just a bit complex and will take a little time, but I will be quick." Ignoring Chen Zong's further protests, she continued her efforts, switching between various tools until finally, with a click, the lock opened. Xiao Hongyi excitedly exclaimed, "Grandpa Chen. See, just as I said, I am a lock-picking prodigy. Come with me." Unbeknownst to them, the lock that Chen Zong had just released was connected to the most troublesome mechanism in the hidden chamber. After tidying up, Xiao Hongyi supported Chen Zong and began to exit. Clink, clink. Just as they had taken a few steps, they heard the sound of the mechanism activating. They exchanged glances, simultaneously conveying the same thought. This is bad. Chen Zong, being experienced, quickly surmised the issue. Hongyi, it's that lock. It must be that lock.
Quick.
Lock it again. Upon hearing Chen Zong's command, Xiao Hongyi rushed to comply. But alas, it was too late. The sound of the mechanism did not cease, and the door at the top of the staircase was slowly closing. Grandpa Chen, there is no time. I'll carry you. Xiao Hongyi dashed over and lifted him onto her back, sprinting towards the staircase. However, it was not as smooth as she had hoped. As they passed through, various hidden weapons began to shoot out. Xiao Hongyi, while carrying Chen Zong, had to dodge the incoming projectiles, which proved exceedingly laborious. Just as they neared the exit, in her attempt to shield Chen Zong, she was struck by a silver needle that pierced her abdomen. The pain, combined with the numbing effect of the poison, nearly caused her to drop Chen Zong.
Child.
Do not worry about me. Just go. Chen Zong urged anxiously. Grandpa Chen, don't move. I can do this. She gritted her teeth and, despite the pain, managed to reposition Chen Zong on her back and charged towards the closing door of the chamber. At the last moment, with a leap, they tumbled out of the hidden chamber unscathed. Once back in the study, Xiao Hongyi quickly set Chen Zong down and pressed her hand against her abdomen, feeling the area where the silver needle had pierced beginning to rot. Without pause, she retrieved the detoxifying pill given to her by Ling Xiaoyu and swallowed it down. Grandpa Chen, I will help you escape. Xiao Hongyi, enduring the pain in her abdomen, stood up again, ready to carry Chen Zong and leap out of the study window. Just as she prepared to take the shortest route out of the Yi residence, a commotion erupted from all directions. Quick! Everyone wake up! We are being robbed. Chapter 61. Yi Sanji's contribution. Happy New Year to everyone, alas. It seems the effects of the medicine have worn off. Xiao Hongyi gritted her teeth, desperately contemplating her next move. Hongyi, you must leave me and flee quickly. Chen Zong struggled, attempting to dismount from her back. I am but an old bone. My life is of no consequence. I will do my utmost to hold off a group of them. You must escape through the weakest point. No. Grandfather Chen, rest assured, there will always be a way. Xiao Hongyi was resolute in her refusal to abandon Chen Zong. The sight of his anxious expression reminded her of her own father, and she silently vowed to rescue the elderly man, even at the cost of her own life. Hongyi. Chen Zong wished to say more, but was interrupted by her. Grandfather, do not move or make a sound. I will never forsake you. Just stay securely on my back. Following the route etched in her memory, she evaded danger, narrowly escaping detection by a pair of patrolling guards. Suddenly, a hand pulled her into a concealed rock formation. Miss Xiao, I am Yi Sanji. My master instructed me to assist you in times of peril. The newcomer was indeed Yi Sanji, who had hurriedly risen from his mistress's bed upon hearing the commotion and rushed to lend aid. You are the Yi Sanji. Do you possess a means to help us escape? Xiao Hongyi inquired, her gaze darting around nervously. Please wait here. I shall divert the guards outside, Yi Sanji replied, stepping out with an air of casualness, as if merely out for a stroll. What's going on here? This ruckus is quite unbecoming. Yi Sanji's acting was remarkable, instantly adopting an arrogant demeanor. It is Captain Sanji. A squad leader among the guards saluted Yi Sanji, then queried, We are investigating a burglary. Has Captain Sanji made any discoveries? I have seen no signs of anyone on my way here. Could there be a mistake? Yi Sanji furrowed his brow, feigning impatience. It was the Supreme Commander who dispatched us to search. Since Captain Sanji has found nothing, we will continue our search, the squad leader replied, leading his team away in the direction Yi Sanji had come from. No, that is not right. My apologies, Captain Sanji. The squad leader, well acquainted with Yi Sanji's temperament, quickly apologized. I will immediately lead my men to search ahead. Very well, go on. Search thoroughly. If anything goes amiss, none will come to your aid.
Ye Sanji farnet ominously.
Yes. The entire squad responded in unison before hastily moving in another direction. Thank you for your efforts. Xiao Hongyi seized the moment to mention Ling Xiaoyu's name. Rest assured, I will convey your commendable performance to your master tonight. You shall be duly recognized. Thank you, Miss Xiao. It is my honor to assist my master, he replied, guiding them through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a small door. Hongyi, is this person trustworthy? Chunzong, still on Xiao Hongyi's back, voiced his concern. Grandfather Chun, you need not worry. She patiently explained. A fragment of this person's essence is in our possession. He will not betray us. Very well. Chunzong nodded slowly, then added, please set me down. I can walk on my own. Grandfather, there is no need for such formality. We have yet to fully escape danger. Xiao Hongyi comforted him for now. Please remain still and silent. That is the greatest help you can provide. I am quite capable. You child. Chunzong lightly scolded her, but then remembered something and grew anxious again. Your injuries, are they serious? I am fine. Grandfather Chun, do not fret over me. Sister Yu has long prepared an antidote for any troubles I might face. These are merely superficial wounds. Xiao Hongyi explained in a tone of unexpected gentleness. That is good. That is good. Chunzong nodded and ceased further inquiries. Hearing her voice, Ling Xiaoyu quickly got up and opened the door. How is it? Are you injured? I am unharmed. Sister Yu, please check on Grandfather Chun. Xiao Hongyi entered, placing Chunzong on a stool. Old Chun. Ling Xiaoyu bowed respectfully. I apologize for my rudeness. If it is convenient, please take a bath and change into fresh clothes. This will allow me to better assess your injuries. Thank you. Chunzong clasped his hands in gratitude. Sister Yu, you have no idea. Were it not for Grandfather Chun, I would not have been able to acquire the evidence so smoothly. Xiao Hongyi chattered excitedly. I understand. Please refrain from talking. Ling Xiaoyu interrupted her. Then turned to Yuzifeng, a Feng. Please fetch some hot water to cleanse old Chen. I will accompany Hongyi to the next room for a moment. Of course, mother. Yuzifeng never hesitated to obey Ling Xiaoyu, promptly departing to fetch water. Ah. You two need not be so formal. Xiao Hongyi observed their polite exchanges with growing impatience. Sister Yu, just call him Grandfather Chun. Grandfather Chun, you may simply address her as Xiaoyu. Haha, indeed. Both Ling Xiaoyu and Chunzong chuckled at Xiao Hongyi's innocent demeanor. Let us step out for a moment and return shortly, Ling Xiaoyu said, pulling Xiao Hongyi and Zichai along with her as they exited. Chapter 62. The Yi family must disappear. The three individuals entered the adjacent room, where Ling Xiaoyu promptly inquired. Hongyi, where is the evidence? Ha! You're quite the clever one. Ling Xiaoyu observed Hongyi's smug demeanor, refraining from immediately examining the letters. Instead, she pressed on. Ask you, are you injured? Have you been disobedient again? Ling Xiaoyu adopted a stern expression, demanding, show me where you hurt yourself. Indeed. Hongyi, pouting, began to loosen her clothing. I accidentally pricked myself with a needle. I've already taken an antidote, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Ah. As she revealed her wound, two gasps filled the air. You've hurt yourself this badly, and still tried to hide it. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration. Hongyi, I distinctly told you before that you must not be reckless alone. When will you ever learn to heed my words? Yujia. I am sorry. Hongyi lowered her head in grievance. At this moment, I didn't wish to trouble you further. You've never been a burden to me. Ling Xiaoyu softened at the sight of her. Hongyi, you are like my little sister, and I wish for you to regard me as your elder sister as well. I am your family. Do not fret about troubling me, understood? Hongyi's voice trembled as she replied, Yujia, it hurts. You still recognize pain. Ling Xiaoyu retorted, giving her wound a firm poke, causing her to double over. Let us see if you dare to conceal your injuries again.
Ah,
I won tea. I promise. Hong Yi quickly pleaded, Yujia, be gentle.
ah,
Is my poison still not resolved? Hong Yi asked in astonishment.
fool.
Ling Xiaoyu lightly tapped her forehead before retrieving a vial of powder and a pill from her pouch. Take this Tianchen pill. Now come closer. I shall apply medicine to your wound. With a pitiful demeanor, Hong Yi inched closer. Honestly, Hong Yi, Zichai, watching the extensive injury, expressed her concern. You must never be reckless again. If anything happens next time, I will accompany you. I may not be of much assistance, but I can hold my own in a fight.
Cha-cha.
I'm sorry for worrying you. Hong Yi felt warmth in her heart as she saw the concern from her two elder sisters. Hong Yi, the necrotic tissue near your abdominal wound will need to be excised. Endure it, Ling Xiaoyu said compassionately.
All right.
Yujia, you may proceed. Hong Yi agreed, gritting her teeth. Though Ling Xiaoyu was swift and precise, Hong Yi still emitted a muffled grunt. With quick reflexes, Ling Xiaoyu sprinkled the jade dew powder onto the cleaned wound, letting out a sigh of relief. The moment the powder touched her skin, Hong Yi felt the pain subside, swiftly wrapping her injury in bandages before donning her clothing. All done. You are the holy maiden of the medicine god valley. You must not be so careless next time. Ling Xiaoyu scolded her, shooting a glare before turning her attention to the papers on the table. Xiaoyu, let me see as well. Zichai squeezed in. As Zichai read along, she nodded. I never imagined that the ancient sect harbored such secrets. They've hidden them well. These documents mainly detail how the Yi family has deceived the impoverished citizens and oppressed the Lin and Qin families, but their significance is minimal. At most, they will gain the support of the people of Paxi City and the Lin and Qin families. Ling Xiaoyu extracted a few pages and handed them to Zichai. And these? Zichai looked at Ling Xiaoyu with confusion. Tomorrow, find a few children to deliver these to the Lin and Qin families. Ling Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. There's no need to show the ancient sect anything that doesn't concern them. All right, I will take care of it. Zichai nodded in agreement, gathering the papers. The most crucial pages are these, Ling Xiaoyu continued, which detail an agreement signed by Chehui on behalf of the Tianma sect with the Yi family. It clearly states that the Yi family will assist the Tianma sect in unifying Paxi City, and subsequently, the Yi family will become the only prominent family in Paxi City. Ling Xiaoyu slammed the agreement onto the table, exclaiming, what a cunning plan. One might say the Yi family is foolish. Yet they are quite astute when dealing with ordinary people. Conversely, one might say they are clever. Yet they believe the Tianma sect would be bound by a mere piece of paper. Zichai scoffed, without the imprint of a heavenly oath. A mere Yi family wouldn't stand a chance against them. Such matters do not concern us. Ling Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. All we need to know is that the Yi family truly must disappear. Tomorrow, let Offeng deliver this to the ancient sect. I can go too. Zichai began. But Ling Xiaoyu interrupted. After all, Offeng is the young master of the Yulan sect. It will carry some weight. Ling Xiaoyu explained. I want him to go to exert pressure on the ancient sect, indicating that this matter involves the Yulan sect. Thus they will need to consider their actions carefully. You are indeed thoughtful. Zichai responded eagerly. And what of me? Hong Yi, feeling anxious after being left out, implored, Yujia, what shall I do? You shall rest well in this room. Ling Xiaoyu cast a glance at her. Coincidentally, I see that Grandpa Chen has many old injuries accumulated over time. I will help him purge the toxins, and the remaining external and internal wounds you can manage on your own. Have you understood clearly? Hong Yi wanted to argue further. Do you need me to tie you to the bed? Ling Xiaoyu threatened. And no, that's unnecessary. Hong Yi capitulated completely. Chapter 63. The chaos of the Yi family within an opulent courtyard of the Yi residence. The sharp sounds of porcelain shattering mingled with the wails of servants and the furious shouts of a young woman. Incompetence. Utterly useless. How could the esteemed members of the God-slaying hall fail to subdue a woman devoid of any cultivation?
Miss.
Please calm your fury. Spare us, cried the servants in a chorus of desperation. What are you? How dare you defy me? Bring her. Drag her away and gouge out her eyes to feed the dogs. Yi Wenxin shouted, pointing accusingly at one of the maidservants, her voice laced with frustration. Yes. The guards, responding to her command, swiftly approached and seized the unfortunate maidservant, dragging her away for punishment. Her piercing screams echoed throughout the courtyard, causing the other kneeling servants to tremble in fear, none daring to utter a sound, terrified that they might be next. At that moment, Yu Wenxin's personal attendant entered. You filthy wretches! Can't you see I have urgent matters to discuss with the young lady? Hurry and leave. Yes, yes. The servants hurriedly exited, inwardly grateful for his timely intervention. Only when the courtyard fell silent did Yu Wenxin eagerly inquire, What news, Ermin? Have those people been located?
What?
Yu Wenxin's face contorted in shock. How can this be? Those three had no remarkable cultivation, and one of them was an utterly unremarkable woman. How is this possible?
Miss.
We should refrain from acting rashly, Ermin advised cautiously. Yu Wenxin's expression darkened. Her fists clenched tightly. Shall we simply let them go? I cannot swallow this humiliation. Miss. Ermin lowered his voice. It is rumored that last night, our home was burglarized. I have a sense of unease about this thief's arrival. Burglars? Yu Wenxin queried, her eyes narrowing. Have you discovered what was stolen?
Yes.
Please inquire further about what exactly was taken. Yu Wenxin nodded thoughtfully. It must be something significant to provoke such wrath from my grandfather. Understood, Ermin replied, then added, Mississippi. It seems the god-slaying Hall may.
Go.
Settle the outstanding payment with them.
Je Wenxin instructed.
Inform them that we deeply mourn the passing of Li Qinghuan and wish to compensate with an additional 100,000 blue star coins. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Ermin affirmed before exiting. In the Yi family council chamber, the patriarch, Yi Buzheng, sat at the head of the table, casting a dark gaze upon the attendees. A person has been intercepted, he declared. Everyone please share your thoughts.
Who do you suspect? Patriarch.
A middle-aged man seated to his right ventured cautiously. Could it be the Qin family?
Impossible.
Yi Buzheng interrupted, decisively dismissing the notion. The descendants of the Qin family have long accepted that that old fool is dead. Silence fell over the assembly once more. Humph. Yi Buzheng felt a surge of helplessness, but was unwilling to witness the decline of the Yi family. I suspect that someone among our kin has provoked an undeserving adversary. Does anyone have any suspicious observations? The second elder hesitated, glancing at Yi Buzheng. Speak freely.
Ye Buzheng urget.
Recently, the only ones who have returned from outside are the eldest young miss and the second young master. The second elder finally stated. The eldest young miss should be innocent. However, the second young master. Yi Buzheng pondered for a moment. What have you on? Has he not arrived yet? Humph. He is not destined for greatness. Yi Buzheng's expression darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. Father. A voice suddenly echoed from outside. I heard you called for your son. Upon entering the room and noticing everyone present, Yu Yuan paused momentarily before continuing. Oh, esteemed uncles and brothers are all here. What grave matter has transpired?
You dare to ask?
Yi Buzheng sprang to his feet, pointing at him. Get over here, you ungrateful wretch. Father. I do not know what wrong I have committed. Yi Yuan stammered, stepping back in fear as he regarded Yi Buzheng. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and bring him before me. Yi Buzheng, infuriated by his son's cowardice, commanded the guards to force him forward. With a sharp slap, Yi Yuan was sent flying, his shriek piercing the air. The assembled guests fell silent, heads bowed, not daring to exhale, while Yi Buzheng remained grim-faced and speechless. After regaining his composure, Yi Yuan crawled to Yi Buzheng's feet, weeping, Father, what have I done to deserve this? Please enlighten me. Having spent several days reveling outside, Yi Yuan was utterly oblivious to the events of the previous night, bewildered and thinking, I merely indulged in a few days of pleasure. Could this be an excuse to cast me out? Silence. Yi Buzheng felt his temper boiling over at his son's ignorance. You wretch! Do you not realize that our home was burglarized last night? You squander your days in debauchery.
What?
A burglar? Yi Yuan felt an ominous pang of foreboding. What was stolen to provoke such anger from father? Whatever it was of great importance. Have you angered anyone during your escapades?
Ye Buzheng invited.
his face a stormy shade of fury. Father, I truly did not.
Ye Wuyuan faltered.
Except for that woman who possessed the fire-lin fruit and the nine-tailed fox. Were you not supposed to have sent someone to handle it?
Ye Buzheng roared.
They escaped from me. Yi Wuyuan's voice dwindled to a whisper. You have driven me to the brink of madness. Yi Buzheng clutched his chest and collapsed into his chair. Master, please temper your anger. Your health is paramount. The onlookers hastily urged in concern.
Ortisson.
You achieve nothing and ruin everything.
Ye Buzheng chastiset, pointing an accusing finger at Ye Wuyuan.
Kneeling on the ground, Yi Wuyuan dared not move, terrified of further punishment, never imagining that so many would witness his failure, and now he truly faced disaster. Chapter 64. Clearing the gates while the Yi family was in disarray. Yu Zifeng had already arrived at the ancient sect to present his letter of homage. Young Master Yu, please follow me, said the disciple guarding the entrance, bowing as he welcomed him into the sect. Instead of escorting him to the reception room, he led Yu Zifeng directly to the study of the sect leader, Ing Xian. Upon their arrival, Ing Xian was bent over his desk, engrossed in writing. Zifeng pays his respects to Uncle Ing. It has been a while since we last met. And you still appear so youthful, Yu Zifeng greeted with a courteous bow. It hasn't been long. A few days ago, a friend needed assistance, and I happened to pass by, he continued, maintaining his gentle smile. I was about to depart for another destination when I stumbled upon some confidential information. I wonder if Uncle Ing might be interested in discussing it?
Oh.
Ing Xian set down his pen, clapped his hands, and rose to sit upright. Please take a seat.
Zifeng.
What brings you to the ancient sect on such an occasion? I have some documents that I believe will clarify everything for you, Uncle, Yu Zifeng replied, skipping any further pleasantries. He took out evidence of the Yi family's collusion with the demon sect from his storage ring. What is this? Ing Xian squinted at the papers, initially finding nothing amiss. Just a few sheets of paper? What do they contain? Why don't you take a look for yourself? Yu Zifeng stepped forward and handed the documents to him, urging him to open them, with a look of suspicion. Ing Xian glanced at Yu Zifeng before slowly unfolding the pages. His expression changed dramatically as he read, and by the time he finished, he slammed the papers onto the table, exclaiming, "The Yi family! How dare they conspire with the demon sect? It seems, Uncle Ing, that you have not received any news regarding this matter." Yu Zifeng maintained his composed demeanor, appearing unfazed.
Zifeng.
Where did you acquire this information? Is it credible? Ing Xian asked, his expression turning serious. Yu Zifeng raised an eyebrow. The source is indeed reliable. The Yi family has been exceedingly arrogant of late. The reasons need not be elaborated. Upon hearing this, Ing Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Zifeng, you jest. How could I possibly know? Let us discuss the Yi family's dealings with the demon sect instead. Very well, Uncle Ing. How do you intend to handle this situation? Yu Zifeng asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Would you like me to lend you a hand? Ing Xian walked over and patted Yu Zifeng on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. Leader, the second elder has arrived. Before he could finish, a voice from outside interrupted. Then came a feeble voice. Leader, please allow us to report. Ing Xian's countenance faltered. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Alas. It appears Uncle Ing lacks any semblance of authority as the sect leader, Yu Zifeng remarked, adding fuel to the fire.
Master.
The young man, who had been about to speak, was cut off by the second elder.
Come.
Zifeng, please take a seat. Let us deliberate. Ing Xian hastily urged, pulling Yu Zifeng into a chair. I am not in any particular hurry. You may attend to your internal matters first, Uncle, Yu Zifeng replied nonchalantly.
Do not jest, Zifeng.
What could possibly be more important than the matter concerning the demon sect? Ing Xian insisted, struggling to maintain his composure. How do you propose we deal with the Yi family? Perhaps it would be best if you provided a course of action, Uncle. After all, the Yi family is a subordinate clan of the ancient sect, and I, as an outsider, should not interfere, Yu Zifeng said, taking a sip of tea. Once you present a plan, I shall wholeheartedly assist. Very well. Ing Xian was caught off guard by this sudden shift in discussion, nearly choking on his words. Let me think.
Take your time.
There's no rush. Yu Zifeng showed no signs of leaving. Ing Xian, feeling the pressure, rubbed his hands together. Perhaps, Zifeng, you could rest in a guest room while I convene a meeting with the elders to discuss this significant matter? Oh, Uncle Ling. There is no need for such formality. Just consider me as one of your subordinates. I shall treat this issue as if it were my own responsibility, Yu Zifeng replied. Having spent some time with Ling Xiaoyu and grown quite bold, Ing Xian found himself momentarily speechless at Yu Zifeng's audacity. Enough of this back and forth. Let us proceed to the council chamber, Yu Zifeng urged, pushing Ing Xian towards the door. After some commotion, the elders and hall masters of the ancient sect had gathered in the council chamber. Yu Zifeng found a stool to sit behind Ing Xian, appearing as an observer while actually being the center of attention. As Ing Xian's mind raced to formulate a response, a young man standing beside the second elder spoke up. I beseech the leader for clarity. Please spare us. Yu Zifeng recognized him as the anxious young man from earlier, Yuan Shu, the promising member of the Yi family. Observing his restless demeanor, Yu Zifeng shook his head and sighed inwardly. Youth does bring impatience. The second elder's expression darkened. Wen Shu, cease your nonsense. Stand straight, master. Yuan Shu attempted to say more, but the second elder swiftly silenced him with a sharp slap. I command you to be quiet. Stand aside. Yes. Though Yuan Shu was reluctant, he complied under the authority of his master, his face displaying his displeasure. Leader, Wen Shu is still young and inexperienced. Please do not hold his folly against him, the second elder said, bowing to Ing Xian before taking his seat. Cough. Ahem. No matter. Ing Xian cleared his throat. I have gathered you all here today, and I assume you are unaware of the reason. I wish to make it clear that the ancient sect will not engage in any dealings with the demon sect. A pin could be heard dropping in the chamber. Upon hearing the mention of the demon sect, the expressions of all present, except for the second elder and his disciple, turned to shock, yet none dared to speak. The evidence of the Yi family's collusion with the demon sect is irrefutable. Ing Xian paused, casting a glance at Yuan Shu before continuing. The sect has decided. We shall clear our gates. Chapter 65. The Greater Good Over Family Ties Master. Please reconsider. As Yuan Shu was visibly struggling to contain himself, the second elder suddenly interjected. There is something amiss here. I implore you, master, to send someone to investigate before drawing any conclusions. A mystery? Ing Xian cast a dissatisfied glance at the protective second elder before throwing the evidence brought by Yu Zifeng onto the table. Take a look for yourself. What is this? The second elder reached for the items on the table, but Yu Zifeng was quicker, snatching them up. Uncle Ling, is it truly appropriate to send such significant evidence back to the main family? Seeing no opportunity to destroy the evidence, the second elder devised another plan. Master, my disciple Wen Shu has been by my side for nearly a decade. He is surely unaware of the Yi family's affairs. Moreover, Wen Shu is wholeheartedly devoted to the sect and wishes for an opportunity to prove himself by personally handling the Yi family's situation. Yuan Shu recognized his master's attempt to create an opportunity for him and seized the moment to respond quickly. Indeed, master, I have long considered Ing Chun sect my home. I shall set aside personal interests and prioritize the sect's welfare, dealing with the Yi family impartially. Ing Xian regarded the harmonious exchange between the master and disciple with a slight frown, feeling uncomfortable speaking in front of Yu Zifeng, and sought to proceed. In that case. How commendable! Yu Zifeng interrupted. Truly, a fine disciple of Ing Chun sect, prioritizing the greater good over family. Such a promising talent must be nurtured carefully. Ing Xian felt as though he had swallowed a fly, unable to voice his frustrations. Yes, indeed. Let us assign this task to Wen Shu. Yu Zifeng, of course, would not allow Ing Xian to take control of the situation. Wise decision, Uncle Ling.
It is settled then.
Brother Wen Shu will take the lead, and I shall serve as his deputy. We shall ensure this matter is handled splendidly. Yuan Shu, listening to Yu Zifeng's words, felt a surge of hatred, clenching his teeth as he suppressed his emotions. Very well. I thank you, brother. May I ask your name? No need for formality. Yi brother. I am Yu Zifeng from Yulan sect. You may call me Zifeng. Yu Zifeng emphasized the Yi in a mocking manner.
Ye Vanshu's resentment deepened.
Had it not been for Yu Zifeng's meddling, the master would have remained oblivious to these matters. Years of scheming by his grandfather and father now threatened to unravel at the hands of an upstart. Unable to display his anger, he could only force a smile. "Thank you, brother Yu. Now then, let us disperse," Ing Xian sighed, distressed by the unfolding situation. "Wen Shu and Zifeng, please discuss how to proceed." "Yes, certainly," they replied in unison. In the hall, Yi Wuyuan trembled in fear. Although Yi Buzheng had not specified what was lost, the intensity of his father's fury suggested it must be of great significance. He hastily admitted his fault. "Father, I was wrong. I will never act recklessly again. Do you know why I am so furious today?" Yi Buzheng glared at his cowardly son, his blood pressure rising. "The foundation of our Yi family may very well be crumbling because of me. Alas, how did I end up with such a wretched son?" He suddenly appeared much older, collapsing into a chair, utterly defeated. "My lord, we have already dispatched people to search. Perhaps we shall receive good news soon," one elder offered in consolation. "That old fool Qinzong is of no consequence. The most pressing matter is that oath document, which remains unaccounted for. I fear." Yi Buzheng yearned to strike his son, Yi Wuyuan, who knelt before him. "Tomorrow, the truth may soon come to light. Hurry and arrange for Wenshin and the younger ones to leave." Yi Buzheng felt a flicker of solace upon seeing his eldest son. "What a wretched child," he exclaimed, shaking his finger at the clerk.
"It is all my fault.
"I trusted his words and lost my way. How could this prodigal ever change?" "Father." Yi Mingyuan began to speak, but was cut off by Yi Buzheng. "Quickly arrange for Wenshin and the younger ones to depart. I feel so uneasy." After a pause, he added, "Send a message to Wenshu if something happens to the Yi family, let him take care of himself." "Father." Yi Mingyuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation.
Could it be?
Years of understanding allowed Yi Buzheng to discern that Yi Mingyuan knew what was at stake. He nodded wearily and waved his hand. "Hurry, father. I will go arrange it at once," Yi Mingyuan declared. "Rest assured, even if I must sacrifice my life, I will ensure our Yi family endures." Alas, what a calamity! Yi Buzheng wept. "It is all my fault. It is all my fault." Yi Wuyuan was left utterly bewildered. "Father, what has happened? Why must we send Wenshin and the others away? What about us? You cannot abandon your son." Silence. Yi Buzheng grew increasingly agitated. "Is this not chaotic enough? Were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have struck you down. My lord, head of the family." The elders present began to panic. "What shall we do?"
"Yes.
"Even if we can sacrifice ourselves, our families." "Indeed. Those of us with elders and children implore you to show mercy. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the family. Just let my wife and children live." As Yi Mingyuan's words fell, the astute among them knelt. "I am willing to share the family's fate." Conversely, a few who lacked understanding expressed their desire to escape the Yi family with their loved ones. Yi Mingyuan immediately permitted their departure, unaware that those who crossed the threshold would inevitably face ruin. Chapter 66. Action within the inn's guest room. Ling Xiaoyu and her companions were engaged in lively conversation when suddenly they received a transmission from Yu Zifeng. "Mother, everything is proceeding smoothly. Let us act according to our plan." Overcome with excitement, Ling Xiaoyu slammed her palm on the table and sprang to her feet, startling Zika and Xiao Hongyi, who were engrossed in gossip. "What is it, Xiaoyu? What happened?" they exclaimed. "My apologies, I got a bit carried away. News has arrived from Offing. We must prepare at once," Ling Xiaoyu commanded. "Zika, how are your arrangements coming along? And Hongyi, you must hurry and escort Elder Qin to the Qin family. Have I ever troubled you with my affairs? Rest assured, by now, it is likely that everyone in Paxicheng is aware of the misdeeds committed by the Yi family," Zika replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "But..." Xiao Hongyi hesitated, still reluctant to comply. "Elder Qin is indeed a magnanimous man," Ling Xiaoyu expressed with a bow. "Elder Qin." Upon seeing the elder enter, Xiao Hongyi rushed over to assist him. "Why have you come alone?" "My dear, I am perfectly fine," Qinzong reassured her, gently patting her head. "At my age, what is there to fear? Miss Ling's commitment to the welfare of the world is truly commendable." "Elder Qin." Xiao Hongyi attempted to explain further. However, Ling Xiaoyu interjected. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Chen. I simply happened to be here. It was not my intention to handle this matter. Though her words were casual, her mind was preoccupied, thinking, as if I would willingly involve myself in the affairs of that detestable Yi family or the heavenly demon sect. Yu Jie? Stop being so formal. Come, let us both call him Elder Chen. Xiao Hongyi pouted playfully.
Ha ha ha.
Chen Zong chuckled. Indeed. Let us drop the pretense. You shall call me grandfather, and I shall call you Xiaoyu. How does that sound? Though my powers may have waned, I am not foolish. I place my trust in you. Chen Zong nodded. Meanwhile, within the Shadow Dust sect, Yuan Shu was in earnest discussion with his master, the second elder. Master, what shall we do now? Is there truly no saving the Yi family? Remain calm. The second elder cast a stern glance at him. How many times have I advised you? In times of crisis, one must not panic. The more one panics, the more likely one is to make mistakes. I intervened to prevent you from acting recklessly. Had you not exploded in anger, we would not be in this predicament. Master, but this is my family. My relatives are all at stake. How can I not be frantic? Yuan Shu's voice trembled with emotion.
Yuan Shu.
The moment he heard this, he dropped to his knees, pleading, I beg you, Master, please save the Yi family. I believe my father has his reasons. Just as the second elder was about to respond, a voice from outside called, Brother Yi, are we not to set forth? Sure. The second elder halted the agitated Yuan Shu. Might I request a moment longer with my disciple? Dear Yu? There are matters I wish to impart regarding Wen Shu. Of course. After all, the bond between master and disciple is profound. It is only natural to exchange a few more words before parting. Yu Zifeng replied, Since I have nothing pressing, I shall wait here, master. Yuan Shu seethed quietly. This fool is courting death. Wen Shu, do not speak recklessly. The second elder reprimanded, his eyes narrowing. He is the young master of the Yulan sect. Allow me to reiterate. It is not that we do not wish to assist the Yi family. Securing evidence for a turnaround is ideal. However, should complications arise, self-preservation is paramount. If we can endure, we shall not fear the loss of resources. But Yuan Shu was desperate, longing to save his family from ruin. Wen Shu, trust that your father wishes for your survival above all else. The second elder spoke earnestly. Yes, I shall remember. Yuan Shu bowed his head, yet the resentment in his eyes could not be concealed, as he thought bitterly, I have respected you all these years. And, in our time of need, you refused to lend a hand. You are more contemptible than that wretched boy outside. Unbeknownst to the second elder, he sighed heavily, his heart aching. Wen Shu, I understand your feelings. Do not worry. I will do my utmost to assist you within the sect. Thank you, master. Yuan Shu respectfully addressed the second elder. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. Be cautious. The second elder cautioned. Avoid unnecessary conflict with the young master of Yulan. As the door swung open, they found Yu Zifeng standing leisurely beneath a tree in the courtyard, fanning himself. Ah, Brother Yi, have you concluded your discussions? Let us be on our way. Indeed. Please lead the way, Brother Yu. Yuan Shu concealed his inner turmoil, suggesting, Let us deliberate on our course of action as we walk. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shu felt even more stifled, but could voice no further objections. He resolved to strive earnestly for a glimmer of hope for the Yi family. Certainly, after all, the welfare of the world is paramount. However, we must not overlook the need for an explanation to the Yi family. Absolutely. Yu Zifeng nodded. The Yulan sect prides itself on reason. We shall not act arbitrarily. We will determine our course of action upon our arrival in Paxicheng. Chapter 67. Return to the Qin family. Who dares to intrude upon the Qin family? The guards shouted, their voices laden with authority. State your identity at once. You have one chance to depart swiftly. Otherwise, we shall not be gentle. Oh, I am quite curious to see how you intend to be not gentle. Xiao Hongyi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Qinzong. Manager Sun. The guards quickly saluted. Then continued, these two wish to breach the gates, but we have intercepted them. Fortunately, Manager Sun appeared to be a compassionate individual. He approached and inquired, May I ask the name of this esteemed elder? Do you seek something at the Chen residence? Sun? Are you perhaps a relative of Sun Si? Chen Zong pondered for a moment. Indeed, you know my father? Manager Sun was taken aback. Have you come in search of someone?
Ha ha ha.
Chen Zong erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face, yet he remained silent thereafter. Xiao Hongyi looked at him with concern. Grandfather Chen, it has been decades. It is only natural that the younger generation does not recognize you. Please do not be disheartened. Chen Zong waved his hand dismissively and addressed Manager Sun. Where is Chen Rong? Summon him to see me. How brazen! Upon hearing Chen Zong directly call out the family head's name, Manager Sun's demeanor grew stern. Brazen. Chen Zong, with tear-streaked cheeks, produced a jade pendant from his robes and handed it to Manager Sunday. Take this to summon Chen Rong. He will surely come to see me. Manager Sun examined the jade pendant closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are. Chen Zong raised a hand to silence him, then urged, Go. Show this to Chen Rong. I wish to see just how depraved a heart can become. Manager Sun clutched the jade tightly and hurried into the estate. Chen Zong patted Xiao Hongyi's hand reassuringly.
Child.
I am fine. It is something I must face. If the Chen family continues down this path, it shall rot from its roots. Very well. I shall accompany you. Xiao Hongyi resolutely nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the estate, Chen Rong was contemplating how to extricate himself from the tumultuous situation involving the Yi family when he suddenly heard Manager Sun's panicked voice outside. Master. I have urgent news. Master. It is Manager Sun. A few subordinates hesitantly chimed in. Leave me for now. Chen Rong, not wishing to tarnish his own reputation, dismissed his subordinates and said, Manager Sun, please enter and speak your mind. Manager Sun burst through the door in a flurry, presenting the jade pendant to Chen Rong. Master, look at this. Upon receiving the pendant, Chen Rong's pupils constricted at the sight. Where did this come from? Master, an elder gave it to me. He is currently at our gate. Manager Sun knelt, urgency in his tone. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Chen Rong replied, Invite him in. I will prepare and join you shortly. Many have impersonated my elder brother over the years, but this is the first instance someone has presented this jade pendant. We must deliberate carefully. Yes, I shall fetch him at once. Manager Sun, filled with excitement, sprang up and dashed toward the entrance. With a wave of his hand, several subordinates reappeared in the room. Master. Yes, Master. They responded before disappearing again. Elder brother. Chen Rong feigned excitement. Is it truly you? Do you have any idea how long we have searched for you? Father. He began to weep. Even on his deathbed, he longed for you. Where have you been all these years? Chen Zong regarded Chen Rong's poor acting with indifference. Rong, you have not changed at all. Elder brother. Realizing his ruse was likely exposed, Chen Rong continued to act. After your departure, I devoted myself to training and have now attained the great perfection of the true spirit realm. Naturally, I have not changed much. Chen Zong remained silent, prompting Chen Rong to add, But you, elder brother, what have you endured to become like this? Chen Zong, stung by the question, replied bitterly, I owe my current state to the gifts bestowed by a brother such as you. Elder brother. Chen Rong feigned confusion.
What do you mean by that?
Are you insinuating that I have caused you harm? Humph. I have said nothing. Chen Zong chuckled coldly. Yet here you are, stumbling into the truth. Feeling guilty for your own deeds. Grandfather Chen. Xiao Hongyi interjected suddenly. Why waste breath on him? Dealing with such a person requires directness. Present the evidence to his 42-inch face, and perhaps it might shatter that earth-thick skin of his. Chen Rong, unaccustomed to such insult, nearly lost his composure. You, who are you to speak to your elder in such a manner? Elder? Do you even deserve that title? Xiao Hongyi spat back. You think you can simply erase your disgraceful actions? What have I done? Chen Rong, taken aback by Xiao Hongyi's calm demeanor, felt a flicker of panic. Chen Rong. Chen Zong could no longer contain his fury, demanding, Let us set aside past grievances for now. Tell me, how did father meet his demise? You lie. Chen Zong roared. Chapter 68. The truth revealed, elder brother. Have you perhaps misconstrued something? Chun Rong, a cunning old fox in his own right, displayed a hint of unease only when discussing his patricide. Indeed, my father passed away due to illness. Humph. To dare commit such an act yet refuse to acknowledge it. You truly are a coward. Xiao Hongyi couldn't help but retort. Pray tell, by what means did you ascend to the position of family head? Oh, how could I forget? Chun Rong, the esteemed head of the Qin family, secured his position through his own genuine abilities, did he not? Xiao Hongyi took out an envelope from her storage ring, lightly patting it in her hand as she mocked Qin Rong. A wave of trepidation washed over Qin Rong. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. There is no evidence left behind. He chuckled nervously. This young lady certainly has a knack for humor. His smile was strained. My ascension to the position of family head is largely due to the support of the clan, and I have indeed made contributions. Contributions? Xiao Hongyi scoffed coldly. Might I inquire what contributions the esteemed head of the Qin family speaks of? Could it be patricide? Let me reiterate. Chun Rong's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. My father passed away due to illness. With evidence laid bare, one can still argue without a trace of shame. This young lady admires your audacity, Qin family head. Xiao Hongyi mockingly offered him a disingenuous bow. While attempting to frame both Qinzong and Xiao Hongyi, he waved his hand and commanded, "Seize these two unknown intruders and interrogate them with severe measures. We must avenge my elder brother." A flicker of hope that still resided in Qinzong's heart was completely extinguished at that moment. Rong, you. Very well. You, the murderer, dare to utter the name of the family head. Qin Rong remained unyielding. What do you intend to do? Xiao Hongyi suddenly produced several poison pills, shouting at the encroaching guards. Cease at once. Qinzong's voice, laden with sorrow, rang out as he revealed a square piece of jade. For all these years, have you been seeking this emblem of the family head's identity? Xiao Hongyi instinctively shielded Qinzong and smashed the poison pills into the faces of their attackers. Despicable scoundrels. However, those cloaked figures were evidently extraordinary. They were not incapacitated by the poison but instead surged forward with renewed vigor. Qinzong unleashed his formidable aura, bellowing, "Halt at once." Strangely, the black-clad assailants paused, exchanging bewildered glances as they beheld the jade in his hand. Do you not comprehend? Qinzong raised the jade, asserting, I, Qinzong, am the rightful head of the Qin family. Will you persist in your feigned ignorance? Qin family shadow guards. The leader, still reeling from disbelief, uttered, It truly is the young master. Qin Rong's expression soured. Have you all lost your minds? I am your master. A bunch of useless fools. Seeing his power dissipate, Qin Rong attempted to flee, but Xiao Hongyi, having anticipated this, apprehended him, and they became entangled in a fierce struggle. Although Qin Rong was cunning, his innate talent for cultivation was lacking, resulting in a stalemate until the shadow guards, under Qinzong's signal, subdued him. I refuse to accept this. Why should it be so? Qin Rong thrashed like a madman. Just because you are the legitimate eldest son. That decrepit old man intended to pass the position of family head to you. To add insult to injury, I even overheard him planning to cast me aside to fend for myself. Arong. Qinzong gazed at his once familiar brother, heart aching as if pierced by daggers. You are all kin. And what of me? Am I nothing? Qin Rong screamed in madness. I shall defy your wishes. I shall fight for myself. As he spoke, he cast a venomous glance at Qinzong. Haha. Thus, I seized the opportunity to ally with Yi Bujing and captured you. Qinzong had already surmised the truth, yet he was still deeply wounded by Qin Rong's revelations. You. Are you wondering why I did not kill you? Qin Rong's face bore a deranged grin. Initially, I intended to end your life, but Yi Bujing advised me against it. Your talents are far too valuable for study. Besides, to die is far easier than to live in the shadows. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha. How have you fared in that dark room all these years, my dear elder brother? Father. Qinzong wept openly. Do not speak of him. He deserved to die. Do you know how he perished? Qin Rong's smile turned soft. He starved to death. I administered a poison that induced a comatose state, allowing him to remain conscious while suffering from hunger. He died in torment. Haha. That sensation was exquisite. Beast. Chen Zong spat the words through clenched teeth, then struck Chen Rong, sending him sprawling. Beside them, Steward's son stood aghast, unable to recognize his family head, who had always seemed gentle and kind yet had transformed into a fratricidal villain.
Ha ha ha.
I have no regrets. You all deserve to die. You all should perish. Had I known, I would have killed you long ago. Chen Rong lay on the ground, still shouting. Chen Zong could bear it no longer and waved his hand. Take him away. The two shadow guards seized Chen Rong and dragged him out, his cries and curses fading into the distance. Chen Zong Chapter 69. The tide has turned under the orchestrations of Zika. The streets were already abuzz with various gossip about the Yi family. As they walked along, Yu Zifeng remained impassive, while Yi Wenshu's expression grew increasingly grim. The Yi family was truly formidable, having allied themselves with the heavenly demon sect. It was no wonder they had dominated in recent years, relentlessly oppressing ordinary folks like us. Indeed, have you seen that foolish Qin patriarch who has been so bullied by the Yi family? Look at him now. I believe it's not just because of the heavenly demon sect. Their son is the esteemed disciple of the second elder of the Shadow Dust sect. Who would dare provoke them? Hush. You all are far too reckless. The Yi family is still thriving there. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Yes, everyone should disperse. We wouldn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Yu Wenshu clenched his hands tightly, walking stiffly ahead with a stoic expression. Yu Zifeng waved his fan and remarked, Brother Yi, do keep your composure. I trust you are unaware of the Yi family's misdeeds, and I believe you would never shield them. Would you? Indeed. Yu Wenshu gritted his teeth as he uttered those two words, then ceased to engage with Yu Zifeng further. As Yu Zifeng entered the city, Ling Xiaoyu received news and, at that very moment, learned of the resolution concerning the Qin family. She promptly set off with Zika towards the Yi residence.
Oh.
What a coincidence. Ling Xiaoyu crossed paths with Yu Zifeng and his companions, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she said, with such a dashing demeanor. You must be the eldest son of the Yi family, Yu Wenshu? What a pleasure. Though Yu Wenshu was aware of Ling Xiaoyu's reputation, he had never met her and thus inquired with confusion, May I ask who this young lady is? Upon hearing his name, Yu Wenshu's brow twitched again. Just as one issue was settling, another arose. With Yu Zifeng still present, now Ling Xiaoyu appeared. It seemed today would not bode well for the Yi family. May I inquire what brings you here, young lady? Yu Wenshu quickly regained his composure and asked evenly. I am here as a victim, Ling Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, casually pulling out a firelin fruit and munching on it before the gathered crowd. Having seen the world during his time at the Great Sex, Yu Wenshu was unfazed by the fruit. In that case, let's proceed inside. Very well, after you, young Master Yi. Ling Xiaoyu gestured invitingly. However, Yu Wenshu turned to Yu Zifeng. Perhaps you should lead the way, brother Yu? No need for that. I wish to accompany my mother. Without heeding Yu Wenshu's surprise, Yu Zifeng moved to Ling Xiaoyu's side, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Mother, I have missed you. Yu Wenshu looked on in disbelief. The cunning Yu Zifeng had transformed into a needy child. Father, with such a significant event, how can I remain uninvolved?
Ye Wenshu supported Ye Mingyuan, atting, moreover.
I have received no information.
How can that be? Ye Mingyuan eklaymet in shock.
Upon seeing Ling Xiaoyu's mysterious smile, an inappropriate thought crossed his mind. Yu Wenshu's lack of information was undoubtedly the doing of this seemingly harmless woman. Just as Yi Mingyuan sought to align his words with Yu Wenshu's, a brash voice interrupted. Ah, my dear nephew, you must take charge for your second uncle. Quickly contact the Heavenly Demon Sect for assistance. Yu Wenshu felt his heart plummet. He had never known such despair. A glimmer of hope had just been extinguished. Yu Yuan, Yi Mingyuan furiously retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Shuer possibly know anyone from the Heavenly Demon Sect? You must be losing your wits. I am not. You are older than I am. If you are not confused, how could I be? Yu Yuan continued to argue, oblivious to Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng's presence. Zika discreetly signaled, and soon the entrance of the Yi residence was teeming with curious onlookers. TCH, they are nothing but bullies. The whole family is despicable. Hey, who is that young gentleman? He looks familiar. Indeed. And those two charming young ladies have also waded into this mess.
Oh.
Is that a salesperson? Ling Xiaoyu interjected at the opportune moment. What is this? On holiday? What are you doing here?
Ha.
Yu Yuan, you truly have the audacity to blame others. You covet my treasures, seeking to seize them for yourself, and yet you turn the tables on me. Ling Xiaoyu scoffed. How shameless. You shameless wretch. Who are you calling shameless?
Yu Yuan.
As foolish as ever, became enraged. If it weren't for the Yu family, do you think you could still be alive? I would have sent you to join your ancestors long ago. Suddenly, with a lecherous gaze, he glanced at Ling Xiaoyu. Of course, before you die, I would let you experience what it is to be a woman. You seek death. Before Ling Xiaoyu could react, Yu Zifeng leaped forward, seizing Yu Yuan and delivering a flurry of slaps until his face resembled a pig's head. The suddenness of it left the Yi family members in shock, unable to respond.
Wu Yuan.
Despite being his brother, Yi Mingyuan was anxious. Are you all right? And to Yu Zifeng he said, Sir, do not bully us too much. This is my Yi family.
Oh.
The head of the Yi family truly carries great authority. A voice, neither soft nor harsh, echoed from outside the Yi residence. Upon looking up, they saw the city lord of Pazi City, Senli, along with his guards, entering the scene. Chapter 70. The Destruction of the Yi Family. Haraha. It is unacceptable to bully my esteemed benefactor. Senli laughed heartily and exclaimed, Behold whom I have brought. Master. Yi Sanji approached from behind and knelt before Ling Xiaoyu. It is you. Yi Mingyuan, upon seeing Yi Sanji, felt as though struck by lightning. You treacherous scoundrel. Where is Xianer? He exclaimed. Treacherous scoundrel?
You.
A conspirator with the demonic sect, have no right to speak to me. Yi Sanji lifted his head and hurled a devastating blow, leaving Yi Wenshu feeling utterly chilled to the core. Yi Sanji. When Yi Mingyuan was about to continue his tirade, Yi Wenshu calmly intervened. Sanji, we grew up together. I have always regarded you as a brother, Yi Wenshu expressed with deep emotion. I understand that you must have your own reasons, am I right? Who is it that manipulates you, compelling you to entrap the Yi family? Fear not, for if you reveal the truth, I shall exert every effort to rescue you. Humph! A blood brother? Yi San sneered disdainfully. Since childhood, I have been like your dog before you. You sit while I stand, you play while I watch. Do you believe that merely dismissing me with a few casual words constitutes kindness towards me? Ling Xiaoyu observed the scene of dogs biting each other, and could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, it is true that kindness begets gratitude, while enmity arises from the slightest grievances. Sanji. Yi Wenshu wished to continue his explanation, but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Sanji. There's no need for you to say anything further. I shall not listen. Yi San looked coldly at the members of the Yi family and declared, This is what you all deserve. I do not bear the surname Yi. My surname is Chung. It is all because of you that my father was compelled to change his name and identity. He died without avenging his wrongs, and I shall never relinquish this golden opportunity. TSK, Fest. What a grand spectacle it is. Yu Zifeng suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, I initially believed it to be a mere act of betrayal, but I never anticipated the intricate complexities concealed within. How marvelous. Is it successful? Yi Mingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. You are a descendant of the Chung family. Who is your father?
Ha.
My father is Chung He. I wonder if the head of the Yi family still remembers him. Yi Sanji gazed at Yi Mingyuan with a sidelong smile, realizing it was indeed him. Yi Mingyuan collapsed to the ground, utterly disheartened. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet in a fit of fervor, exclaiming, Where is my wife? Where is my daughter? What of your arrogant daughter? Yi Sanji can no longer contain the hatred in his eyes. Humph. I certainly will not allow her to have an easy time. He merely clapped his hands, and forth came a woman, disheveled and gagged with a piece of cloth. To the discerning eye, it was evident what she had endured. As her captor removed the cloth from her mouth, Yi Wenshu's hoarse voice pierced the air. Father, save your daughter. Yi Mingyuan's eyes blazed with fury. Exire.
Yi Sanji.
You vile beast. Yi Sanji. Yi Wenshu, witnessing the transformation of his beloved sister whom he had cherished since childhood, could no longer restrain his fury. I shall see you perish. As one shouted and prepared to strike, the assailant restraining Yi Wenshu pressed a dagger against her carotid artery. eliciting a piercing scream from her. Ah, it hurts. Wenxin,
Je wens stoppet abruptly. Je sancı.
what do you truly desire? I am willing to fulfill all your wishes. Release Wenxin. She is innocent. Innocent, you say? Yi Sanji continued to sneer coldly. I have a family of hundreds. Am I not innocent? When you took action back then, did you not consider the innocence of the children? Yuan Shu wished to express that he too was ignorant of those matters. Yi Sen then remarked, had it not been for my father's fortuitous journey far away, I might have been deprived of even a single opportunity for revenge. Have you ever considered the innocence of others? You truly deserve condemnation. Miss Ling vowed to bow deeply 3 times, declaring that the debt of gratitude for avenging her in this life would be eternally etched in her memory. In her next life, she would serve you as a humble beast of burden, determined to repay you. Alas. Ling Xiaoyu watched the performance, uncertain how to handle Yi Sanji. Do not act impulsively. Alas. Zika, I entrust him to you.
Keep a close watch on him.
Very well. With a swift motion, she sealed his acupoints with her fingers and effortlessly drew him closer, saying, be obedient now. I promise to be gentle, dear brother. Ling Xiaoyu observed Zika, who appeared gentle despite having just completed a series of formidable actions, and couldn't help but cover her face.
All right.
Allow me to deal with the Yi family first.
Alas.
The subdued Yi Wenxin, reduced to tears, uttered no other words.
Document.
Yi Bujing arrived late, declaring, it has nothing to do with your father. It is all the doing of grandfather. Grandfather. Yi Wenshu gazed sorrowfully at the grandfather who had cherished him since childhood, feeling a profound anguish, yet powerless to act. Yi Bujing raised a hand dismissively, then turned and knelt before the forest. Lord of Sun, the old man confesses. Everything has been accomplished solely by my efforts. The Yi family remains oblivious. I sever all ties and offer my apologies. Before anyone could react, he struck his own forehead with a resounding slap, collapsing lifelessly with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Father, grandfather, accompanied by 2 heart-wrenching cries.
Ye Mingyuan and ye Wenshu knelt beside ye Buzheng, Ekleiming, Vater.
Why must you do this? Grandfather, please awaken. Yi Wenshu, a man of 7 feet, wept like a child, exclaiming, I desire nothing more. I only wish for the well-being of the Yi family.
Grandfather Sobi.
Yi Wenxin also witnessed the situation concerning Yi Bujing, as she quietly crawled towards him, her soft cries echoing in the air. The onlookers outside the Yi residence had long been rendered speechless, trembling in fear as they beheld the unfolding scene. Had they foreseen this day, they would have acted differently from the outset. An aged voice resonated from outside the door, prompting Ling Xiaoyu to turn and behold Qinzong, who, with the assistance of Xiao Hongyi, entered step by step, accompanied by the shadow guards of the Qin family.
Sister Yu,
he exclaimed, the Qin family has resolved the matter. Xiao Hongyi smiled and said to Ling Xiaoyu, at long last, everything has arrived. The voice from the forest carried a hint of choked emotion. 17th brother, after enduring for a long time, I have finally met you. For so many years, I have been searching for you, only to realize that you have been in the city all along. It has been far too long. Chen Zongye greeted, with a hint of agitation. Senli said nothing further, and paid no mind to the weeping members of the Yi family. Instead, he turned to address the crowd at the entrance, proclaiming, the Yi family has colluded with the demon sect, inflicting harm upon our fellow citizens. The imprisonment of the head of the Qin family, Qinzong, for many years, alongside the long-standing oppression of the common folk, has resulted in a multitude of transgressions that are beyond enumeration. Chapter 71. Another kiss. The long-suppressed emotions of the crowd erupted at this moment. The Yi family finally received their due. It was about time. That Yi Wenxin, who had grown accustomed to bullying others with her power, was now facing a grim fate. People discussed the self-destruction of the Yi family, with a few women expressing a hint of sympathy for Yi Wenxin's plight, while the Li family remained conspicuously absent, illustrating the harsh realities of the world. Silence. Senli's low command instantly hushed the surroundings, leaving only the cries of the Yi family echoing in the air. For many years, it was my failure as the city lord that caused everyone much grievance. Senli bowed deeply to the crowd, saying, previously, I fell victim to Yi Buzheng's treachery, but fortunately, Miss Ling came to my rescue. From now on, I, Senli, will do my utmost to ensure that our elders are cared for and our children are nurtured. Excellent. Long live the city lord. Senli waved his hand and continued excitedly. Today I, in my capacity as city lord, announce that all the properties and assets of the Yi family will be organized by designated personnel and converted into money to be distributed among the citizens of Paxi City. Hooray! Long live! The crowd outside the gate cheered joyfully, and soon they knelt in unison, chanting, Thank you, great city lord. Long live the city lord. Seize the direct descendants of the Yi family. Senli commanded, signaling a squad of guards to mercilessly drag Yi Mingyuan and others away, including the corpse of Yi Buzheng. Take 2 teams to supervise the other branches of the Yi family. Only a few changes of clothing are permitted. No other items are to be removed from the Yi residence. Yes, I obey. Then came a cacophony of wailing, women's curses, children's cries, and men's shouts, all blending into chaos. Just as they neared the city lord's residence, an elderly man with gray hair and draped in gray robes suddenly appeared before them. Yu Zifeng immediately recognized him as the second elder of the Shadow Dust sect.
Please stop.
The second elder interjected. May I ask when the second elder arrived in Paxi City? Yu Zifeng inquired with a smile. Young Master Yu, the second elder called out. I implore you to spare my disciple, Yuan Shu. Young Master Yu, the second elder, anxious yet hesitant to provoke Yu Zifeng further, continued. I am well aware of the Yi family's heinous actions, which are unforgivable. But Wen Shu has been by my side for over a decade and would never partake in such deeds. Unaware of the second elder's arrival, City Lord Senli interrupted their dialogue. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, second elder. Seeing Yu Zifeng fall silent, the second elder turned to Senli to plead once more. Second elder, are you aware of the crimes committed by the Yi family? Senli stated with righteous indignation.
I.
The second elder was at a loss for words. Fully aware that colluding with the demonic sect was a grave offense, one that the Shadow Dust sect would never intervene in. I understand, but Wen Shu. With no other recourse, the second elder reluctantly agreed. Very well, I shall take my leave. Back in his chamber, the second elder felt a surge of anxiety for his closed-door disciple. He retrieved his elder's token and contacted Ing Xian, sect master. Sect members have one opportunity in their lifetime to request a life-saving favor, correct? The second elder asked solemnly. Indeed, such is the case. But has something dangerous befallen you? Ing Xian asked, somewhat baffled yet decisive.
No, I.
The second elder hesitated slightly before continuing. I wish to ask the sect master to save Wen Shu. What? The Yi family has been condemned? Ing Xian's expression turned serious, as he had not been informed of the developments. This was a family under his jurisdiction, and such issues could raise doubts among other sections. Yes, all evidence is irrefutable. The second elder felt a wave of nervousness, fearing a refusal from Ing Xian. Do not forget, your time is running short. We have prepared the everlasting pill for you. Are you certain? Ing Xian pondered for a moment before confirming.
All right.
I agree.
Spare Wen Shu.
However, you must not interfere with the rest of the Yi family. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of you and your disciple. Ing Xian warned sternly. Understood. The second elder complied and exchanged a few pleasantries before putting away his elder's token, sitting heavily on a stool. Meanwhile, in Ling Xiaoyu's room, things were lively. Yu Zifeng leaned beside her, playfully saying, Mother, am I impressive? Offing is the most impressive. Ling Xiaoyu looked at him helplessly. It was thanks to you that the Shadow Dust sect refrained from intervening. Perhaps we should reward you. Upon hearing the word reward, Yu Zifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mother, is there a reward? Can I choose it myself? Xiao Hongyi and Zichai chimed in eagerly. Xiaoyu, you can't favor one over the other. We haven't been left out either. Ling Xiaoyu felt a bit overwhelmed by their attention. Moreover, Xiaoyu, Zichai added, wrapping her arms around Ling Xiaoyu's other arm. Look over there, at that Yi San. I've been watching him all this time. You can't leave me out of the fun. All right. What do you all want? Ling Xiaoyu, unable to shake them off, agreed. I want a turtle marrow pill, Zichai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiaojia, I don't want pills. I want you to take me treasure hunting soon. Xiao Hongyi cried out, rushing to her. Don't worry. I won't forget. Ling Xiaoyu smiled affectionately. And often? She turned to Yu Zifeng, asking. Yu Zifeng appeared somewhat shy. Now all three pairs of eyes were on him, filled with curiosity. Finally, Yu Zifeng uttered. Mother, may I have another kiss? Chapter 72. Yuan Shu is released wet. The three exclaimed in unison. A Feng. Are you feeling feverish? Ling Xiaoyu stammered, extending her hand to touch his forehead. Mother, I'm perfectly well. Yu Zifeng insisted. May I steal another kiss? It feels so comforting when you kiss me. Ling Xiaoyu glanced at the two who were retreating to observe from a distance, Xiao Hongyi and Zika, and suddenly gritted her teeth. You too. Don't even think about any rewards.
No.
Sister Yu, I was wrong. Xiao Hongyi immediately changed sides. That little madman. How can you, as a grown man, kiss a woman so casually? But she is my mother. Yu Zifeng replied innocently. Is there a problem with kissing my own mother? This, quite reasonable. I find myself at a loss for words. Xiao Hongyi quickly surrendered. Zika quietly approached and whispered in Ling Xiaoyu's ear, How about I help you knock him out? Perhaps when he wakes up, he will have forgotten. Zika. Yu Zifeng glared at her. I am not deaf. I simply want to kiss my mother. Why shouldn't I? This. Zika nervously tugged at Xiao Hongyi and they both fled, shouting as they ran. We know nothing. We want nothing. A phone, Ling Xiaoyu awkwardly coaxed. How about we postpone that? We should first deal with the matters concerning the Yi family, all right?
Yes.
Let us handle the Yi family first and then we can kiss, okay? Really, mother? Yu Zifeng gleefully exclaimed like an overjoyed puppy. Great. Let us hurry. Very well. Ling Xiaoyu quickly took his hand and led him towards the Lord's chamber. At that moment, Chenzong and Senli were reminiscing inside the room when they suddenly heard the sound of running from outside. In the blink of an eye, their door was flung open, and two young figures dashed in. Stop! You cannot barge into the Lord's chambers, shouted the guards, but their footsteps did not falter. Never mind. You may withdraw. Senli, upon recognizing Ling Xiaoyu, waved off his subordinates. He turned to her and asked, Miss Ling, is there something the matter? Lord Sun, we must interrogate the Yi family immediately. Yu Zifeng said, a mix of urgency and excitement in his voice. Ling Xiaoyu wore a disheartened expression, holding her forehead in silence. What has happened? Why the sudden urgency? Senli, bewildered, was not the only one. Even Chenzong was puzzled. I see now. Senli suddenly understood. The fairy tomb? Chenzong furrowed his brow. That place is quite eerie. What do you intend to do there? Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Ling Xiaoyu felt warmth in her chest as she noticed the genuine concern in the eyes of the two elders. All right. Then, let us promptly deal with the main branch of the Yi family. Senli decisively declared, and they swiftly made their way to the Lord's prison. The second elder had been closely monitoring the situation, naturally following suit. Lord Sun, please show mercy. Senli grew somewhat displeased. Second elder. The Yi family has committed such a grave error, and the Shadow Dust sect has continuously sheltered them. I cannot help but suspect that there is a connection between them and the demon sect. No. That is not true. The second elder hurriedly denied. The Shadow Dust sect has not protected the Yi family. We only wish to take Wenshu away, and the Yi family's affairs are no longer our concern. Lord Sun, this is a personal letter from our sect leader. Please take a look. The second elder, disregarding his own dignity for the sake of his esteemed disciple, respectfully presented the note sent from Yingjian. Upon reading it, Senli's expression grew solemn. He turned to Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng, contemplating for a moment before finally sighing. Very well. You may take Yu Wenshu away. Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng exchanged puzzled glances. Alas, this matter is beyond my capability. I will explain the reasons to you both when the opportunity arises. I hope you can grant me this favor. Senli bowed to Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng. Seeing Senli's troubled expression and recalling the Shadow Dust sect, Ling Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and relented. Very well. Release Yu and Shu. The rest of the Yi family must be executed promptly. Miss Ling, rest assured, your great kindness will be etched in my memory. And the Yi family has indeed committed a grave mistake. I will arrange it immediately. At this point, Senli no longer intended to interrogate them further. He directly ordered people to bring Yi and Shu out. He then commanded, bring the main branch of the Yi family to Xingtai. Execute them immediately. Carry it out at once. Yes. The chief guard of the prison answered, leading a team to apprehend them. Standing beside the second elder, Yu and Shu glared resentfully at Ling Xiaoyu and the others. When no one was watching, he cast a similar gaze at the second elder. Feigning a compliant demeanor, Yu and Shu said, Yes, Master. I am aware of the grave errors committed by the Yi family. For the sake of the common people, I will no longer intervene. The second elder cautioned. Take care on your journey. Senli cast a deep glance at Yu and Shu. Keep an eye on your disciple. I understand. The second elder bowed deeply and then departed with Yu and Shu. As they passed Xingtai, Yu and Shu halted, fixing his gaze on his family members, internally repeating, Father, Mother, Sister, rest assured. I, Yu and Shu, vow here and now to make those who have harmed you pay dearly, to seek vengeance in the future. I must endure this humiliation and survive for now. I cannot accompany you now, but you must wait for me. Chapter 73, Journey to the Fairy Tomb after the execution of the direct descendants of the Yi family. The collateral branches were also escorted out of the city one after another, and the assets of the Yi family gradually found their way into the hands of the populace, leading to a wave of jubilation throughout the city. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Ling Xiaoyu and her companions finally set out for the fairy tomb. Rest assured, you must exercise caution, for it is the fairy tomb. Chen Zong expressed his sentiments. Xiaoyu, prioritize your own safety above all else. Do not act recklessly. As they passed through the city gates, the group hastened towards the direction of the fairy tomb. Ling Xiaoyu remained silent, and thus her companions refrained from speaking. At that moment, she was engrossed in studying the Qingshuang method, a technique acquired after the downfall of the Yi family. The first page of the manual detailed its origins, prompting Ling Xiaoyu to marvel inwardly, is this not tailored specifically for me? The text stated that to practice this method, one must first be female, secondly, one must have never engaged in cultivation, and lastly, and most importantly, one must be an individual from another realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiaoyu opted to learn it. The result was astonishing. A young woman clad in azure suddenly experienced a surge in her cultivation level, soaring from the 3rd stage of ethereal to the 9th stage in an instant. The other 4 were left speechless, as was Ling Xiaoyu herself. This effect was quite extraordinary. The system silently derided a certain tree in its heart. Dare to threaten me? Just wait. You will regret it.
Xiaoyu,
What is this? Zika asked, her mouth agape in confusion. Zika and Xiao Hongyi exchanged glances, thinking, I can hardly believe you. You sleep like a pig every night, and during the day, you either play or run about. How can you claim to be diligently cultivating? Ling Xiaoyu awkwardly met their disapproving gazes, hesitant to speak. Just then, Yuzi Feng unexpectedly chimed in, rescuing her while simultaneously ensnaring her in another dilemma. Mother, may I kiss you now? Zika and Xiao Hongyi's attention was instantly captivated, and they began to tease. That. Ling Xiaoyu quickly shielded her face, unsure how to explain to Yuzi Feng that she could not grant him such a request. Then was mother deceiving Fenger all along? Yuzi Feng pouted, looking at Ling Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression.
Oh no.
Not at all. Please let me explain. Ling Xiaoyu covered her eyes with her hand, avoiding his pleading gaze. It's just that, you cannot. Peeking through a small gap between her fingers, she saw Yuzi Feng still gazing at her with that woeful expression. She abruptly turned her head and found herself face to face with Yi Sanji.
Pointing at him,
She exclaimed, Hey, look over there. The trio's attention successfully shifted to Yi Sanji.
What?
I hadn't noticed before. It turns out Sanji cleans up quite nicely. Ling Xiaoyu sighed in relief at having redirected the conversation. Indeed. How surprising. Xiao Hongyi, ever the curious one, approached and playfully pinched Yi Sanji's cheek. Smooth and elastic. You wouldn't happen to be a woman, would you? Yi Sanji was left speechless, his expression darkening. Miss Xiao, please show some decorum.
Yes, you?
I am a genuine man. Very well. Xiao Hongyi circled around him, deep in thought. Hongyi, what are you doing? Zika could not contain her curiosity.
He.
Xiao Hongyi grinned mischievously, turning to Yi Sanji. Yi Sanji. Before she could finish, Yi Sanji interrupted. Miss Xiao should already know that my surname is not Yi. I was originally named Qingyi. Please call me Qingyi.
Oh, Chenki.
Xiao Hongyi nodded in acceptance. Tell me, did we help you avenge your grievances? Yes. I shall never forget the great kindness you have shown. If you have any commands, I shall obey without question. Cheng-Yi declared earnestly, kneeling down to vow his loyalty.
Hey.
No need to kneel. Xiao Hongyi hastily urged, helping him up. That is not what I meant. I have no intention of demanding your life. Rather, I have a small request that I hope you can fulfill. Hongyi, what are you up to? Even Ling Xiaoyu grew curious, while Yuzi Feng looked at her with confusion. Please, Miss Qingyi, he said with utmost seriousness. Xiao Hongyi chuckled, suddenly producing a set of women's clothing and tossing it to him.
Put this on for me.
This request should not be too difficult, right? Cheng-Yi's expression shifted dramatically, a spectrum of colors flashing across his face.
I
am a man. Ling Xiaoyu and Zika struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed as they shook with mirth. Good child. Well done. Xiao Hongyi clapped her hands in delight. Hurry along. We shall wait for you here. Thus, the group settled down, claiming it was for rest. Moments later, a young woman clad in a white dress emerged gracefully from the dense forest, leaving everyone in awe.
Wow.
She is absolutely stunning. Both Xiao Hongyi and Zika exclaimed in unison. Ling Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. This sincerity truly suits her well. It is a shame she has spent her life as a man. Old hag. Always causing trouble. Yuzi Feng thought for a moment that the young woman was quite beautiful, but soon began to disdain Xiao Hongyi.
Ha. You little lunatic.
If you have the ability, don't look. Xiao Hongyi retorted without hesitation. I am not as perverted as you, enjoying watching men dress as women. Yuzi Feng turned away, choosing to ignore them as he quietly munched on a baked cake.
Ha.
I enjoy it. What business is it of yours? Xiao Hongyi tossed her head arrogantly, then turned back to Cheng-Yi with a glimmer in her eye.
Hey, little Cheng-Yi.
Just come along with us. I will protect you. At this, Ling Xiaoyu was left speechless. Sister, are you really older than him? Chapter 74. First, to the Ji family under the oppressive influence of Xiao Hongyi. Cheng-Yi reluctantly donned a female disguise and continued on the journey with them. After departing from Paxi City, a mysterious figure clad entirely in black appeared atop the city walls, observing their receding silhouettes with a cold smirk. He produced a crystal ball, his expression malevolent. Upon closer inspection, it was densely filled with souls, among which the spirits of the Yi family had already been captured. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stored it away and retrieved another orb containing but a single spirit, Yu Yuan.
Yevu Yuan?
The man in black rasped, calling out to the spirit. I grant you a choice. Do you wish to live or to die? Respected. Master. Yu Yuan's spirit prostrated itself in fear.
I
wish to live. I implore you to spare me.
Huh?
The man in black seemed to relish Yu Yuan's terror.
Fool.
If you wish to survive, you must obediently follow my commands. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Yu Yuan frantically bowed his head, terrified of inadvertently provoking the man and facing obliteration. After a few more derisive laughs, the man in black withdrew him, crushed a transmission talisman, and vanished from sight. Not long after his disappearance, Sun Li arrived, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a chilling aura that was most unsettling. After observing for a while, without discerning the direction of the black-clad man's escape, he took out a black communication talisman, seemingly to contact someone. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu and the others continued their leisurely walk. Xiao Hongyi incessantly circled Cheng-Yi, pinching his arms and waist, while Cheng-Yi endured the attention. They were originally meant to pass through Yaoxing Valley, but in an effort to avoid Xiao Hongyi's painful memories, they collectively chose an alternate route, thereby narrowly missing the little fox once again. Poor Ling Daji was left frantically searching for her master, unaware that he had already moved on. TT, is this direction convenient for your home? Ling Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Yes,
It is.
upon the mention of the Ji family, Ji Cha's mood visibly darkened, her smile becoming somewhat forced. It's all right. We will assist Hongyi in seizing the treasure first. My matters can wait. Alas, it's my fault. Xiao Hongyi ceased her circling of Cheng Yi and approached Ji Cha, draping her arm across the latter's shoulders. I didn't consider this point. Since it's on the way, we shall proceed in order. Yu Jia, let us head to TT's house first.
All right.
Ling Xiaoyu regarded Xiao Hongyi with satisfaction, fully aware of her friend's urgent desire for vengeance. Their team was becoming increasingly harmonious. 3 days later, they finally arrived at Mu City, west of the Ji family.
Wow.
As expected, this is one of the most prosperous cities in Jialan continent. The city gates are incredibly extravagant. Ling Xiaoyu marveled at the resplendent gates, her astonishment evident.
Hee.
Yujia, Xiao Hongyi playfully approached her. How does this compare to your family? Which is more impressive?
These.
Ling Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. What family did she have? It was merely a system space and a storage bracelet. System. Shuangjian. Need it even be asked? My mother is undoubtedly more formidable. Yu Zifeng was a staunch mother supporter, believing her mother could do no wrong. As expected, his statement elicited 3 disdainful glares. Even Cheng Yi could not help but interject. Young Master Yu, tread carefully. What's the issue? My mother. Yu Zifeng protested, but Ling Xiaoyu swiftly covered his mouth, stifling his words.
Ah.
Ha ha ha. Indeed, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must speak with discretion. Ling Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. I always tell you to avoid arrogance, do you understand? Thus, while she held on to Yu Zifeng, they purchased tickets to enter the city. Yes, tickets were required. 100 blue star coins per person. Even the affluent Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of regret. It was merely a dilapidated city gate. What was there to boast about? Fearing unnecessary complications on the journey, Ling Xiaoyu had already requested Xiao Hongyi to alter their appearances, although Cheng Yi, who had only recently donned women's attire, was not included in this transformation. Upon entering the city, Cheng Yi became the most eye-catching among them, drawing numerous gazes, including one particularly intense stare from a private room in Ji Shaolu. Upon arriving in the territory of the Ji family, Ji Cha naturally wished to make an impression and fortuitously led them to Ji Shaolu. Ji Cha exclaimed in shock, What? When I left, didn't they say it could last another 2 years? Indeed, everything was fine. Manager Ian lamented sorrowfully. However, I don't know how it happened, but last month, the head of the family's condition worsened. She instructed us to contact you as quickly as possible. We sent numerous transmission talismans, but they all vanished without a trace. If it weren't for this old servant's desperate efforts to stop her, the head would have gone out to seek you herself. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback by the head of the Ji family's deep affection for her niece, enduring grave illness, yet intent on seeking Ji Cha. It seemed the affairs of the Ji family were far from simple.
All right.
Ji Cha, roused from her sorrow by Ling Xiaoyu, hurriedly sought to lead them to the Ji family. Suddenly, a frivolous male voice echoed down the staircase. Oh.
Whose little maiden is this?
Ling Xiaoyu and the others did not recognize that the comment was directed at them and continued on their way. You all have quite the audacity. The guards accompanying the frivolous man protested. Can't you hear my young master calling you?
Halt.
Chapter 75. The dandy Yun Yicheng after Ling Xiaoyu finished her inquiry. She scrutinized the man before her. He held a folding fan, its handle adorned with a large jade pendant, and his attire, embellished with golden threads, complemented a dazzling crown encrusted with jewels. Ling Xiaoyu could not help but shudder. He was the very embodiment of a nouveau riche in ancient garb. When she remained silent, the frivolous man had yet to notice her presence, for her appearance was rather ordinary. However, upon speaking, her innate grace captured his attention. Ah, I did not realize a beauty graced us with her presence. How remiss of me. Yun Zika felt a surge of urgency. The family had awaited Ling Xiaoyu to come to his aid. An involuntary yun escaped her lips. But then she recalled her change of attire. Only her familiar companions and the shopkeeper would recognize her. Quickly, She amended her words. If there are no pressing matters. My good sir, we shall meet again by fate. With that, she grasped Ling Xiaoyu's hand, turning to leave. However, the frivolous man was not to be deterred. He strode over and seized Ling Xiaoyu's other arm. Hey, you seem rather hasty, my dear. Would you allow your brother to escort you? Yu Zifeng's expression darkened, and he immediately intervened. If you no longer wish to keep your hands, just say the word, and I shall assist you in severing them. How audacious! What manner of creature are you to speak so to our young master? A guard beside the frivolous man pointed a finger at Yu Zifeng, admonishing him loudly. Yu Zifeng remained silent, intent on teaching the man a lesson, but Ling Xiaoyu restrained him. Might I inquire the name of this gentleman and the purpose of your call? I am Yuni Cheng, my name unchanged and my lineage unaltered. The frivolous man, the legitimate young master of the Yun family from Shimu City, advanced boldly upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's polite inquiry, attempting once more to grasp her hand. This time, with Yu Zifeng beside her, such an act would not be permitted. They swiftly evaded his grasp, inadvertently revealing Cheng Yi in the process. From the beginning, Yuni Cheng's target had been Cheng Yi. Thus, he did not pause. Rushing forward to embrace Cheng Yi, the patrons of Zixiao Tower began to murmur. What a calamity! A virtuous maiden is about to be defiled. Indeed. Who knows where this fellow hails from? No one marked by the young master of the Yun family ever escapes unscathed. The shopkeeper of Zixiao Tower regained his senses. Ah, young Master Yun, these esteemed guests are from my family. You must not act rashly. Perhaps I could assist you in finding a few ladies for your amusement, and we shall consider your expenses on behalf of Zixiao Tower. Coughing, the usually silent Xiao Hongyu witnessed Cheng Yi being seized and found herself choked with laughter. Ling Xiaoyu buried her face in Yu Zifeng's embrace, who reveled in the moment, tightening his hold.
Ah!
Shopkeeper Yin, do not blame me for not warning you. The affairs of our young master are not within your purview. A guard halted Shopkeeper Yin, who had rushed to pull Yun Yicheng away. That is not Shopkeeper Yin, anxious for his daughter, sought to clarify, but Yun Yicheng interjected. He disregarded Shopkeeper Yin entirely, grasping Cheng Yi's chin. In that instant, he was momentarily taken aback. Although the woman appeared fair and delicate, her jaw felt unexpectedly coarse.
Huffed.
Ling Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter while nestled in Yu Zifeng's arms.
Cheng Yi.
Unfazed by the jest, stared blankly at Yun Yicheng and suddenly spoke. Are you certain? Yun Yicheng recoiled as if struck by lightning. What manner of creature are you?
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Hongyu laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. Even the previously anxious Zika was on the brink of laughter, clearing her throat. Ahem. You all. Yun Yicheng stumbled backward as if haunted, incessantly rubbing his back. His guards rushed to support their master. You seek death. Seize them. Yu Zifeng intervened, halting their advance. It was your young master who embraced Cheng Yi. Why are you now enraged and seeking to brawl? You, what kind of pervert are you? Clearly a man, yet donning women's attire. Yun Yicheng was repulsed, clutching his chest, recalling the nauseating moment when he almost kissed Cheng Yi. It was not I who compelled you to embrace me. I found it rather distasteful. Cheng Yi retorted with feigned seriousness. I deliberated for quite some time on whether to inform you. How absurd. I was just flirted with by a man. You, scoundrel. Yun Yicheng exclaimed, eyes wide, pointing at Cheng Yi. Miss Xiao, have someone change this outfit at once. Cheng Yi turned to Xiao Hongyi, her expression one of feigned grievance. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hongyi continued to laugh, nearly breathless, waving her hand. All right, we shall change it shortly. I have taken note of your words. Cheng Yi quickly seized the opportunity to confirm with her. Xiao Hongyi finally managed to squeeze out a sound. Zika observed Yun Yicheng's stubborn demeanor and called for the chief steward of the Ji family, Ji Meng. Shortly thereafter, Ji Meng arrived at Zixiao Tower, where both parties stood at an impasse, unwilling to yield. Young Master Yun, what seems to be the trouble? Has someone wronged you? Ji Meng approached, seeking to support Yun Yicheng. Having dealt with people often, she was adept at winning the crowd's favor. Upon her inquiry, the ordinary patrons, though reluctant to step forward, began to murmur amongst themselves. In this world, it truly is a case of noble families protecting one another. Indeed. Young Master Yun approached them of his own accord. Exactly. The lady did not lift a finger.
Who could argue?
The young lady was exceedingly courteous throughout. Yun Yicheng listened to the tavern's discussions, realizing he had lost today. In such a public setting, he dared not provoke the Ji family. Ji Meng wore a satisfied expression. As long as young Master Yun is well, I shall return to handle the accounts. Very well. Yun Yicheng maintained his composure, waving his hand at his subordinates. Let us depart. Chapter 76. The head of the Zi family, Zi Linglong. After Yun Yicheng departed, Zi Meng exchanged a furtive glance with Zi Cha and made her way to the back courtyard of the tavern. Zi Cha hurriedly led Ling Xiaoyu and the others out of Zixiao Tower, racing toward the Zi residence. Simultaneously, Zi Meng rushed out through the back door of Zixiao Tower to meet up with Zi Cha, and they finally converged at a side entrance of the Zi estate. Aunt Meng. Zi Cha quickly approached and grasped Zi Meng's hand. How is my aunt? Sighing, Zi Meng hesitated before speaking. I think it would be better if I took you to see her myself.
All right.
Zi Cha's heart was filled only with concern for Zi Linglong. Let us hurry and talk as we go. And these individuals? Zi Meng gently inquired, holding back Zi Cha. Are they your friends?
Oh.
My mind. Zi Cha slapped her forehead and pulled Ling Xiaoyu closer. Aunt Meng, this is Xiaoyu. She possesses remarkable medical skills, and I specifically brought her to treat my aunt. However, Zi Meng appeared hesitant, her expression troubled. After all, the Zi family had been fiercely guarding Zi Linglong's condition, fearful that malicious individuals might exploit the information to harm the family. Aunt Meng, it's all right. Please trust me. Zi Cha implored with urgency. If there is anything Xiaoyu cannot cure, then my aunt. Oh, please take us inside quickly. Very well.
Zi Meng, observing Zika's resolute demeanor,
Remained skeptical but decided it was better to allow her to try, given Zi Linglong's deteriorating condition. Follow me. You, child, should tidy yourself up first. After they finally composed themselves, they arrived at Linglong Pavilion, the residence of Zi Linglong. The courtyard was adorned with numerous medicinal herbs, including several rare five-flower grasses. The most striking feature was a robust tree with deep purple leaves, interspersed with delicate light and dark purple blossoms. Foolish child. I am perfectly fine. Zi Linglong raised her hand to tuck back Zi Cha's disheveled hair, a result of her hurried arrival. But you, where have you been all this time? I could not reach you, and the family has been worried sick. Aunt. Zi Cha, seeing Zi Linglong's brave facade, felt a surge of sorrow and buried her face in her aunt's embrace, sobbing, You cannot leave me, auntie. What a little crybaby. Zi Linglong, her complexion pale, managed a tender smile while patting Zi Cha's head. Look at you. You still seem like a child. Head of the family. Zi Meng's eyes glistened with tears. Her throat choked with emotion, struggling to articulate her feelings.
Oh, dear.
You too. Zi Linglong feigned annoyance.
All right.
Cha-cha, stand up. You're not a little girl anymore. Do you not fear your friends will laugh at you? At this, Zi Cha was jolted into action by Zi Linglong's teasing words, quickly pulling Ling Xiaoyu forward. Xiaoyu, please take a look at my aunt and tell me what is wrong with her. With a resigned roll of her eyes, Ling Xiaoyu remarked, You needn't fret. I observed earlier that the head of the Zi family is surely poisoned, and not by just one type. Zi Meng was taken aback by this revelation. Unable to comprehend how such a young and unassuming girl could accurately diagnose that the head of the family was indeed poisoned by multiple sources. Zi Linglong gazed intently at Ling Xiaoyu, choosing silence as she extended her right hand. Ling Xiaoyu did not rush to take her pulse but continued, Head of the family, if I am not mistaken, you must know how many types of poison you have been afflicted with, yes? And if I am correct, you likely have an idea of who administered it?
Really?
Zi Cha gasped, while Zi Meng furrowed her brow, casting a concerned glance at Zi Linglong.
Ah.
You must be Xiaoyu. Zi Linglong suddenly chuckled. It appears you are quite an important friend to Cha-Cha. No wonder she trusts you so deeply. Why don't you take my pulse first? Very well. Ling Xiaoyu felt the weight of Zi Linglong's words regarding friendship and trust, and readily agreed, adding, however, This poison will require my unique techniques. Please wait outside for a moment. Zi Meng hesitated, her expression laden with uncertainty as she looked at Zi Linglong. Xiaoyu. Please don't keep us in suspense. Quickly, tell me. Zicha urged, shaking Ling Xiaoyu's arm with impatience. Yet, all that Zimeng could see was Zi Linglong giving her a gentle nod, while Zicha was swiftly escorted out by Xiao Hongyi and Yu Zifeng. All right. Ling Xiaoyu nodded and asked, Aunt, have you already realized that you may not have much time left? With a pained nod, Zi Linglong replied, Yes. I have been increasingly lethargic lately. If it weren't for my physical condition, I would have sought you out myself long ago. If I'm correct, Aunt, you likely have a suspect in mind for the poisoning, yes? Is it someone connected to Cha-Cha? Ling Xiaoyu inquired softly. A shadow of grief crossed Zi Linglong's face as she nodded. Indeed. No matter how hard I try to mediate, I cannot extricate him from this situation. His actions this time were lethal. Nothing else matters. I only fear for Cha-Cha's safety. Is it? Ling Xiaoyu leaned closer and whispered in Zi Linglong's ear, Is it Cha-Cha's father? You. Zi Linglong's expression shifted to one of shock. How did you know? Do not let Cha-Cha find out. I understand. Ling Xiaoyu affirmed, however, concealing the truth is not a viable solution. Cha-Cha will eventually learn of it. Moreover, she was previously targeted in Changtong County. Had I not intervened, she might have lost her life. She seemed sorrowful and reluctant to discuss the matter, but I suspect it may be related to that individual.
What?
Zi Linglong's voice rose slightly in disbelief. I never imagined. Cha-Cha is his flesh and blood. Is power truly so intoxicating? Chapter 77. Attempting to detoxify Hush. Lin Xiaoyu raised her hand to stop Zi Linglong from continuing. Aunt, do not worry. To be honest, I am unsure if I can completely rid you of this poison, but we must try. Yes, I understand. Zi Linglong calmed her heart, constantly thinking that as long as she could live a few more days, she could protect Cha-Cha for a little longer. I will cooperate fully with you. Rest assured, I have never easily given up my life. Even for Cha-Cha, I will strive to endure. And do not fret. Even if I cannot completely detoxify you for now, I will do my utmost to suppress the poison. There will surely be a way. Lin Xiaoyu spoke with an air of mystery. However, I must keep my efforts to detoxify you a secret from everyone. Zi Linglong looked at Lin Xiaoyu in confusion. Everyone? Lin Xiaoyu nodded enigmatically. Indeed. I mean everyone, including Aunt Meng and Cha-Cha. Zi Linglong gasped. Why is that? Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was already focused on examining her, Zi Linglong chose not to speak further, merely waiting for the verdict. And the other poisons are not significant. But there is one type I find somewhat elusive. Lin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in contemplation. I am somewhat familiar with this poison. Yet it is different from what I know. Do you have any idea what it might be? Zi Linglong's expression darkened suddenly. I believe I know. It is a new poison developed by the poison sect called Phoenix Returning Pill. The name hardly suggests it is a poison, but its origin implies that even a phoenix must return. Thus it was named Phoenix Returning Pill, a modified version of the Returning Calamity Pill. Phoenix Returning Pill? Lin Xiaoyu felt uneasy. Her heavenly medical codex did not record this new type of poison, though the Returning Calamity Pill was included. However, since it was modified, the antidote would likely be ineffective. Yes, this poison is colorless and tasteless. It only manifests when dissolved in wine. This is how I can be certain he was behind it all, for since I was poisoned, I have only ever drunk the wine he poured for me. And do not panic. Let us first cleanse the other minor poisons. Lin Xiaoyu, having not thought of an effective method, addressed Zi Linglong. However, since you have been poisoned for quite some time, the toxins have already deeply affected your system. What was once a simple antidote will now take more time to administer, and you may find it more uncomfortable. Please bear with it. I can manage. Zi Linglong was surprised that the troublesome poisons she suffered were regarded as minor by Lin Xiaoyu, which filled her with hope and excitement. You proceed with the detoxification. Having endured much in life, I can withstand this. Indeed. Aunt, you must continue to feign weakness. We must not reveal any signs. I fear if he detects something amiss, he may strike again, and we cannot predict what he might do next. Lin Xiaoyu explained while preparing the antidote. Understood. Zi Linglong recognized Lin Xiaoyu's capabilities, and thus was even more cooperative. You may not understand why I do not want you to inform Aunt Meng and Cha-Cha yet? Lin Xiaoyu observed Zi Linglong. who seemed eager to speak yet unsure where to begin. The reason is that they are too straightforward, their emotions evident on their faces. I fear they may inadvertently reveal something and draw suspicion.
All right.
I understand. I will keep it from Aunt Meng and Cha-Cha. Xilinglong nodded firmly. Aunt, forgive my frankness. Ling Xiaoyu handed an antidote to Xilinglong. Are you not considering how to deal with Zikapai? Xilinglong paused, taking the antidote and tossing it into her mouth, her expression turning troubled. After all, he is my elder brother, Cha-Cha's father.
Aunt.
You are being foolish. Ling Xiaoyu suddenly adopted a serious tone. Have you considered that he has repeatedly targeted you, your second aunt, and even his own daughter? Does he still regard you as family? But Xilinglong could not bear the thought. Such betrayal among kin is something only the truly deranged would do. Your second aunt is likely still missing, is she not? Ling Xiaoyu pressed. Think again. If I had not been by Cha-Cha's side, would you still be able to see her alive today? Xilinglong's heart sank. Indeed. Rose has yet to be found. He is our true elder brother. We have always respected him. Why would he act this way? Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha is such a well-behaved child. How could he harm her? I was wrong. Xiaoyu, you are right. The more I indulge him, the more harm I bring to my closest ones. Not only does he pose a danger to family, but you are also aware of his collusion with the poison sect. Ling Xiaoyu, seeing the time was right, passed her another antidote. You may not have received the news yet, but the poison sect has now fallen under the control of the heavenly demon sect. Do you wish to see your vast family estate taken away without a struggle?
What?
Xilinglong, having just placed the antidote in her mouth, gasped upon hearing the name of the heavenly demon sect, nearly choking on the pill. The heavenly demon sect has emerged again. When did this happen? Not long ago. I encountered a replica of the soul-locking banner, and during my time in Qingtong County, both the Array sect and the poison sect were present, wielding the soul-locking array. Ling Xiaoyu's heart brimmed with rage at the mention of the heavenly demon sect. If it were not for this wretched sect, she would not have to toil so tirelessly on missions. The soul-locking array. It is he. Xilinglong was utterly shocked. No, it cannot be. He cannot still be alive. Who could it possibly be? Aunt, do you have knowledge of the soul-locking array? Ling Xiaoyu was astonished. Xilinglong appeared younger than Yulia. Yet her demeanor suggested she knew more than Yulia did. Xilinglong's face reflected deep conflict. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot disclose much to you at this moment. When the opportunity arises, I will certainly clarify everything. For now, we must first deal with my brother. My foolish brother is likely being manipulated and unaware. All right, good. Ling Xiaoyu ceased her inquiries, gently taking hold of Xilinglong's right hand to check her pulse. Aunt, for now, please take these 2 types of antidotes. Taking too many may exacerbate the side effects, and tonight may not be easy for you. I apologize for your suffering. Do not worry, I will endure. If it becomes unbearable, I shall retreat to the secret chamber, ensuring no signs are revealed. Xilinglong's complexion improved significantly after taking the antidote. At that moment, those waiting outside could no longer contain their impatience and began calling from beyond the door. Aunt, let us in. Meanwhile, Zikapai rushed towards them in haste. Chapter 78. The efficacy of the antidote. Xilinglong cast a questioning glance at Ling Xiaoyu, who nodded in response before she spoke. You are such an impatient little girl. Come inside. Ling Xiaoyu looked at Zika apologetically and said, Cha-Cha. I am truly sorry. I have never encountered such a situation with my aunt before, and I cannot yet ascertain whether an effective antidote can be found. However, I will do my utmost to help her stabilize for now. Tears welled up in Zika's eyes as she cried out, Aunt, I don't want you to die. Zeming slapped Zika lightly on the back of her head and scolded, Pish, you silly girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Children speak without restraint. Zika did not resist, and merely lay there sobbing. Xilinglong looked at her with a heart full of compassion, biting her lip to suppress the truth she wished to reveal. Thinking to herself, Cha-Cha, for the future peace of the Ji family, I must endure watching you suffer for now. Zeming gazed at Xilinglong, her face etched with sorrow, and asked, Is there truly no way, master? Enough. Do not add to the chaos. Xiaoyu has already mentioned that there are currently no effective methods to detoxify. But she has managed to control the poison, so there is no immediate danger, Xilinglong replied, her expression relaxed. Yet, the more she attempted to reassure them, the more anxious Ximing and Zika became, sensing that she was merely comforting them. Master. Ximing's face bore a heavy sadness as she approached Zika to console her. Receiving Xilinglong's signal for help, Ling Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Do not be so pessimistic. I have managed to control the toxins in Ant's body. If all goes well, there should be no major issues for the next 3 months. During this time, I will seek ways to gradually detoxify her." Really? Zika asked through her tears, her face smeared with snot and tears. Ling Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly as she replied, I assure you. Zika, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt towards Ling Xiaoyu, who, startled, darted behind Xiao Hongyi. Xiao Hongyi shouted, "Ah, Zika, keep your distance. You've smeared snot all over my neck. I could kill you." The two then began to chase each other around the room, creating a lively commotion. Xilinglong watched this joyful scene with a smile of contentment. At that moment, someone outside announced, "Master, the elder has arrived." "Yes, indeed. I had not yet informed you," Zika replied, somewhat dazed. "This child. I have been preoccupied with finding various talents to treat your aunt, and in doing so, I momentarily forgot to inform you. Is it any wonder you are upset?" Zikapai remained unfazed, smoothly deflecting the situation. "Have you found anyone?" Zika asked with a pout of dissatisfaction. "Of course, I am still searching." Zikapai swiftly shifted the conversation. "Are these your friends?" "Yes." Zika did not press further, but instead followed his lead. "They are my very good friends." Zika emphasized the word very. Her gaze towards Zikapai's somewhat complex. "Father, have there been any updates about second aunt recently?"
None yet.
Zikapai feigned difficulty. "Cha-cha, do not dwell on it too much. She is, after all, your biological aunt. Your father believes she did not intend any harm." "Father." Zika looked at Zikapai, her expression conflicted. "It's nothing. I was merely inquiring. Did you come specifically to see your daughter?"
"Oh."
"You see, I am getting older and tend to forget things easily." Zikapai tapped his forehead and continued, "Linglong, I have just gathered a group of alchemists and herbalists. How are you feeling? If you are able, I can call them over to examine you." Seeing Xilinglong growing increasingly haggard, Zikapai expressed his concern. "Very well. Cha-cha, quickly take your friends to the guest quarters to rest, so as not to disturb your aunt. Linglong, ensure you rest well. I will bring them back tomorrow morning." "Yes, father," Zika replied, yet did not move. "All right, brother." Xilinglong nodded and then turned to Ximing, saying, Take the children to find a quiet courtyard and settle down. Do not concern yourself with me for now." Zikapai glanced at the individuals in the room and said nothing further before turning to leave.
"Master?"
Ximing did not wish to leave her alone. "Rest assured. Trust me. I shall lie down and sleep now. Your presence here will only disturb my rest." Xilinglong, feeling the antidote beginning to take effect, could no longer maintain her composure and insisted on sending them away. "Quickly go. All of you leave." "Yes." Ximing, seeing Xilinglong as stern demeanor, chose to obey and led Zika and Ling Xiaoyu out of the room. As soon as the door closed, Xilinglong curled up, gripping the bed curtains tightly, gritting her teeth to stifle any sounds. Previously, Ling Xiaoyu had warned her that the detoxification process would be quite arduous, and though she had mentally prepared herself, the waves of pain that surged through her made her feel as though life was worse than death. Suddenly, the door opened again, startling Xilinglong. She quickly adjusted her expression and glanced up to see Ling Xiaoyu entering. She abandoned any pretense and lay back on the bed, her face contorted in agony.
"Aunt."
"Are you all right?" Ling Xiaoyu asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice.
"Aunt."
"I have a type of medicine that can temporarily numb your senses." Ling Xiaoyu hesitated. "Perhaps you should take this pill. Does it have any side effects?" Xilinglong asked, forcing herself to suppress the cries threatening to escape her lips. "It may cause you to lose consciousness, but the medicine itself is not dangerous. It is just that I fear someone might." Ling Xiaoyu expressed her concern as she looked at Xilinglong. "I understand. I can use the Master S command to enact a special restriction. You leave the medicine with me. And quickly go find Cha-Cha. to prevent her from becoming suspicious. Xilinglong took the medicine and swallowed it in one gulp, while Ling Xiaoyu nodded and exited the room. With the last of her strength, Xilinglong cast a restriction on her chamber, and then she lost consciousness. Chapter 79. Testing as Ling Xiaoyu hurriedly pursued. Zika remained in a state of distraction. How fragrant! Xiao Hongyi inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "This courtyard is simply exquisite. Sister Yu, look at that tree. It's so grand, it might just become sentient in a few years."
What?
This remark successfully piqued the curiosity of several individuals, who turned to Ling Xiaoyu with eager, questioning eyes. What is Guangdong? What is the founding of the nation? Ling Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against a rock out of frustration. You misheard me. I meant that this tree stands out in the courtyard, destined for greatness in the future. At that moment, the tree rustled, shedding a flurry of white petals, resembling a gentle snowfall. Air. Perhaps that's possible. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback. The Ji family truly harbored hidden talents, as even a random courtyard featured a pear tree on the verge of becoming extraordinary. Yet, Zika was not preoccupied with such musings. She approached Ling Xiaoyu with a bitter expression. Xiaoyu, please tell me honestly, can my aunt's poison be cured? But I fear. Zika stammered, struggling to articulate her concerns, when Xiao Hongyi interrupted her loudly. Moreover, didn't Sister Yu say she has already managed to contain the spread of the poison? There shouldn't be any immediate issues. She just needs to recuperate. Xiao Hongyi wrapped her arm around Zika's shoulders. I believe that even if a specific antidote isn't found by then, Sister Yu will certainly have ways to continue helping your aunt manage it.
Yes.
Zika, rest assured. I will absolutely see this through regarding your aunt's poison. Ling Xiaoyu solemnly assured Zika. Observing Xiao Hongyi's earnest attempts to divert the conversation, Ling Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Ziming approached Ling Xiaoyu. May I call you Xiaoyu? Of course. Aunt Meng, feel free to speak your mind. Ling Xiaoyu harbored a fondness for this responsible elder. What you just mentioned about being able to control the poison within the family head, is it true? Ziming asked again, her disbelief evident. Yes, Aunt Meng. We will need your close cooperation in the coming days to uncover the identity of the one who has been poisoning secretly. Ling Xiaoyu grasped Ziming's hand and gazed deeply into her eyes. The following morning, Xilinglong slowly opened her eyes to find several young people surrounding her. Good morning, little ones.
Aunt.
How are you feeling? Zika was the most excited, still in disbelief that her aunt's poison had been contained. After taking the medicine Xiaoyu gave me, I feel much better, much more relaxed throughout my body. Xilinglong exclaimed childishly, instructing Ziming. Quickly bring me a mirror. I want to see if I look younger. Indeed. My complexion appears much improved. I look younger. Xilinglong held the mirror, admiring herself as she teased Zika. Zika, come look at your aunt. Isn't she starting to resemble your young lady friends?
Aunt.
Zika gazed at Xilinglong, who indeed looked significantly better than the previous day. Her heart finally feeling at ease. Anne has always been youthful and beautiful. Xiao Hongyi, ever sweet-tongued, directly praised Xilinglong, causing her to beam with delight. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of Zichin's voice. Linglong, I heard you're feeling better. I've brought the alchemists and pharmacists over. Let them examine you. Younger pharmacists? Zichin had already investigated the backgrounds of the individuals, but feigned surprise. I wonder where Miss Xiaoyu has learned her skills? My master is a wandering old pharmacist, rarely seen, and possesses no particularly notable title. I doubt anyone would recognize the name. Ling Xiaoyu replied in the most respectful tone while delivering the most infuriating statement. Oh, there exists such a humble and unambitious person? I truly wish to meet this elder. Zichin was not about to let her off easily, pressing on with her inquiry. She had come to test the waters today and could not allow these youngsters to thwart her plans. Thank you for your kind recognition, my lord. When I next contact my master, I will certainly convey your regards. Ling Xiaoyu, sensing Zichin's ulterior motives, surmised, is it that my lord does not trust my medical skills? Not at all. It's just... Zichin deliberately paused, glancing at Zika. Miss Xiaoyu is quite young. And wouldn't it be more advantageous to have multiple practitioners treating her? Indeed. Ling Xiaoyu replied as she approached Xilinglong. Very well. I shall first take your pulse. If my lord does not object? Of course not, Miss Yu. Please proceed. Ziqin watched intently as Ling Xiaoyu examined Xilinglong's pulse. Ziqin naturally sought to prevent any foul play, but alas, she was up against Ling Xiaoyu, who was destined to leave her disappointed. Chapter 80. A trap for you. Until Ling Xiaoyu finished taking the pulse and advised her to rise, Zipipa remained oblivious to any issues. She observed Xilinglong's calm demeanor, unchanged and smiling, as she said, Elder brother, please let them in. Very well. Zipipa, dismissing any further thoughts, agreed and stepped outside to summon a group of alchemists. Greetings, master of the Z family. The alchemists, mostly elderly men with graying beards, entered and respectfully bowed to Xilinglong. Please rise. You are all here to save my life. There is no need for such formality. Xilinglong courteously urged them to stand. One by one, they approached to take her pulse. Xilinglong cast a worried glance at Ling Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat anxious, a detail that did not escape Zipipa's notice as she continued to observe discreetly. After the alchemists conferred in hushed tones, their frowns deepened, indicating that the situation was not particularly promising. The knot of anxiety in Zipipa's heart, stemming from Xilinglong's slightly improved complexion, eased a fraction, yet he cautiously inquired, Masters, is there any remedy for my sister's ailment? Finally, one alchemist, stepping forward as the spokesperson, said, Esteemed sir, the master of the Z family is afflicted with poison, a combination of various lethal toxins. We currently possess no viable solution and... The man suddenly halted, casting a furtive glance at Ling Xiaoyu. Following his gaze, Zipipa noticed the unmistakable tension radiating from Ling Xiaoyu, which further relaxed his own apprehensions, prompting him to say, Masters, please speak freely.
Impossible.
Zicha was utterly shocked, unable to fathom how Ling Xiaoyu could harm her aunt. Xiaoyu would never do that. You are lying. You are all in cahoots. Young lady. The elder replied with calm composure, I have practiced medicine for many years and would never tarnish my reputation for the sake of the moment. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with this young lady, Ling Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Zicha turned to Ling Xiaoyu, and upon seeing the guilt etched on her face, she could no longer contain herself. How could you do this? I considered you my closest sister. How could you treat me this way? What is the reason for your actions? Faced with Zicha's emotional outburst, Ling Xiaoyu's heart was a tumult of conflicting feelings. Though this was the reaction she had sought, being questioned by someone she had deemed a sister brought her a tinge of sadness. Cha-cha, please trust me. Woo-woo-woo. You are all wicked people. Zicha, no longer targeting Ling Xiaoyu, collapsed onto the ground and wept bitterly. Deep down, she recognized the gravity of her aunt's poisoning, realizing that it was indeed a predicament of monumental proportions.
Aunt. Why? Zika implored, kneeling begrek Xilinglong's bezide.
We have never given up hope for your recovery. Why have you forsaken yourself? How could you be so selfish? How could you leave me behind? Cha-cha. Zipipa interjected, do not speak like that. Your aunt had no other choice, and your friend has surely done her utmost. Do not blame her. While this sounded like a defense for Ling Xiaoyu, it was actually a subtle attempt to sow discord, insinuating that the so-called efforts merely involved administering medicines that drained Xilinglong's vitality. What a heart-wrenching accusation. Ling Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes at Zipipa, thinking, indeed, you are the small villain I crafted. Your cunning is quite formidable. Fortunately, I understand your true nature. Elder brother, Xilinglong, concerned that Zicha might harbor resentment towards Ling Xiaoyu, promptly clarified, it was my request for Xiaoyu to provide the medicine. She is not to blame. Rest well. I will escort them out. My brother will ensure they devise a treatment plan swiftly. Zipipa's acting was remarkably convincing, every word dripping with sincerity. Thank you, elder brother. Xilinglong, catching Ling Xiaoyu's signal, deliberately provoked Zipipa. Elder brother, please find Rose quickly. I fear I may not have much time left. After all, she is our direct sister, and Cha-Cha is still young. The vast Z family must be entrusted to her. Upon hearing this, Zipipa's hands instinctively clenched, though her expression remained sorrowful. Do not speak such nonsense. My brother will undoubtedly find a cure for you. Rest assured, I have dispatched numerous personnel to search for Rose. It is no trouble. It is my duty. Please take care of yourself. With that, Zipipa turned to leave. Hush. Ling Xiaoyu quickly interrupted her. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Cha-cha. Do not cry any longer.
Zilinglong gently pulled Zika up.
Aunt is fine. It was all an act. Zicha looked utterly bewildered. I apologize. Dear child, Zilinglong said, her face a mask of contrition as she gazed at Zicha. I should not have involved you in this conflict. But he has already targeted you. Your aunt can no longer afford to be lenient.
Aunt. Zika stared at Zilinglong in astonishment.
You. Have you found the evidence? It is him, isn't it? Zilinglong remained silent, merely nodding gently. So it was indeed him. Zicha sat on the edge of the bed, despondent. I kept convincing myself that he wouldn't do this, that he wouldn't harm my aunt, that he wouldn't hurt me.
Cha-cha.
Xiao Hongyi felt a pang of sympathy for Zicha. She had lost her own family, yet she could still seek revenge. While Zicha was caught in the turmoil of familial betrayal, her internal conflict palpable. Zicha had long suppressed her emotions. But now that the Fade was shattered, she could no longer deceive herself. Overwhelmed by thoughts of her father's actions, she collapsed to the ground in tears. Ling Xiaoyu, witnessing this, felt her own eyes welling with tears, and Yuzi seized the moment to embrace her. Mother, do not cry. Chapter 81. The Purple Pipa leads the wolf into the house, while Ling Xiaoyu and her companions were embroiled in fervent activities at the Ji family. The little fox finally reached Pawsey City. After a series of eavesdropping, he unearthed a crucial piece of information. He had to confront the harsh reality. Ling Xiaoyu had utterly forgotten his existence. Muttering to herself, she pondered, could it be that I've caught a cold? Never mind. I shall take some cold medicine as a precaution. This is a pivotal moment. I cannot afford to falter. Oblivious to the fact that, thousands of miles away in Pawsey City, a little fox was drawing circles in a curse against her. Excellent work, praised Han Lei, the leader of the branch of the Tianma sect. Once our sect subdues the Ji family, you shall be duly rewarded. Thank you for your grace. The Purple Pipa, blissfully unaware, did not realize that Han Lei had already ended the call. The old man, Qin Rang, father of Qin Deng, immediately knelt upon hearing Han Lei's orders, exclaiming, Yes, I shall attend to it at once.
Wait.
This is a teleportation array talisman. It can be activated twice. The first will transport you there, and the second. Well, one can only wonder where it might lead. I hope you shall not need the second activation. Han Lei gazed impassively at Qin Rang. Furthermore, though the Purple Pipa possesses a modicum of cleverness, I find him rather unlikable. Dispose of him at your convenience. Yes, I shall obey. Qin Rang hastily departed with the teleportation talisman in hand. Ling Xiaoyu? Han Lei mused. The Ling family? Could it be that Ling family? How have they involved themselves in the mundane world? After much contemplation without yielding satisfactory conclusions, he shifted his focus to Yuzifeng. The Yulan sect, is it? It is time for the world to witness the might of our Tianma sect. Since the day Purple Tea fainted in Linglong Pavilion, she had locked herself in her room, refusing to eat, drink, or speak. Xiao Hongyi managed to unlock the door but found her heart impenetrable. Despite numerous attempts, she could not coax her to speak. Cha-cha. Xiao Hongyi implored, I understand your distress, but you must not punish yourself in this manner. It will only wear you down. If anything were to happen to you, how heartbroken would your aunt and we be? Purple Tea remained with her eyes tightly shut, refusing to respond. Just as Xiao Hongyi was about to continue her persuasion, Ling Xiaoyu entered her room. Cha-cha. I know this is hard for you to accept at the moment, but for the future of the Ji family, I had no choice. I will do my utmost to avoid harming him. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's words, Purple Tea's eyes trembled involuntarily, yet she remained silent. Ling Xiaoyu understood her unspoken sentiments, shook her head, and sighed. Hongyi, let us proceed. The Tianma sect's people should have arrived.
All right.
Xiao Hongyi cast one last glance at the motionless Purple Tea before gritting her teeth and following Ling Xiaoyu outside. Yujia, do you think Cha-Cha will be all right? Xiao Hongyi felt a pang of reluctance to leave Purple Tea alone. Rest assured, I have instructed Cheng Yi to keep watch over her. She must find her own way out. We cannot assist her. Ling Xiaoyu sighed in resignation. Our only task is to prevent the Purple Pipa from further tormenting the Ji family and restore her a warm home. Qin Rang had arrived at Shimu City, where the Purple Pipa eagerly welcomed him into his abode, oblivious to the death sentence that loomed over him. His mind consumed with thoughts of the rewards promised by Han Lei. What thrilled him most was the prospect of becoming the head of the Ji family. After years of restraint, he was finally poised to ascend to the position of the first male patriarch, with the support of the Tianma sect. The very thought made him smile, uncontrollably. Seeing the Purple People lost in his own reverie, Qin Rang wore a disdainful expression before shifting to one of feigned congeniality. Master Purple, allow me to extend my congratulations.
Ha ha ha.
Master Qin, you flatter me. Purple Linglong has yet to be apprehended, and I still require your assistance. The Purple Pipa beamed like a blossoming morning glory. Oh, no need for such formalities. You are the first male patriarch of the Ji family. Qin Rang pretended to be courteous. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The Ji family will rely on your support. Master Qin, you jest. Everyone knows that you and Master Che are the most favored by our lord. The Ji family will indeed depend on your guidance. The Purple Pipa, possessing a fair amount of cleverness, was quite articulate. Let us abandon this endless politeness. What can I do for you, Brother Purple? Qin Rang, no longer willing to engage in small talk, cut to the chase. I wonder if you still possess the Phoenix Pill? The Purple Pipa leaned in, lowering his voice. Brother Purple, you put me in a difficult position. The Phoenix Pill was just developed, and the materials required are exceedingly rare. It took the entire poison sect's efforts to produce a single one. Qin Rang scoffed inwardly. Considering the Purple Pipa a waste, squandering a precious Phoenix Pill, yet still daring to ask for more.
Then,
do you have any other poison pills that I might borrow? I promise to repay you generously in the future. The Purple Pipa, blinded by his ambition for the patriarch's position, could not think clearly. I do have some. However, the potency is extremely strong, and the one administering it may also be affected. Are you willing to take the risk? Qin Rang maliciously plotted against the Purple Pipa, having already devised a plan to dispose of him. Will I die from the poison? The Purple Pipa, anxious about his own fate, nervously inquired. Fear not, Brother Purple. How could I allow you to perish? The process of poisoning may be somewhat unpleasant, but Qin Rang feigned hesitation. Perhaps we should reconsider and seek another method. No. I want this one. Give it to me. We act tonight. The Purple Pipa, after a moment's reflection, made a decisive choice, gambling everything on this opportunity. Excellent. Brother Purple, you are truly bold. No wonder you are destined for greatness. Qin Rang deliberately praised him. With such resolve, it would be a crime for you not to be the patriarch. I eagerly await the good news from you. Absolutely. Tonight, I shall ensure that Purple Linglong meets her ancestors. The Purple Pipa was filled with determination, unaware that Ling Xiaoyu had already set a trap, waiting for him to leap into it. Chapter 82. Severely injured Qin Rang as night fell, Ling Xiaoyu and her companions quietly lay in ambush within Linglong Pavilion. Zikapa, showing no inclination for disguise, strode confidently into the establishment. Master, Zeman greeted upon spotting Zikapa. At this late hour, do you urgently seek the head of the family? With a light laugh, Zikapa replied, Indeed. It is quite urgent. Zeman furrowed her brow slightly. What matter could warrant disturbing the head at such an hour? The family's health before she could finish, Zikapa swiftly struck, rendering her unconscious on the ground.
Ah.
What urgency? Why, it is to send Xilinglong to meet our ancestors. Is there anything more pressing than that? Calmly, he pushed open the door and approached Xilinglong's bedside. Xilinglong, do not blame your brother for his ruthlessness. Blame the old woman for her favoritism. In other families, it is the sons who inherit the family legacy. Why must the Ji family treat their sons as mere aides? Are you unable to speak? Or do you simply refuse to converse with me? Zikapa continued with a gentle smile. I know you have long suspected my hand in this, but alas, you did not intervene in time. Otherwise, Rose would not have perished. It seems you have lost your voice, making it convenient for me to send you on your way. Still smiling warmly, Zikapa added, "Oh, I nearly forgot. I shall also send Zika to reunite with you. For she is your flesh and blood. Wouldn't you agree?" Outside, the others were left bewildered. As Zikapa spoke, he produced a jade vial and, upon uncapping it, forcefully plunged it into the bedding. Upon contact, he realized that what lay within was not a mere individual. Forgetting Qin Rang's instructions, he hastily threw back the covers, and the elixir within the vial immediately released its fumes, splattering him in the face.
Ah! Help!
Help! Zikapa's face was soon corroded, blood oozing from 5 orifices as he screamed, "Xilinglong, I know you are here, save me. I was wrong. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently." Ling Xiaoyu interjected, "On that day, you harmed your aunt, framed your second aunt, and orchestrated the fall of your second aunt from the cliff. You even attacked Zika in Qingtong County. Did you not consider that you too would meet such a fate? Lady Xiaoyu, save me. I know you are a divine healer." Zikapa cried out in agony. "It was the heavenly demon sect. They forced my hand. Qin Rang is still in my courtyard. I can lead you to him." "Humph. Do we need you to deliver the news? Qin Rang cannot escape." Ling Xiaoyu rebuked him sternly. Were it not for Zika, she would have truly disregarded his fate. "Xiaoyu Xilinglong arrived. Please spare him. After all, Zika and I understand." Reluctantly, Ling Xiaoyu approached and administered an antidote to Zikapa. "Xilinglong, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Zikapa could barely muster a whisper, gently lamenting to Xilinglong. Sighing, Xilinglong refrained from further speech, merely standing by in silence. Aunt Zika Ling Xiaoyu looked at Xilinglong, uncertain of how to proceed. He was mistaken. Gravely mistaken. Zika was his own flesh and blood. Xilinglong, fully aware of Ling Xiaoyu's unspoken question, calmly explained, as if addressing both her and Zikapa. "No, that cannot be. Zika is your child. I cannot bear children. You lie. You must be deceiving me. I have realized my mistakes. Xilinglong, do not torment me further. I do not deceive you. Zika is your own flesh and blood. When your elder sister was cast out by you, she was already with child. Fearing your rejection, she sought me out in secret." Xilinglong recounted the past quietly. "Seeing her plight, I arranged for her to have a place to stay." "Impossible! Impossible!" Zikapa shouted, covering his ears, yet he could not block out Xilinglong's seemingly gentle words. Unbeknownst to him, just before the birth, his elder sister slipped and suffered complications, leaving behind a newborn daughter. "All these years, you have regarded her as my daughter. 3 years ago, I informed you that she was your true daughter at this point." Xilinglong became slightly agitated. "Brother, do you not feel the bond of blood? How could the cold, unfeeling position of head of the family be worth such actions?" "No. Why?" Zikapa cried madly, crawling on the ground.
"Zika!
My Zika!" Meanwhile, Qin Rang was not faring any better. He had initially waited in his chamber, anticipating the Ji family's turmoil, hoping to escape amid the chaos. However, before long, his courtyard was completely surrounded. A contingent of guards burst in, catching him off guard. As they grappled with him, Yuzifeng and Qingyi appeared behind him, striking him down with a powerful blow. "Today, falling into your hands, I deem it my misfortune. You vile scoundrels, attacking from behind."
Qin Rang screamed in fury.
Yuzifeng paid no heed to his rants, silently ordering his apprehension, while shoving a cloth into Qin Rang's mouth. They swiftly made their way to Linglong Pavilion, where Zika, unable to contain herself, ultimately arrived. Upon entering and seeing Zikapa babbling incoherently on the ground, her mind went blank. This time, she did not cry. Instead, she approached him and softly said, "Father, please stop this." Her plea, filled with profound sorrow, compelled Xilinglong to pull Zika up. "Zika, cry out loudly.
Do not hold it in.
Your aunt understands your pain. Please, let it out." "Aunt, I am fine."
Truly."
Zika, with an expressionless face, broke free from Xilinglong's grasp and sat beside Zikapa once more. "Father, do you remember? When I was little you carried me through the streets, treating me to delightful treats. You promised to protect me always. I remember it so clearly. Now that you are old, let me protect you, shall I?" Zika Ling Xiaoyu also crouched beside her. Shall we lift uncle onto the bed? I still need to continue administering the antidote. That Qin Rang employed multiple poisons against him. Indeed. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Zika, pale-faced, rose determinedly to support Zikapa's arm. Chapter 83. Interrogation of Qin Liang. Ling Xiaoyu could not bear to witness the scene any longer and hurriedly rushed forward to embrace the purple pipa. Just as she lifted the purple pipa, Yunzi Feng entered the room, momentarily taken aback before adopting a cold expression. I have captured the person. They are outside. What shall we do with them? Ling Xiaoyu paid no heed and swiftly walked to the bedside, placing the individual gently on the bed before administering an antidote pill. Good. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Purple Ling Long sighed in relief, no longer glancing at Zichai, and turned to leave. Zichai remained obedient, nodding without any unusual reaction. Ling Xiaoyu pursed her lips and chose not to say more, taking Yunzi Feng's hand as they exited together.
Qin Liang.
Purple Ling Long exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. Where have you taken my sister? Humph. Dicheng, perhaps? Qin Liang displayed no sense of defeat, instead provoking Purple Ling Long further. She has long since fallen off a cliff. What a pity for her beautiful form. With hatred blazing in her eyes, Purple Ling Long focused intently on Qin Liang, unwilling to abandon her quest for Zicheng. You. Where did she fall?
Ha.
Wanna know? Qin Liang smirked lewdly. Release me, and I shall guide you there. What do you say? Such audacity from Qin. The sect master. Ling Xiaoyu interjected, seizing the moment. You are already a prisoner, yet you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you truly believe we cannot handle you? It's you. Qin Liang's gaze turned venomous upon seeing Ling Xiaoyu. You killed my son. Just wait. You shall have no place to be buried. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs first, Ling Xiaoyu retorted, unfazed. After all, as long as that man did not seek her out, she would need to expend effort to fulfill her mission.
Cheng Yi, proceed.
Ling Xiaoyu casually tossed a small vial. Let our esteemed sect master make use of this. Qin Liang erupted into laughter.
Ha.
I have cultivated poison arts for many years. Do you think your meager skills can easily poison me? Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. Seizing the opportunity, while Qin Liang had his mouth agape and swiftly poured the contents of the vial into his mouth. Qin Liang coughed but did not resist, swallowing the potion while looking provocatively at Ling Xiaoyu. I've consumed it. Not bad. Is there anything else? Ling Xiaoyu, disinterested, took out a spiritual fruit from her pocket and began to munch on it, leaving even Purple Ling Long at a loss for words. Xiaoyu, will that medicine work? Purple Ling Long asked anxiously. Rest assured. Ling Xiaoyu comforted, patting Purple Ling Long's shoulder. That potion will only cause him some discomfort. It won't be fatal. Impudent child, how bold. Qin Liang remained unconvinced, insisting, no reaction after such a long time, and you still. As he spoke, he was abruptly cut off, his eyes bulging as he began to wheeze uncontrollably.
Oh.
What ails our esteemed sect master? Ling Xiaoyu inquired mischievously. Is it a case of maladjustment? Have you become ill after lingering in the darkness for so long, only to be thrust into our world? Cough. Qin Liang struggled to speak, but only felt a profound sense of suffocation. It was then that genuine fear gripped him. He had intended to feign capture, eliminate Purple Ling Long amidst the chaos, and escape through a teleportation array, but his plan had backfired. What? Ling Xiaoyu leaned closer, playfully digging her pinky into her ear. What did the sect master say? Can you speak plainly? I can't comprehend. Xiaoyu. Purple Ling Long gazed at Qin Liang, who appeared pale and on the brink of death, her heart racing with concern. She feared she might not glean the whereabouts of Zicheng from him. Having played long enough, Ling Xiaoyu produced another vial and tossed it to Cheng Yi. Let him take a whiff. Cheng Yi held the vial beneath Qin Liang's nose, and soon his complexion improved, his breathing becoming more regular. Huff. Who are you? I am but an insignificant individual, unworthy of mention. Ling Xiaoyu continued to humiliate him. Does our esteemed sect master now know the whereabouts of his second aunt? Huff. Qin Liang took deep breaths, striving to regain his strength. Outmatched, I will take you there. Aunt, I still need to assist uncle with his treatment. The poison afflicting you is no longer severe. Ling Xiaoyu turned to Purple Ling Long. Why not accompany him? Very well. Purple Linglong nodded eagerly. Xiaoyu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. And, please do not be so courteous. I am as close to Zichai as sisters. Ling Xiaoyu handed Purple Linglong a collection of vials. This man is cunning and possesses exceptional poison skills. Take these vials with you. Be cautious on your journey. Isn't this a bit excessive? Even Purple Linglong, well-versed in such matters, had never seen anyone produce so many exquisite poisons at once. Take them just in case. Even if they are not needed now, they may prove useful in the future. Ling Xiaoyu urged them forward. Hurry, the sooner you search, the greater your hope. Yes. Suddenly, Purple Linglong bowed deeply to Ling Xiaoyu. This kindness shall not be forgotten. With a huff, Purple Linglong turned to Qin Liang, her expression transforming. Lead the way. Could you loosen my restraints? How am I to walk like this? Qin Liang feigned weakness. With so many vials in your hands, I cannot do anything, can I? Do not harbor thoughts of treachery. Purple Linglong shook the vials in her hand, glaring at him. Release his legs. Let us proceed. I will guide you. Qin Liang secretly clenched the teleportation array symbol in his hand as he led the members of the Purple family outward. Throughout the journey, Purple Linglong remained tense. Worried not only for the missing Ziqiang but also for the Purple Pipa and Zichai at home, gripping 2 vials while keeping a watchful eye on Qin Liang ahead. When they arrived at an obscure hill not far from Shimu City, Qin Liang suddenly pointed to a seemingly innocuous area. It is right there. You did not deceive me? Purple Linglong clearly doubted him. Such a small cliff could not possibly have harmed my sister. You must approach to see the truth. While distracting Purple Linglong with his words, Qin Liang prepared to flee. Indeed, Purple Linglong began to scrutinize the area, contemplating moving closer. At that moment, Qin Liang tore the teleportation array symbol. Chapter 84. Backlash. Xilinglong's reaction was not particularly slow. Yet she could only manage to throw out 2 vials of poison before Qin Rang vanished after enduring the effects of both toxins. As she witnessed Qin Rang's escape, Xilinglong descended into a state of frenzy, her demeanor frantic as she approached the inconspicuous cliff edge. Master. The guards of the Ji family, observing Xilinglong's despair, hurriedly encircled her. We are willing to take the place of the master and descend first to search for the second ant. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu had already conducted a thorough examination of Ji Pipa, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Ji Cha, who remained pallid, devoid of sorrow or grievance, simply offering silent companionship to Ji Pipa. Xiaoyu, do you think my father is about to awaken?
Ji Cha suddenly inquired.
I thought I saw him move slightly. Ling Xiaoyu quickly inspected him again, but discerned no noticeable change.
Cha.
Given his current state, it may take at least 1 day, or as many as 3, for your father to awaken. Yujia, with cha like this. Xiao Hongyi expressed her worry, resorting to silent gestures to convey her unease. Something seems terribly wrong. Yuzi Feng remained silent, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiaoyu's actions. Ji Cha, without uttering a word, approached and gently supported Ji Pipa's shoulder. Just as Xiao Hongyi was about to take action, Ji Cha suddenly spoke. My father is paying the price for his actions, isn't he? Ling Xiaoyu paused momentarily before soothing her. Cha. Within a family, there is nothing that cannot be overcome. I believe your aunts will not blame your father any longer. Ji Cha nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed. In truth, I had sensed something was amiss long ago, yet I refused to accept this reality. I deceived myself, shifting the blame onto my second aunt, as if that would ease my feelings. While continuing to tend to Ji Pipa's wounds, Ling Xiaoyu cast a glance at Ji Cha. So, the reason you were unwilling to speak in Chengtong County was that you knew it was your father's doing, correct? Indeed. Ji Cha bit her lip and nodded. I have been perplexed as to why he could act without hesitation against me, but tonight, I finally grasped the answer. I have lived in a self-spun dream for over a decade. Perhaps he still cares for you, but his inclination leans more towards power, Ling Xiaoyu remarked, only to feel a wave of self-doubt wash over her. But I no longer harbor hatred for him. I merely wish for him to be well. Ji Cha seemed to emerge from a vicious cycle, tears finally spilling from her eyes. Xiaoyu, tell me honestly, can he recover? Cha. I truly cannot say for certain. The detoxification should pose no significant issue, but regarding his eyes. Ling Xiaoyu's voice faltered, hinting at her difficulty. I know you've tried your best. I genuinely appreciate it. Ji Cha cried as she spoke to Ling Xiaoyu. I might not be able to accompany you to the fairy tomb. I wish to stay at home with my aunt and my father. After a prolonged silence, Ling Xiaoyu finally spoke. Honey, tomorrow I will prepare some medicine for Cha Cha. We shall set off. I have an unsettling feeling that something is about to happen, and delays could lead to unforeseen changes. What is it? Xiao Hongyi asked anxiously. Are you feeling unwell? Not at the moment, just a lingering sense of trepidation. As she spoke, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly pressed her hand to her chest.
Ugh.
Yuzi Feng rushed over. Mother, are you alright? Where do you feel discomfort? A mechanical voice echoed. Beep. Side quest time has expired. Completion rate at 50%. Task rewards are revoked. The author is spared from execution, but cannot escape lesser penalties. 1 drop of heart's blood shall be extracted as punishment. As Ling Xiaoyu endured the searing pain, she inwardly cursed the system. Damn system. Just wait until I catch you. You won't escape my wrath. At that moment, a branch within her consciousness reacted, shedding a leaf that transformed into a green light, enveloping her entire meridian system. She perceived a fleeting glimpse of green before losing consciousness entirely. When she awoke, the dawn light was gently illuminating the room. Yuzi Feng was resting by her bedside, their hands clasped tightly together. An inexplicable emotion stirred within Ling Xiaoyu's heart. She moved slightly, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Yuzi Feng was alert. Mother, you are awake. Is there any discomfort? Only then did Ling Xiaoyu notice the bloodshot veins in his eyes. He had endured days of travel without adequate rest, and a wave of concern washed over her. Feng, I am fine now. You should rest. I am perfectly fine. Do not worry, mother. Yuzi Feng shook his head vigorously, then asked, By the way, are you hungry? I had someone keep some warm porridge in the kitchen. Would you like me to serve you some? Sure. Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of hunger at the mention of porridge. Once it was brought, Yuzi Feng diligently fed her spoonful by spoonful. Ling Xiaoyu relished his care but was also filled with apprehension. If one day Yuzi Feng fully awakened, would he still treat her with such kindness? Suddenly, her appetite waned, and she pushed the spoon away. Yuzi Feng looked at her, puzzled by her abrupt shift in demeanor. Mother, have you had enough? Yes, I'm full. Ling Xiaoyu's voice was barely above a whisper. Please step outside for a moment. I wish to rest a little longer. No need. Before she could finish her sentence, Yuzi Feng had already slipped out the door. Ling Xiaoyu mumbled softly to herself, It cannot last forever. I'd rather it not be. Chapter 85. Disturbance at the unnamed lake. Xiao Hongyi burst through the door, exclaiming, Xiaoyu. The door clanged loudly, startling Ling Xiaoyu from her slumber. Realizing she had disturbed Ling Xiaoyu, Xiao Hongyi felt a moment of embarrassment but quickly regained her composure, adhering to her principle that if she remained unfazed, awkwardness would not catch up with her. Who cares? My sister Yu hasn't spoken, so why should you? Good nephew of mine. Yuzi Feng's expression darkened in an instant, nearly causing him to explode with frustration. Fortunately, Ling Xiaoyu grasped him, preventing chaos from erupting.
Quiet.
I have a headache. Ling Xiaoyu muffled her head and said, Hongyi, what is going on? Speak calmly without all the fuss. Sister Yu, there is an issue at unnamed lake. It is said that the surface appears to be boiling continuously. Xiao Hongyi's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she addressed the matter at hand. What? Ling Xiaoyu's expression grew grave. The unnamed lake had not been part of her plans, but according to Cha Cha, it was somehow linked to fairies, inevitably leading her thoughts to the fairy tomb. When did you find out? So, no one knows when this anomaly appeared, correct? Yes. Aunt didn't elaborate, but shall we go together to inquire further? Xiao Hongyi proposed. Yes. It is time to bid farewell. I have sensed that something would transpire these past few days, but I did not expect it to be at unnamed lake. We must investigate, Ling Xiaoyu affirmed as she got up to tidy her attire. The three of them promptly made their way to Linglong Pavilion. Xiaoyu, you have arrived. Linglong stood to greet Ling Xiaoyu. Come, see my elder brother. He seems unwell. Setting aside her concerns, Ling Xiaoyu hurried over. only to discover that Zichai was absent. Where is Cha-Cha? I saw her holding vigil here. Concerned for her health, I sent her to rest. Linglong did not specify how she had urged Zichai to take a break, but Ling Xiaoyu readily understood. Nodding, Ling Xiaoyu once again conducted a thorough examination of Ziki. Do not worry, Aunt. Uncle merely suffers from residual toxins invading his meridians, causing some weakness. Another detoxifying pill will suffice. Now we wait for him to awaken.
Aunt.
Rest assured, I will not dwell on this matter, Ling Xiaoyu stated directly, aware of her worries. To be candid, Uncle may never regain his sight, and his cultivation has suffered significantly. He likely will not be able to achieve much henceforth. Linglong appeared poised to speak, but Ling Xiaoyu interjected. Aunt. Ziki is no more. What remains is Cha-Cha's father. Indeed. Linglong choked back a sob, her gratitude for Ling Xiaoyu apparent in her tear-filled eyes. Upon being questioned, Linglong's expression turned troubled. It is all my fault. I failed to keep an eye on Qin Rang, allowing him to tear apart the teleportation array and escape. There has been no word from Rose. I fear the worst. Ling Xiaoyu revealed nothing on her face, yet her thoughts raced. This is disastrous. I completed half of the previous minor task, missed the reward, and faced punishment. If this major task results in a loss, will I be sent away? Xiaoyu? Linglong called out, noticing her silence. What a strange creature.
Linglong exclaimed. Ah!
Xiaoyu truly is a prodigy. She quickly shifted her thoughts, eager to praise her. When we arrived, the lake surface had only just begun to bubble, not too densely, but as we rested, the bubbles increased in frequency and intensity. By the time we left, many had already rushed over, Linglong recounted seriously. I had red clothes notify you. Yes. We shall forego bidding farewell to Cha-Cha. I am confident we will meet again soon. Ling Xiaoyu bid farewell to Linglong. Time is of the essence. Let us set out for Unnamed Lake at once. She produced an array of supplements, handing them to Linglong. Please ensure these reach Cha-Cha. We shall also keep an eye on our second aunt. I must take my leave. Xiaoyu. Linglong hesitated, wanting to express something. Do not fret. I believe Cha-Cha will emerge from this. Ling Xiaoyu embraced Linglong before calling for Xiao Hongyi and departing from the Ji family estate. Master. As the trio exited the Ji residence, Cheng Yi descended from above, startling Ling Xiaoyu. Where did you come from? Appearing out of nowhere. Ling Xiaoyu complained, patting her chest. Today has been anything but reassuring. My apologies. I accept my punishment. Cheng Yi quickly knelt to confess. Get up, get up. What has happened? Ling Xiaoyu urged Yu Zifeng to help him up while inquiring as they walked. It concerns Unnamed Lake. I possess a unique ability to communicate with animals, Cheng Yi explained hastily. While at Unnamed Lake, I heard a cacophony of voices discussing the opening of a tomb. I dared not raise an alarm, only informing you. You did well. Let us proceed to Unnamed Lake. Ling Xiaoyu urged her companions onward. Hongyi, we may need to enter the fairy tomb through Unnamed Lake. What? Xiao Hongyi's face registered shock. The fairy tomb is thousands of miles away from Unnamed Lake. Enter through swimming? Are you really that foolish? Yu Zifeng expressed disdain. Did you not hear what Cheng Yi said? If you're still perplexed, ponder the origins of Unnamed Lake again. Good grief. Could the legends truly be real? Xiao Hongyi exclaimed, startling a flock of birds into the air. Chapter 86. The roar from the lake bottom upon arriving at Weiming Lake. They discovered a number of scattered cultivators gathered by the shore, enveloped in a tense silence, their eyes fixed on the water. Occasionally, a few spies from various families flitted past, only to vanish quietly. What do you hear? Ling Xiaoyu, along with her companions, clustered anxiously around Cheng Yi. Their expressions fraught with concern. It's chaotic. The predominant sentiment is one of urgency. Something is awakening, and they must flee, Cheng Yi relayed, his ears filled with a cacophony of voices. Awakening? Ling Xiaoyu pondered, meticulously tracing her thoughts but failing to connect it to anything significant. The presence in the fairy tomb had not truly awakened. What could it be? What is it that has awakened? Xiao Hongyi interjected with a furrowed brow. Sister Yu, do you think we can descend?
Sure.
Let's move to a quieter spot. Ling Xiaoyu glanced around before leading them to a secluded area. Given the current situation, soon various families and sects will arrive. We must devise a plan swiftly. I fear they may seize the opportunity for themselves. That's typical of those powerful families, Xiao Hongyi remarked, gazing at the bubbling lake's surface, swallowing hard. But we can't even enter the water. Patience. We must observe a bit longer. My instincts tell me this is not the right moment for action. Ling Xiaoyu settled down, beckoning them to rest. We've been through a lot. Let us take a breather and discuss when dawn breaks. Time passed, and at the darkest hour before dawn, the lake's bubbles erupted with violent popping sounds. It was then that Yuzifeng stood watch, immediately springing to a tree to survey the lake's movements. A roar suddenly emanated from the depths of the lake, shaking the earth and rousing the onlookers. What is happening? It seems something is attempting to emerge from the lake. Retreat. A colossal whirlpool materialized on the surface, its formidable pull dragging those near the shore toward it. Those of lesser cultivation were swept away like dumplings, vanishing beneath the water. Help! Save me! The air echoed with cries for help, interspersed with the sounds of splashes. What is going on? Ling Xiaoyu surveyed the panicking crowd, her expression one of alarm. I think I just heard something roar. Yes, it came from the lake's depths, Chengyi replied. It said it is finally free. What lies beneath the lake? Xiao Hongyi, while raising a protective barrier, strained to see through the murky water, but discerned nothing. As the cries subsided, another furious roar reverberated from the lake bottom. Ling Xiaoyu turned to Chengyi with urgency. What did it say? Not enough. Chengyi's gaze remained fixed on the lake surface. Quickly, we must retreat. It may strike again. Without hesitation, they hurriedly distanced themselves from the lake. Just then, a larger whirlpool formed, causing those who had arrogantly presumed to observe from the shore to lose their footing and tumble in. What on earth is that creature? Brother, save me. I don't want to die. As the crowd struggled against the whirlpool's force, they finally waited until no living souls remained at the edge of the lake, at which point the whirlpool began to dissipate, accompanied by a satisfied roar. It remarked that this batch is acceptable. Chengyi said, suddenly alarmed. This is bad. The creature at the lake bottom must be satiated. It is leaving. Do not panic. The members of the various families will arrive soon. Let them test the waters first. Ling Xiaoyu advised. We must not act recklessly. As if to confirm her words, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed around them, and soon several teams appeared. Sister Yu, I am beginning to truly believe you are a descendant of a divination clan. Xiao Hongyi gazed at Ling Xiaoyu with admiration. Silence. Ling Xiaoyu shot her a glare, wishing to kick her out of frustration. Is this really the time for frivolity? My apologies. Xiao Hongyi pouted, stepping aside to remain quiet. Often. Go take a look at which families have arrived, and see if there are any from the Shadow Dust sect. They might prove useful in a critical moment. Ling Xiaoyu instructed Yuzifeng as she continued to observe the situation by the lake. After Yuzifeng departed, Chengyi inquired, Can you still hear anything from the lake? Chengyi listened intently before shaking his head. It is currently very quiet beneath the water. Perhaps it has already consumed its fill. What could it be? This expedition to the fairy tomb seems destined for upheaval, Ling Xiaoyu contemplated aloud. Sister Yu, when will we descend? Xiao Hongyi looked around eagerly. It seems the lake is calm now. Should we seize the opportunity before chaos ensues?
Sure.
For goodness sake, can you remain quiet for a moment? Ling Xiaoyu was exasperated. Do you not know the saying about the calm before the storm? Setting aside her defiance, Xiao Hongyi's curiosity remained insatiable, and she could not resist investigating any disturbance. Just before the lake's surface erupted once more, she stealthily approached the water's edge to examine its depths. The water was clear, revealing nothing unusual, prompting her to inch closer until she stood at the very brink, her reflection shimmering on the surface. Sighing in relief, Xiao Hongyi brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Humph, there's nothing here. I told you the monster must have eaten its fill and gone to digest. Sister Yu is just being dramatic. As she relaxed, she suddenly noticed her reflection smiling back at her, startling her into stepping back, rubbing her eyes. She could not resist inching forward once more. When Xiao Hongyi glanced back at the water, she saw her reflection's eyes glowing a sinister crimson. Chapter 87. Into the lake, a flash of crimson light startled Xiao Hongyi, who suddenly realized that everyone behind her had vanished, leaving only a vast expanse of red phosphorus serpents. Panic engulfed her. The sight of these serpents triggered a deep-seated terror, stemming from a near-fatal encounter in her childhood when she accidentally fell into a snake pit. As she screamed and retreated, she stumbled and fell into the lake. Ling Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion, turned to the lakeside and was alarmed to discover that Xiao Hongyi had unknowingly approached the edge, now teetering on the brink of the water in sheer fright. With a resounding splash, she plunged into the lake, and by the time the others hurried to the shore, her figure had already vanished beneath the surface. What happened? I saw a woman in red fall in. But where did she go? Am I imagining things? One exclaimed. No. I saw it too. The water is so clear, yet there's nothing. Thus, two individuals plunged into the lake, and Cheng Yi followed suit, disappearing in an instant before the astonished crowd. Most gasped at the sudden disappearance, yet none dared to leap in to investigate. The prominent families had gathered near the shore, having driven away the rogue cultivators, now consolidating their forces. Unexpectedly, Elder Yun had personally intervened, indicating the Yun family took this matter seriously. A middle-aged man clad in white garments and a scholar's hat, adorned with a family crest emblazoned with the character Ming, stepped forward to greet the elderly leader of the Yun family with pleasantries. Isn't it the Ming family that has sent you, the so-called prodigy of a century? Retorted Yun Qiu, offering no courtesy to Ming Yan. We are all here to resolve the issue of the unknown lake. There's no need for quarrels. Why not grant me a favor and discuss this amicably? A woman in a revealing black dress interjected, feigning diplomacy. Ming Yan, however, boldly scrutinized her, making an indecent gesture that provoked laughter from the woman. Young Master Ming is truly a remarkable youth. Were it not for pressing matters, I would relish a deeper conversation with you, she flirted. Rest assured, once this matter is settled, I shall pay you a visit. And I hope you won't forget me, Ming Yan replied with a lopsided grin, his demeanor decidedly roguish. I shall await your arrival, but you must keep your promises. She coyly responded. At that moment, the members of the Shadow Dust sect arrived, effectively interrupting the clandestine exchanges. We must focus on the pressing issue, for have fallen into the lake, and their fates are unknown. Do any of you have viable plans to propose? It seems Elder Yingfei has personally graced us with his presence. I've been longing to see you. Xiao San approached Yingfei eagerly. Yet, Yingfei, undeterred by her advances, swiftly dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Xiao San, if you stir up trouble again, do not blame me for being merciless. Startled, Xiao San retreated a few steps, patting her chest vigorously, eliciting wide-eyed stares from the younger onlookers. Yingfei, unwilling to let her continue her antics, infused his voice with spiritual energy, bellowing, "Awaken!" The crowd snapped back to reality, shaken by the powerful allure of Xiao San's charms, realizing they had unwittingly fallen under her spell. Only Ming Yan's interest in Xiao San intensified, captivated by her every movement, while she remained blissfully unaware that she had become the prey in this intricate game. The unknown lake had long been regarded as the safest of realms. How should they interpret today's events? Yingfei observed the assembly and spoke thoughtfully. I have heard that before our arrival, there were sounds of beasts roaring from within the lake, and many have fallen prey to an unknown creature. Alas, the Yun family lacks any records regarding the unknown lake. Surely, there is a mystery lurking at the bottom. We simply do not know how to investigate it, Yun Qiu remarked. I propose we split into teams to retrieve the missing individuals and form a vanguard to explore further. What do you all think? Xiao San suggested, undeterred despite Yingfei's glare. The Ming family agrees, Ming Yan declared, unwilling to slight Xiao San, for she was the quarry he had set his sights on. And what of the Z family? Yingfei inquired, addressing the silent representatives. Very well. Does anyone else have objections? Yingfei sought consensus among the remaining families. We concur. The heads of the smaller clans chimed in unison, adhering to the principle of majority rule. Yingfei organized the families to nominate members for the vanguard, and within moments a new team was formed. Esteemed talents, as members of our esteemed families, you carry the weight of our legacies. I offer you a chance. If anyone is fearful and reluctant to proceed, step forward now, and I shall personally expel you from your family, granting you the freedom to leave. Ying Fei addressed the assembled members. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongyi, having plunged into the water, found herself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Chapter 88. The Battlefield of Gods and Demons in the Depths of Darkness. Xiao Hongyi, who was plummeting without restraint, gradually regained her composure, devoid of the stimulating presence of the red-scaled serpent. She attempted to halt her descent, yet found it utterly futile. Her spiritual power was devoured by the enveloping shadows, rendering it ineffective. As time elapsed, Xiao Hongyi ceased to struggle, her consciousness became increasingly hazy, and her mind grew heavy, ultimately succumbing to sleep. Ling Xiaoyu and Yuzifeng, having entered the lake in close succession to Xiao Hongyi, encountered a vastly different scene. Upon their immersion, they were transported to a desolate expanse. The ground was stained with desiccated black blood, shattered spears lay scattered about, and broken magical artifacts littered the terrain, resembling the remnants of a battlefield. Ling Xiaoyu had abandoned all hope of the narrative unfolding as expected. She surveyed the surroundings and exchanged a glance with Yuzifeng. Have you heard of this place? This resembles the battlefield of gods and demons, Yuzifeng observed, but it feels as though something is amiss. The battlefield of gods and demons. Ling Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. No, something is indeed wrong. What is it that feels wrong? Yuzifeng turned to her with a puzzled expression. How could the battlefield of gods and demons be connected to the unnamed lake? Upon his prompting, Ling Xiaoyu recalled her notes on the battlefield. The locations were worlds apart, which struck her as peculiar. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Yuzifeng grasped Ling Xiaoyu's arm, urging her to explore their surroundings.
Wait.
How is it that there are no corpses here? Indeed, no bodies. We must be ensnared in an illusion. Yuzifeng finally realized that despite the chaos around them, not a single corpse was to be found. There must be a large formation at the bottom of the lake. We don't know where Hongyi has fallen. Ling Xiaoyu felt a rising anxiety, her heart unsettled by the memory of Xiao Hongyi's piercing scream as she fell into the water. That old hag should be fine. Yuzifeng was unperturbed about Xiao Hongyi's safety. The situation we just witnessed, didn't he seem harmless? I'm worried. Ling Xiaoyu continued to search for clues. Her thoughts fixated on Xiao Hongyi. We need to find a way out quickly. We cannot flounder about like headless flies. There may be other traps within this illusion. Yuzifeng restrained the aimless Ling Xiaoyu, scrutinizing their surroundings. Do you hear anything? Ling Xiaoyu abruptly held her breath. I thought. Yuzifeng turned sharply, also quieting to listen intently. It's not your breathing. The two were startled, quickly positioning themselves back to back, on high alert, closing their eyes to extend their senses to the world around them. At last, they discerned the true nature of their environment. Not far from them crouched an adorably naive-looking beast, utterly still as it fixated on the two of them. What is that? Ling Xiaoyu's mind raced, struggling to recall any mention of such a creature from her previous narratives. It's an illusion beast, Yuzifeng exclaimed. It's a cub of an illusion beast. No wonder we were able to see through the illusion so easily. It seems to be alone here. Otherwise, if no one disrupts this balance, we would remain trapped in this illusion until death. An illusion beast? Wouldn't Hongyi and the others also fall victim? Ling Xiaoyu noted the absence of any trace of them. This unnamed lake has existed for ages without anyone uncovering its secrets. It seems there was once a special formation safeguarding this place. To say it protects this place is misleading. It's more like a seal, preventing something from escaping. Could it be sealing this illusion beast? Ling Xiaoyu gazed curiously at the naive creature before her.
Impossible.
Illusion beasts do not attack humans, and they are herbivorous. Clearly, there must be other entities lurking at the lake's bottom, Yuzifeng rebutted firmly. Let us set aside that discussion for now. How do we escape this illusion? Ling Xiaoyu shifted her focus back to finding a solution, her concern for Xiao Hongyi still paramount. In the past at the sect, I came across records regarding illusion beasts, Yuzifeng recalled earnestly. It is said that to escape an illusion crafted by an illusion beast, one must either possess great power that renders the beast helpless, or tame it to serve them. But it's just a cub, right? Aren't you stronger than it? Ling Xiaoyu regarded Yuzifeng with a hint of disdain. Yu Zifeng felt unjustly accused, his heart heavy with grievance. Of course, my power is sufficient, but with you by my side, I cannot manage.
What use are you to me?
Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration. If only Daji were here. Yu Zifeng bit his lip in silence, choosing not to respond. After all, she is a nine-tailed celestial fox. I need not worry. Yu Zifeng sulked, immediately shifting to a more affectionate demeanor. You should pay more attention to me, you know?
All right.
Tell me, do you know what this creature likes? How should I tame it? Ling Xiaoyu diverted the conversation, gesturing towards the illusion beast. I'm not entirely sure, but I know that illusion beasts are fond of a certain plant scent. It seems to be called the Qinghuan lotus, Yu Zifeng informed her. Qinghuan lotus? Ling Xiaoyu tilted her head, contemplating for a few moments. Are you referring to this? She produced a small green plant with 3 leaves, holding it before Yu Zifeng. Surely you don't carry a treasure pouch with you. Yu Zifeng exclaimed, astonished. How can you have everything? Is this truly the one? Ling Xiaoyu inquired again. There are plenty of these. They are of no use to me. Mother, even if you suddenly have many secrets, I shall still protect you. Yu Zifeng looked at Ling Xiaoyu with a serious expression. However, I must advise you to keep these secrets hidden from others. You. Ling Xiaoyu pinched the green plant, gazing earnestly at Yu Zifeng, then playfully pressed down on his head. You are truly tedious. Do you think I wouldn't know such an obvious thing? You are not just anyone. Do not speak for now. I will handle this little beast.
With that,
Ling Xiaoyu gathered several Qinghuan lotuses and approached the illusion beast. Chapter 89. The appearance of Xiao Hongyi. As Xiaoyu approached, she playfully whistled, reminiscent of teasing a dog, while the green phantom lotus in her hand danced enticingly to attract the attention of the phantom beast cubs. Being quite astute, Xiaoyu quickly noticed the shift in the atmosphere and jestingly remarked, "Oh dear, my space is truly cluttered. This little green grass takes up far too much room. What shall I do about it?" With a sharp cry, a phantom beast cub could no longer resist and dashed out from the center of the formation, its little claws sweeping away the green phantom lotuses. Once it left the formation, the illusion dissipated, revealing the true nature of the surroundings. They found themselves in a grand hall, with a massive ice coffin suspended in midair without any external support. Hiss! Have we entered a fairy's tomb? Yu Zifeng was the first to react, observing, it seems the breaking of that giant beast seal has activated the teleportation array at the lake's bottom. Indeed, that is the only explanation. Xiaoyu surveyed her surroundings and added, moreover, the teleportation seems random. Hongyi and Qingyi must have been sent to different locations. This appears to be a tomb chamber. Is it possible that this is the main chamber of the fairy's tomb? Yu Zifeng pondered as he gazed at the enormous coffin. No, that's not right. Xiaoyu, having become familiar with the tomb chamber upon entering, recalled the scenario she had previously imagined. This was a trap. The ice coffin contained toxic gas, and should anyone disturb it, the chamber would be sealed off instantly, allowing the noxious fumes to escape, leading to a grim fate for anyone who dared to open it. What kind of family is this? Even a trap is so lavishly designed. Yu Zifeng observed the priceless coffin with a serious expression. Xiaoyu's eyes twitched slightly. Inwardly, she thought, it's nothing. This is merely a figment of my imagination. Who knew it would manifest into reality? We must quickly find the mechanism and reunite with Hongyi. Without lingering on the matter with Yu Zifeng, Xiaoyu shifted the conversation. All right, let us split up. Although the tomb chamber was not large, Yu Zifeng still cautioned. If anything unusual occurs, do not act rashly. Remember to call for me. Go quickly. Xiaoyu was eager to waste no more time. She needed to part ways with Yu Zifeng and feign nonchalance while searching for the mechanism, making the task arduous. The two separated and began inspecting the ground and walls for potential mechanisms. Xiaoyu pretended to be oblivious, tapping and stepping around. After a few minutes, she felt it was time to approach the true mechanism. She gently pressed a spot, and with a loud grinding sound, an entrance appeared beneath the coffin. What should we do now? Xiaoyu feigned ignorance, asking Yu Zifeng, should we go down? Let us go down. There is no other way. Yu Zifeng hesitantly approached the entrance and peered down. Well, all right then. Xiaoyu understood this was indeed their only path. I'll go first. Actually, I can. Xiaoyu hesitated, glancing at Yu Zifeng and internally screaming, my going first would be far more efficient. However, Yu Zifeng was undeterred. I am a man. I must protect my mother. With that, he took Xiaoyu's hand and slowly descended the steps. As they fully entered the passage, the stones above ground began to grind shut once more. Just as Yu Zifeng was about to summon his protective energy shield, Xiaoyu retrieved a large luminous pearl from her frost mirror, exclaiming, what was I thinking when I first came here? There isn't even a light installed. Mother, what are you mumbling about? Yu Zifeng cautiously observed the path ahead, illuminated by the pearl, while inquiring about Xiaoyu's mutterings.
Ah,
It's nothing. Xiaoyu quickly revised her statement. Just be careful. Do not fall into any traps. I sense there must be some along this path. I know, Yu Zifeng replied. Stay close to me and don't let go of my hand. Xiaoyu nonchalantly acknowledged him, her mind continuing to criticize, as if I need you to guide me. Just wait to be saved by me. As she contemplated this, they arrived at a trap she had forgotten about. Initially, to add some excitement to the protagonist's journey, she had devised a romantic trap in the dark passage, which would instantly administer an aphrodisiac if triggered. With a sudden snap, they both tensed, ready to evade. But after a long wait, no attack came. Xiaoyu felt perplexed. Had her outline been so poorly constructed that even the traps failed to function properly? After catching their breath, they pressed onward until they encountered another trap at the exit. This time, Xiaoyu had anticipated it. Through her spirited performance, she made Yu Zifeng believe he had successfully guided her through the trap and into the true fairy's tomb. Upon entering the genuine tomb chamber, they beheld a nondescript black coffin lying on the ground. Opposite the entrance stood a simple table, and on the wall above it hung a scroll that was entirely blank. The two stood still, suddenly feeling the coffin shake. In an instant, it stood upright, and the lid flew off, crashing to the ground with a loud clang. Yu Zifeng immediately pulled Xiaoyu to safety, while she bravely peered into the coffin, gasping in shock. It's Hongyi. Chapter 90. The Aphrodisiac. Quickly, let me go. Ling Xiaoyu anxiously twisted her body, oblivious to the changing expression on Yu Zifeng's face as he held her. Yu Zifeng sensed something amiss, but still released his grip on Ling Xiaoyu. Glancing down at a certain part of himself, his gaze deepening. Inside the coffin, Xiao Hongyi seemed to sense Ling Xiaoyu's arrival, abruptly opening her eyes, which were entirely black, devoid of any white. Ling Xiaoyu gasped in shock. Hiss. This startled Xiao Hongyi, who suddenly displayed a fierce demeanor, opening her mouth to bite Ling Xiaoyu's neck. Realizing the situation was dire, Yu Zifeng rushed to rescue her, but was thwarted by a layer of dark energy. With no other choice, Ling Xiaoyu used her arm to shield herself, only to be bitten by Xiao Hongyi. Just as she braced for the pain, a black pearl shot out from beneath Xiao Hongyi. Before Ling Xiaoyu could react, the pearl plunged directly into her abdomen, causing the frenzied Xiao Hongyi to soften. As the pearl entered Ling Xiaoyu's body, the standing coffin suddenly toppled, unexpectedly throwing Ling Xiaoyu out while Xiao Hongyi was trapped inside. Are you all right? Ling Xiaoyu, enduring discomfort in her abdomen, slowly rose to check on Yu Zifeng. You, again. Why is it that every encounter with you brings misfortune? Yu Zifeng looked at her, his brow furrowed tightly. Yes. Though Ling Xiaoyu was unaware of what had transpired with Yu Zifeng, she recognized that he had reverted to being the young master of the Yulan sect. Young master Yu? At this moment, she noticed his odd behavior and instinctively moved to support his arm. Young master Yu, what is wrong with you? With that support, Yu Zifeng found a semblance of relief. Suddenly flipping over and pinning Ling Xiaoyu to the ground, breathing heavily with his face pressed into her neck, his lips brushing against her skin in gentle kisses.
hiss.
What the hell? Ling Xiaoyu, disregarding what she had consumed, instinctively began to resist fiercely. Let me go. You scoundrel. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Yu Zifeng could not heed her commands. He found Ling Xiaoyu beneath him irresistible, longing to consume her entirely. While Ling Xiaoyu shouted and struggled, she could not break free from Yu Zifeng's grasp, her clothes becoming increasingly disheveled. Realizing her efforts were futile, Ling Xiaoyu reluctantly chose to accept her fate. Though her mind insisted Yuzifeng was under some spell, she still could not help but ask, Yuzifeng, tell me, who am I? Driven to madness. Yuzifeng tore at Ling Xiaoyu's clothing. You are who? Ling Xiaoyu clung desperately to the last vestiges of her will, persistently questioning. Yes.
Who am I?
Ling Xiaoyu. Yuzifeng seemed to regain a semblance of clarity, hesitantly stating, then fixated on her with a burning gaze. May I? In the intensity of his eyes, Ling Xiaoyu inexplicably relaxed, allowing all of Yuzifeng's actions to unfold unimpeded. Then came a piercing scream, accompanied by a low growl from the man as the temperature in the tomb began to rise. The pain in her abdomen was ignited, and the pleasure Yuzifeng brought her rivaled that discomfort, leading Ling Xiaoyu into a haze. Cheng Yi, upon entering the water, was transported to the outskirts of the fairy tomb, where he searched for the figures of Ling Xiaoyu and others. He was puzzled as to why, within the legendary fairy tomb, he felt no restriction of spiritual energy, silently speculating it might be related to the unnamed lake. As he passed through a marshy area, he suddenly spotted a woman beside a tree. Although the color of her clothing was indistinguishable, her noble lineage was evident. Cheng Yi had no intention of meddling, but was inexplicably drawn to approach her, reaching out to check her breath. Feeling a faint pulse, he could not resist channeling spiritual energy into her.
Cough.
The woman coughed lightly, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes stirred but did not open, indicating exhaustion.
Hey.
Wake up. Cheng Yi gently shook her shoulder. Which family do you belong to? How did you end up in this fairy tomb? The woman's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again, her lips moving without sound. After channeling more spiritual energy, he retrieved a water bottle from his storage ring, politely saying, I mean no offense, the water bottle is unused, and I am compelled to help you.
With that,
he propped her up against his leg and offered her water. Purple? Cheng Yi glanced at the jade pendant and then at the woman's clothing and adornments, suddenly exclaiming, The purple family? Second aunt? The woman, revitalized by the energy and water, responded to Cheng Yi's words, her eyelids fluttering before she managed to open a narrow slit, emitting a hoarse sound. It's really you. Cheng Yi knelt on the ground. I must find a way to inform the master. Upon hearing Cheng Yi mention notifying the master, Zihua immediately tensed, trembling and struggling to rise. Who are you? Second aunt, please don't move. Cheng Yi quickly restrained her, offering her a Qianhuan pill. I will not harm you. Zihua, having endured numerous tribulations, found Cheng Yi's words hard to believe. Feeling utterly helpless and despondent. Fine. Take this life. Cheng Yi scratched the back of his head, earnestly explaining. My master shares a deep bond with Miss Zika. I truly wish to save you. Is that true? Zihua exerted all her strength, gripping Cheng Yi's sleeve tightly. Chapter 91. Another case of split personality? Ling Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, momentarily blinded by the sun's rays. After a prolonged period of bewilderment, she suddenly sat up, her hands instinctively feeling her body, only to discover she was draped in a torn outer garment. Various memories swirled in her mind, and with a powerful shout, she exclaimed, Yuzi Feng. Drawing a new outfit from her spatial realm, she glanced at the bruises adorning her skin, cursing Yuzi Feng as she tidied herself up. Upon rising and surveying her surroundings, she was startled to find a black coffin not far from her. Rushing towards it, she was dismayed to discover it was empty. Xiao Hongyi had vanished without a trace. Now, besides herself, there was not a single living creature in sight. After a fruitless search, she despondently sat down and silently scolded herself. I concocted an aphrodisiac, and here I am, caught in its web. I set a forbidden ground and ended up inside. What was I thinking back then? Damn system. It only seems to favor the bad. After some contemplation, she retrieved a fresh cucumber from her spatial realm to eat. Suddenly, it struck her that since the opening of her planting space, she had yet to explore it thoroughly. Taking advantage of this moment, she extended her consciousness into the space. The area was divided into several sections, one of which was a vast expanse of neatly categorized herbs, a sight to behold. Adjacent to it was an orchard, followed by a vegetable garden, and further still, a large area filled with shrubs of varying heights, the names of which eluded her. At the center of this realm stood a nearly withered sapling. To its left was a pool of Xianyang illusion spring, and, to its right, a pool of Xian Yu spirit spring. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a considerable accumulation of Xianyang illusion dew and Xian Yu spirit dew hovering above these waters. Nodding in approval, she scanned the surroundings. Aside from the section filled with unknown shrubs, everything else was to her satisfaction. Curling up, she clutched her abdomen tightly, enduring the discomfort as she peered inwardly at her dantian. After a lengthy period of contemplation, she finally discerned a black orb wedged into a small corner. Suffocated by her white spiritual energy, as if sensing her gaze, the black orb wobbled slightly, causing her to wince in pain, yet inexplicably. She felt it was expressing its grievances. What could you possibly be aggrieved about? I'm the one on the brink of collapse because of you. Ling Xiaoyu ground her teeth in a curse. What on earth are you anyway? Get out of my belly this instant. The orb wobbled again, prompting her to scream. Stop moving. It hurts. Are you a fool sent by monkeys to entertain me? The orb ceased its movement, yet a stream of black mist continued to drift from it. In that instant, she understood. It was indeed crying. What do you want? Ling Xiaoyu inquired, only to abruptly add, just don't move. I know you possess spiritual awareness, so you can definitely communicate with me. Sure enough, a sweet yet aggrieved voice emerged. I didn't mean to intrude. I was so frightened at the time, and when you approached, I just hid inside. You were scared? Scared of what? Ling Xiaoyu's forehead furrowed in disbelief. Shouldn't I be the one terrified here? What do you know? There are ghosts there. The sweet voice retorted excitedly. Did you see the one dressed in red? That's a ghost.
Terrifying.
Hearing this, Ling Xiaoyu's brows knitted so tightly they could crush a fly. Who told you that the one in red is a ghost? Ling Xiaoyu was utterly exasperated, questioning why she always encountered such foolish beings. You're overthinking it. That woman in red is my friend. Do you know where she has gone? The black orb fell silent. Ling Xiaoyu grew impatient waiting. Speak up. Are you mute? If you don't respond, I'll dig you out myself.
Don't.
Ooh, you're scarier than a ghost. The black orb whimpered, releasing more black mist. Earlier that was inappropriate. I shielded myself, just woke up, and when I tried to leave, I found I couldn't. Ling Xiaoyu, reminded of past grievances, was infuriated. Get out of my belly at once. Otherwise, we'll both perish. The black orb trembled in fear, causing Ling Xiaoyu even more pain. Stop. If you shake again, I'll truly go down with you. What on earth are you? Ling Xiaoyu finally managed to ask the black orb. My name is Tianji. My father named me that, saying I was destined for greatness and concealed mysteries. The black orb declared proudly when mentioning its name. Humph. Just a mere orb, and you speak of greatness. What mysteries could you possibly hold with such a timid nature? Ling Xiaoyu scoffed. You might as well change your name to Born Coward. Upon hearing her mockery, the black orb fell silent, ceasing its movements. Just when Ling Xiaoyu began to doubt, a sudden sharp pain shot through her abdomen. A sweet yet menacing voice echoed, You may call me coward, but you must never insult the name my father bestowed upon me.
Ouch.
That hurts. Ling Xiaoyu rolled on the ground, clutching her belly. Stop. I apologize. You're not a coward at all. Your father's name for you is a perfect match. Do you mean it? The black orb asked hesitantly. No deception? Ling Xiaoyu silently scoffed at the absurdity of the situation, yet continued to reassure. Of course. A lady's word is her bond. If I lie, may thunder strike me. Humph. That's more like it. My father named me Tianji, so I shall be known as Tianji. After Ling Xiaoyu's apology, the black orb could no longer maintain its previous bravado and began to tremble again. I didn't mean it. Are you alright? Ling Xiaoyu was left speechless, pondering. What is this? Another case of split personality? Chapter 92. Yuzi Feng has truly recovered. Two individuals faced each other when a figure appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Yuzi Feng. A foam. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, her abdomen aching fiercely, disregarding her anger as she urgently called Yuzi Feng for assistance. However, Yuzi Feng's reaction was not the excitement she had anticipated. Instead, he appeared rather aloof and somewhat awkward. Ling. Miss, are you alright? Seeing Yuzifeng's demeanor, Ling Xiaoyu felt a chill settle in her heart.
Yuzifeng?
Nothing. Ling Xiaoyu hesitated, wanting to conceal her discomfort, but was interrupted by Tianji. He feels familiar.
What?
Ling Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. You know him? And no. I don't know. I just feel he is familiar, and I want to follow him, Tianji stammered, his voice trembling. Can you make it over there by yourself? Ling Xiaoyu questioned with skepticism. I should be able to. Tianji replied hesitantly, filled with uncertainty. Or you could hold him and I'll try to get closer.
All right.
If you can't, just wait until I deal with you. Ling Xiaoyu had no other choice but to give it a try. Yuzifeng, may I request you to step closer for a word? Ling Xiaoyu beckoned. Yuzifeng, unsuspecting, approached her. However, as he reached her side, she suddenly pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. Miss Ling, what is the meaning of this? Yuzifeng exclaimed, frightened and immobile. I will take responsibility. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback. What are you saying? Yuzifeng was equally bewildered. You have restrained me. Is it not for yesterday? Ling Xiaoyu swiftly covered his mouth.
Sure.
Be quiet. Nothing happened yesterday. Muffled protests escaped Yuzifeng as he attempted to break free, but was cautious not to move too forcefully, having noticed Ling Xiaoyu's pale complexion, which he had mistakenly attributed to himself. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Ling Xiaoyu continued, reaching to untie their garments. Yuzifeng's eyes widened in shock as he vigorously shook his head, pulling away from her grasp. What are you doing? Don't move. Just cooperate for a moment. Ling Xiaoyu insisted, her hands still working as she murmured, it will only take a moment. Yuzifeng grew agitated. What do you mean by a moment? How could anything be resolved so quickly? I endure. Suddenly, he stifled a groan as Ling Xiaoyu had succeeded in parting their garments, their abdomens pressing against each other, without obstruction. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu was communicating with Tianji. Can you manage this? Why is it so troublesome? Tianji flickered briefly before emanating a dim red light. Ling Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she observed her dantian, but alas, the black orb remained suspended there after the red glow faded. Encountering you has truly brought misfortune. Ling Xiaoyu could no longer withstand the pain, her body instinctively swaying, causing Yuzifeng beneath her to suffer. Do not move. Yuzifeng growled through clenched teeth. If you continue, do not blame me for being rude. Only then did Ling Xiaoyu realize something was pressing against her, scrambling to rise, inadvertently colliding with Yuzifeng in a sensitive area. Yuzifeng let out a low groan, curling up as he shielded his lower abdomen. Are you attempting to murder your husband? If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me? Ling Xiaoyu explained awkwardly, suddenly feeling powerless, as the situation appeared to be a deliberate act of revenge. Are you feverish? What husband? Suddenly enlightened, Ling Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush, and hurriedly inquired, are you all right? Yuzifeng was speechless, his mind a blank slate, the pain mingling with dreamlike memories swirling in his consciousness.
Hey.
Don't frighten me. Ling Xiaoyu prodded his back with her finger. Don't move. Yuzifeng seemed to recover from the pain, finally managing to speak. I truly did not mean to. Ling Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, wishing to explain the black orb within her abdomen that sought to connect with him. Can we try again? Yuzifeng suddenly lifted his head, his pupils dilated and sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at Ling Xiaoyu. Are you that desperate? Ling Xiaoyu was incensed. What are you saying? Do you think I care for you? I simply... As she faltered, Yuzifeng laughed heartily. My second senior brother once said, when a woman claims to dislike something, it means she actually likes it. You are quite passionate. It seems Ling has a fondness for me. Nonsense. Ling Xiaoyu's face turned crimson. Yet she found herself lacking a rebuttal. Enough, you need not say more. I already understand. Yuzifeng confidently stood up, tearing open his own garment as he charged toward Ling Xiaoyu.
Rogue.
Do not approach. Ling Xiaoyu shrieked in terror, fleeing in panic, while Tianji quivered, fearful that this reckless woman would take them both down. How about we just call it quits for now? I'm quite all right here, Tianji timidly suggested. Why should I? Do you have any idea how much pain I am in? Ling Xiaoyu retorted, her irritation flaring as she ran. You are comfortable, while I am suffering. Keep babbling, and I will resort to extreme measures. Ling Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself, drawing a dagger. Yu Zifeng was horrified. Ling, do not act rashly. I promise to stop this. Put the blade away. Hiss. Tianji trembled further at her fright, as Ling Xiaoyu realized she had fallen into a trap of her own making. Do not move. This is excruciating. I will not move. Ling, please. Put the dagger away, all right? Yu Zifeng coaxed her as one would a child. Woo. I am in so much pain. A-foam. I want my A-foam back. Ling Xiaoyu gazed at Yu Zifeng, who suddenly appeared gentle, and all her grievances spilled forth as she wept uncontrollably. I am here. Yu Zifeng looked at his wife, who was weeping while brandishing a dagger, feeling utterly helpless. I am your A-foam. You are not. You are the exalted Yu Zifeng. Ling Xiaoyu shouted, Stay away from me. As Ling Xiaoyu sobbed, her consciousness began to fade, and simultaneously, a branch within her sea of consciousness emitted a green light, shooting directly into Tianji. Chapter 93. The sudden completion of the task. Ling Xiaoyu's body grew weak, and Yu Zifeng rushed over to catch her.
You where?
Meanwhile, Tianji appeared to be in a state of bliss, immersed in a warm, green light, resembling a fledgling bird that had found its nest, reveling in its embrace. Moments later, the green light was absorbed by a black orb, seemingly of its own volition, as it ventured into the heart of the sphere. Tianji then joyfully bounced around in Ling Xiaoyu's dantian, exclaiming, Master, I finally found you! Ling Xiaoyu remained in a state of unconsciousness, prompting Yu Zifeng to scoop her up and search for an exit. After an indeterminate duration of wandering, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from the left. He halted, calling out, Who goes there? Young Master Yu. It's me. Cheng Yi emerged from behind a tree, carrying Zihuawei on his back.
Chenki.
A sigh of relief escaped Yu Zifeng, but tension returned as he noticed the woman on Cheng Yi's back.
Who is she? Oh.
Young Master Yu, do not worry. This is Zihuawei, the second aunt of the Ji family. Cheng Yi explained while gently placing the still-dazed Zihuawei on the ground. Zihuawei. Yu Zifeng furrowed his brow. How did she end up here? I am not sure. Cheng Yi lowered his head in distress, then noticed Ling Xiaoyu in Yu Zifeng's arms and exclaimed, What happened to her? Perhaps she was startled? Yu Zifeng believed that his actions had caused Ling Xiaoyu's mental distress, leading to her fainting. Just then, Ling Xiaoyu received a system prompt. Ding. Task completed. Rewards granted, beginning the cultivation of space. All animals, except for living humans, may thrive within. Due to the diligent efforts of the author, Tianji is obtained in advance, granting the additional reward of personal access to the space. You may also bring others, but it requires points for exchange. 500 points per individual. The point system is now active, with a first-time bonus of 1,000 points. Current balance, 1,000. The revolution has yet to succeed. The host must continue to strive. Ling Xiaoyu, now aware, explored her newly opened space, exclaiming, Oh, isn't it the tooth cat? She suddenly turned to see a cat and said, Hiss. What should I call you? The proud little cat ignored her, turning its back and striding away. After surveying her surroundings, Ling Xiaoyu gleefully skipped towards a newly appeared courtyard. Thinking, I can come in now, I really want to try it. To her surprise, she vanished from Yu Zifeng's embrace. Where? Ling Xiaoyu's sudden disappearance sent Yu Zifeng into a frenzy, unleashing his spiritual energy all around. Who dares to challenge me? As Ling Xiaoyu found herself in the space, she was still processing the situation when she caught sight of Yu Zifeng outside, thinking, sigh. If only a phone could come in.
Ding.
Command received to bring someone into the space.
Ding.
Task completed. 500 points automatically deducted. With the system's prompt, Yu Zifeng appeared before her, his face displaying an unmistakable mix of tension and anger. A phone. Good morning. Ling Xiaoyu greeted him with a playful wave of her hand. Is this perhaps an illusion? Yu Zifeng cautiously surveyed his surroundings after regaining his senses. This is not an illusion. This is a space. Ling Xiaoyu explained. A space? Yu Zifeng fell silent, realizing the existence of such a realm. Oh, dear. This is my greatest secret, now laid bare before you. Ling Xiaoyu appeared nonchalant, yet her heart was in turmoil.
You are.
How wonderful! Yu Zifeng rushed over and embraced Ling Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "You scare me to death. As long as you are safe, everything is well."
Please release me.
Ling Xiaoyu struggled. Are you a Feng or Yu Zifeng?
I
am sorry. After letting her go, Yu Zifeng bowed his head in apology.
It is all my fault.
When I awoke today, I found many unfamiliar memories in my mind. Ling Xiaoyu gazed at him, her expression a mixture of skepticism and hurt. I am truly conflicted. I both cannot believe it and wish it were true. Yu Zifeng lamented, guilt-ridden. I thought it was merely a dream, but upon seeing you, I began to believe it was all real. Tears welled in Ling Xiaoyu's eyes again. Then why? Did you not tell me? Why did you insist on pretending to be that young master you? You are. I am sorry. Yu Zifeng held her close. I was afraid you would dislike me. Ling Xiaoyu looked up at him, her large eyes filled with questions.
Each is that.
Yu Zifeng suddenly blushed. You must believe me. I did not intend for this to happen. I was under the influence of a seductive drug.
Do not say that.
Ling Xiaoyu gasped, burying her head in Yu Zifeng's chest like a startled sandpiper. I promise I will take responsibility. Yu Zifeng vowed earnestly. I do not want you to take responsibility. Ling Xiaoyu grumbled. I do not care for forced responsibility. I do not know how to express this to you. Yu Zifeng stroked her head, lifting it to compel her to meet his gaze. I know I have special feelings for you. I do not understand if it is love, but you can teach me. I learn quickly. Ling Xiaoyu suddenly burst into laughter, her tears replaced by mirth.
All right.
It is a promise. She extended her pinky to link with Yu Zifeng's, saying, Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing. Although Yu Zifeng did not fully grasp the meaning behind her words, he smiled indulgently at Ling Xiaoyu, assuring her, I know I will not change. Shall we go outside first? Cheng, you must be worried sick. Yu Zifeng suggested. By the way, that woman is Zihuawei. Are you aware of her? Ling Xiaoyu nodded. I know, but how did she end up here? To be honest, had Zihuawei's task not been completed unexpectedly, she would have been treated as an imposter. It was peculiar that her task's completion indicated Zihuawei's authenticity. Could it be that there was a teleportation entrance to the celestial tomb at that cliff? Yu Zifeng called out, noticing Ling Xiaoyu lost in thought.
What did you say?
Ling Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. I said let us go outside first. Zihuawei does not seem well. Since we have found her, we might as well lend a hand, especially since she is the second aunt of Ji Cha.
All right.
Ling Xiaoyu agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, outside, Cheng Yi, anxious due to their sudden disappearance, had drawn his sword. Chapter 94. Xiao Hongyi returns alone Ling Xiaoyu's mind world, and the two reappeared in the place where they had vanished. Everything is fine. Ling Xiaoyu reassured him, then approached Zi Qiangwei to inquire. Where did you find my second aunt? I followed you into the lake and lost consciousness immediately. When I awoke, I found myself in a forest over there. On my way to find you, I passed through a marsh and accidentally picked up. Cheng Yi babbled on.
Stop.
I understand now. Ling Xiaoyu interrupted him and called out to Zi Qiangwei, Second aunt, can you hear me? Zi Qiangwei frowned slightly, as if attempting to open her eyes but failing. Don't rush, aunt. I know you can hear me. Ling Xiaoyu adjusted her to a side-lying position. Your wounds need treatment, and it may hurt a bit. So please bear with it. Just as she was about to begin, she noticed Zi Qiangwei tensing up and suddenly recalled that there were two men present. I should have considered this. A Feng. Go with Cheng Yi to gather some firewood and see if there's any game nearby. Ling Xiaoyu was well aware that she had supplies, but she needed an excuse to send them away. It was only after their footsteps had completely faded that Zi Qiangwei relaxed, and Ling Xiaoyu began to tend to her wounds. Second aunt, you have not only suffered internal injuries, but also have toxins in your body. Therefore, I need to administer medication to you. Do you have the strength to swallow? Zi Qiangwei lightly shook her head, and Ling Xiaoyu understood that it was a nod. She then took out a healing pill from her frost mirror and fed it to her. Fortunately, the pill dissolved instantly, flowing down her throat and into her abdomen. In no time, Zi Qiangwei felt strength returning to her body. She slowly opened her eyes and said, "Thank you, young lady."
Please don't move, second aunt.
Ling Xiaoyu quickly stopped her as she attempted to rise. "The more you move, the faster the toxins will spread. I have only just relieved your internal injuries. First, take this detoxification pill." She handed her another pill, indicating that Zi Qiangwei should take it herself. "TT and I are good friends, so there's no need to be polite with me. Just speak your mind." Zi Qiangwei glanced at her. "How is the Zi family now?" "The Zi family is thriving," Ling Xiaoyu said earnestly.
Thank you.
Zi Qiangwei expressed her gratitude once more and swallowed the medicine in one go. "This." Changyi looked at Zi Qiangwei on the ground, momentarily flustered. "Are you worried?" Ling Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at him. "I never would have guessed, little Cheng-yi. You seem to be quite the romantic." "No, that's not it." Cheng-yi hurriedly tried to explain. "An explanation is merely a disguise. And a disguise is a fact. Rest assured, second aunt is fine. She just took a detoxification pill." Ling Xiaoyu stood and walked over to Yu Zifeng, a Feng. "You're amazing. Does this mean we can have meat tonight?"
Yes. Meat.
Yu Zifeng smiled indulgently, handing Cheng-yi a rabbit and a wild chicken. "Go clean them. I'll start the fire." Cheng-yi took another glance at Zi Qiangwei before accepting the rabbit and chicken and heading into the woods.
Hey.
"Do you think Cheng-yi has feelings for second aunt?" Ling Xiaoyu whispered to Yu Zifeng. "Focus on yourself." Yu Zifeng teased, playfully brushing her nose. "Does it still hurt?"
What?
Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, puzzled. "I feel fine. That dark orb in my stomach seems to have settled down. I meant, there." Yu Zifeng lowered his head, awkwardly asking, "There?" Ling Xiaoyu was still processing. "I just have a stomachache."
Cough.
"Just, there."
Ah.
"You scoundrel." Realizing what he meant, Ling Xiaoyu raised her fist to hit him.
Tuft.
"Youth is truly wonderful." Laughter came from behind as Zi Qiangwei chuckled.
Ah.
Ling Xiaoyu shyly dove into Yu Zifeng's embrace. Too embarrassed to show her face, her small hand playfully pinching a bit of flesh at his waist and giving it a gentle twist.
Ouch.
"My dear wife, be gentle." Yu Zifeng gasped, not forgetting to tease Ling Xiaoyu. In response, she twisted even harder, and Ling Xiaoyu felt as if she could sink into the ground.
Hee hee.
Zi Qiangwei sat up with a light laugh. "Girls are shy. As a man, you should be more mindful of your words."
Yes.
"I appreciate your guidance, second aunt." Yu Zifeng quickly took the opportunity to step down. "Humph. I won't talk to you anymore." Ling Xiaoyu huffed and turned to run into the woods.
Wife.
Yu Zifeng called after her. "Quickly go after her. It's dangerous in there." Zi Qiangwei glanced at him and said, "Yes." Yu Zifeng chased after Ling Xiaoyu's direction. Once in the woods, Ling Xiaoyu quickly regretted her impulsiveness. The terrain around the fairy tomb had likely been altered by the system, and running around was akin to courting disaster. As she contemplated this, she found a spot to sit down. "Stupid Yu Zifeng. Why hasn't he come to find me? All his professed affections seem insincere." "Yujia." Suddenly hearing Xiao Hongyi's voice, Ling Xiaoyu turned her head in surprise. Not far away, a figure clad in red was desperately running towards her. "Yujia, I finally found you." Ling Xiaoyu was first taken aback with joy, but then recalled the illusion. "Don't come any closer." "What's wrong?" Xiao Hongyi looked aggrieved. "Yujia, do you dislike me?" "I didn't mean to. I want to run off again." "Is it really you, Hongyi?" Ling Xiaoyu cautiously retreated. "Yujia." Xiao Hongyi attempted to approach her, yet stopped when she saw Ling Xiaoyu backing away. "What must I do for you to believe me? How did you get here?" Ling Xiaoyu inquired. "I don't know. When I woke up, I was lying in that marsh, almost dragged away by a killer vine. I went through great difficulties to find you, yet you still don't believe me." Xiao Hongyi's voice grew increasingly pitiful, and she seemed on the verge of tears.
Wait.
"Don't cry. Tell me, where did we meet?" Ling Xiaoyu felt her suspicions rise. We.
Oh.
Xiao Hongyi suddenly laughed it off. "Didn't we meet in that forest?" Ling Xiaoyu understood in an instant that the Xiao Hongyi before her was undoubtedly an impostor. As her thoughts raced, she suddenly had an idea. "Oh, we met in the forest, you're right. So it is truly you, Hongyi."
Come over.
Xiao Hongyi, filled with excitement, rushed forward, only to be greeted by a Qing Huanhe. Chapter 95. Walking into a trap suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu tossed King Huan aside. Xiao Hongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she abandoned Ling Xiaoyu and lunged for King Huan.
Ha!
Ling Xiaoyu crossed her arms and coldly gazed at Xiao Hongyi. Keep playing your little act. Xiao Hongyi, having momentarily faltered while trying to devour King Huan, stammered. How? How did you find out? Humph. I suspected you from the moment you appeared. If you were the real Xiao Hongyi, you would have rushed over to show me the evidence. Ling Xiaoyu explained with clarity. Unlike you, standing there and crying. What a disgrace. Xiao Hongyi wanted to ask another question, but Ling Xiaoyu cut her off. Finding what you seek can sometimes be effortless. She grinned wickedly. Now, tell me, do you wish to obediently sign the contract, or shall I beat you up first before you comply? Please, don't do anything reckless. The phantom beast stumbled backward in fear, only to collide with a transparent barrier. Upon turning, it found Yuzifeng standing ominously behind it. You have 1 minute to decide. Ling Xiaoyu clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles. Make it quick. If you don't choose, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. But I'm still just a child. The phantom beast whimpered, attempting to elicit sympathy. Spare me. Humph. You're a child? Ling Xiaoyu scoffed, shooting it a disdainful glare. Who isn't a mere infant of several hundred months. She added, you'll find out soon enough whether I choose to strike you. Please, don't. The phantom beast pleaded, having no means to fight back or escape. Ling Xiaoyu was unyielding. Time is running out.
5, 4, 3, 2, Stop.
Stop.
Boss.
The phantom beast suddenly lunged forward, clutching Ling Xiaoyu's leg.
Boss.
From now on, you are my boss. Ling Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You shameless creature. Get off me. With a swift motion, she shoved it away and began to deliver a thorough beating, the forest echoing with the phantom beast's pitiful wails. Yuzifeng, unable to bear the sight, turned away and silently muttered, My wife is always right. She truly is formidable. Finally satisfied after delivering a good thrashing, Ling Xiaoyu looked down at the swollen phantom beast and teased. If only you had cooperated from the start. The phantom beast replied, I acknowledge you as my boss. You're just using this as an excuse to hit me. Ling Xiaoyu smirked. Indeed. I simply wanted to give you a good beating.
What can you do about it? All right.
Get up. Ling Xiaoyu pulled the beast's head from its claws. Tell me, do you know where that red-clad woman you impersonated is? Uh-huh. I do. I'll take you there right away. The phantom beast, having just endured a beating, was eager to answer, fearing another round. Good. A promising pupil indeed. Ling Xiaoyu pretended to stroke her chin, mimicking the wise demeanor of ancient sages from television dramas. What pupil? My name is Awa. The phantom beast thought Ling Xiaoyu was referring to it and rolled its eyes. Ling Xiaoyu shot a glance at it, causing it to instantly shrink back in fear. I meant, pupil is a splendid name. The phantom beast thought to itself, lamenting that it had received such an unfortunate name. From now on, your name shall be pupil. Ling Xiaoyu nearly burst into laughter internally while maintaining a facade of aloofness. Yuzifeng, watching from the side, almost fell over with laughter. Haha. Thus, pupil led the two towards its destination. After scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of the two, it did not disturb Zitsongwei and quietly started a fire to roast some food. After gazing at Cheng Yi for a long while, Zitsongwei finally spoke. Thank you. I owe you my life.
No.
It's unnecessary. Cheng Yi quickly interjected. I am merely a subordinate. My status is humble. And you need not express such gratitude. What do you mean?
Zikango replied, perplexed.
I just wished to repay the kindness. It was a trivial effort. Cheng Yi nervously fiddled with the rabbit and wild chicken in his hands. Please, Auntie, I'm just glad you're safe. Zitsongwei started to continue, but Cheng Yi quickly changed the subject. Annie, do you know where the master and the others have gone? He asked. The food will be ready soon, yet they're nowhere to be found.
Oh.
Those two?
No worries.
Zitsongwei smiled warmly, looking in the direction they had taken. Young people will be young people. A bit of playful tussling is quite normal. Let them be. Indeed. Please, Auntie, continue your recovery, Chung-yi said as he continued to cook, adding, I'll guard you while the food cooks. I'll call you when it's ready. Very well, then. I appreciate it. Zi Songwei readily agreed and resumed her meditative state. Once Chung-yi noticed that Zi Songwei's breathing had steadied, he quietly turned to look at her, a goofy smile spreading across his face. After approximately 15 minutes, Pupil led Ling Xiaoyu and Yuzifeng to the entrance of a cave. Boss. That woman is inside. Ling Xiaoyu quickly pulled Yuzifeng inside, and her eyes fell upon Xiao Hongyi lying on the ground. Hongyi. Pupil, panting as it hurried in, reassured, Boss. Don't worry. She's just unconscious. She'll be fine. Are you sure? Ling Xiaoyu immediately turned to Pupil. Why was she in that coffin earlier? I don't know. Pupil scratched its head. It might be destiny. Before it could finish, it abruptly covered its mouth and fell silent. Ling Xiaoyu frowned. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? What about destiny? Pupil shook its head vigorously, refusing to speak. Are you looking for another beating? Ling Xiaoyu threatened while signaling Yuzifeng to grab it. Boss. It's not that I don't want to talk. It's just that she is the leader around here, and I can't provoke her. Pupil knelt and bowed repeatedly. What did you say? Ling Xiaoyu was astonished, her mouth agape. Is the destiny you speak of this? With that, she pulled out a black orb. Chapter 96. Refining the Fairy Tomb. Which scoundrel dares to disturb my repose? Tianji was peacefully slumbering in Ling Xiaoyu's space when she was abruptly yanked out. At that moment, the astonished illusion beast exclaimed, El Lord. Is it truly Tianji?
Ava.
Do you wish to forfeit your existence? Tianji, upon spotting the illusion beast, began to reprimand it, demonstrating a loyal adherence to her master. Clearing her throat, Ling Xiaoyu struck the black orb with her palm. What are you shouting about?
Oh.
Master, it is you who summoned me. Tianji immediately adopted a sycophantic tone, sweetly proclaiming, What commands do you have? I shall comply, without hesitation. Ling Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. What is the situation with Hongyi? Did you have a hand in this? What red and blue attire? Tianji hardly regarded Xiao Hongyi, drifting languidly from Ling Xiaoyu's grasp to hover beside Xiao Hongyi, only to exclaim with surprise, This woman is still here. Noticing Tianji's demeanor, Ling Xiaoyu delivered another swift slap, causing her to stagger momentarily before regaining her balance. Quickly speak. What has happened to her? What did you do? How painful. Tianji swiftly darted aside, distancing herself from Ling Xiaoyu's range of attack. This truly has nothing to do with me. I was in deep slumber, and upon awakening, I found myself here with my master. Ling Xiaoyu, clearly unconvinced, retorted. Do you still wish to argue? Have you never experienced the master's wrath? Threateningly, she cracked her knuckles. I can make you feel it right now. Will you confess voluntarily, or shall I assist you? Please. Do not. It truly was not me. Tianji evaded further, while the illusion beast chuckled to itself, feeling somewhat comforted that it was not the sole target of the impending punishment. Will you speak up or not? Ling Xiaoyu glared fiercely, seizing Tianji's form. If you remain silent, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy.
I do not hold back.
Who is this Rize you speak of? Tianji, preoccupied with her own predicament, had no concern for anything else. Master, I was wrong. Spare me. Tianji cried out. I suspect it might be related to that coffin. The coffin is not yours? Ling Xiaoyu inquired, halting her actions, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. How could it be mine? I am very much alive. Tianji exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I do not know who placed me here. The coffin was merely a resting spot I stumbled upon. Were you not aware of anything amiss while you were in the coffin? Ling Xiaoyu released her grip, pressing further. Not at all. It was only yesterday that this girl was suddenly transported here, and the coffin seemed alive, swallowing her whole while I could not escape. It was only when you arrived that the coffin opened. Tianji lamented, feeling wronged by her sudden displacement and near consumption by the very coffin. So, the coffin is suspicious. Oh no. Ling Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. Often. My second aunt, and the others are very close to that coffin.
Do not say that.
Look at my face. The illusion beast, with a pitiful expression, brought its face closer to Tianji's. Look at the state I am in. I must accumulate virtue.
Ah,
How expensive. Get away. Tianji, startled at such close proximity, exclaimed, You nearly scared me to death. As Ling Xiaoyu beheld the extinguished fire and the disarray around her, a sense of dread settled within her. That accursed coffin has captured Cheng Yi and my second aunt. If I find out who is behind this, I shall excavate their ancestors' graves.
wife.
We must accumulate virtue. Yu Zifeng, appearing both eager to educate her yet hesitant to speak, implored. What we need to do now is to quickly find them. How infuriating. Hong Yi's fate is uncertain, and Cheng Yi has been taken. Ling Xiaoyu felt the tension within her tighten. This person is deliberately targeting me. I will always be by your side. Yu Zifeng took the opportunity to profess his feelings. At that moment, Ling Xiaoyu was not in the mood to hear such declarations. It appears I must unleash my ultimate weapon. Often, we shall head to the fairy tomb. Ling Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. She resolved to unearth the fairy tomb.
Ding.
Side quest accepted. Quest objective: refine the fairy tomb. Refining method: absorb all spiritual energy from the forbidden ground. Then contract with the spirit of the forbidden ground using one's own blood. Quest duration: 3 days. Quest reward: the fairy tomb's blessings will merge into the system space for the host's use. Failure penalty: host dies. Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback by the sudden quest, her mind in disarray. This dog system perpetually concocts mischief. What is so special about a tomb to refine? Am I to establish an ancient tomb sect? Yu Zifeng, hearing her mutter to herself, inquired with confusion. Wife, what are you saying? I did not quite catch that.
Nothing.
Let us hurry. Ling Xiaoyu commanded, and Yu Zifeng swiftly complied. Indeed, when they arrived at the tomb chamber, the coffin remained sealed as before. However, this time, upon Ling Xiaoyu's entry, the coffin lid did not automatically open. Ling Xiaoyu and Yu Zifeng approached the coffin to examine it, attempting to push the lid, but it yielded no results. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoyu recalled the system's quest. If refining the fairy tomb allows for control over all within, perhaps it is the key to unraveling the mystery. She called Yu Zifeng closer, whispering, especially this coffin beside us. I have a strong feeling it is the mastermind behind the fairy tomb. Rest assured, I will protect you with my life. Yu Zifeng gazed deeply into Ling Xiaoyu's eyes, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Chapter 97. Truly refined. The absorption process of Ling Xiaoyu, who had never practiced before, was astonishing. Yu Zifeng was left utterly astounded as he witnessed the surrounding spiritual energy begin to coalesce into a massive vortex at a visible speed, forcefully rushing into her body. He had previously seen geniuses ascend and form spiritual vortices, but witnessing a common practitioner achieve such a feat was unprecedented. Yu Zifeng could not help but scrutinize Ling Xiaoyu closely. Despite her ordinary constitution, and not knowing how she had commenced her cultivation, she certainly did not possess the traits of a prodigy. After a while of searching for answers that eluded him, Yu Zifeng ceased to dwell on the matter. Regardless of her nature, his affection for her remained unwavering. As time passed, the spiritual energy within the forbidden area grew increasingly sparse, yet Ling Xiaoyu did not break through. For most of the spiritual energy she absorbed had entered the system space. While Ling Xiaoyu continued to consume the energy, Yu Zifeng found himself in a state of ennui until the black coffin could no longer restrain itself and began to stir. The coffin lid moved slightly, and Yu Zifeng sensed this, preparing cautiously while feigning ignorance, continuing to watch Ling Xiaoyu. My wife is truly remarkable. The black coffin, observing the dwindling spiritual energy, grew infuriated as the man continued to praise the troublesome woman. With a loud crash, the coffin lid fell to the ground, ejecting the two individuals trapped inside, who exclaimed in a muffled voice, "Stop it. Cease at once." Seeing that Ling Xiaoyu showed no intention of halting her actions, the coffin emitted a furious screech. Yu Zifeng was bewildered. What was this? The coffin had gained sentience. He quickly countered the coffin's attack. Bold demon. You are merely a decrepit coffin, daring to provoke my people. Humph. I have yet to encounter anyone I cannot handle. Let me show you my might. As the black coffin witnessed Yu Zifeng's retaliation, its fury intensified, and it directed the coffin's mouth towards him. sucking forcefully. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoyu, witnessing their intense battle, intensified her cultivation efforts, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate at an accelerated pace. As the energy vanished, the Black Coffin's attacks weakened until the last trace of spiritual energy disappeared above Ling Xiaoyu's head. In a fit of rage, the Black Coffin unleashed a powerful spiritual attack towards Ling Xiaoyu, but alas, it vanished without a sound, absorbed completely. You have consumed all the spiritual energy in this realm. I shall devour you. Then all this energy will belong to me. The Black Coffin howled as it lunged at Ling Xiaoyu. At that moment, the entire fairy tomb began to tremble, and Yu Zifeng hurriedly embraced Ling Xiaoyu, who had awakened and, in a panic, commanded, "Protect those two." It turned out that this forbidden area was a remnant of a celestial paradise. According to legend, a celestial maiden had placed this Black Coffin here to suppress a beast lurking beneath the unnamed lake. The Black Coffin was once used by an ancient deity, and thus, after gaining sentience, it claimed this space as its own, transforming it into a forbidden zone. The name Fairy Tomb was intended to instill fear in others, deterring them from disturbing it. Once calm returned, Ling Xiaoyu sensed that her system's space had expanded. Upon introspection, she discovered a new section adjacent to her existing space, which resembled the entire Fairy Tomb. Ling Xiaoyu had successfully refined the entire Fairy Tomb, and the Black Coffin appeared subdued. "Master, where shall I go?" "First, release the people." Ling Xiaoyu, lacking the time to explore the newly acquired space, urgently demanded the coffin to expel the individuals. After a retching sound, the two were deposited onto the ground. At that moment, they realized Cheng Yi was tightly embracing Zerose, shielding her vital areas with his body. "I couldn't hold back. Today has truly drained me." The Black Coffin sat obediently to the side, accepting Ling Xiaoyu's reproach. Suddenly, it dawned on Ling Xiaoyu that she had absorbed all the spiritual energy, and after the previous skirmish, the coffin likely lacked the strength to resist. Thus, she refrained from pursuing the matter further and inquired, "What happened to those two?" "They were poisoned. Recently, the Nine Python has been particularly active, and I was unable to subdue it, which forced me to take action against them. Please spare me, Master." The Black Coffin whimpered humanely. Ling Xiaoyu glared at the unrepentant coffin, her heart filled with indignation. "Speak properly, or I shall send you to the Celestial Maiden in Flames." The Black Coffin emitted a faint sound, falling silent. "Tell me, did that woman in red also suffer from poisoning?" Ling Xiaoyu pressed once more. The Black Coffin hesitated, terrified of Ling Xiaoyu's wrath. I am uncertain if you all are acquainted. Then why did you not attack me?" Ling Xiaoyu directly confronted the question that had been troubling her. "From the moment I first entered that tomb, you were intentionally cooperating with me, wishing for me to leave quickly."
"Why?
I did not." The Black Coffin stubbornly refused to communicate, resolutely maintaining its silence. Ling Xiaoyu, feeling an urge to retaliate, was well understood by Yu Zifeng. Before she could speak, he handed her a torch. After praising Yu Zifeng, Ling Xiaoyu mischievously approached the Black Coffin. "Will you speak? If you do not reveal the truth, I shall toss this torch into your belly." The Black Coffin began to tremble. "Master, please spare me. It is not that I do not wish to speak. I am simply afraid. If I inadvertently disclose anything, that person will surely obliterate me." "Person?" Ling Xiaoyu astutely seized upon the keyword. "Is it a man or a woman?" Yu Zifeng, all ears, realized that someone was vying for his wife. "Yes. Is it a man or a woman? Do not forget, you are now your contract spirit. Are you not afraid?" "Humph. I cannot say." The Black Coffin resolutely replied. Ling Xiaoyu glanced at the two individuals still unconscious nearby, then recalled Xiao Hongyi in the cave. She addressed the Black Coffin. "Very well. We shall not discuss this matter for now. First, bring them back to life." "That is no issue." The Black Coffin hurriedly agreed, swiftly swallowing Cheng Yi and Zerose before soaring towards the cave where Xiao Hongyi resided. Chapter 98. Encounter with the family vanguard. A soft sound escaped Xiao Hongyi's lips as she slowly raised her hand to her forehead. "My head aches terribly."
"Ouch.
"Why does my entire body hurt?" "Red E, you have finally awakened. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement as she rushed over, pushing aside the black coffin. The black coffin let out a pitiful noise. Ungrateful master, discarded after use. Ling Xiaoyu paid it no mind, lifting Xiao Hongyi's head and resting it on her lap. Red, how do you feel? It hurts. Xiao Hongyi still kept her eyes closed, merely expressing her pain.
Curse you.
Come here. Ling Xiaoyu turned to the black coffin, demanding, what did you do to her? Why, isn't she awake? She's only moaning in pain. If anything happens to her, I swear I will dismantle you piece by piece. Ling Xiaoyu continued to scold. I might have accidentally dropped her when I released her before. The coffin trembled in fear. Yujia? Xiao Hongyi slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Ling Xiaoyu with a dazed expression, unable to focus. I'm here.
Red how are you?
Ling Xiaoyu looked down at Xiao Hongyi's pale face.
I'm
fine. Really, don't worry. Xiao Hongyi said, trying to mask her pain with a slight frown, still putting on a brave face. Ling Xiaoyu felt a pang of empathy for the little girl pretending to be strong. Are you in a lot of pain? Truly, it doesn't hurt. Xiao Hongyi attempted a smile, pulling at her lips, which only resulted in a more sorrowful expression. I'm just a bit thirsty. Thirsty? Ling Xiaoyu took out a cup of water from her space and added 3 drops of moonlight spirit dew, feeding it to Xiao Hongyi, the maximum amount the human body could tolerate at once.
Cough.
Xiao Hongyi choked a bit due to her eagerness, leaving some water stains behind. The black coffin, having caught the scent of the spirit spring, rushed over to absorb the spilled water. Don't waste it. This is a precious item. Ling Xiaoyu shot it an exasperated glare. This is all your fault. How dare you come over here? Just wait until I deal with you. The coffin shrank back. I was merely concerned about wasting. Eating it is even more wasteful. Ling Xiaoyu showed no mercy. Do you have a name? The coffin was about to respond when a voice interrupted. Master, it has no name. It's just waiting for you to name it.
Oh, interesting.
Ling Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Hongyi, who had finished the water and fallen back asleep, and began to ponder. A black coffin, a coffin, rising in fortune. I shall name you Fa Kai.
What?
The coffin jumped up in shock. How can you humiliate me like this at my age? Before it could finish, Ling Xiaoyu shot it a fierce look. Do you have an objection? And no. The coffin swallowed hard, then timidly said, Fa Kai is truly a fitting name. You have a sharp mind, master. Of course. I am a seasoned author. Ling Xiaoyu placed Xiao Hongyi aside, speaking with a hint of pride.
Sit? What is that?
The 3 confused non-humans, along with Yizifeng, looked on in bewilderment. I forgot you are illiterate. Ling Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively, attempting to explain.
What? Busy?
The coffin chimed in hastily. What does that mean? Are the mosquitoes very busy? Indeed. They're quite occupied, every day busy sucking others' blood.
No.
Ling Xiaoyu realized she had overshared and quickly clarified. Do you know about those storybooks? Yizifeng nodded, and the others shook their heads. The people who write those storybooks in my hometown are called authors. Ling Xiaoyu stated seriously. Of course, you refer to them as sirs here. Oh, authors. Yizifeng suddenly understood.
So,
my dear wife, you can write storybooks? Will you write me into one? That, we'll see. Ling Xiaoyu thought to herself. If I hadn't written about you, would I have ended up in this predicament? Just then, a commotion erupted outside, causing everyone to become cautious. Tianji swiftly vanished into Ling Xiaoyu's space, while the black coffin scurried into the fairy tomb. Only the illusion beast remained, looking bewildered at the vanished companions. What should I do? Who are you? A leader-like figure questioned them. And who are you? Yuzifeng, emboldened by Ling Xiaoyu's presence, retorted. You question others without introducing yourself. How rude. I thought you were someone else. Turns out you're from the Shadow Dust Sect. Once Yuzifeng identified the leader as a member of the Shadow Dust Sect, he felt more at ease, brandishing a jade pendant. I am Yuzifeng of the Yulan Sect. It's young Master Yu. Ingzhen bowed respectfully. I have long heard of your esteemed name. May I ask how you arrived here? To be honest, we fell into the unnamed lake and were transported here. My sister here is gravely injured and has yet to awaken. Feng, with wide eyes, half-truthfully spun his tale. How long have you been trapped here? Jun asked earnestly, believing him. They had also found an entrance from the lake's bottom, exhausting their efforts to reach this point, having encountered a giant monster along the way, losing many comrades. It's been a day and a night, alas. Dragging an injured person, my wife's cultivation is not high, and we have yet to find a way out. Feng fanned himself with his folding fan, speaking without hesitation. How did you end up here? Alas. Just like young Master Yu. We exerted great effort to find the teleportation array. We lost several brothers in the process and formed a small team to cautiously explore our way out. Jun sighed, lamenting, had I known we would end up in the fairy tomb, I wouldn't have participated. Participated in what? Chapter 99. Finally emerged it was nothing significant. Merely that the prominent families had organized a vanguard to conduct preliminary explorations of the lake. Jun wore a slight frown. My master leads the team. So, I was the first to be nominated. There's no escaping it.
Alas.
Oh, I see. Feng closed his folding fan, glancing at the remnants of the defeated soldiers behind Jun. Has Brother Ing discovered anything unusual? We have been wandering here for quite some time without finding a way out. Jun lowered his head, sitting down on the spot. There was indeed a violent surge of spiritual energy just now, right in the center of the fairy tomb, but it disappeared shortly thereafter. This cave was only discovered because one of our brothers accidentally fell.
Discovered?
Ling Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Were you not searching for an exit earlier? Ling Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Feng, and they nodded in silent agreement. So, does this mean we were in two different spaces just now? Ling Xiaoyu elaborated. You mean? Jun's expression suddenly turned grave. Yes. We also ventured out earlier and encountered no one.
Feng interjected.
Then what could have led us to suddenly see each other? Jun leaped up, staring at Ling Xiaoyu and her companion. When exactly did you perceive that surge of spiritual energy? Ling Xiaoyu fixed her gaze on Jun. Approximately 15 minutes ago. Jun suddenly paused. What exactly transpired inside? Ling Xiaoyu and Feng exchanged knowing glances, silently concluding that revealing too much would be unwise. We are just as perplexed as you. How did this lady sustain her injuries? Did she encounter that beast as well? Jun inquired, turning his attention to Xiao Hongyi. Not exactly. We are unclear of the specific cause. They exchanged serious looks, anxiety etched on their faces. We were separated upon entry, and after some events, we managed to reunite. What events? Jun's curiosity piqued. He noticed that Ling Xiaoyu's face flushed at the mention of the occurrences.
Cough.
Feng cleared his throat. Just a bit of personal matter, Brother Ing. Let us not delve further. He bowed his head, chuckling to himself. I'm sorry. I simply can't contain myself. Ha ha ha. I doubt it. After all, it is quite normal for a few to perish in the fairy tomb. Feng reopened his fan, fanning himself while speaking. My dear, feel free to twist away. I will handle those behind.
Hey.
Let us speak amicably. I know nothing. Jun quickly conceded. I must have been possessed. As Brother Yu said, we are in the fairy tomb after all.
Right?
Indeed. Ling Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Since you say so, I suppose it wouldn't be too problematic if I were to twist off your head after being possessed in the fairy tomb, would it? With that, Ling Xiaoyu issued a mock threat to the individuals behind Jun, who, being from different clans, lowered their heads and remained silent, deeming the matter irrelevant to them. Feng let out a light snicker, truly revealing the grace of everyone present. Jun gazed at the individuals behind him, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. You all, truly commendable. I have put forth much effort to bring you all here, ensuring no one was left behind, only to receive such outcomes. Not a single one of the 7 individuals behind him hesitated. They bowed and turned to leave. Alas, in recent years, all factions have begun to decline. Each generation seems to be worse than the last, and few aspiring youths can be found. Jun lamented as he watched them vanish from sight. Brother Ing, do not be disheartened. Aspiring youths do not necessarily emerge from prominent factions. If given the chance to explore beyond, you may discover some promising talents. Feng consoled him with a smile. What shall be our next course of action? Brother Ing? Yu Zifeng inquired. Shall we continue our exploration? Or are you all planning to exit directly? Ing Zhan asked, glancing at the unconscious Xiao Hongyi. Given her state, I hesitate to invite you all to investigate further. After a moment of contemplation, Ing Zhan nodded in agreement. Very well, let us seek out the members of the Ying Qin sect together. My master might assist this young lady with her injuries. That is a feasible plan. I suspect she may have been poisoned. I administered an antidote, yet she remains unconscious. Ling Xiaoyu gleefully concurred. Their mutual understanding stemmed from Yu Zifeng's unwavering reliance on Ling Xiaoyu. Everything she said and did was deemed correct. And thus the four of them set forth on their journey out. Ing Zhan retrieved the sect's communication talisman and contacted the third elder before hastening to the nearest location. Once settled, Ling Xiaoyu finally exhaled in relief. Ha!
We are finally out.
Yu Zifeng smiled and embraced her. Let us take a moment to rest. You have worked hard of late. Each held their own thoughts as they nestled close together. It seems that Cheng Yi truly has feelings for second aunt. Ling Xiaoyu shared a tidbit with Yu Zifeng. Suddenly, recalling something, she sprang up. Wait, where are Cheng Yi and second aunt? It seems we have not seen them. Oh no, they might still be trapped inside. Chapter 100. Is making money still useful? With a mere thought, Ling Xiaoyu expelled Fa Kai from her space. The coffin lid was abruptly lifted, and with a retching sound, two individuals were simultaneously ejected.
Ah!
Master, you finally heard my call. I almost couldn't help but expel them directly into the space.
Fachai gasped, breathless.
What on earth are you made of? How could you bring living people into the space? Ling Xiaoyu queried, circling around Fa Kai in bewilderment. Strangely enough, it seems I haven't lost any of my points. What points? The pressure inside is immense. In my prime, I could bring several people without issue, but the timing was unfortunate, and I nearly expelled them inside. Fa Kai spoke in a hushed tone, apprehensive. It felt as if something was watching me inside, urging me to spit them out. Is that true? Are you certain? Ling Xiaoyu was taken aback. Although she had always suspected that this system was human-controlled, she had never found any evidence. Yes, I am puzzled too, Master. Isn't this your space?
Fachai Suden inquired.
I suppose it is, Ling Xiaoyu replied, slightly embarrassed, thinking to herself that this contraption held her fate in its grasp.
Ugh!
Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, patting her chest. This fellow is truly irksome, always bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Hee hee. Yu Zifeng suddenly chuckled. Wife, you are just too adorable in this moment. Ling Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Aren't you going to hurry and get them onto the bed? Well, there's only one bed. Yu Zifeng looked at the two individuals on the floor, appearing somewhat troubled. Do you not understand the principle of ladies first? Ling Xiaoyu retorted irritably. Put my second aunt on the bed. Cheng Yi, being a robust man, can stay on the floor for a while. But Yu Zifeng still gazed at Ziet Songwei with a conflicted expression. But what? Ling Xiaoyu asked, looking at him. She is a woman. Yu Zifeng suddenly glared at Ling Xiaoyu in frustration. How do you expect me to place her on the bed? My mistake. I was hasty. Ling Xiaoyu quickly softened upon seeing his expression. All right, I'll do it. With that, she swiftly picked up Ziet Songwei and placed her on the bed, beginning a thorough examination of both individuals. How is it? Yu Zifeng, noticing Ling Xiaoyu's silence, began to feel anxious. I sense something is amiss. My second aunt is not quite right. Cheng Yi is mostly fine, merely unconscious. He will be all right shortly. Ling Xiaoyu continued her examination of Ziet Songwei. What is the situation? Yu Zifeng's expression darkened, knowing how much effort Ling Xiaoyu had invested to save Ziet Songwei. I'm not sure yet, but it feels like her soul has detached from her body. There is no sign of her spiritual energy. The more Ling Xiaoyu examined, the more serious her expression became. Soul detachment? Yu Zifeng glanced at Ling Xiaoyu. Are you implying that my second aunt currently exists only as a shell, with her spirit lost somewhere?
Yes.
Before they could elaborate further, Cheng Yi stirred and woke up. Second aunt. Who would have thought, Cheng Yi, you are quite the romantic, even in a life-threatening situation. You still think of others. The tense atmosphere was shattered by Cheng Yi's exclamation, prompting Ling Xiaoyu to enter her teasing mode. Hee. Cough. Yuzi Feng couldn't contain his laughter, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Ling Xiaoyu. Master. Cheng-Yi sat up weakly and called out to Ling Xiaoyu. Second aunt. She was taken by a coffin. Are you dreaming? Ling Xiaoyu was not about to let him off easily. Where did this coffin come from? I have never heard of a coffin that abducts people. At least concoct a plausible excuse.
I'm not.
I truly am not lying to you. Cheng-Yi insisted anxiously. Second aunt was genuinely taken by a pitch-black coffin. Please act quickly. The longer we wait, the more danger she is in.
All right.
I understand your concern. Ling Xiaoyu, seeing Cheng-Yi's urgency, decided to stop teasing him. She is currently lying on the bed. Cheng-Yi's eyes reflected a gradual easing of tension. Really? Is my second aunt alright? Cheng-Yi. I do not wish to deceive you. Ling Xiaoyu's expression turned somber again as she mentioned Zi Songwei's condition. We are indeed facing some difficulties. My second aunt's soul has detached, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. How can this be? Cheng-Yi's expression shifted from relief to renewed worry. Where is that coffin, Master? Where did you find us?
Do not panic.
Ling Xiaoyu reassured the agitated Cheng-Yi. I have encountered that black coffin before, but I can assure you that my second aunt's situation is unrelated to it.
Cheng-Yi.
Yuzi Feng's voice turned stern.
Who are you speaking to?
You owe your life to Yuer, who risked everything to save you. It's all right. I understand your feelings. Ling Xiaoyu felt a moment of disappointment, but then realized that if Yuzi Feng were in such a situation, she might even become more frantic. Cheng-Yi, do not act impulsively. No one knows the situation over there, and we cannot guarantee that my second aunt's soul is there. Ling Xiaoyu urged. You. Ling Xiaoyu attempted to continue, but Yuzi Feng intervened.
Go.
You need not worry about my second aunt. We will take good care of her. Yuzi Feng graciously accepted this responsibility. As Ling Xiaoyu cast a questioning glance his way, he gently shook his head and offered a faint smile. Chapter 101. What is the matter with the lady? Once Cheng-Yi departed, Ling Xiaoyu finally mustered the courage to inquire of Feng. What is he planning to do so directly? Fear not. The fairy tomb is no longer what it used to be. The situation is not dire. Given his current state, even if you were to refuse him, he would undoubtedly seek a way to go there in secret. It would be better to grant his wish, Yuzi Feng reassured, gently patting Ling Xiaoyu's head. You need to figure out how to accommodate these two individuals lying here. I suspect Ding Zhan has already made the necessary arrangements. The only uncertainty lies with when the third elder will arrive. Yuzi Feng observed Ling Xiaoyu with a serious expression. I have no other concerns, except for the possibility that he might discover the heavenly materials you used on Hong Yi. The issue should be minimal, just those 3 drops. I anticipate that she will absorb them by tomorrow morning and awaken. Ling Xiaoyu expressed her confidence regarding Xiao Hongyi, but her gaze shifted to the worried Zeros. However, as for second aunt, Shou. Yuzi Feng placed a finger over her lips. Do not fret. You must rest properly. Knock.
Knock.
Ling Xiaoyu was roused from her slumber by the sound of knocking. Yuzi Feng, with a somber expression, called out, Who is it? Young master.
Madam.
Came the voice of a maid from outside. They had specially arranged for someone to care for Xiao Hongyi. Miss Xiao has awakened.
Ah.
Hong Yi has woken? Ling Xiaoyu pressed her hand to her forehead, straining to open her eyes. Yuzi Feng, filled with concern, suggested, Perhaps I should check on her situation while you rest a little longer.
No.
Ling Xiaoyu quickly interjected. We should go together. I want to see how she is recovering. But your health?
Sure.
It's fine. I have already rested well. Ling Xiaoyu insisted. Besides, even if Hong Yi is fine, I still need to check on second aunt. You promised Cheng-Yi that you would take good care of her. Humph. Yuzi Feng let out a soft huff. What? Does the young master wish to backtrack on his promise? Ling Xiaoyu teased him with a playful smile. You little rascal. Who am I doing this for? Yuzi Feng playfully pinched her nose, feigning annoyance.
All right.
I understand now. A Feng is the best. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his, seeking affection. Shall I carry you, or will you walk on your own? Yuzi Feng asked mischievously, extending his arms towards her. Ahahaha. No fooling around. I can walk myself. Ling Xiaoyu replied, quickly dressing before following Yu Zifeng out. Hongyi, how are you feeling? Her voice echoed before they even opened the door. Sister Ling.
I.
Xiao Hongyi, appearing frail, extended an arm toward Ling Xiaoyu, prompting her to rush over in alarm.
I'm so hungry.
After a flurry of affectionate teasing from Ling Xiaoyu, Xiao Hongyi finally managed to voice her needs.
Slap.
Ling Xiaoyu playfully smacked her forehead. You've been crying out all day. If you're hungry, just say so. There's no need to wail so pitifully. What was her name again? Before Xiao Hongyi could respond, Ling Xiaoyu turned to the little maid beside her.
Hey.
Please refrain from bowing to me so often. It shortens your lifespan. Ling Xiaoyu quickly helped the girl to her feet. Though I saved you, I do not wish for you to be my servant. My sister is unwell, and I merely need your assistance. I will compensate you accordingly. Please, madam, do not dismiss me. The little maid, in a flurry of urgency, knelt and bowed repeatedly. I promise to be obedient and will take good care of Miss Xiao. Stand up.
Yu Zifeng interjected.
My lady does not appreciate constant bows. Madam, I assure you I will be obedient. Please do not send me away. The girl stood but continued to plead. Rest assured, no one wishes to dismiss you. What I mean is, you are not a servant, but rather my employee. You will work for me, and I will pay you, but we are equals, understood? Ling Xiaoyu patiently explained. Since you prefer not to share your name, I shall call you Xiao Tao. Yes. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, madam. It was unclear if Xiao Tao fully understood, yet upon receiving a name, her tears transformed into joy, and she eagerly wished to kneel in gratitude but refrained. All right, go fetch some light food for Hongyi, Ling Xiaoyu instructed, exasperated by her enthusiasm. Yes, I will be right back, madam. Xiao Tao dashed out with fervor. What is wrong with you? Are you foolish from hunger? Ling Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glance. I told you not to move around recklessly. Why did you insist on jumping into the lake? Now look at the trouble you're in. Ling Xiaoyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at her own words, having not taken the title of madam to heart, especially since she and Yu Zifeng had confirmed their relationship. But Xiao Hongyi was unaware of the circumstances. It's just that with that. With whom? Xiao Hongyi's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. How could you have secretly married in just a few days? Who is it? I shall make sure to chop him up for the cats.
Wait.
Please don't get worked up. Your health is the priority. Ling Xiaoyu glanced at Yu Zifeng, whose expression had darkened, and attempted to calm Xiao Hongyi. Just lie down, and I will explain everything to you. How can I not be agitated? You were deceived while I was away. Xiao Hongyi struggled vehemently against lying down, continuing to shout, a scoundrel.
Cough.
Yu Zifeng could no longer contain himself. How am I a scoundrel? Miss Xiao, choose your words carefully.
What?
Xiao Hongyi turned to Yu Zifeng, whose face was flushed with indignation, her mouth agape in shock. How can it possibly be you? Chapter 102. The Ling clan's branch, my lady. The meal is ready. Shall I bring it over now? A voice from outside interrupted, belonging to Xiao Tao.
Cough. Hongyi, are you not hungry?
Ling Xiaoyu cleared her throat and suggested, let us dine first, and I shall slowly explain everything to you.
Golilu.
Xiao Hongyi, about to continue her inquiries about Yu Zifeng, was betrayed by her own stomach, and she awkwardly scratched her head. All right then. Ling Xiaoyu could not help but chuckle at her demeanor, quickly stifling her laughter. Xiao Tao, please have them serve the food. Yes, my lady. Xiao Tao responded and hurried off. Before long, Xiao Hongyi was devouring her meal like a starving ghost, consumed by her hunger. Ling Xiaoyu watched her eat, unable to suppress a gulp. Goodness! She truly looks as if she is about to perish from hunger. Xiao Tao, standing nearby, burst into laughter, and Xiao Hongyi quickly covered her mouth, turning her head away, trembling to hold back her amusement. After swallowing her food, Xiao Hongyi grumbled, enough. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. I won't harm you. And no. Xiao Tao stammered. You misheard, my lady. I merely choked a little. Xiao Hongyi rolled her eyes dramatically. Cut the nonsense. Ling Xiaoyu tossed a stir-fried chestnut in her direction. Do not bully her. Are you full? If you do not wish to eat, I can have it taken away.
Do not.
Xiao Hongyi rubbed her head, pouting in feigned grievance. You are so biased, Yu Jia. I merely spoke a few words. I am so hungry. Xiao Tao knelt down, exclaiming, My lady, I have no family in this world. I implore you to take me in. Xiao Tao is willing to face any hardship for you. Oh, dear. You child. Ling Xiaoyu, in her excitement, inadvertently elevated her own status. Why do you always kneel? Get up quickly. My lady. Tears welled in Xiao Tao's eyes, and she tried to say more but was interrupted by Ling Xiaoyu. Get up first. Ling Xiaoyu firmly pulled her up. You may stay with me, but one thing, I detest those around me who kneel at every turn and refer to themselves as servants. I understand. I will remember, my lady. Xiao Tao nodded frantically, tears splattering onto Ling Xiaoyu's face.
Ugh.
Ling Xiaoyu wiped her cheek with her sleeve and comforted Xiao Tao. I know you are clever. Rest assured, I will not cast you away, nor will I pry into your background. But you must believe, if you encounter any difficulties, I will not turn a blind eye. Woo-woo. Xiao Tao became even more emotional, bursting into tears, her pitiful expression tugging at Ling Xiaoyu's heartstrings. Let it all out. Ling Xiaoyu embraced Xiao Tao tightly. I do not know what you have endured before, but from now on, you are mine. Remember, my people will never suffer injustice. If they do, those who caused it will suffer 100-fold. My lady. Xiao Tao sobbed, clinging tightly to Ling Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu. Xiao Hongyi, who had been eating, could no longer partake in her meal, glaring at Ling Xiaoyu with indignation. What is it? Ling Xiaoyu shot her a fierce look. Xiao Hongyi immediately shrank back, grumbling. Could you not wait for someone to finish eating before discussing such matters? Look at her. She is so emotional now that she cannot eat. Then do not eat. Ling Xiaoyu glared at her again, then continued to comfort Xiao Tao. Do not worry, if you are willing, you can share your background with me. Ling. Xiao Tao, in her embrace, suddenly pulled away, gazing at Ling Xiaoyu with astonishment. Yes. My surname is Ling. Ling Xiaoyu thought she was merely surprised to learn her name and smiled. I have not yet introduced myself. My name is Ling Xiaoyu. This is Yu Feng, and you already know this glutton here, Xiao Hongyi. From now on, we are family.
No. No.
Please, no. Xiao Tao retreated in panic, her fear evident to Ling Xiaoyu, who furrowed her brows slightly. What is the matter, Xiao Tao? Ling Xiaoyu slowly approached her. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Do not come closer. You are from the Ling family.
Why?
I have run so far.
How can you find me?
Xiao Tao clutched her head in distress. My lady. Xiao Tao, startled, knelt on the ground.
I
am sorry. It was not my intention.
Ding.
Side quest accepted. Quest details. Assist AIE in escaping the clutches of the Ling clan's branch. Quest duration. 7 days quest reward. A secret failure penalty. Not worth repeating. Upon hearing the quest notification, Ling Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. This insufferable system was becoming increasingly outrageous. It was one thing to ignore her, but now it was even issuing tasks. Could this be Xiao Tao's true name? It seems this girl indeed has a story. A hidden family? Yu Feng interjected. You are from a hidden family? Yes. However, my family is merely a branch. I have never visited the main house. Only the branch's patriarch has the means to contact the main family. Xiao Tao glanced at Yu Feng and continued. I know you're not a common person. I do not seek revenge for my family. I only wish for a place to belong. Is this Ling clan branch that powerful? Ling Xiaoyu tilted her head, observing the tearful Xiao Tao. The Ling clan is the most formidable among the hidden families, and their branches hold a higher status, which is why they have long oppressed our branch families. Aside from us, the AI family, the others have already allied with the Ling family. As she spoke, hatred radiated from Xiao Tao's eyes. Chapter 103. The Revival Technique. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ling Xiaoyu was about to continue her inquiry, a knock resounded from the door, followed by the voice of Ingjin. Brother Yu, I went to your room just now, and couldn't find you. I presumed you might be here. Yu Zifeng glanced at Ling Xiaoyu before approaching the door. Is there something urgent that you seek me for, brothering?
Oh.
It's nothing grave. My master has arrived, and I was hoping to arrange for Miss Xiao to see him as soon as possible. Upon opening the door, Ingzhan was momentarily taken aback by the scene inside.
Oh.
Has Miss Xiao awakened? It seems I have been overly concerned. I apologize for the intrusion. He began to retreat but was stopped by Yu Zifeng. Thank you for your consideration, Brother Ing. Since the third elder is here, I would appreciate your assistance. Yu is worried that Hongyi may have lingering symptoms that she cannot detect. Ingzhan observed the lively Xiao Hongyi, who was happily eating, and appeared at a loss for words. Well, all right. I shall summon my master right away. The astute Xiao Tao had already risen before the door was opened and quietly approached Xiao Hongyi, bowing her head in silence. This scene did not escape Yu Zifeng's notice. It was too coincidental that they arrived just as Xiao Tao encountered danger, specifically from the Ling family's pursuit of her. The mastermind behind this was indeed formidable, having seemingly orchestrated a trap, waiting for the turtle to unwittingly wander in.
Ugh.
No, we are not turtles. It seems we will be staying here for a while. Suppressing her curiosity, Ling Xiaoyu finally asked upon entering the room, a Feng. Did you notice something amiss? Yu Zifeng chuckled, ruffling her hair gently. No, do not be overly sensitive. How could we encounter every misfortune? Besides, I am here for you. Fear not. Ling Xiaoyu gazed at Yu Zifeng, her heart in turmoil over whether to reveal her secret about the system. Suddenly, a mechanical voice interrupted. Warning.
Warning.
Revealing system matters to unrelated personnel may result in the system taking decisive action against the host. Ling Xiaoyu instantly felt deflated. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. She thought to herself that she could always explain it later. Shaking her head at Yu Zifeng, she said, I am not afraid. I will strive to cultivate diligently so as not to hold you back.
Fool.
Yu Zifeng smiled with fondness. All right, quickly change into a different outfit. We have guests to meet shortly.
All right.
I understand, now hurry outside. Ling Xiaoyu instantly changed her demeanor, pushing Yu Zifeng out with force. After the door closed, Yu Zifeng lingered at the entrance, laughing for a moment, only to hear a voice from within. Aren't you leaving yet, you scoundrel? Elder Shen. Yu Zifeng and Ling Xiaoyu looked at the amiable elderly man before them, bowing subtly. Zifeng has grown. He even has a wife now. I used to carry you in my arms when you were little. The elder, perceiving their wariness, boomed jovially. Let us not rush to reminisce. Wasn't there a young lady injured in the fairy tomb? Allow me to assess her condition first. Yes. Yu Zifeng nodded, acknowledging the elder's efforts to lighten the mood, though he too felt puzzled. As the elder had mentioned, Hongyi awaited his examination, so he gestured, Elder, please. The elder chuckled. It seems her mind may be a bit muddled. Please assist me in examining her properly. Yu Zifeng cast a discreet glance at Xiao Hongyi, then smiled at the elder. Indeed, the fairy tomb is rather peculiar. Pausing, he hesitated, glancing between Yu Zifeng and Ling Xiaoyu. Let us set aside that discussion for now. I shall first check on Miss Zhao's injuries. Kindly extend your hand, young lady. Xiao Hongyi was pinned to the bed by Yu Zifeng and could hardly move. Xiao Tao, ever perceptive, hurriedly approached to extend her right hand flatly. Please, elder. Xiao Hongyi glared at her indignantly. You little wretch. What do you mean, please? Just you wait. Xiao Tao kept her head down, refusing to meet her gaze, silently stifling her laughter, thinking to herself that with such a demeanor, she could hardly contend with the young master. Better to wash up and sleep. Ying Fei took a cursory pulse of Xiao Hongyi, only to be astonished. This. Ling Xiaoyu, anxious, inquired, Is there a problem? Not a problem per se, Ying Fei replied, but it seems this young lady possesses a formidable spiritual energy within her, the cause of which I cannot discern. After another thorough examination, he still found no clear answers. But what implications could this have? Ling Xiaoyu wondered, recalling that she had detected no hidden dangers when she had previously checked her pulse. It seemed she ought to hasten her studies of the Celestial Healing Codex. The current situation appears stable, with no peculiar signs, he said, only to suddenly inhale sharply. Hiss. Xiao Hongyi tensed. What is going on? I am still young. Help me. Ling Xiaoyu hurried over. Did you discover something? Ying Fei's brow furrowed as he spoke softly. This surge of spiritual energy seems to be gradually expanding within this young lady's meridians. I cannot ascertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, but it is certain she will experience a breakthrough soon. As for the side effects, that remains uncertain. Chapter 104. The pursuit has begun. A fleeting thought turned into a malevolent obsession? Ling Xiaoyu grasped the crux. Shouldn't the heavenly medical mansion have been obliterated overnight by an unknown force? Who has succumbed to madness? The heavenly medical mansion had always been dedicated to healing and benevolence, holding a venerable position in the hearts of the people.
Yet,
the expression on Ing Fei's face shifted abruptly from reverence to despondency. No one knows the reason, only that the mansion's master has fallen into madness. Intent on perpetuating Qin Yixing's divine murder plan, embarking on a spree of slaughter against the innocent populace. Ultimately, the various sects, in a painful decision, eliminated her on the Sun and Moon Divine Island, which is now known as Demon Slaughter Island. So that is how Demon Slaughter Island came to be. Ling Xiaoyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Indeed, everything has changed. No wonder this wretched system incessantly spoke of the world collapsing. It truly diverged from her prior notions. I concur. Ing Zhen interjected. Master, there have been significant changes within the fairy tomb, and I am concerned. Among those who knew Ing Fei best was none other than Ing Zhen, who had been subjected to Ing Fei's insidious whispers countless times. Whenever the matter of his master, Ing Jingqing, arose, he could not help but ramble on endlessly. Of course, Yu Zifeng had received this information from his father and knew to avoid discussing Ing Jingqing with the Grand Elder of the Yingqian sect, lest he be trapped in a monologue for 3 days and nights. Amidst their banter, Ing Fei finally recalled the true purpose of their visit. Very well. At this moment, it is indeed impossible to resolve Miss Zhao's predicament. Let us speak further in Zhen's room. As Ing Fei exited the chamber, Ing Zhen discreetly gave Yu Zifeng a thumbs up. Phew. Brother Yu is quick-witted. That was close.
Zhen.
Just as Ing Zhen intended to continue, Ing Fei's voice echoed from outside.
Coming.
Master, please take your time. Ing Zhen scratched his head and rushed out. I shall head over first. You two should join us promptly.
Hee. No.
It is simply that I believe the issue with Hong Yi may still be related to the fairy tomb, which is why I proposed it. Yu Zifeng smiled, refraining from disclosing the truth to Ling Xiaoyu. With him around, she naturally would not be subjected to any harm. On a subsequent day, when Ling Xiaoyu found herself ensnared in conversation with Ing Fei for 3 days and nights, she finally comprehended why they had so hastily interrupted Ing Fei. Of course, Yu Zifeng was also unceremoniously sent out of the bedroom. Let go of me. Xiao Hongyi struggled on the bed, glaring fiercely at Yu Zifeng. With a flicker of spiritual energy, Yu Zifeng sent her tumbling off the bed with a thud. Ah, that hurts. Yu Zifeng, I will fight you.
Xiao Tao.
Which side are you on? Xiao Hongyi's voice was akin to a pig being slaughtered, accompanied by Xiao Tao's gentle reassurances. Miss, please do not cause a ruckus. You cannot match the young master. Yu Zifeng and Ling Xiaoyu exchanged knowing smiles before hastening to Ing Zhen's chamber. Often, what do you suppose lies within the fairy tomb? Who sealed that colossal beast? As they walked, Ling Xiaoyu voiced her inquiries. I am not entirely certain, but I instinctively feel that the spiritual energy within Hong Yi is likely related to it. It seems we cannot avoid another expedition inside. Yu Zifeng maintained an air of calmness, irrespective of when he regained his memories. Must we take Hong Yi along? Ling Xiaoyu gazed at Yu Zifeng, worry etched on her face. I fear her condition is genuinely connected to the fairy tomb and could lead to trouble. Do not overthink it. I shall handle everything. Upon their arrival, they discovered the door ajar, with Ing Zhen's voice beckoning. Brother Yu, please come in. Grand Elder, I wonder if any arrangements have been made? Yu Zifeng seated himself with Ling Xiaoyu. Regardless, I must venture inside. Ing Fei surveyed the trio, not to mention the numerous lives lost within. The red-scaled viper must be swiftly located and eradicated. The red-scaled viper? Ling Xiaoyu inquired. Are you referring to the man-eating beast at the lake's bottom? Indeed. I have not seen the beast with mine own eyes, but based on their descriptions, it should be the red-scaled viper. Years ago, the Yingqian sect pursued it, only for it to vanish suddenly. I surmise a powerful individual must have sealed it within the fairy tomb. though I do not know why it was not eliminated outright. What did the red-scaled viper do to provoke the ancient sect? Ling Xiaoyu, embodying the essence of curiosity, pressed for answers. That creature, in its bid for ascendance, devoured the inhabitants of several villages. It was only when the disciples of the ancient sect, out on their training, encountered it that the sect became aware of its deeds. At this point, Ying Fei paused, letting out a profound sigh. Why is the Grand Elder so troubled? Ling Xiaoyu, embodying the spirit of a curious child, inquired. Once, I had a dear friend named Ming Yuanbai. Ying Fei's visage was clouded with sorrow. It was.
Ah.
Before Ying Fei could complete his thought, a shrill scream pierced the air.
It is Xiao Tao.
Ling Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, darting outside, with Yuzifeng closely behind, concerned for her safety. Wretched ruffian, if you dare, remove your mask. I shall strip away a layer of your skin. Xiao Hongyi's voice rang out, mingled with the sounds of a scuffle. Master. Yingzhen watched as the two hastened out, anxiety gnawing at him. Let us investigate who this audacious individual is. I did not sense their presence. As he spoke, he swiftly grasped Yingzhen and flew towards Xiao Hongyi's chamber. Chapter 105. Re-entering the Fairy Tomb Master. I am no longer a child. The group swiftly arrived at Xiao Hongyi's chamber, where Yingzhen was shouting in Ying Fei's grip, "Release me at once." With a loud thud, Yingzhen was thrown to the ground, crying out again, "Master, how could you abandon me? But did you not request me to let you go?" Ying Fei replied unapologetically, "My apologies. I tend to forget you have grown up."
Red E.
Before their quarrel could continue, Ling Xiaoyu's anxious voice echoed. Yuzifeng swiftly grasped Ling Xiaoyu, preventing her from rushing outside just as a dagger flew through the window. Yue, do not act impulsively. Let me go. Red E has been taken. Ling Xiaoyu struggled vehemently. The dagger grazed past them, embedding itself in the wall. With keen eyes, Yingzhen quickly scrambled up and exclaimed, "Look, their essay note."
Upon hearing this,
Ling Xiaoyu hurried over. "Show me. What does it say? Meet at the fairy tomb at the hour of Qin tomorrow, or we shall not wait." The note was signed Ling. As she read, Ling Xiaoyu's brow furrowed deeper. "Are they targeting us? My lady." "Yes, I apologize." At that moment, a shaken Xiao Dao stood up. "It is all my fault. Miss Xiao was captured while trying to save me. Once we rescue her, I will leave and never burden you again."
Xiao Dao.
Ling Xiaoyu comforted the guilt-ridden girl. "You need not blame yourself. From the moment we encountered you, we may have stepped into a larger scheme. Their target may have been us from the very beginning, or perhaps something within the fairy tomb. Yue is correct. I believe their abduction of Hongyi may be related to her peculiar spiritual energy." Yuzifeng remarked to Ying Fei and the others. "A Feng. I wish to set out for the fairy tomb immediately. Hongyi has only just recovered, and I fear for her safety," Ling Xiaoyu said gravely, gazing intently at Yuzifeng. "Do not panic. I believe the spiritual energy within Hongyi is crucial. She is not in immediate danger," Yuzifeng reassured her. "Indeed, I concur. Entering the fairy tomb is of utmost importance. We must proceed with caution. We can arrive before the appointed time," Ying Fei added. "Master is right. Many have perished before us. Given our current numbers, if we rashly charge in, we risk not only failing to save her, but endangering ourselves as well." However, Ling Xiaoyu hesitated to voice her concerns when Yuzifeng suddenly embraced her. "I comprehend your worries. Fear not, for I shall shoulder everything." With those words, Ling Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her, and she nodded, ceasing her inner turmoil. "Young master, young lady, I implore you to take Xiao Dao with you." Xiao Dao bent her knees, recalling Ling Xiaoyu's prior words, but held back her tears. "Xiao Dao, considering the current circumstances, you should be safe now," Ling Xiaoyu said gently. "My lady, please, do not send Xiao Dao away. After rescuing Miss Xiao, I shall leave of my own accord." Xiao Dao pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Ling Xiaoyu sighed. "I did not suggest you leave. Since I promised to keep you by my side, we shall remain steadfast. However, we have a patient to tend to, and I must entrust her care to you. Can you assist me?" "My lady." Xiao Tao hesitated. "By caring for my second aunt, you will alleviate my concerns, allowing us to focus on rescuing Hongyi. You would be of great help." Ling Xiaoyu coaxed. Yes. Xiao Tao accepted resolutely. After escorting Xiao Tao to the room of the Purple Rose, the group reconvened in Ingzhen's chamber to deliberate, finally reaching a conclusion. It is settled. I have sent a message to the clan if we hurry. We should arrive before the hour of Qin tomorrow, Ing Fei announced to the group. We shall split into 2 teams. Zifeng and Xiaoyu, you will enter directly and proceed boldly. After a pause, he glanced at Ling Xiaoyu. If he is not present, then this beast may have hidden within the fairy tomb. There are too many uncertainties. But for the sake of rescue, we must proceed. You too must exercise caution. Rest assured, Elder. Even if I cannot defeat them, as for escape, I dare say no one can surpass me, Ling Xiaoyu declared proudly, patting her chest. The elder raised an eyebrow, regarding the unassuming young girl. One must remain humble. The world is vast. Do not doubt me, for I possess. Before she could finish, a system alert interrupted her. Warning! System failure imminent. What do you possess? Ingzhen inquired earnestly. Although Ing Fei felt shy to ask, he too looked at her with curiosity. Ahem. Ling Xiaoyu coughed lightly, covering her face. She discreetly nudged Yuzifeng and whispered, Help me. Yes. Yuzifeng grunted. When we departed, my father provided her with numerous peculiar treasures, including many formation talismans. In matters of escape, she indeed has every right to her confidence. Many? Treasures? Ingzhen gazed at Ling Xiaoyu with envy. It seems that the Lord of Jade is quite generous, unlike my master. Obtaining anything from him is a Herculean task. Ing Fei awkwardly chuckled and swiftly slapped Ingzhen on the head. Youngster, how can you always rely on your elders? If you're poor,
Just say so.
Ingzhen muttered, rubbing his head. You've always enjoyed hitting my head since childhood. Aren't you afraid of making me foolish? You are already a fool. Do I need to hit you again? Ing Fei shouted in exasperation. Silence. If you continue to murmur, I will seal your mouth and turn you into a true mute.
Ah.
I am wrong. Master, please forgive me. Ingzhen quickly covered his mouth, apologizing meekly. My disciples are lacking. I apologize for your amusement. Ing Fei turned to Ling Xiaoyu, wearing an expression that conveyed, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is you who should feel awkward. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Let us not delay any further. The sooner we depart, the sooner we can rescue Hongyi. Then we shall trouble the elder. Yuzifeng respectfully bid farewell to Ing Fei before pulling Ling Xiaoyu toward the exit. Ing Fei's voice called out once more, ahem. That elder has a reminder for you. What further instruction do you have? Ling Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Nothing of great importance. Just a reminder to keep your wealth concealed. Ah. Yes. Xiaoyu takes note. Ling Xiaoyu responded, feeling a wave of embarrassment as she hurriedly grasped Yuzifeng's hand, rushing toward the fairy tomb. Chapter 106. Awakening from the dream. When the two arrived once more at the entrance of the fairy tomb, they discovered that, within just 2 days, the interior had undergone a dramatic transformation. Without further contemplation, they exchanged a glance and entered together. Upon stepping into the tomb, Ling Xiaoyu felt the ground sway beneath her, her head growing increasingly heavy. Just before succumbing to darkness, she caught a glimpse of Yu Zifeng's anxious expression. And then, everything faded away. As a sharp pain pulsed through her head, Ling Xiaoyu stirred slightly. Without opening her eyes, she heard a concerned yet reproachful voice beside her. Are you trying to throw your life away? Even if you wish to ignite a fire, you must have a life to enjoy it. I've only been out of contact for a day, and you pull the stunt. Truly, it seems I must have wronged you in a past life. Where am I? Ling Mu, with a finger raised in admonition, pointed at her forehead and shouted, If I weren't here, you'd be off to heaven. The exasperated mother continued, What are you mumbling about over there? Writing some unknown web fiction has clearly scrambled your brain. Ling Mu, having not fully grasped what Ling Xiaoyu had said, vented her frustration before turning to the kitchen. Wait here, I'll prepare something for you to eat. Unbeknownst to her, 3 years slipped by. After countless attempts to re-enter that world, Ling Xiaoyu, left with no alternative, restructured the dream into a novel. This time, however, she fulfilled her own desires, weaving in the regrets that had lingered and crafting a satisfying conclusion for all. In the book, the female protagonist awakens, and unexpectedly, The male lead's soul follows her into the real world, inhabiting the body of a young master from a prominent family who had been in a coma. Eventually, he finds the female lead, and together they embark on a journey of love. The book garnered an unexpectedly positive response, earning her a modest following. One day, her local fans organized a meetup. Yeah, the little ones know we've met once before, and are clamoring for me to invite you to dinner. Do you have time? The first and only little fan to message her was named Su Tang, an adorable child who had joyfully shared afternoon tea with her during a chance encounter. Yeah, I heard there's a handsome guy among the fans this time. The excitement in the young girl's voice was palpable. I heard he was in a coma before, but he just woke up last year and became your fan. Xiao, she said, he really wants to meet you. If it weren't for this delicate young man, I wouldn't have troubled you. So you've forgotten your loyalty in the face of beauty. Yet here you are still troubling me. Ling Xiaoyu retorted playfully, though her heart softened at the mention of the situation. Please wait while I arrange my schedule and see if I can make it. Send me the time and location. Thank you so much, she replied, followed by a flurry of addresses and dates. The day of the meetup arrived, and Ling Xiaoyu dutifully made her way to the designated location. As she stepped inside, a burning gaze captured her attention, and turning her head, she found herself entranced by those deep, inviting eyes. Where?